this young man was suddenly transmigrated to the divine realm, where everyone was vying to claim divine titles. He was supposed to be a unique genius, but unexpectedly, the original owner of the body, Pan Yu, had been so useless since childhood that people pitied him, while others awakened the divine realms from birth. They, at 18, only received this ability, and it was a weak royal core clan divine realm. Pan Yu's divine realm looked like a lush green field under the sun. Upon the misty ancient grasslands, a swarm of locusts proudly bore the imposing name Royal Core, which was Han Yu's core clan. He opened his status window and saw his divine talent, Heaven's Chosen, and his divine ability, Growth Acceleration. He also had countless sacrifice beings, 80,000 mature and 20 million unhatched. Compared to the original host's memories, the Heaven's Chosen gift and the life sacrifice were strange. This was surely a dirty trick he obtained from his many transmigration experiences. Pan Yu clicked for details. Heaven's Chosen was true to its name, granting a unique ability with each level up. Life sacrifice exchanged creature lives for products, usable once daily with random results. Seeing this, Pan Yu's life wasn't completely tragic. Thanks to his golden finger with 2 special skills, he could fulfill his grandfather's dying wish with effort. Pan Yu carefully read the information about his swarm of insects. They not only reproduced like machines but also had extremely short life cycles of only 90 days. After combining the keywords reproduction, growth, and sacrifice, he realized that 1 day in reality was equivalent to 1 year in the divine realm. Pan Yu's brilliant mind understood the mechanism. He decided to take a risk this time. If he won, he would crush those who looked down on him. If he lost, he would become a good for nothing again. The next day, Tin Sang appeared before Han Yu. Have you thought about it? Do you want to be my slave? She guaranteed that before he graduated high school, no one would dare bully him, and he might even be able to get married early. I refuse. Pan Yu's 3 blunt words stunned Tin Sang. She threatened, without my protection, you'll be squeezed dry. Pan Yu understood the situation but still refused. He had no power but maintained his dignity. He couldn't live his whole life as a woman's plaything. Unable to convince him, Tin Sang turned to leave, subtly warning him that he would regret it later. Pan Yu sighed, finally seeing off that bothersome woman. Next, he had to deal with the arrogant Zhang Bin. Pan Yu wondered if he had prepared 100 points of divine power. Dang Bin placed a hand on Han Yu's shoulder, making him uncomfortable. Don't touch me. Dang Bin frowned, seeing Han Yu dare to resist today. He threatened to destroy the divine core if Han Yu didn't hand over his divine power. Pan Yu then fiercely retaliated, surprising Zhang Bin. Dang Bin wondered if he had found some backing to be so tough today. He also saw Tin Sang turn away and ignore him, seemingly no longer protecting Han Yu. Dang Bin's underlings cheered, curious to see what would happen to Han Yu when his core was destroyed. If you're tired of living, don't blame me, Pan Yu said as Zhang Bin drew a card, injecting 10 points of divine power. After locking onto the target's divine realm spatial teleportation gate would open for infiltration. Pan Yu was forcibly pulled into his own divine realm to study the invasion. Before him was a colossal, supermassive teleportation gate. The door creaked open, revealing hundreds of eyes glowing red like fire. Dang Bin's dwarf army lined up, waiting for the turn to head into battle. Standing in a state of transcendence, Dang Bin used his title as the dwarves' god to order a massacre of the weak locusts and destroy this divine domain core. The dwarves raised their hands and shouted in unison before charging onto the battlefield. Outside, everyone watching on the small screen saw that Zhang Bin's troop numbers had increased by at least 1,000, enough to break into the school's top 50. The dwarf army was armed, led by elite creatures that stood out clearly from the rest. To counter this, Pan Yu sent his army of self-detonating locusts into the fray. Everyone was stunned by his swarm of red, flying insects. The self-detonating locusts were elite creatures, but since Han Yu's locust kin were just common locusts, how could they produce so many elites? Even though they were ranked as elites, self-detonating locusts were not highly regarded. This was because, compared to the dwarves, their combat strength was still far inferior. The two armies collided amidst shouts and screams. The self-detonating locusts created explosions like grenades, making Han Yu smile inwardly with satisfaction. 1 day before this, Pan Yu had decided to make a desperate gamble. He had sacrificed all 2 billion of his locusts. He kept only 10 million to maintain the species. After the sacrifice, Pan Yu was given a choice of one of 3 things: 10,000 elite goblin warriors, an endless fountain of life, or a tier 1 holy artifact, the Heart of Warder, which provides explosive power to the kin. 10,000 goblin warriors would solve the immediate urgency but were a one-time use. The Fountain of Life was a long-term investment that wouldn't help with the immediate problem. So, Pan Yu chose the third option, investing directly into the core of his kin. After waiting for a minute, Pan Yu produced a self-detonating locust. This creature was frenzied, brainless, obeyed only the commands of its god, Pan Yu, and had a lifespan of 180 days. He picked it up and threw it like a grenade. The locust exploded in midair. The blast force was not enough to take down a dwarf, but Han Yu relied on their reproductive speed to overcome quality with quantity. The results became clear when the fog cleared. After the battle, the corpses of dwarves lay scattered all over the ground. The remaining elite goblin warriors had to face the swarm of aggressive self-detonating locusts. Dang Bin ordered a retreat before Han Yu could wipe them out, but it was too late. Pan Yu sent his entire kin through the teleportation gate. They invaded straight into Zhang Bin's divine domain. The self-exploding grasshoppers triggered the entire swarm to explode, sacrificing themselves right inside Tuan Ban's god domain. He shouted at Han Vu to quickly order all his followers to withdraw from his god domain. In just a moment, the elite goblins also fell one after another. Tuan Ban hurriedly surrendered to Han Vu to make him withdraw his troops. Han Vu felt a sense of bitter irony. Initially, he wanted to destroy Han Vu's domain core, but now that Han Vu had the power to destroy his, Tuan Ban desperately threatened him. He said if Han Vu dared to touch it, his parents would not spare him. His father was already a demigod, and his mother was about to be promoted. Regardless, today Han Vu was determined to destroy his core so that he would no longer be so arrogant. Tuan Ban wept and begged Han Vu to stop, saying he surrendered and promised not to bully anyone anymore, and would do whatever was asked of him. I don't need anything from you. I only want you dead, Pan Vu said, showing no mercy to the thug who once bullied him. Just then, a voice rang out. Enough, Pan Vu. Stop this at once. The teacher appeared in Han Vu's god domain, advising him not to push things to the point of total annihilation. Seeing his savior, Tuanban immediately pleaded, Teacher Lu, quickly stop this madman. My parents will definitely. Before he could finish, Han Vu's grasshopper army attacked Tuanban's core, causing him unspeakable pain. Teacher Lu looked over and ordered Han Vu to stop. The boy smirked at him with curiosity. He silently wondered why the teacher had appeared here at this moment. As a homeroom teacher, naturally, he could sense the status of the class. Teacher Lu's words sounded dedicated, but in reality, when Han Vu was being bullied and extorted by Tuanban, he was nowhere to be found. Teacher Lu thought Han Vu was naive. He didn't even have parents, let alone demigod ones like Tuanban, then lowered his voice to advise him to stop. Han Vu asked one final question. If his own god domain core were being destroyed today, would the teacher have appeared to stop it? The question silenced the teacher. Han Vu already knew the answer. Though it was a bit bitter, it was the cruel reality of this world. The self-exploding grasshoppers created a firework display, shattering Tuanban's god domain core into many pieces. The god domain continued to collapse progressively. Han Vu did not forget to expel Teacher Lu from his god domain before it could be tainted. After leaving Han Vu's god domain, Tuanban lay slumped on the ground. It's over. It's real over. I've become a useless failure. Teacher Lu opened the door and called for Han Vu. Get out of my class. But Han Vu was no longer in the classroom, which left the teacher feeling resentful. He was determined to find a way to expel the boy from school. Inside his god domain, Han Vu was summarizing the post-battle situation. The quantity has decreased significantly. It seems you will need to breed more self-detonating locusts later for things to be stable. This time, Pan Yu also obtained Janbin's divine realm fragment and seized the opportunity to merge it into his own realm to see what would happen. After the integration, Pan Yu's divine realm expanded by over 160 square kilometers, and his divine realm core was upgraded to level 2. The rewards received were quite decent. It looks like you can safely graduate from high school at this institution. However, whether Han Yu can survive after destroying Janbin's core is another matter, as his parents are both demigods and the head teacher, Liu, is clearly biased, leaving him no choice but to fend for himself. He intended to sell the dwarven pool to see if he could exchange it for something valuable. Just 5 minutes later, Pan Yu received a response. The other party wanted to trade for magma slime, which could increase the stamina of fire element kin and boost explosive power. Extremely beneficial for the self-detonating locusts. Pan Yu immediately made the trade and used it to upgrade his self-detonating locusts for the second time. They have now become magma explosive locusts. Their lifespan has been increased to 250 days. As usual, Pan Yu grabbed one and threw it like a grenade. The damage of the magma explosive locust is equivalent to a grenade. Upon detonation, it sprays magma, causing area of effect damage. It is as if Han Yu now possesses a warehouse of high-quality grenades. Meanwhile, Dangbin's parents had arrived at the school to demand accountability. The teacher explained that Jangbin had initiated the challenge and frequently bullied classmates, violating school regulations. Dan's father flew into a rage, asking if she meant that his son was responsible for his own actions and that the school took no responsibility whatsoever. Dangbin's mother, who doted on her son excessively, demanded that Han Yu be expelled. Pan Yu was talking to his locust subordinates when the head teacher called to inform him. What was bound to happen eventually arrived. Pan Yu decided to face it head-on. The head teacher called to inform him that Jangbin's parents had come to demand his expulsion. Both of them were hot-tempered and arrogant, acting as if they were issuing orders, but the head teacher remained firm. The head teacher had investigated everything and determined that Jangbin was at fault for invading Han Yu's divine realm. In this confrontation, Pan Yu had relied on his own strength, so they had no grounds to expel him. Danbin's mother even got right in the head teacher's face to shout, questioning if it was the school's educational policy to protect someone who destroys a classmate's divine realm core. Mrs. Please do not distort the truth. Pan Yu has always followed the rules, and we have evidence that Jangbin bullied others many times. The head teacher replied, firmly defending Han Yu. Dangbin's mother was furious that the head teacher refused to expel him and had to have her husband step in. He accepted that the school would not punish him, but as the aggrieved party, he wanted to vent his frustration. If the school did not meet this small request, he would no longer show any restraint. Ultimately, his parents proposed sending a squad of over 1,000 people into Han Yu's divine realm. There was no need to calculate the outcome. The head teacher wanted to see if Han Yu could withstand a 1,000-man squad from a demigod. Pan Yu was grateful to the head teacher for the help, and as for the mesh, you would come to school tomorrow to fulfill the agreement. It seems Han Yu has even more reason to strive for upgrades and prepare to perform the second life sacrifice. This time there were still 3 options. The first is the level 1 sacred item, blood-colored demon eye, which helps increase the birth rate of blood icon and improves observation vision. The second option is a challenge to master the fireball still, which would give the tribe commander basic fireball techniques. The maximum level of comprehension is the ultimate fireball, while the third option is the sword-cutting blade, a heroic creature of the blade clan, obtained by trading 48 billion locusts for this treasure. Pan Vu decided to pursue the third path. An elderly, 4-armed man with disheveled silver hair appeared solemnly. He was the sword-cutting blade, a heroic creature now exactly 150 years old. The first words out of his mouth were, "O deity, I beseech you to grant me a sword." Pan Vu was generous. Having just spent 48 billion locusts to acquire him, he did not hesitate to choose an even better sword. Over the past 2 days, after spending all his points, he had 54 divine power points left to purchase equipment. Equipment is divided into 4 levels. Normal equipment is made from materials without energy. Faith equipment incorporates power, providing special effects. Divine power equipment integrates spiritual power and possesses an evolving soul. And divinity equipment, which only deities can use, serves as a symbol of divine authority and power. Pan Vu generously bestowed upon the sword-cutting blade a storm greatsword worth 50 divine power points. He held the greatsword with both hands and began to unleash slashes. Since the 4-armed sword-cutting blade holds a sword in each hand, he requires 4 swords of the same type to unleash his full potential. Pan Vu was stunned. One storm greatsword already cost 50 divine power points, so 3 more would cost 150. Did the creature think he was some wealthy mogul with money to burn? However, the upcoming battle against the 1,000 people of the deity could not be taken lightly, so he had to find a way to buy equipment for him. In Tansang's divine realm, she was practicing connecting with her thunderbirds. During her cultivation, Tansang recalled the old memory of Han Vu pulling her out of the river when she was on the verge of drowning. Afterwards, he performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, stealing Tansang's first kiss. One can only blame Han Vu for being foolish and failing to seize the opportunity. Her grandfather is a true deity, and there are 23 demigods in her family. Could they not have protected him from Chuanben's parents? As Tansang was cooking, Han Vu called, startling her. As soon as she picked up, she brought up that matter, asking if he had changed his mind and was now willing to be her servant. Of course not. Han Vu only wanted to borrow some of her divine power. She replied, do you think you can just borrow my divine power? Relying on your insect lineage, don't think that defeating Chuanben gives you the right. Your swarm is just food for my thunderbirds. Seeing that Tansang said that, Han Vu immediately hung up. He only wanted to borrow a little divine power. Was it necessary to scold him so harshly? Tansang sat blankly, holding her head, wondering what she was doing. Why did she say that? She didn't mean it that way. He must have misunderstood. Afterward, Tansang called Han Vu back to ask for his account number, saying she would transfer however much he wanted to borrow. The sword-cutting blade now held all 4 greatswords. Han Vu hoped that the sword-cutting father would try his best so as not to make him go broke for nothing. The next day, Han Vu arrived at class amidst the whispers of his classmates. He still dared to show his face there. They truly did not fear that his divine realm would be leveled by the demigod Celestial Legion, wanting to see if he would remain calm when his divine core was shattered. Han Vu had already anticipated this. They were clearly just waiting to see him become a laughingstock. Tansang came to advise him to withdraw, saying he shouldn't compete against a demigod, as a single squad of celestial demigods would be enough to handle his Locust Legion. But Han Vu had no other choice now. Bringing that up, Tansang tried to persuade him to become her slave, saying she would have her family pressure the Chuan family to see if they would still dare to oppose him. Han Vu understood her good intentions but refused, telling her to go back and prepare to deal with the demigod. Right this way, please, Liu Lacthine said warningly, opening the door and leading the way for Chuanben's parents. Then, he pointed straight at Han Wu's face so that both of them would know exactly who he was. Chuanben's mother impatiently slammed the table and blamed Han Wu, forcing her husband to struggle to restrain her anger. Meanwhile, Liu Lacthine, backed by Mr. Tuing, acted with an air of authority and told Han Wu to hurry over and not waste Mr. Tuing's time. However, Han Wu did not step forward yet because he wanted to wait for Director Huamai to witness the event, as he did not trust Liu Lacthine, who was Mr. Tuing's lapdog. You think you're worthy of having Director Hua witness such a small matter? My presence is already more than enough honor for a kid like you. Now start quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Liu Lacthine said, asserting his authority in front of everyone. Right at that moment, Director Hua appeared and asked, is Teacher Liu being ruthless with someone? Liu Lacthine immediately changed his tone to a sycophantic one and made excuses to her, saying, Director Hua, I wouldn't dream of troubling you with a small matter. I was just teaching a student a lesson. Seeing Director Hua arrive, Tuanben's father signaled for the match to begin. Han Wu was ready, and Director Hua decided to start the match. Tuanben's mother activated the card to start, leading a werewolf army into Han Wu's god domain. The wolf cavalry were all elite creatures. The leader of the wolf cavalry was an extraordinary creature that had mastered a terrifying power. Combined with their mounts and sophisticated equipment, everyone saw that Han Wu would likely not survive this time. He appeared in spirit form and threatened Han Wu in a low voice. Kid, yesterday you crushed my son's god domain core. Today, I'm making you pay back the debt in blood. The wolf cavalry were clearly divided into 2 combat units. It was said that 1,000 troops had been dispatched, so there were 2,000 units before them. Indeed, when it came to the Tuan family's cunning, no one was better. The wolf cavalry charged forward to confront Han Wu's explosive plague locusts, an elite army of nearly 7 million. There were only 20,000 yesterday, so the reproduction rate is incredible. Even for low-level elites, producing this many is no ordinary feat. But unfortunately, Han Wu has no time to develop, and his future might be destroyed at the hands of Tuan Quan today. Millions of self-detonating locusts sacrificed themselves in vain, leaving only a few wounds on the wolf cavalry, whose true power was immense. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black as if a thunderstorm were approaching. It was indeed a storm, but a storm of larva locusts. They surged downward en masse to attack the wolf cavalry. The larva locusts exploded, trailing scalding hot larvae with them. Everyone was astonished, as the power of the explosions was even greater than that of the yellow locust self-destruction. Director Hua asked if any students had scouted their abilities to provide information on that species of locust. The young man finished his investigation and announced that they were larva locusts, an elite species. Director Hua and Tansang had to view Han Wu's abilities in a new light. In just one day, another new elite species had appeared. Tuan Quan remained undeterred, believing a swarm of insects could never compare to his wolf cavalry. He exerted his supernatural power over the wolf pack, and the smoke from his mouth gathered into an icy aura like a barrier. It blocked the firepower from the locust swarm. As expected of her god, Tuan Quan's body possessed a supernatural power that allowed him to release a wide area skill. With just one move, he reduced Han Wu's swarm to only 500,000, making it seem impossible to turn the tide. Brett, I'll show you despair. When your core breaks and your god domain collapses, you'll be kicked out of school, and your fate will be in my hands, Tuan Quan shouted, ordering his 1,000-man squad to destroy Han Wu's core. Director Hugh sighed and looked away from the scene. It seemed that this was the end. Quickly, look. What is that in front of Han Wu's god domain core? Everyone saw the silhouettes of the swordwind slashes. The sentinels had been waiting since the afternoon, and the storm greatswords in the hands cost 50 divine power each. 4 of them cost 200 divine power. Palka Han Wu, who was dirt poor, afford so much money. Dean Hua recognized the blade because, a species naturally born with transcendent bodies. But a demigod like Zhang Gang also had a wolf cavalry captain with a transcendent body. He only needed to stall the slicing Bladebeak while the other cavalrymen destroyed Han Vu's core. However, Dean Hua sensed that slicing Bladebeak was not just a transcendent body but a true hero. Dang Gang had spent decades raising only one hero, yet Han Vu, just a high schooler, already possessed such elite followers. He was determined to seize the slicing Bladebeak's body. Once Han Vu's divine realm core was destroyed, the Bladebeak Patriarch's body would belong to him. Slicing Bladebeak remained cold and silent. With the Patriarch here, no one dare touch Han Vu's core. He unleashed a Tier 3 Super Grade Storm Slash and a Tier 1 Super Grade Wind Corpse Slash. He proceeded to utterly thrash the wolf cavalry. The green wolf exhaled breath as fresh as a close-up toothpaste commercial. This move had no effect other than signaling his comrades to charge. Upon hearing the command, the wolves rushed forward like rabid dogs. Slicing Bladebeak raised all four arms, but not in surrender. Instead, it was to execute his ultimate technique, iron cutting stance. Slicing Bladebeak soared into the air and threw a sphere of power downward, creating a massive shockwave that tore out the ground. Heavens, it was terrifying and horrific. The onlookers gaped in shock. Slicing Bladebeak had defeated the wolf cavalry army and the captain. Bang Gang scowled because one of his elites was gone. He immediately summoned high-level wolf cavalry to raise Han Vu's divine realm. Enough. 2 days break the agreement. A voice, both strange and familiar, rang out, startling Zhang Gang. He turned around to see that the principal had appeared. He ordered the wolf cavalry to retreat before the principal lost his temper. The principal glanced at Han Vu and made a cryptic remark. After the mash, Dean Hua had to lecture him on civic duty. He warned Han Vu not to be arrogant just because he possessed hero-level power, noting that he wasn't even in the top 3 of his class. Consequently, Han Vu decided to switch classes immediately. He could no longer stand this toxic environment. Liu Lacthine's attitude did a 180-degree turn. He admitted to ignoring him before but promised to provide excellent guidance now. Give me a chance to make amends, he said, though only the readers knew that deep down, he wanted to exploit Han Vu's talent to claim rewards once he got into a top-tier university. But Han Vu was a man of his word. He was determined to transfer classes. Dean Hua couldn't agree immediately because there were regulations. One had to pass a school-ranged test and meet the standards to transfer. Needless to say, Han Vu wanted to take the test right then and there. Surprisingly, even Tan Sang, who was uninvolved, wanted to take the test to switch classes. She followed Han Vu wherever he went, seeing his talents leave one by one. Liu Lacthine looked displeased and told Tan Sang that if she was unhappy with him, she should say so and he would change, rather than making a scene to transfer. I just don't want to be in this class, she replied, leaving him stunned. Not only that, another young man also raised his hand to request the test. Losing his composure, Liu Lacthine shouted, "You are the class president, why are you following suit?" "Teacher Liu, thank you for your guidance, but I can no longer stay in this class," Chuan replied politely, simply not wanting to let Tan Sang fall into someone else's hands. Dean Hua stifled a laugh and decided to schedule the test for tomorrow, while Liu Lacthine returned to his room to drink tea and brewed. School let out that afternoon. Tan Sang chased after Han Vu, asking about his life hero, Danshi Jianfeng. Han Vu coldly replied that it was none of her business. Tan Sang used the 150 divine power points Han Vu borrowed as an excuse, demanding he serve her and explain where the life hero came from. Han Vu looked at her judgmentally, offering 5 divine power points as interest while telling her to forget about the hero. After speaking, Han Vu returned to the divine domain, and Tan Sang could no longer catch up. Inside the divine domain, Han Vu carefully calculated his troop numbers after the recent battle. With such a small number, he wouldn't pass tomorrow's test. Just then, Danshi Jianfeng appeared to report that fleeing wolf cavalry were hiding in the mountains, asking if they should be eliminated. Dozens of wolf cavalry had escaped after being abandoned by Zhang Gang. They certainly posed a threat, and while killing them was the safest option, Han Vu felt it would be a waste of resources. He ordered Danshi Jianfeng to capture the cavalry, but they had to be taken alive for later use. 2 hours later, the wolf cavalry were brought before Han Vu with their legs bound. He decided to sacrifice 1 billion ordinary grasshoppers and the 24 wolf cavalry, as he wasn't about to pass up such a potential game. Following the sacrifice, Han Vu had 3 choices: an alpha robot, an alchemy furnace blueprint to increase faith equipment production, or 3 watchtowers to provide long-range vision and enemy predictions. The robot was cool but the grasshoppers couldn't pallet it. They didn't know how to use the furnace either, and the towers were useless in Han Vu's planes. Disappointed that none were suitable, Han Vu remembered the hundreds of dwarfs he took from Zhang Bin and wondered how they were doing. Han Vu used Eagle Eye to observe them. They were diligently tilling the soil. Despite the hard labor, they thanked the gods daily for their lives, which Han Vu found puzzling. After taking them prisoner, he had only ordered them to mine to pass the time. The dwarves were very dedicated, but Zhang Bin had merely used them on the battlefield. Regarding equipment manufacturing, the dwarves were skilled and could handle logistics, so the furnace now had a purpose. Han Vu granted them a large furnace to produce better equipment. The dwarves knelt in unison, thanking him as a god who provided for them. That day, Liu Luotian held a meeting with the class teachers. Everyone knew that 3 students, Han Vu, Tan Sang, and Zhang Xiaoran, wanted to take a test to change classes, and the school had delegated the test preparations to them. One teacher thanked Mr. Liu, noting he was the one giving these students a chance. Liu Luotian was bitter but wanted control. He focused only on Han Vu, insisting on raising his test difficulty to the highest level for his disrespectful behavior, asking everyone to help him save face. Liu Luotian's fake sincerity touched his colleagues, and the teachers agreed, thinking Han Vu was ungrateful. They had no idea Liu Luotian was seeking revenge for the lecture he received from teacher Hua yesterday. The next day, Liu Luotian brought the test requirements for the 3 students. Deng Xiaoling and Tan Sang were both assigned level 1. Preventing 1,000 outsiders from invading the divine domain would be a piece of cake. When it was Han Vu's turn, his expression soured. A level 10 test requiring him to stop 10,000 outsiders made Liu Luotian's intentions crystal clear. Teacher Hua had to review Han Vu's assignment, but Liu Luotian claimed it was a collective decision. Han Vu accepted it and didn't miss the chance to mock Liu Luotian. Teacher Hua could only hope he would show his true ability. Liu Luotian turned red with rage but could do nothing to Hanvu. Every day, Tansang mumbled about her proposal for him to be her servant. Today was no exception, and she torqued so much that Hanvu had already memorized her script. As usual, Hanvu refused. With the test approaching, he had other things to focus on, leaving Tansang to sigh in frustration. Deng Xiaolan secretly hoped Hanvu would lose face in front of Tansang so that he would have a chance to show off. The test began as 10,000 goblins aggressively marched into Hanvu's divine domain. Those observing heard that his difficulty was the highest and mocked him for provoking Mr. Lear. Hanvu cursed under his breath, realizing Liu Luotian was incredibly underhanded for sending fire-assistant goblins. Liu Luotian was extremely smug, believing that an army of 10,000 goblins would be enough to destroy Hanvu's divine domain. A student standing nearby congratulated him on his successful revenge. Liu Luotian remained focused on playing the role of a dedicated teacher, saying that after this test, Pan Wu would understand the pain of being a teacher. Pan Wu ordered the locust army to charge, while the red goblins launched fireballs in response. The fireballs hit the locusts, causing them to explode violently. Normal insects truly cannot cause significant damage. Pan Wu used exploding locusts again, but each one could only take down 400 red goblins. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaolan and Qin Chuan had completed the tests. It seems Pan Wu is truly in trouble this time. Locusts are, after all, only low-level creatures. Pan Wu deployed his locust overlord army, which only killed 3,000 more red goblins, while the rest swarmed toward his dub realm core. Everyone began to worry for Han Wu. Even though he still had the slashing sword wind, he could only kill half of the remaining goblins at most. Director Hugh sent word from outside, telling him he could admit defeat. Failing once was fine, and he would surely rise again later. But Han Wu was determined. Wanting to transfer classes, he held on until the end, showing no hesitation even if he was alone, and he still refused to give up. The slashing sword wind entered the battlefield using Storm Slash. One strike killed several dozen more goblins, while the rest combined their firepower to create an explosion around the slashing sword wind. The godfather seemed unable to hold on. At 150 years old and still fighting on the battlefield, who could endure it? Liu Luotian couldn't help but laugh, saying this was a final lesson he would teach Han Wu and to learn it well, but within 5 seconds, everyone cried out, "Look! What is that?" A legion of dwarves appeared in the Locust God realm. It was the same legion Jiang Bin had left behind. The green goblins raised the new weapons forged from the furnace Han Wu had given them to protect the deity. The red goblins were now facing their own kind as enemies. Everyone was shocked to see that the dwarves were Jiang Bin's core followers, further proving that Han Wu was rare talent. Within minutes, the red goblins were defeated by the green goblins. Han Wu was delighted and praised them. "Well fought. I almost lost everything." Everyone rejoiced for Han Wu, except for Liu Luotian, who was bitter that no matter how many dirty tricks he used, he still couldn't defeat him. Then came the scramble for talent among the teachers, each wanting one of the class's 3 top students. Deng Xiaolan was willing to follow Qin Chuan, while Qin Chuan waited for Han Wu's decision. Pan Wu asked Director Hua why his test difficulty was so high, at 10 times the usual difficulty. It was actually a collective decision by the teachers, and Director Hua could not state the exact reason. Pan Wu wanted to see the voting results from that day. The other teachers began to mock Liu Luotian, regretting that they had listened to him and voted in agreement that day. Among them, only 2 teachers had objected. Pan Wu was grateful but had to choose. One teacher wanted to develop dwarves, offering Han Wu 10,000 dwarves to compete for the top 10. The remaining teacher believed cultivating core followers was more important, offering useful resources to help Han Wu finalize the evolution of his locust followers. "Teacher Dean Van, I want to join your class," Pan Wu said, and as soon as he decided, the 2 people who didn't yet understand Tan Sang's heart immediately followed suit. Unexpectedly, 3 talents decided to join the class at once, making Teacher Dean Van so happy he felt like he had won the lottery. This year, he hoped to receive the award for favorite teacher, so he prepared a small gift to welcome his new students, a Tier 2 insect nest architectural card. This nest spans 1 square kilometer and hatches tens of millions of insects each year. If a sacred object is embedded, the efficiency will be perfect, and this gift is clearly intended specifically for Han Wu. Building an insect nest in the divine realm can be supported by using 2 Tier 1 sacred objects, the Heart of Fury and Larva Essence, allowing the nest to maximize its power and produce 10 million larva locusts for him every year. Pan Wu bowed 90 degrees to thank Teacher Dean Van, thinking that as long as he improved his performance to help the teacher win the award, it would be enough. The head teacher announced that today's lesson was just practice, and the real exam would be the school-wide final in 7 days, with the resource and monetary rewards being too numerous to list. In the divine realm, Pan Wu tallied his true count after the battle, finding the number had dropped significantly to only over 2 million locusts of various types. He felt miserable. With his strength, participating in the exam in 7 days would put him at the bottom of the class, surely disappointing Teacher Dean Van. At this moment, Pan Wu noticed the dwarves had been renamed Rickshaw dwarves and hurried to fly over to verify it with his own eyes. Sure enough, they had evolved into elite Rickshaw dwarf creatures after the desperate battle. If these were Han Wu's core followers, then they were truly beyond saving. Now, he could only accelerate his development to restore his locust swarm to its former scale. 4 days later, through Han Wu's constant supervision and hard work, the locusts reached over 7 billion. He prayed to see what good deed the sacrifice would bring. Finally, the choice appeared. First, a Tier 2 sacred object, the Lore of Gluttony, which grants core races the ability to gorge themselves. They could eat anything to evolve, but it only applied to ordinary life forms. Second, a hero template, granting Han Wu a transcendent life form that could evolve into a hero. And finally, 1 point of divinity. Han Wu's eyes sparkled at the 3 options, all of them tempting, and he wished he could choose all 3. The Lore of Gluttony turns common locusts into elites, but there might not be enough food. The hero template takes time to raise a transcendent being into a hero, and a point of divinity is equivalent to 100 million divine power, truly a jackpot. Si Chao and Han Wu chose the Lore of Gluttony first. If he couldn't support 100 million elite locusts, he would apply it to the insect nest and raise 1 million at a time first. 3 days later, Panvu entered the divine realm and exclaimed, "My goodness, are these locusts or dinosaurs?" His locusts had transformed into something resembling helicopters, which Hanvu named premium explosion locusts. The next day, the examination began. Tansang continued her mantra, "Have you thought carefully about being my certain? Without a support network or resources, your current strength is not outstanding compared to other demigods." She even said the locusts he raised were just small bugs, and even if Hanvu could tame the dwarves, they weren't his core followers. Blar, blar, blar. As always, Panvu rejected Tansang's good intentions, which annoyed her, as he only wanted to bring him home. Seeing him ignore her, she couldn't speak and felt extremely bitter inside. Teacher Dean Van and the class announced the overall competition, where excellent students would receive valuable rewards like sacred objects, the divine realm's land, poor fragments, and follow allegiance. The rules of the exam consist of 2 stages, with the first being an elimination round. All students receive equally difficult exams, and those who pass earn an accumulation point, while those who fail are expelled. The second stage is ranking, where students can withdraw, and those who continue face infinite combat trials, with each success increasing the personal ranking. The elimination test sounds cruel, but Hanvu is looking forward to the rewards, as randomly ranked students receive basic resource cards. Not to mention the top 100 get special rewards and the number 1 gets a point of divinity. Panvu is ready to dive headfirst into the rewards as the first round counts down. Panvu prepared his army of locusts and standard troops for battle. A group of flesh demons slowly entered his divine realm. Panvu did not expect the school's qualifying round to be so intense. The flesh demons are ordinary life forms but have the combat power of elites. They have thick skin that is hard to hit, and they move very sluggishly. Panvu ordered 50,000 explosion locusts to attack with larva explosions. The flesh demons exploded into pieces after taking only 3 steps. Standing far away, Panvu could even smell the aroma of roasted meat. This must be the effect of the lore of gluttony turning them into food for the locusts. Panvu immediately ordered the rickshaw dwarves to charge forward and drag the entire pile of flesh demon remains back. Just 15 minutes later, all of their bodies were picked clean, without a scrap of flesh left under his locusts. Clearly, this was a meal for his progeny, not a competition at all. In the observation room, the teachers lamented the difficulty this time. Dean Van's class had lost a third of its troops. The principal led 3 vice principals to the front lines along with the civilization, and since the blood-flesh demon duels were interesting, they were simply added to the assessment exam without much thought. Teacher Dean Van was thrilled to see Hanvu using the blood-flesh demon duels as food for his locusts. In the eyes of others, they were nightmares, but to Hanvu, they were just working pieces of meat. Furthermore, the subjects could resist the toxicity in the flesh of the blood-flesh demon ghouls, which was extremely rare. Other teachers also began to look at Hanvu's locusts in a new light. This could very well be a novel discovery worth researching. HMPH, in terms of strength, locusts are just flying insects, Lou Lacthine muttered to himself, not wanting to argue much. Teacher Dean Van said that luck is also a form of talent, and the strength of the locust was not weak at all. Now they had reached the extraordinary life level, and although they were at the bottom tier, they had already surpassed many other extraordinary beings. Extraordinary locusts are not just locusts, and the comprehensive strategy is not even a fraction of that of the BunRv. Dean Van felt that this teacher Lou was quite biased, comparing the floors of locusts to the strengths of other species. After all, what other species could match the reproduction speed of these pushers? Lou Lacthine did not want to argue. His class had a student named Lou Mac with BunRv subjects, who would certainly score higher than Hanvu. Dean Van did not hesitate to bet with Hanvu, both wagering 5 divinity points with everyone as witnesses. Lou Mac shared the same surname as Lou Lacthine. It turned out he was his grandson, and Lou Lacthine would spare nothing to help him surpass Hanvu, dreaming of finally being able to look down on others. The qualifying round ended with 430 candidates passing, of which 300 participated in the ranking assessment and 130 gave up. Cowards, Lou Lacthine said. Other teachers disagreed, noting the difficulty was high, so those who passed were already worthy of being nurtured. The ranking assessment began, and a squad of skeleton soldiers marched out. The teachers were surprised, thinking this was practically giving away points. Hanvu sighed. His locusts only ate meat, and he didn't know if they could gnaw through bones, so he sent a billion royal locusts up to test it out. 2 hours later, Panvu sat waiting, sleepy, and ate. These bone-wielding creatures were just coming in to be food for the locusts. The second wave of skeleton soldiers also exploded as soon as they stepped through the gate. Panvu noticed they couldn't swim and couldn't cross the larva to enter his divine realm, so he ordered his dwarven blacksmiths to pour molten lava from the furnaces onto the ground. The lava flowed so much that it created a large river crossing the gate to his divine realm. The skeleton soldiers now stepped into paradise the moment they entered. The observing professors had to admire Hanvu's strategy. This high-level thinking made teacher Dean Van proud. Lou Lacthine scoffed dismissively, saying it was no big deal, as it was only the 7th wave, and Lou Mac had also reached the 7th wave. In Lou Mac's divine realm, besides blue dwarfs, there were 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, 12 level 1 fireball towers, and many other structures. Lou Lacthine was smug, having invested so many resources in Lou Mac to take first place this time. Everyone suddenly cheered to watch Tansang's divine realm, which had 100 lightning towers alone, and other life forms numbering in the tens of thousands. Lou Mac was just a nouveau rich, while Tansang was the daughter of a long wealthy family. Even the teachers didn't have as many trump cards as he did. The resentful and narrow-minded Lou Lacthine, unable to do anything to Tansang, blamed everything on Hanvu. The 10th wave ended with 18 candidates remaining. The next invasion wave was harder, and in front of their divine realms were bone controllers, heroic creatures with the innate ability to manipulate skeletons. The skeleton soldiers that had been on the ground just moments ago suddenly began to stir. Following the instructions of the bone controllers, they gathered together to form a supermassive bone giant. The bone controllers combined the skeletons into a massive skeleton soldier with terrifying power, causing a tower to collapse with a single stomp. In less than 3 minutes, 8 students withdrew. It was truly an overly difficult level. Liu led 1EA1C Thayan only stayed at Hanvu, wondering why the mist giants in his divine realm were now only a strange color. The weak mist giants clung to the walls of Mount Jun led 1EA7Y7, because below them was a river of molten lava. All the mist buddies had melted, no longer allowing the bone controller to summon giant mist giants. Bowed for the sword, Peak entered the battle, using his iron slashing technique to chop away the bone controller. In the 11th round, Panvu passed with ease, merely giving a yarn. This is cheating. Panvu definitely stole the questions. Liu led 1EA1C Thayan furiously refused to accept it. When teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van asked for proof, he threatened to report it to his superiors, stating that everyone saw Hanvu acting unusually with the bone soldiers. Bru cleans up the scene after defeating bone soldiers. The broken mist fragments, already cleared from the battlefield, only helped the bone control become stronger. Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van was bewildered by Liu led 1EA1C Thayan's absurd reasoning. He put Hanvu in a situation where he was suspected of knowing the questions beforehand. Finally, Dean H led 1EE9 spoke up. The exam questions were set by the principal, and she didn't know the details either. If Hanvu knew beforehand, it could only be from the principal. If Liu led 1EA1C Thayan wanted to question it, he should go meet her directly. In the end, he fell silent, muttering that Hanvu only defeated the bone control by luck, and even if he didn't cheat, it was still unfair. Dean H led 1EE9 was helpless against Liu led 1EA1C Thayan's stubbornness. Nurturing talent was inherently unfair. Whoever was more capable won, as long as Hanvu didn't cheat. Speaking of fairness, Liu led 1EA1C Thayan himself should reflect. He gave his nephew, Liu M led 1EB7C, more resources, and T led 1EA7NS led 1EA3NG had divine power backing him. So what was fair about that? Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van hadn't expected Liu M led 1EB7C to be Liu L led 1EA1C Thayan's nephew. No wonder he was so confident in his bet. As the elders say, you reap what you sow, so it was truly unreasonable for Liu M led 1EB7C to expect to win without putting in the effort. Sure enough, Liu M led 1EB7C withdrew in the 11th round. The betting result was clear. Panvu passed the 11th round, while Liu M led 1EB7C did not. Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van reminded Liu L led 1EA1C Thayan about the stake. Liu L led 1EA1C Thayan reluctantly handed over 5 divinity points to teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van, warning him to keep them safe, as he would reclaim them later. After 1 hour, only Hanvu, T led 1EA7NS led 1EA3NG, and Hein-Fi had passed the 13th round. In the 14th round, Pine-Fi withdrew. In the 16th round, T led 1EA7NS led 1EA3NG also withdrew. Only Hanvu persevered until the 20th round. The sculpted Imperial Worm grew stronger with each attack, and the Bone Soldier screamed in terror as they were sacrificed as food. After 50 minutes of peace in the Divine Realm, the 21st stage, with its increased difficulty, arrived. The door slowly opened. Panvu looked up and exclaimed, "How enormous!" The ancient Scale Spirit Master appeared, surprising even the teachers of the principal's ambitious choice. By the end of the stage, even the Spirit Master level made Hanvu bored, so he voluntarily withdrew. The ancient Scale Spirit Master had just entered the arena when it was forced to return, unable to object. Its body was sucked out of the Divine Realm while it tried to cling to the door. Suddenly, an object flew from the ancient Scale Spirit Master's direction, shrieked past Hanvu's face, and exploded behind him. Panvu hadn't even understood what had happened before he was forcibly removed from the Divine Realm. As soon as he stepped out, he was surprised to see his name at the top of the school's rankings. In summary, teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van's class ranked first, while Liu L led 1EA1C Thayan's class dropped to 8th place. He cursed bitterly, "Our class should have been first." Hanvu proudly accepted the congratulations. From a bullet boy, he now stood at the top of the school. An hour later, the rewards arrived, a bundle of rare exchange cards, making other students envious. All the exchange cards were beneficial, and Hanvu had a headache trying to choose the most suitable one. Luckily, teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van offered a suggestion, truly a reputable teacher. First, he used the Divine Realm Territory card to exchange for an additional 20 km of dense forest. He then used the level 1 Sacred Artifact card to exchange for a Poison Mist Pearl, along with a Sacred Domain Core and a level 1 Divine Land Construction completion. Hanyu could only exchange for 1 weapon, which wasn't enough for God for the Fin to bombard with 4 items, so Hanyu decided to find more weapons for the Rickshaw Dwarf. He saw a Purgatory War Mace, which required a Fire Elemental Heroic Life Form to use, but the Rickshaw Dwarf currently didn't meet the requirements. They would have to wait for Rickshaw's lover to find a Fire Elemental hero. An hour later, teacher Dean Van summarized with the whole class. The comprehensive assessment had drawn a clear line between them and the high school class. Those with real strength would soon become elites. Teacher Dean Van invited the top 3 students to come forward to receive something. Panyu excellently ranked first, receiving 100 fan points at the resource treasury, where he could choose anything he wanted. He was curious to see what good things were inside. The selection board appeared, offering Gun Bachelor Branch Lido, Life Fountain, Core Profoundine Ore, and several Tier 2 support skills. Panyu chose the Stream of Life, which helped increase life force like flowing water, nourishing growth and changing the surrounding environment. During the break, the young man asked Panyu if he wanted to exchange 105 million divine power for 1 point of divinity. Of course, Panyu refused. Why would he exchange for divinity points when he was perfectly fine as he was? No reason needed, the young man said. As long as you agree, we'll have 105 million divine power to change your life and live a comfortable and prosperous existence. The young man had money but no divinity. He thought Hanyu would accept the divine power, but Hanyu flatly refused, saying that although he was poor, he wasn't that desperate. The young man then begged, explaining that his grandfather was about to ascend to true god status but lacked divinity. Besides the divine power, he would also owe Hanyu a favor. 100 million divine power was a large sum. Having it would increase the number of locusts tenfold, and then acquiring divinity points would be as easy as pie. Just as Hanyu was about to agree to the exchange, his phone rang. Ting Ting was calling. Qin Chuan had just transferred 150 million divine power to exchange for 1 divinity point. She was truly a wealthy young lady. She just said hello and transferred it immediately, as if it were only 150,000. What's more, Qin Chuan also sent another message. Is 1 divinity point really worth 100 million divine power? This was just basic knowledge, but Han Yu didn't know it. 100 million divine power could indeed condense into 1 divinity point, but only if it originated from one's own faith power. If it was mixed with the faith power of other deities, the condensation rate would decrease significantly. The current market price was 145 million divine power, but no one was selling. Pan Yu read this and realized he had been tricked, so he immediately sent the young man away. Now he would be swimming in a sea of money. 150 million divine power had fallen from the sky. He was so ecstatic he forgot his way home. In his divine domain, Pan Yu observed the vast landscape of mountains and rivers. A tier 1 divine temple was built near the Riksha Dwarf's forge. The life fountain was placed near the desert. In the future, this place would become fertile land. After that, he bestowed the purgatory ward tree upon the Riksha dwarves, allowing them to enjoy divine praise. Pan Yu also gave them a transcendent seed. Later, it would be called the divine pond. He hoped they would become heroic life forms worthy the purgatory war pond. After finishing his tasks, Pan Yu flew away like a true deity. Next, he considered the poison pearl that teacher Dean Van told him to choose, whose effects were unclear. As soon as he picked up, Cao Cao call, Pan Yu immediately answered the phone. Teacher Dean Van had just defeated Liu Lapthine and received 5 divinity points, partly thanks to Han Yu. He wanted to share it with him. This included a divinity card containing 150 million divine power and a pitch-black demonic egg on his left hand. These were war spoils from an outer realm, eggs birthed by the heavenly demon Worm King, refined into a demonic embryo using a secret method. Each day, it produced 10 liters of demonic embryo essence, which even low-level insectoids could consume to ascend to lower-tier heavenly demon worms. When Han Yu first enrolled, teacher Dean Van promised to help him complete the life elixir for the Crane Heart clan and would find every way to assist Han Yu. People often looked down on teacher Dean Van because the yellow worm tribe was at the bottom of society. However, if they grasped the path of life transformation, yellow worms could become heavenly demon worms. Although not as powerful as thunder sparrows, they would be on par with common races like elves and dwarves. Pan Yu decided to choose a demonic embryo because he wasn't short on money, and he could combine it with heavenly demon worms with high toxicity. Teacher Dean Van advised him to put a tier 1 poison fug pearl inside to achieve unexpected results. In addition to thanking teacher Tianwen, Pan Yu also made a request. He hoped the teacher could help him prepare a large quantity of meat, as he didn't need anything high quality because the prices at the mall were so high he couldn't bear it. Teacher Tianwen guessed that Han Yu intended to raise locusts, so he advised him not to buy meat from the mall because it was expensive and the quality was not worth it. Recently, the principal had captured the demon abyss, which certainly contained many demon corpses, and he could try his luck there. Pan Yu expressed his gratitude, hung up the phone, and paced around his divine domain in Thor. The second-tier holy objects were being consumed as usual. The locusts in his divine domain were no longer sufficient as a food source, and the production within the divine domain alone could not satisfy the hunger, so he needed to find a food source as soon as possible. Pan Yu went to the base of the ancient tree and placed the demon embryo eggs there so they could produce demon embryo elements, which would allow the locusts to evolve quickly once consumed. 2 days later, the demon embryo elements were ready for the locusts. Pan Yu eagerly awaited the results as the eggs cracked open, and a mutated black butterfly flew out. It belonged to the common heavenly demon insect species with a lifespan of 200 days. Although they were common, the strength was 100 times greater than that of the locusts, and information on how to raise them was extremely rare. Heavenly demon insects need demon embryo elements to evolve. 1 drop assimilates 1 locust, and 1 milliliter contains 20 drops, so 10 liters would be 200,000 drops. Things went smoothly. Pan Yu could produce 200,000 heavenly demon insects every day. Within minutes, they had doubled in size after absorbing the demon embryo elements. If the law of gluttony worked, they would soon evolve into elite creatures. Next, Pan Yu placed the first-tier poison fug pearl holy object into the core of the divine domain to test it. The heavenly demon insects immediately evolved into elite-tier poison fug heavenly demon insects. The terrifying appearance would make anyone afraid of insects shudder. Meanwhile, the principal was suffering from a headache over the pile of foul-smelling corpses, not knowing how to dispose of them all. Besides bones, there was also demon flesh and blood. If he sealed it all into cards, his mental energy would be depleted, and the corpses might explode, further polluting the air. For Han Yu's sake, the teacher shamelessly asked the principal to let him use the demon flesh and blood as food for the core kin. Pan Yu's core locusts had once eaten all the flesh and blood corpses during the assessment without any ill effects. The principal remembered that Han Yu was a student who had fought against the demigod Jing Gang a few days ago. He hadn't expected the tiny locusts to be so useful, but the conditions in the demon abyss were not suitable for the locusts. Otherwise, he could have brought a large number of locusts to clean up the demon flesh and blood. Therefore, the principal sealed the demon flesh and blood into cards and gave them to teacher Tianwen to pass on to Han Yu. A day later, teacher Tianwen called back, saying that 1,000,000 demon flesh and blood corpses weren't even enough for the locusts and hoped for a long-term supply. The principal was shocked that they had been eaten in just 1 day, but he quickly composed his expression to remain cold and detached. The demon flesh and blood corpses were sufficient to provide, but long-term supply wouldn't be free. The principal wanted to trade, with 1 point of divine power for every 100 corpses, for deals starting from 10,000 divine power and up. A few minutes later, Pan Yu closed the deal, spending 1,000,000 divine power instantly, which left the principal dumbfounded. A few days later, the time was ripe, and many poison-fuck heavenly demon insects were born in Han Yu's divine domain. Once raised to be plump, they had to repay him through a life sacrifice. Pan Yu had 3 choices. First, 5 giant warrior tag transcendent life forms. Second, the 3rd-tier poison burst skill crystal to help his kin learn basic poison bursting. He could assign the highest level poison burst skill to a hero-type life form, and finally, a decomposer to break down matter into pure energy. Without contributing, Pan Yu would have to produce 12 billion elite locusts to exchange for these. The 5 warriors were all transcendent with tremendous destructive power, and selling them would fetch at least 10,000,000 divine power each. Pan Yu told himself to stay calm and not let money blind him. The second auction was tempting a third tier poison burst skill combined with heavenly demon insects and the first tier poison fog pearl, but his core was currently only at tier 3. After having the lore of Bloodney and the poison fog pearl, there was no more room for the poison burst still, so Han Yu decided to choose the third option. The decomposer would break down matter to extract energy crystals, which served as food for magic tag kin and were extremely rare. With this machine, Pan Yu could earn money even while lying down. The large machine landed in front of him, and Han Yu tried throwing in a few iron ore chunks. 5 hours later, he collected 3 precious crystals. These things could be used as food for certain special races and as materials for forging, with each piece worth 5 points of divine power, opening a long-term path to success for Han Yu. Great God, while mining, we encountered an attack by undead, and 3 companions were injured. The Chichilo dwarf chieftain is fighting the undead, praying for the god's grace to save the Chichilo dwarf clan. The cries echoed through the temple to Han Yu. He didn't understand why there were undead in his divine domain, but whoever dared to touch his descendants would have no chance at reincarnation. Upon arriving, Pan Yu saw the Chichilo dwarf chieftain fighting against skeletal soldiers. The skeletal soldier appeared to be a leader, not as mindless as the usual pile of bones. Before Han Yu could finish the rescue, he found the skeletal soldier interesting and decided to investigate information about it. However, the investigation failed because the little skeleton was not a follower of Han Vu, and he lacked the ability to investigate it himself. Feeling bitter, Pan Vu immediately called upon the god for the sword wind to join the battle, reasoning that if information could not be obtained, he would use force. God for the sword wind swung his sword once, and the little skeleton's bones scattered all over the ground. They immediately flew up and reassembled into their original form. Pan Vu ordered them to submit, promising to grant them a new life with flesh and skin. The little skeleton launched an attack, but Han Vu was unharmed, his body being like a soul. Only by destroying the divine realm could one defeat a divine avatar. Han Vu ordered the red dwarf chieftain and god for the sword wind to beat the little skeleton until it agreed to submit. 3 days and 3 nights passed, and the skeletons finally knelt before Han Vu. Han Vu rubbed their heads, teasing that if they had listened sooner, they wouldn't have had to suffer a beating. The skeletons were the followers of the Wind Spirit Lord, weakened and sealed, yet their instinctual strength remained high, as they threw themselves into exams every day at school. The upcoming exam was truly the key to creating a gap between students, and it would even influence everyone's future. This important exam was related to university, and Han Vu took it seriously. His grandfather's dying wish was for him to attend the Imperial Academy in the Chaotic Star Sea to find traces of his parents, one of the top schools in the Divine Realm. His grandfather certainly knew how to make things difficult for his grandson. The students were teleported to the Demon Abyss at coordinates C793,826. The specific tests would be sent via email upon arrival, and everyone had 1 hour to prepare. Whispers spread about the Demon Abyss, a place filled with demonic energy where other creatures could easily be corrupted and transformed into monsters, leaving only demonic creatures and zombies to exist normally. Pi Ulan was smug, as this test was meant for demonic followers. His time had come. Just then, Pi Ulan received a strange call. Unexpectedly, it was Liu Lacthine. He asked him to deal with someone, and though he didn't need to say the name, Pi Ulan knew it was Han Vu. As long as he helped Liu Lacthine this time, he would not be treated unfairly. Before the exam started, he was even gifted a sub-dragon demon, a transcendent life form and a powerful insect. Liu Lacthine was real planning something big this time. The exam began, and students manifested their followers. Each person only had 1 opportunity per day to summon them, a maximum of 100 individuals at a time. With the system scoring based on accumulated points from missions, the list was as long as a prayer, so he skipped it. First, one had to choose a follower avatar. If it failed, the student would return to their original form, but if the real buddy failed, they would be out for good. Pan Vu had 4 options: the Locust, the Red Dwarf, the God for the Sword Wind, and the Skeleton Lord. Vu was both weak, disabled, and sealed. The Demon Abyss was dense with demonic energy, so Han Vu chose the Skeleton Lord avatar, which belonged to the undead faction, to avoid being corrupted. This was the first time Han Vu had experienced the sensation of incarnation, abracadabra, and it felt like being on a roller coaster. He lost all his flesh, leaving only bones and his clothes. The Demon Abyss was a paradise for the undead and demonic creatures, and Han Vu felt even more comfortable than when he was human. He ordered 100 of his devouring locust grandchildren to launch an attack and clear the area, but before they could fly even a kilometer, the locusts were hit by the demonic energy, and all 100 of them died. Just as rumors said, the nemesis of followers was demonic energy. With no other choice, Pan Vu relied on the 3 heavenly demon insect brothers he had cultivated, with the first mission being to fill their empty stomachs. Pan Vu sent the 3 heavenly demon insect brothers to pick fruit to see how it differed from regular fruit. As soon as he stepped inside, a group of zombies emerged from the foul-smelling mud and headed toward Han Vu. Pan Vu wanted to test the little skeleton's attack and defense. He took them all on by himself, cleared out the zombies in 10 minutes, and gave his grandchildren a chance to line up for reincarnation. After a while of scrambling, the 3 heavenly demon insect brothers harvested countless demon bone fruits. The mission only gave 20 points, while the boss was worth 100, but the boss was a demigod, and Han Vu wasn't confident, so he decided to focus on quantity and pick more demon bone fruits. After 1 day, Pan Vu had stripped the trees bare in the Demon Abyss. There were no demon bone fruits left, but exam points could only be exchanged once, so he had the idea to message the class group to ask who wanted to trade 100 demon bone fruits for mission No. 49. A few people objected, some agreed, and finally, Teacher Dean Van reminded them that only resources collected during the exam could be traded. A first violation would result in a warning, and 3 violations would lead to disqualification. Pan Vu stroked his skeletal chin, spoke about his business talent. Now he had all the resources he needed to play. Meanwhile, a certain individual, whom everyone knows after reading Hanvu's message in the group chat, determined his location and gathered a wolf cavalry army to launch a surprise attack on him. A few hours later, Hanvu's rank dropped continuously because his minions were too weak. If he didn't take on a high-tier mission, he would end up at the bottom, making him wonder what to do. Suddenly, a group of roaming skeletons approached Hanvu. He moved in and out of sight while strategizing, wondering if transforming into a lord would allow him to suppress these dry skeletons. "Do you recognize me?" Hanvu said as he slowly approached them. The skeleton soldiers immediately knelt and kowtowed before him. Hanvu gaped in surprise. With just one sentence, he had recruited 10 tough units. He ordered the skeletons to stand up and lead him to the lake to see how many more were there. 1 hour later, the skeleton soldiers had gathered their entire clan before Hanvu. There was even an extraordinary undead skeleton knight riding a wolf mount that looked incredibly cool. Hanvu hit the jackpot this time. Luck is also a form of talent. The skeleton knight recounted its origin, stating they were once members of the First Legion during the conflict with the flesh demons. Its unit was separated and stationed here to defend against invasions, but as their numbers dwindled, they were sent to find bone sunflower fruits to increase their strength. Since they were now Hanvu's soldiers, he would make them even stronger. A new idea formed in his mind. The next day, Hanvu's rank fell to nearly 180. This was a time to act. Hanvu granted the skeleton knight milk bone spirit stones, and they divided the equipment among themselves. 10 minutes later, the skeleton soldiers became aggressive and headed for the flesh demon sunflower lake to start the battle. The flesh demon sunflower lake contained between 8,000 and 10,000 units. Hanvu planned to take them all on alone. However, since a direct confrontation would be difficult to win, he devised a scheme where one skeleton soldier would stand at the cave entrance and shake its hips to cause a disturbance. Sure enough, the demons in the cave rushed out as if they were in heat. But when they arrived at the spot, there was no sign of the bait. They only found an ambush of skeleton soldiers ready to attack. The first step of the plan satisfied Hanvu. Even after being destroyed, the flesh demons could be turned into army units. The skeleton soldiers' method of recruiting new members was quite unique. An hour later, the number of skeletons had increased to 7,000, while the flesh demon lair only had 3,000 remaining. It was definitely a fight worth pursuing. Hanvu ordered the skeletons to charge, and after 3 hours, the skeleton knight presented the boss's heart to him. Having completed the mission, he received an additional 60 points. Meanwhile, Tuang Yulan was still tirelessly searching for Hanvu, wanting to meet him just once but failing to find him. On the leaderboard, Hanvu jumped from 180 to 108 with 60 points. Yulan guessed he had raised the flesh demon lair, and though it was unexpected, he assumed it was just a stroke of luck. Tuang Yulan went to the flesh demon lair to look for Hanvu and discovered he was secretly raising skeleton soldiers to boost his results. He immediately sent his hellhounds to attack and tear apart the skeletons. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward to protect Hanvu. They were so tough that Yulan's hellhounds found it hard to bite through them. It was only the second day of the demonic mist realm's arrival, yet Hanvu had already gathered such a large force. Fearing no one could stop him in a few days, Yulan decided to finish him off today. Yulan summoned a sub-dragon demon, which charged forward and bit the skeleton knight's body in half. Hanvu did not know when the two sides had started the conflict, yet the opponent had suddenly launched an army to attack him. Yulan spoke with a growl of anger and ordered quickly to descend to the Yellow Springs, but along the demon attacked directly, sending Hanvu flying far away. Kosi led 1 bin rushed in to avenge along the demon without hesitation. Yulan saw that they were just boneless skeletons unworthy of concern, so he led his troops to. Hanvu sat up, clutching his chest amidst the bushes, and was resurrected thanks to his transformation into a lord of skeletons. Seeing the skeletons surrounding him, Hanvu ordered the entire army to withdraw from the area. The wise know when to retreat. Today Hanvu was defeated by Jilun, but they would meet again tomorrow, and he would pay him back. Jilun thought Hanvu would withdraw from the competition, but his name remained on the leaderboard with no sign of retreat. Angered that Hanvu had tricked him by faking his death, Jilun immediately flew off to find him, determined not to let him survive, no matter how long it took. But upon arriving, Hanvu had already moved his troops elsewhere. Jilun ordered RKHY led 1EC1 in to search for Hanvu within a 100-unit radius, leaving no stone unturned. Hanvu had just over 5,000 skeletons left, so he granted them bone essence to speed up their reproduction. The strength after absorbing the bone essence was still not enough to gain attention from the Imperial Academy. A breakthrough achievement was needed. Hanvu scanned the quest board. Quest 64 was to destroy the sinking demon tribe, offering 80 competition points and a level 2 skill stone. The creatures, known as Lin Trao Horse led 1EA7U, were insidious but had ordinary strength. Hanvu could turn them into his own skeleton soldiers, so he set off towards the territory. 2 months later, in the conference room, the teachers were discussing. One asked teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van, wasn't Hanvu in your class leading the assessment competition? Why don't we see him now? Luel led 1EA1 Thayan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying Hanvu was just lucky to be first. He was inherently weak but was considered a treasure by the teacher and was becoming increasingly unruly. Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van warned him, but Luel led 1EA1 Thayan continued to spout nonsense. Am I wrong? Hanvu is useless. No matter how many resources you give him, it's like plastering mud on a wall. Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van couldn't contain his anger and declared Hanvu would win the championship. Extremely powerful, 10 divine points, but with divine status, he can also compete. This time he set a trap. I fear Hanvu won't have a way back. I can't miss out on these 10 divine points, which are as easy as giving them away. He obtained the divine status of level 3 disease sealing from the teacher. The C-Letter 1EF1C incident with C-Letter 1EF1C was settled. Hanvu only needed to achieve over 80 mission points to succeed. 80 points was extremely difficult for high school students, but success would attract attention from top-tier universities. Even if not ranked first, they would still have a certain position. At the sinking demon stronghold, there were less than 100,000 remaining. The remaining ones joined Han Vu's side, increasing his skeleton soldier count to 90,000. Next, another 100,000 would have to surrender to his skeleton army. 20 minutes later, the skeleton soldiers were victorious under Han Vu's command. 3 skeleton soldiers cast the illusionary magic of Canada. The surviving sinking demons were turned into resurrected skeletons belonging to the transcendent undead. Han Vu was surprised to have skeletons stronger than skeletal knights. Resurrected skeletons could also cast spells on other skeleton soldiers, making them stronger. Han Vu's army was virtually unharmed. Skeletal knights swept the battlefield, presenting Han Vu with a level 1 artifact, the Fireball Magic Staff, as spoils of war. Coupled with the Divine Realm Core, it enhanced the power of level 1 fireballs for the clan, and also the Primordial Abyss Argent to stimulate life. It was truly a treasure for Han Vu's swarm of locusts, with 100,000 soldiers at his command. Han Vu no longer feared Zhang Jialang. He went to accept a mission, his points increasing by 80. He then accepted mission 70 to stir up trouble among the native races of the Abyssal Depths. 3 days later, Han Vu brought his skeletons to cause chaos, climbing from the bottom of the rankings to 4th place. Teacher D-I led 1EC1 and Van considered him even more of a treasure. HMPH, so what if he's 4th? Not 1st. Liu led 1EA1C and maintained his contemptuous attitude towards Han Vu. At this very moment, universities sent interview invitations to Han Vu after the assessment. Even a second-tier university offered him direct admission. Liu led 1EA1C and shouted, asking why only Han Vu received notifications and not others. There were 3 other students ahead of Han Yu, but according to the rules, the examination score must exceed 3,000 and an 80-point mission must be completed to meet the requirements. Currently, only Han Yu has managed to do so. Next, Tan Sang just finished an 80-point mission. Her total score exceeded 3,000, and she received invitations from other universities. Liu Lakthin told himself that as long as Han Yu did not rank first, it would be a big victory. Liu Lakthin contacted Tuan Yulan, reminding him not to target Han Yu anymore, as long as he did not take one of the 3 remaining missions. Tuan Yulan nodded and aimed for the 90-point mission. Han Yu reviewed the 3 remaining missions. The 80-point one was to wipe out the evil human tree infestation, the 90-point one was to exterminate the fish demon tribe, and the 100-point one was to exterminate the dark frogman demigod. Han Yu's total score was over 3,000, ranking 3rd. If he completed 2 more missions, he would surpass the person in the lead. It would not be easy, but with over 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 hero-level life forms, and many other extraordinary life forms, Han Yu decided to wipe out the fish demon tribe first. At that time, at the fish demon tribe, Tuan Yulan had to join forces with another person to attack the fish demons for the sake of profit. The fish demons knocked their heads with sticks for a while, and after an hour, the situation had not changed. Tuan Yulan saw that it was not going well. If he kept rushing in, he would lose all his dependents, so he had to retreat. This level of examination was difficult for 2 people to work together, let alone Han Yu alone. Just then, the ground shook, and the 2 monsters looked out to see Han Yu's skeleton army swarming in. One creature fought against countless skeleton soldiers. Tuan Yulang and his accomplice saw that the fish demons were being ganged up on, so they tried to fight along with them. The skeleton soldiers were numerous but tactically weak, so they pressed the attack together. Han Yu did not give them a chance and sent out 2 skeleton controllers. The skeleton controllers became massive skeleton knights, knocking the heads of each one. The skeleton resurrection turned nearby monsters into new skeleton soldiers. All the corpses around were converted, and the population grew larger and larger. Tuan Yulang and his accomplice panicked and retreated to save their lives. They had no dependents left to speak of. The skeleton knights blocked the path, though they shouldn't even dream of escaping. Han Yu stood on the shoulder of a skeleton giant and spoke to them. Tuan Yulan, long time no see. Tuan Yulan replied, Han Yu, aren't your dependents locusts? Seeing that Tuan Yulan was babbling, Han Yu delivered a flying kick directly to his face. No, don't. Now that Tuan Yulan was kneeling to beg for peace, it was too late. In an instant, his whole body was sent to the Western Paradise. Seeing this, Tu Dan pleaded, Plaspe Han Yu, we don't have a major conflict. It was just a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. If you kill me, it will be useless. Sparing you won't benefit me anyway. Han Yu calmly retorted with a powerful comeback. Terrified out of his wits, Tu Dan took out half of his treasures to trade for his life at Han Yu's hands. Actually, he should have said that from the beginning. Han Yu didn't even need to make a move. The 2 sides made a deal, and Tu Dan was just afraid that he would change his mind and flee. 5 hours later, the fish demons were piled up in heaps. The remaining ones knelt and surrendered, willing to follow and become Han Yu's subordinates. The mission was successful, adding 90 points. Han Yu climbed to the top 2, 140 points away from the top 1. With 2 missions left, Han Yu was not sure which mission to choose when only 1 remained. It could only be Tan Sang. Han Yu was not surprised because as the daughter of a wealthy family, she was provided with extremely powerful resources by her clan. To get to the top of the leaderboard, the only way was to carry out the mission to exterminate the Dark Frogman demigod. It was a difficult top-tier mission, and although Han Yu did not like trouble, he had to do it to catch the attention of the capital academy. Han Yu ordered the skeleton army to set off, aiming for the lair of the Dark Frogman demigod. Currently, 11 classes have completed the examination. Only 3 students from Mr. Dean Van's class remain, Tan Sang, Han Yu, and Tu Dan. Tan Sang ranked 2nd, 10 points ahead of Han Yu. Tu Dan ranked 7th. Mr. Dean Van did not know what the 3 of them would do next. There was only the demigod mission left. If they dared to challenge it and failed, there would be nothing left. Liu Lakthin was bitter because his plan to eliminate Han Yu had failed. No one in the 11th grade had tried it yet, and no one in history had ever succeeded. Teacher Dean Van has absolute faith in his students. Both Han Vu and Tan Sang are ready to face the final mission. Tan Sang arrived first, sending her flock of young birds into battle. Although the thunderbirds are small, the lightning is more powerful than alternating current, instantly creating a dish of dark roasted frog meat. The Dark Frogman deity is a torquing red-eyed frog that immediately activated a protective shield against Tan Sang's Thunderbirds. Whoever dares to destroy my tribe will suffer the consequence of losing their life. Tan Sang realized the danger. The enemy was about to unleash a powerful attack, and she was struck before she could fly away. Tan Sang tumbled through the air, fearing this trap would be the end of her, but fortunately, she was okay. She managed to use a divine purification spell to restore her strength. She then unleashed a critical lightning strike, sending a ball of lightning straight toward the Dark Frogman's protective shield. The remaining Thunderbirds also unleashed critical lightning strikes simultaneously. While one ball did nothing, multiple balls managed to break the shield. Next, she just needed to rust the frogs inside. However, the final mission was not easy. The Dark Frogman now summoned the mountain-swallowing demon frog, a colossal frog with a horrific, bloody mouth that appeared behind Tan Sang. In the eyes of the mountain-swallowing demon frog, Tan Sang was nothing more than a buzzing fly, so it used its tongue to snatch her. Despite flapping her wings, Tan Sang could not break free and was swallowed into the giant frog's mouth. Inside the mountain-swallowing demon frog's slimy mouth, her lightning was useless. Saying the Tu-Lung could result in her being digested. At the critical moment, Panvu called. Tan Sang was annoyed but still answered, "Where are you?" "The scene looks quite bizarre," Panvu said, irritating her immediately and making her want to crawl out and hit him on the head. Panvu did not back down and proposed a partnership, warning that in 10 minutes, the Thunderbirds would become frog bait. Tan Sang was about to snap but considered her situation and agreed. The condition was that the Dark Frogman's divine body would belong to her, while Hanvu would take the rest. Panvu closed the deal, waiting for Tan Sang to send her location so he could send the bone skeletons to support her. Tan Sang said she was in a predicament where even Hanvu would have trouble saving her, so she sent her Thunderbird army to his position. Within a few minutes, Panvu saw the Thunderbird army in the sky, arriving faster than an ex-lover turns it back. "Over here, birds." Panvu signaled with his skeletal hind. He then jumped onto the flock leader and ordered them to depart, with the other skeletons hopping onto the backs of the Thunderbirds to follow. On arrival, the Thunderbirds unleashed a barrage of lightning onto the red-eyed frogs. The Dark Frogman made a quick swipe, causing Hanvu's bone soldiers to shatter into pieces. With only a pile of broken bones left, Panvu ordered the bone controller into battle. He used a magic spell to repurpose those piles of broken bones. They transformed into cool skeletal knights wearing red scarves. The group of Dark Frogmen sat in a circle performing a ritual to summon the Hell Swamp, but the skeletal knights kicked 5 frogs away, making for an impressive display by the bone army. Panvu continued to send more reanimated skeletons and evil demon mages into battle. One made entirely of bone and another of flesh rushed forward to join the fight. The evil demon mages used hammers to strike the frogs' heads, making them jump in clusters, while the reanimated skeletons turned the fallen Dark Frogmen on the ground into new bone soldiers. The living Dark Frogmen and the deceased ones began fighting each other. It was unclear who would win, but with the bone soldier supported by Thunder Breath, the outcome became obvious. "I underestimated you. Now I must be serious," the Dark Frogman demigod said, using dark divine arts to summon the Dark Night. The sky turned pitch black, the sun became blood red, and Hanvu's skeletons, drained of their vitality, began to wither. He had brought all his tribal warriors here. Was he really going to admit defeat? "Oh great deity, I beg to join the battle," the voice echoed within Hanvu. It was the godfather of the Wind Sword and the Cyclo Dwarf. His efforts in raising them were not in vain, for as long as they held the line, he could bring in new followers to serve the Divine Realm. The gates of the Divine Realm swung open, and the godfather of the Wind Sword emerged, majestically wielding 4 greatswords. Together with the Cyclo Dwarf army, they rushed forward to attack. A swarm of locusts also flew out, willing to sacrifice themselves for Hanvu. Though he had no tears left, he was deeply moved and proceeded to sacrifice them all at once. The choice presented this time was truly magnificent. It seemed even the heavens wanted to help him. Among the options was the sacred fire of hope, which could dispel darkness, eliminate negativity, and boost the positive energy of his followers. Hanvu did not hesitate to take the torch of light to purify the shadows. The Dark Frogmen watched in bewilderment as the flame of purging appeared. Hanvu was thrilled. After being overwhelmed for so long, he could finally launch a counterattack. The Dark Frogman could not accept that a divine being like Hanvu could dispel its divine art simply because he was the author's favorite. Hanvu held the sacred torch and soared through the sky with the Thunderbirds. Everywhere the light touched was purified, and the red-eyed frogs no longer suffered from the bloodlust. As he flew toward the mountain-swallowing demon frog, Hanvu remembered he needed to rescue Tan Sang. He had spent the previous moments holding his torch like a Statue of Liberty cosplayer. "Take down the mountain-swallowing demon frog immediately." At Hanvu's command, the godfather of the Wind Sword and the Cyclo Dwarf Patriarch charged forward. The two of them slaughtered the giant frog, and Tan Sang burst out from its belly to wait for Hanvu. A moment later, and she would have turned into a pile of waste. Tan Sang vented her anger on the frog with a massive sphere of lightning. The frog experienced a sensation of total paralysis, as if its mind were floating in the clouds. Afterward, the flock of Thunderbirds and the Cyclo Dwarfs rushed in to clear out the remaining small frogs, while the Skeleton Knights also contributed, marching for miles and crushing several frogs underfoot. The Dark Frogman demigod turned tail to flee, not forgetting to leave behind the classic line, "Just you wait. I don't like waiting," Hanvu shouted, appearing suddenly above its head and using the sacred torch to enlighten the Dark Frogman demigod. Then it was Tan Sang's turn to blast the demigod frog with lightning. With the couple working in perfect harmony, the demigod frog was soon turned into charred dark meat. With the mission complete, Tan Sang moved in to claim the demigod's remains. The dying Dark Frogman said to Hanvu, "Spare me, and I will offer you everything. I only ask for my life. If you are dead, everything will still be mine," Hanvu said, waving goodbye as he sent it to its grave. Half an hour later, the Dark Frogman's assets were tallied, and it was unbelievable how much treasure a single frog could hide. According to the agreement, the entire treasure belonged to Hanwu, while Tan Chuan only needed to take the corpse for research. Hanwu placed a crown on Tan Chuan's head, as if to repay his spiritual debt to her. Tan Chuan was secretly delighted but maintained a cold expression, reluctantly accepting it. The assessment ended, and teacher Dean Van informed Hanwu and Tan Chuan to return to meet the school leaders and recruitment staff, with all the bone soldiers belonging to Hanwu. Along the way, Teacher Dean Van warned the two students not to act recklessly, as all the teachers inside were true gods. Teacher Dean Van led them inside and withdrew. Pan Wu wondered if the three true god teachers before him could discern his blessed one talent and his life-sacrificing ability. Recruitment teacher started with Tan Chuan, as the Tan family is a true god clan with abundant resources, and she had acquired a god's corpse in the competition intended for creating a lord-tier life from. The key was how much divinity value she possessed. The teacher sitting nearby felt ashamed after hearing the vice principal speak. Tan Chuan had nurtured a lord-tier life from before even reaching semi-god status, whereas the school leaders had been gods for a long time without successfully nurturing one. Tan Chuan bluntly stated she had 4 points of divinity value. Upon hearing this, Pan Wu was amazed, thinking she was inhumanely wealthy, possessing more than anyone else. The recruitment teacher announced that Tan Chuan was eligible for admission to all 3 schools, as long as he nurtured dual lord-tier life forms. She could enroll as a preparatory student and experience university life early. Tan Chuan happily gave thanks, having anticipated this for a long time. When it was Han Wu's turn, the recruitment teacher's expression suddenly darkened, making Han Wu sense an ill omen. Student Han Wu, we have reviewed your records. Your core race is the Locust, correct? After Han Wu confirmed, the teacher checked the core race box on his name sheet. He then asked about Han Wu's divinity points. Since he currently had 1 point, he qualified. Next came the final question. How did God for the Sword Peak in the Demon Realm discover the Bone Incarnation Lord? This question proved that no one knew Han Wu's true abilities, and he had no need to tell them. However, since he did not answer, Pan Wu failed to satisfy one aspect. To register for the 3 schools, he would have to maintain his excellence in the upcoming Gaokao. The director regretted that the recruitment teacher did not recognize Han Wu's talent, but Han Wu felt no regret. He would strive in the upcoming Gaokao to catch the eye of the Imperial Academy, not for the sake. Teacher Dean Van patted Han Wu's shoulder to comfort him, saying Manhwa Academy was a top-tier school and it was normal not to get in. While several leading schools still wanted him as a preparatory student, Pan Wu only had his sights set on the Imperial Academy. Just outside the classroom, Tan Chuan was waiting. She said that after nurturing a lord-tier life form, she would become a preparatory student at a high-level school where resources were suitable for development, and if he wanted to go to the Imperial City later, she would go too. Pan Wu nodded. His only goal was the Imperial City Sea of Chaotic Stars to find the whereabouts of his original self's parents. Tan Chuan then retracted her previous statement, saying that once she entered school as a preparatory student, she would receive many resources and level up quickly. They might even be rivals when they met again, so she advised Tan Wu that there was still time to hurry and become her slave. Pan Wu didn't understand why Tan Chuan was so obsessed with him serving her. He had earned enough money to live comfortably for 3 lifetimes, so why would he ever become her slave? Seeing Han Wu walk away coldly, Tan Chuan liked him even more, thinking to herself that he was as stubborn as those bone soldiers, yet also quite adorable. Inside his god domain, Pan Wu used the divinity fragment. He now had 2 divinity points and plenty of divine power, and his core level rose to grade 3, with many subordinate clans alongside the Locusts, with new arrivals like the Skeleton race and the Yao Demon race. Pan Wu considered upgrading the strategic equipment, but more importantly, he needed to build an advancement path for the Locusts. The first path was to use the source of abasement, an abasement resource, to build the path of abasement for them. By following the path of abasement, the Locust resistance increases, their lifespan is extended, other attributes and magic resistance are enhanced, and they evolve towards counter-attacking defense, known as abasement Locusts. The second path used the heart of the Dark Frogman to create the Dark Curse path. After passing through it, the Locusts gained the ability to flicker in and out of sight while flying. Suddenly, the thoughts of the Zichlopors reached him, pleading for God's forgiveness because an idiot had dismantled the sacred staff bestowed by the deity. Pan Wu cursed. After feeding them, they had brought him trouble again, truly a cause for financial ruin. Upon arriving to investigate, the Godhammer Patriarch knelt and wept while accusing his younger brother, begging for forgiveness. It was indeed the fool who had dismantled the sacred item. Pan Wu simply told them to learn from the experience, work carefully, and not get easily confused. He waited to see what the sacred object yielded after dismantling. He received 2 5 spirit stones, 1 golden crystal block, and original sacred materials kept in their basic form, used for upgrades and repairs. Pan Wu suddenly realized that his lore of gluttony had been malfunctioning lately, and he wondered if these holy artifact materials could help restore it. Seeing is believing, and since it was already broken, Pan Wu wasn't afraid to put it to the test immediately. Upon merging, the lore of gluttony was indeed partially restored. Previously, an ordinary life form would evolve into an elite after absorbing over 1,000 times its energy, but now it only required 999 times. If he had enough holy artifact essence, Pan Wu could repair it completely, but he had no idea where to find so many holy artifacts. Pan Wu browsed the web to see if there was anything interesting and spotted someone broadcasting a distress signal. This young man possessed a holy artifact weapon, but he had unfortunately broken it, causing it to lose its holy aura and his combat power to drop significantly. He was now looking for someone to help repair it. No one would take the job because others had tried and failed, but Han Wu was different. He had the holy artifact materials for repairs and figured he could probably fix the weapon. He sent a message saying that if the person still needed help, they should get in touch. As soon as he sent the message, a call came through. It was lightning fast. Pan Wu didn't dare promise a full repair but offered to try. The other person had been waiting a long time without a better option, so they figured one more attempt wouldn't hurt and sent Han Wu a few holy artifacts first. Fearing a scam, the person downloaded the Divine Realm AnyFord Center app and warned Han Wu to be prepared if he tried anything. They asked what grade of holy artifact he needed. If it was below grade 4, they could send it immediately, but grade 4 or high would take time. Pan Wu didn't expect to encounter a tycoon who even had grade 4 holy artifacts, but he only needed grade 1. No sooner had he spoken than a massive crate dropped from the sky toward him. Dumb, did it really have to be that fast? Pan Wu approached and saw that the shipment contained as many as 100 holy artifacts. He briefly wondered if he should just take the goods and run. On second thought, remembering that the other person was using the Divine Realm Annie-Ford Center app, he dismissed the idea and tossed all 100 items into the decomposition furnace. 2 hours later, he received 109 units of holy artifact materials in return. He quietly pocketed 9 of them and sent only 100 to the other person, hoping he wouldn't be caught. After the delivery, the young man immediately cheered in gratitude. "Big brother, you are my savior. I beg of you, please help me." Panvu covered his ears and said with a smile, "The greatest joy is helping others." At the same time, at Mr. Dean Van's house, he was testing a rank 3 healing divine position obtained from Lu Lacthine. Lu Lacthine was fuming with rage but could do nothing except mock Mr. Dean Van. "Mr. Dean, the road ahead is long. You must watch your step as you go," Lu Lacthine said. Just then, Panvu called to ask about a trivial matter. He wanted to know how to obtain high-level core resources to upgrade his divine realm, having previously searched TikTok without success. According to Mr. Dean Van, rare resources such as divine positions, divinity, or core fragments cannot be sold online. As soon as they are listed, large corporations reserve them, leaving ordinary, poor people with no chance. If Hanvu helped him defeat Lu Lacthine, he would give him a collectible item. He mentioned another less common method. He had seen divine realm cores of such low levels that they couldn't accommodate good holy artifacts. In the past, he had participated in the blood arena where the winner received divine realm core fragments. If Hanvu engaged in duels with other divine realm citizens or races from different civilizations, his followers might suffer heavy casualties, but victory would yield core fragments as compensation. Hanvu could both invest in nurturing his followers and test his strength. Although he lacked many things, he had no shortage of locusts, so he decided to give it a try. The next day, Panvu and Mr. Dean Van headed to the blood arena. Before entering, they had to wear masks to hide their identities since this was a dangerous outer territory, and then they filled out their information on a form. The matches were divided into 3 categories based on the opponent's level: divine beings, demigods, and true gods. Unless requested by a participant, there was usually no level gap between opponents. Furthermore, there was no limit on the number of followers in a match, but to surrender, the number of casualties among one's followers had to exceed 50%. In the divine realm civilization, things moved faster than a microwave. Panvu had just finished signing up when an opponent was assigned, and he was suddenly pulled into a multi-dimensional teleportation space. "Ted, although one shouldn't judge by appearances, I bet you're a newcomer." Panvu's opponent was a young man who called himself Big Buschut. The name Big Buschut sounded foolish, but according to the audience, he was a ruthless person, and they felt sorry for Hanvu for encountering him on his very first match. Panvu also caught wind of the chatter, not expecting to encounter such a tough opponent right at the start of the match. The two received a notification to release their followers. The competition would begin in 3 minutes. Master Squeak summoned a swarm of mutant long-tailed hamsters that screeched deafeningly. Perhaps they were frightened because they had never seen so many followers, but if they were afraid, they should just give up. If this was a battle of numbers, Panvu felt no insecurity and summoned several tens of thousands of locusts to join the fight. Seeing that Hanvu's followers were far fewer than his own swarm, Master Squeak laughed incessantly. "Let's see if the rats eat the locusts or end up as food for them in a moment." The rat brothers took up their archery stances and, upon Master Squeak's command, unleashed a rain of arrows toward Hanvu. Panvu ordered the depravity bugs to defend. The arrows all snapped in half upon hitting the sturdy wings of the depravity bugs. Master Squeak ordered the rat swarm to flex their muscles and fight continuously, while Hanvu defended and dispatched the curse bugs to launch a surprise attack. The curse locust circled around behind them. It used 3 types of spells, forcing the rats to scream out in terror. Panvu sent the heavenly demon bugs to attack. The rats, dizzy from the spells, could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. The heavenly demon bugs fired venom from their abdomens, and the rats, unable to dodge in time, were crushed in an instant. The survival rate of Hanvu's followers reached 99%, while Master Squeak's was down to just over 20%. Master Squeak raised his hands in surrender, fearing his rats would be wiped out if the fight continued. Panvu won and received a core fragment of the god domain. The moment he touched it, he felt the power of life sacrifice. After receiving his reward, Panvu was teleported backstage, where teacher Dean Van patted his shoulder encouragingly, saying, "You did great. That first win was easy and earned me quite a bit of divine power." According to the gambling addict Dean Van, he had already placed a bet on Hanvu. With so few followers dead, the teacher wondered if he would continue to the second round. If he won, Panvu would get a core fragment and the teacher would win a second bet. Hearing this, Panvu decided to keep fighting, as his followers needed more combat experience. On the 32nd day, Panvu summarized that he had lost 100 million heavenly demon bugs but won 89 consecutive matches, reaching level 7 with the core fragments. Raising it to level 8 was even harder, requiring more fragments than before. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Teacher Dean Van suggested a match against a demigod. The divine creature challenging a demigod would receive 10 times the rewards. If Hanvu won a match against a demigod, the spoils from his 90 consecutive victories would be multiplied tenfold. This meant he would receive 90 ordinary god domain core fragments. Panvu thought for a while and then submitted an application to compete in a high tier. The audience buzzed with gossip upon hearing about the crustier match. Some already knew about Hanvu's locusts, which had been an unstoppable force in the divine creature rank just 30 days after joining the Bloodstar. However, demigods had high-level cores, superior sacred artifacts, divine positions, and used divine arts, so everyone bet on the demigod, believing Hanvu and his locusts were too arrogant to challenge one. Teacher Dean Van broke into a sweat. In the previous bet, he was the only one to win at 100 to 1 odds, and now Hanvu told him to bet 10 million divine power for him. The teacher swore he was still young but bet 5 million divine power his entire fortune on him. Panvu absolutely could not lose, for if he won, the teacher would buy a divine artifact for himself. Panvu thought the teacher would give it to him, but it turned out the teacher was buying it for himself, so there was no need to thank him. He entered the god domain to level up without having added any new sacred artifacts yet. The lower Bloodney required a sturdy host. It seemed different than usual. Yuan Zhan was just waiting for Han Vu to enter the God domain to ask if he was refining sacred artifact materials today. Han Vu remembered that last time Yuan Zhan said sacred artifacts below level 4 could be found. It turned out they were as common as grass in Yuan Zhan's God domain, so he smiled and requested a strong level 2 sacred artifact with poison, earth, dark, and fire attributes. As soon as he finished speaking, a package much larger than the previous one landed in front of Han Vu. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, wealthy people are truly on another level." Inside the package were 2 level 2 holy relics, the blazing magma orb earth and fire attributes, which increases defense and resistance for the household while improving recovery, and the shadow nail dark attribute, which allows the household to master a level 2 skill that fires a shadow to restrain enemies. Han Vu was extremely satisfied. The 2 holy relics were perfect for the abyssal swarm and the dark curse swarm, so he immediately fused them, creating a massive explosion. Han Vu's swarm evolved, appearing much more menacing than before. As soon as the evolution was finished, the arena was ready. Han Vu was more experienced during this teleportation. Jeers echoed from the stands, "Crush him. Show the strength of a demigod." The bearded statue lord crossed his arms over his chest. "Today is my lucky day, meeting a newcomer like you. Have you prepared the funeral offerings for your household yet?" "You talk too much," Han Vu coldly replied, though the statue lord still muttered a few more words before stepping. "Charge, giant mammoth legion." The statue lord summoned a group of giant mammoths. The arena flayed up, and the mammoth king looked grand. The statue lord led the way atop a giant thunder mammoth, looking majestic. "Hey rookie, it's your turn." As usual, Han Vu unleashed his insects onto the field. The venomous explosive heavenly demon insects raised from the insect nest, the gluttony lore combined with toxic mist, the dark stealth swarm from the nest with gluttony lore and shadow nails, and the earth explosive abyssal swarm from the nest with gluttony lore and the earth magma orb. The statue lord anticipated Han Vu's power because the insects had evolved further. The 2 sides clashed repeatedly, and Han Vu sent his dark stealth swarm forward first. They fired shadow nails into the mammoth shadows, immobilizing them. Once the mammoths were pinned down, the venomous explosive heavenly demon insects launched their attack. This time, the mammoths couldn't run away in time, though the statue lord remained confident. "Even if you raise grasshoppers into transcendent beings, they can't even harm a stationary giant mammoth," the statue lord asserted confidently. "Are you sure?" Han Vu asked softly with a smirk. Next, an explosion caused the mammoths to recoil. The statue lord guessed Han Vu wanted to win through overwhelming numbers, so he ordered the giant mammoth legion to protect the giant thunder mammoth. Han Vu dispatched the magma swarm to block the mammoths. The mammoths were both hit by explosions and covered in scorching lava. The statue lord gritted his teeth and used 3 types of savage divine arts, buffing both armor and healing. The mammoths now had the resistance to withstand the magma swarm. The statue lord crossed his arms and laughed smugly. Forcing the use of spells had proven his opponent's strength. When 50% of the tribe is killed, the rules allow one to admit defeat. Han Vu was not yet afraid. Those few insects from before were only 1/1000th of his subjects. There was no word for surrender in his dictionary. "Charge, fish demon tribe." Han Vu summoned a pack of creatures with fish heads and human bodies to attack the mammoths. In this battle, Han Vu used a household other than the insects, catching the statue lord off guard. The fish demons wielded hammers to bash the heads of each mammoth, brutally smashing them to a pulp. That wasn't all. Han Vu summoned the skeletal legion, followed by the bone lord, the boneless, and the bone servants. He hopped up next to the lord and ordered the bone servants to battle. The bone servant held a scepter and chanted to the divine lord Al-Barber, turning the mammoth carcasses into new skeletal soldiers. The statue lord was helpless. He hated the undead most because they could replenish their ranks. But he wasn't a demigod for nothing. The giant war mammoth activated its war stomp power. The elephant lord ordered the majestic elephant king to crush the heap of dry bones before its eyes. Facing such a pile of bone fragments, Han Yu ordered the bull demon to withdraw, making room for the skeleton master to enter the fray. The skeleton master gathered all the bone shards on the ground to form a giant bone knight several times larger than a mammoth. Furthermore, it was the strongest hero-tier life form. The elephant lord was stunned to witness a summon of this caliber. He enlarged his titanic thunder mammoth to clash with the skeleton knight, but the knight grabbed its long tusks to hold it back. Then, letting out a roar, it used its right leg as a pivot. It spun 180 degrees and slammed the titanic thunder mammoth down onto the floor. The skeleton knight leaped up and used its level 1 skill. The punch turned the titanic thunder mammoth into mincemeat. The mammoth tightly wrapped the skeleton knight's arm with its 300 cm long trunk to block the punch. It slammed the skeleton knight onto the ground in revenge for the previous fall. The mammoth raised its forelegs to stomp on the bones, but the skeleton knight nimbly dodged away. In response, the skeleton knight used its level 1 heavy punch skill, powerfully knocking the elephant's head aside. Han Yu spoke out. "Now, finish it off." The skeleton knight jumped onto the mammoth's head, wrapped its forehead painfully, and then helped remove its remaining tusk, a moving display of camaraderie. The elephant lord could only order the mammoth to stand up and fight back. The skeleton knight broke off the remaining tusk, earning enough for 3 generations of descendants to live in luxury. The skeleton warrior's cruel actions made Han Yu intend to discipline it at home. Meanwhile, the mammoth lost its will to fight. It was kicked flying toward the elephant lord by the skeleton knight. Having lost his strength, he attempted to overwhelm quality with quantity. The elephant lord used a herd of giant mammoths to surround the skeleton warrior. Though they were like ants beneath its feet, any that entered a 3m radius were kicked back. The brutal course of battle shifted as several giant mammoths managed to approach the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was attacked like a sugar cube being torn apart by a swarm of ants. Han Yu sent the bull demon king for reinforcements. The gym-buffed herd advanced, one by one widening the circle for the giant skeleton. The mammoths that had just been defeated were turned into skeletal soldiers by the bone summoner to fight under command. Utilizing such large numbers turned out to be the elephant lord's undoing. Eventually, only a few of the elephant lord's giant beasts remained, too afraid to attack anymore, and Han Yu was declared the winner. From the giant mammoths, beams of light flew out and converged into a crystal. It was a core fragment of the divine realm itself, much heavier than the common ones. The performance was so unbelievable that Han Yu was teleported by management for a meeting. They had indeed set the sights on him after the match. Even though Han Vu used only a few moves, he still has enough ability and qualification to become the heir of this Bloodstar arena. This place was originally a testing room to select the arena master. Any contestant who wins at the domain challenge level is qualified. Now Han Vu is extremely excited after unexpectedly acquiring a large asset, a blood-drenched arena with massive traffic. Every day countless races visit, and the divine power index gained has made him a new tycoon. And now, he is qualified to be the heir to operate this place, which proves something fishy is hidden within. Han Vu takes a deep breath before deciding. He wants to know how many people are qualified to become the next master, as well as what the rewards and responsibilities are. Han Vu calculates carefully, not letting immediate benefits blind him, which earns the management's favor. There are currently 349 heirs in total, including 221 divine beings, 118 demigods and 9 true gods. There is only one sovereign god. Upon becoming the owner, Han Vu will hold permanent coordinates and can teleport between fixed points without equipment, costing 1 million divine power points each time, while also being allowed to build private arenas in his divine domain to train and nurture his followers. Regarding responsibility, when the number of A's reaches 500, the arena begins the inheritance ritual, selecting the best person through mutual competition. Based on the arena, Han Vu guesses the inheritance ceremony is not easy, with 500 people facing off just to win one position as the owner. He is only the 350th person, far from 500. By then, Han Vu might have become a god king. With plenty of training time, he agrees to join, ready for an all-or-nothing outcome. Suddenly, a beam of light passes through Han Vu's body. Teacher Dean Van appears cheerfully. Han Vu, you are truly my lucky star. We're going to be rich this time. While Han Vu is bewildered, the teacher stuffs a phone into his hand. Inside, the account balance contains dozens of zeros. Han Vu is puzzled because he is only a divine being and hasn't reached demigod status yet, so how can he forge divine artifacts? Teacher Dean Van comforts him, saying he just found a wholesale artifact store that surely has something suitable. Han Vu feels the teacher is very suited for multi-level marketing. Hey kid, finally found you. Uncle Tuan rushes forward like a hungry tiger. Han Vu immediately hides behind Teacher Dean Van's back and signals S. Oh, S. Teacher Dean Van spreads his arms to protect him, to see who dares touch the student who just earned 1 billion divine power. Uncle Tuan has to raise his hands in surrender, as he did not come to pick a fight. He just saw Han Vu's strength as extraordinary and wanted to make friends. I'm a freshman at Zijing University. My real name is Hangman. Han Vu shakes Hangman's hand. He is a Zijing student. No wonder he is so formidable. Hangman assumes he hasn't entered university yet and is likely a preparatory student. He didn't expect Han Vu to still be a high school student who hasn't graduated. Hangman can't believe it, insisting that Han Vu is bragging. Han Vu introduces Teacher Dean Van as a witness. The teacher stands up and testifies broadly. This kid is not a student at all. Although many universities invited him, he only wants to join Imperial Capital, but Imperial Capital isn't interested in him. Hangman understands that his teacher is forward-thinking. Since Imperial Capital Academy is one of the big three, he promises to report Han Vu's situation to Zijing for testing. Afterward, Han Vu needs to nurture as many core clan members as possible, as this is a chance to catch Imperial Capital's eye. Han Vu still doesn't believe that the guy he just beat is helping him. Hangman laughs loudly. Your potential is huge. The path to becoming a god is long, and having teammates is easier than fighting alone. Furthermore, if Hangman introduces Han Vu to the school and he passes a test, the school will provide incentive resources. It's no wonder Hangman is so enthusiastic. Han Vu is extremely grateful. Hangman advises investing heavily in resources, preferably nurturing heroic life forms to prepare for the Imperial Capital exam. A moment later, Teacher Dean Van leads Han Vu to Tangbao, a place specializing in wholesale second-hand divine artifacts. I'm not sure if the goods are good, but the staff is absolutely top-notch. It's no wonder wives don't want the husbands shopping here. Teacher Dean Van and Han Vu followed her inside, wanting to meet some master named Tony. All professional barbers seem to be named Tony. I wonder if a Tony who sells goods is any good at his job. Gentlemen, please come in. They approached the portal. Upon entering, Han Vu met a stout man with a big bell of forging weapons. Old Dean, is a lamb you brought this time fat enough? Han Vu stiffened as if frozen in place, just wanting to run straight home to his mother. Teacher Dean reminded old Tony to be serious because Han Vu is a student, not his little lover. Old Tony smoothed his hair and briefly explained the shop's philosophy. First, a guarantee against selling fakes, only high-quality authentic goods, albeit at sky-high prices. Han Vu cursed inwardly. How could a student have enough money for this shop? He had to struggle just to earn 1 billion. Seeing that Han Vu had a bad impression of old Tony, Teacher Dean explained that he only has a sharp tongue but a kind heart, and his craftsmanship is the best in the world. However, he didn't know that old Tony's tongue was as sharp as a viper's. If it weren't for the customers the teacher introduced, you would have cut ties with him long ago. Tony led Han Vu to see his works. Behind the red curtain was an ostentatiously spacious room, filled with divine artifacts. Each product was stamped and crafted by Tony's own hands. Teacher Dean followed, asking Han Vu which of these divine artifacts he liked. If he liked one, he should buy it, even if he couldn't afford to gift it. Han Vu thought slowly, considering that if the Imperial Academy looked down on him for being poor, a dewpot worth 600 million divine power was worth buying. Finally, Han Vu decided on a tier 2 divine artifact, the dew lake, used for dew cultivation. Inside, it contains a space capable of holding 10,000 insect tech beings to conduct the dew cultivation ritual. Once inside, the insects fight a bloody battle, and the sole survivor gets a chance to upgrade. The highest grade that can be produced is a hero-level lifeform. The dew lake also has a divine technique to attract insects, with a range dependent on the amount of divine power infused. Although the tier 2 dew lake wasn't powerful, it was the most suitable divine artifact for Han Vu. Teacher Dean Van was proud to have found someone with such a good eye. For divinity or 580 million divine power. Will you pay by cash or transfer? Tony hurriedly closed the deal, startling Han Vu. Teacher Dean pulled him back to haggle, asking if he could offer a discount for his sake since they were acquaintances. Tony didn't want to make things difficult for a customer, so he agreed. He sold it to Han Vu for 600 million and added a tracking eye artifact as a gift. Han Vu left after shopping, saying a second blunder would mean Tony would swindle him into buying more. Old Tony chased after him, advertising a special divine artifact he had just crafted based on the fragments of a lost civilization. Teacher Dean Van followed along to take a look. After examining it, he became furious. Well done, Tony. I consider you a friend, yet you treat me like an enemy. Old Tony waved his hands to pacify him, explaining that this artifact is called Thamlang from a lost civilization. It grows by devouring other divine artifacts. The Thamlang civilization loved to steal from others, especially divine artifacts. When a divine artifact found its owner, it couldn't be possessed by others until the god died. The golden ball looks useless, but it took many years to create the Thamlang. It swallows other divine artifacts to grow stronger and inherits the skills of the consumed artifacts. This blatant theft made Thamlang an outcast, leading to the civilization's disappearance. Such a fine item, and old Tony offered to trade it for 1 billion divine power. Han Vu was hesitant. Thamlang was overpowering and had once caused the civilization's destruction, but the low price made him doubt its authenticity. Old Tony admitted he only had a fragment, so the recreated Thamlang had flaws. It still devoured other divine artifacts, but 10 times slower than the original, and it only inherited some passive effects, not the accompanying divine techniques. Teacher Dean Van said something that made old Tony feel insulted. Han Vu wanted the Thamlang but only wanted to pay 400 million because he had no more divine power. He wanted to test a powerful artifact that others couldn't easily break. If he let Thamlang devour it, it would also weaken the enemy's strength. Seeing Teacher Dean trying to stop him, Han Vu used his best lines, first praising Tony as a master craftsman capable of restoring part of the Thamlang from a tiny fragment, then expressing his pitiful state of having only 400 million divine power left. Old Tony loved this the most. Seeing Han Vu praise the divine artifact, old Tony felt flattered and immediately agreed to the 400 million divine power prize. Money cannot buy true friendship. The Thamlang divine artifact now belonged to him. The dew lake responded early. Han Vu put a grasshopper inside to begin the dew cultivation. A green frog jumped out, snapped at the grasshopper, and dragged it inside. Deep Wolf remained motionless, making Han Vu impatient. He wondered if that old man Tony was actually a multi-level marketing scammer, but as soon as he badmouthed him, Deep Wolf suddenly began to glow. The small husky jumped out. When Han Vu saw it, he felt a wave of disappointment, as its gluttonous and bellicose nature was clearly visible on its face. Unexpectedly, the derpy husky barked, signaling him to put a divine artifact in its mouth. Having just returned, it was already affected by the lore of gluttony, but even though he was so poor he might have to eat dirt, he still had defeated divine artifacts. Han Vu took a fragment of the god realm and gave it to the dog as a temporary snack. Once it had something to eat, the husky sat obediently in one place. He wondered what his followers were doing now. The locusts were sensing and forecasting the weather. The red dwarves were carrying pickaxes and shovels to mine gold. These bull-headed creatures were pulling loads weighing half a ton. Every creature was striving to develop, relying on the holy relics from the last of the race. Han Vu upgraded the lore of gluttony to level 3, making its influence stronger now. Simply filling their stomachs could evolve them into elite lifeforms. If he continued to restore and level up, ordinary beings could evolve into transcendent ones. With an abundance of food for the locusts, all his lifeforms could ascend, and Han Vu's eyes lit up at the prospect of billions of transcendent beings about to be born. A week later, it was finally time to begin a new round of sacrifices. Han Vu offered up 13 billion locusts, and the list of rewards for those 13 billion insects was as long as a formal petition. The first option was 10,000 night demon hunters of the transcendent level. The second was a 3-star divine artifact, the Tyrant Steel Blade, which acted as both a divine tool and a holy relic, increasing damage and granting divine arts. And the final option was a level 2 holy relic, the Enlightenment Stone, applicable only to non-human and non-subhuman races, which could transform core followers into demi-humans. Han Vu gripped the Enlightenment Stone in his hand and crushed it. The swarm of locusts merged into the pillar of light bursting from the stone, and after a while, locusts with human forms appeared. Han Vu's eyes shone brightly. This was truly a massive leap in evolution. The locusts had evolved into locust men, all of whom were transcendent lifeforms with low-level intelligence and a 10-year lifespan. Scanning the threshold and reproductive capabilities of the locust men, Han Vu became even more excited, wondering who would dare look down on him now. Then, Teacher Dean Van called to announce the Zijing Academy entrance exam, stating that an admissions officer would meet him tomorrow. The next day, the classmate proactively offered to sponsor resources for Han Vu. His family boasted of raising many demigods and didn't lack even the rarest materials. This was an opportunity Han Vu couldn't let slip away, as he needed God Realm core fragments from levels 7 to 10. The young man nodded but noted the price was high. Even with his connections, it would cost about 400 million divine power points, and Han Vu agreed, feeling once again how poverty restricted his progress. The young man did the math and said that if Han Vu sold 1,000 Transcendent Skeleton Knights, it would offset the 400 million divine power points. Han Vu nodded. As for Transcendent Skeleton Knights, he had a whole farm of them. Seeing how quickly he closed the deal, the young man regretted not asking for hero rank bone controllers sooner. Meanwhile, Teacher Dean Van led Han Vu to meet the examining instructor. The half-bald teacher from before was surprised to see Han Vu again. As expected, the teacher had no favorable impression of him. Last time, he hadn't even passed the preparatory student test, which was even harder than the high school exams. To prevent cheating, only core followers were allowed to participate, and since Han Vu's core consisted of the lowest level locusts, this time he had to infiltrate a small giant border town called Dalan City, a civilization with a rigid system of ranks and professions that would affect both Han Vu and his followers. If he were identified as a harmful demonic entity, the professionals within Dalan City would hunt Han Vu down, pursuing him to the very end. He had only one mission, which even required him to hunt down the protector hero of Dalan City. Pan Yu was curious to know what the current total military strength of Dalan City was. And as for the number of heroes there, according to the teacher, although it is a border region of a small town, Darlan City already has tens of thousands of residents, a professional ratio exceeding 10%, and a total of 5 heroes. You must find out the other details yourself, as there is exactly 1 hour left before the exam. Panvu then asked teacher Dean Van to exchange his accumulated points for 3 level 1 sacred artifacts. In the core of his divine realm, Panvu used fragments from the battle with Hangman to upgrade his divine realm. The divine realm core reached level 3, the space expanded, and next, he just needed to infuse the 3 sacred artifacts that teacher Dean Van provided. The first was a poison gland, which helps the core followers develop poison attributes. Next was the earth core, which helps the core followers increase their defensive power thanks to earth attributes. Finally, there was the elf bow, which is both a sacred artifact and a divine realm weapon, helping the core followers restore the bow's energy as a weapon, while Hanvu controls the main body of the elf bow. After the infusion was complete, most of the heaven demon insects possessed poison glands, par for the ground insects upgraded to defense, and most of the imperial insect men could use bows for combat. Hanvu felt confident about dealing with this test. Once preparations were complete, the admissions teacher teleported Hanvu to the outskirts of Darlan City. It was Hanvu's first time trying the teleportation sphere service, so he felt a bit disoriented. Hanvu fell from the teleportation portal in the sky. Luckily, he landed skillfully. As soon as he touched the ground, his information board issued an urgent warning. If he did not leave the area, he would be classified as a monster to be hunted. Hanvu carried the alias King of Demon Emperors, level 80, with all personal information exposed. He utilized this to check the levels of the 2 Imperial Insect Man hero entities he had just met. The information board showed they were level 60. Panvu had never tested level 60 in combat, so he did not know their strength, but the Imperial Insect Men warned him that creatures were about to attack them. Panvu then climbed onto their backs to survey the situation. Suddenly, countless monsters appeared in the sky, to the point that even the second-tier adventurer Thuron had to worry. However, this first-tier adventurer, the Ragefist Master, was extremely excited because the more monsters there were, the more money he could make. The first-tier Water Mage was also happy to collect core fragments from the locusts. The Fire Mage was diligently preparing a delicious dish of grilled locusts. A team of 4 people coordinated to deal with Hanvu's Imperial Insect Men. He flew above their heads, using phosphorus fire insects to probe them. Thuron Evan, level 3, was a second-tier Dragon Blood Warrior. All 4 people wore the same type of badge, only Thuron wore a silver one. The high-quality one was only for him. Thuron was the leader of this group. Thuron intended to retreat when he saw the sky blacken with locusts, but it was too late. Panvu sent the Imperial Insect Men down to play with them. The danger drew closer and closer. They thought it was just an ordinary Imperial Insect Man, but in reality, it was a 3rd-tier monster. Thuron told everyone to split up, and he would hold off that monster. Thuron swung his sword with all his might, but the damage was 0. Only a slight scratch appeared on the monster's body. Too strong. There was absolutely no chance left. While Thuron was off guard, the Imperial Insect Man lunged to attack, kicking the guy flying 100 meters away. After that, it chased the rest of the group. They scurried to find a hiding place but were still caught. The Imperial Insect Men chased them fiercely, and in just a moment, the F4 group was captured and tied up in a corner. Panvu appeared before them with an annoyed look. The words of the Ragefist Master reached him, filled with curses. "Don't you come here, you ugly monster." Panwu was touched in a sore spot. Having always been stunningly beautiful, he was now insulted as ugly by an adventurer. He told them that if they wanted to leave this place alive, they just needed to answer a few of his questions. Thuron and the Power Master glared at him, grinding their teeth as if they wanted to lunge at Hanwu, who then asked them what kind of person he was in their eyes. The Power Master coldly replied that he would never answer a question from a monster like Hanwu. Before anyone could react, the Locust Man standing next to Hanwu from afar suddenly lunged at the Power Master, piercing through him with his claws, which startled Hanwu as well. He shouted at the Locust, saying he was only supposed to threaten them, not actually attack. The terrified Locust stood there gaping and sweating profusely, while the Transcendent Class Healer and Fire Mage watched in horror and screamed at the top of their lungs. Annoyed by their fear, Hanwu ordered the Locust to cast a spell to poison the rest of them. Thuron lost his patience and asked what exactly Hanwu wanted. He repeated the question, but it sounded so absurd that Thuron struggled to answer. He honestly described someone who sounded less like Hanwu and more like the giant locust, with big eyes and long antennae. Hanwu started overthinking that Thuron was describing the ugly locust, intending to create an image of ugliness to sear into the intruder's mind, which was exactly what he wanted. He was very satisfied with Thuron's answer and asked him to continue. And for 3 hours, Hanwu just sat there asking questions and forcing Thuron to answer. Once he achieved his goal, Hanwu stepped forward to untie Thuron as promised. The moment he was free, Thuron fled as if he had seen a ghost, needing to report the monster army's information to the Adventurers Guild. Even though he let Thuron go, Hanwu secretly observed him and followed him from above. When he saw Thuron arrive at his destination, he ordered his locust to knock him out so the information wouldn't leak out. Hanwu continued his work. According to the information he had just obtained, there were millions of adventurers here, and a direct attack with only 3 people wasn't enough. As he was thinking of ways to increase his combat strength, 7 desert elves appeared, waiting orders. Hanwu was slightly disappointed, but it was better than nothing. Although most of the elves were low level, the leader was level 62 and had reached the 3rd advancement. The problem was how they had classes. It turned out the leader had eaten quite a few adventurers and kept the class fragments, thus acquiring the classes. The realization hit Hanwu, and he thought about transferring classes to the locusts, ordering all of them to go find adventurers and collect class fragments. 3 days later, the class fragments were gathered in one place, and it was time to begin fusing the classes for the locusts. Hanwu threw all the fragments into the air, and the information board presented several class options. There were 4 options in total: lawyer, martial artist, warrior, and archer. Hanwu chose archer, which was perfect for long-range attacks and well-suited for the locust's heroic life from status. He dreamed of the future when he would level up, making it as easy as snapping his fingers to capture any hero. Another locust reported that it couldn't get close to a certain cave, so Hanwu ordered it to lead him there. Upon arriving, He discovered a very powerful aura mixed with a hint of divine power, and looking down, he saw a chained orange dragon asleep. Pan Wu remembered his teacher's words, some extraterrestrial civilizations seal away enemies that are hard to kill. The black dragon sleeping in front of him was likely a poor soul sealed by a powerful being. This black dragon was named Elphys, level 103, originally 149 but reduced due to the seal, with the rebel class. Since it was a special class, its equipment, divinity, and talents were all unknown. Suddenly, Elphys opened its eyes. The locust men started trying to hide, but before they could even move 2 steps, Pan Wu called them back, leaving them weak-kneed with fear. The rebel black dragon Elphys stood up and demanded to fight Han Wu. He ran for his life, ordering the locust men to split up to escape. Elphys attacked repeatedly, sending thick black smoke billowing everywhere. 5 minutes later, Pan Wu poked his head out and asked if Elphys had exhausted all his moves, which angered it and caused it to continue attacking. Elphys opened its mouth, and a ball of energy appeared, growing larger and larger. Pan Wu ran away again. Elphys attacked repeatedly but didn't hit anyone. After 10 minutes of wasted effort, it started to get tired. Pan Wu appeared and said he wasn't there to fight but wanted to help, though Elphys clearly didn't believe him. It thinks it has figured out all of Han Wu's tricks, so get out of here before I lose my temper, or else I'll smash your entire guild. Realizing that reasoning with the black dragon was pointless, Pan Wu immediately drew his longbow and opened the engagement with a fierce shot. Take this, you brat. As the arrow flew and touched Elphys, it bounced right off. The black dragon sneered, calling Han Wu nothing but an ant, boasting that its defense was unrivaled in the world and that he shouldn't dream of even scratching its skin. Realizing that the bow wasn't working well, he immediately switched to a battle sword. Pan Wu lunged forward and slashed hard at the black dragon's body, yet the beast remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Not even a tiny scratch could be seen, so he changed his stance, poured 10,000 points of divine power into a strike, and swung directly at the black dragon's head. Knowing he couldn't get it to torque without causing some pain, Pan Wu unleashed a calamity defense slash, finally managing to inflict an injury on the black dragon. The black dragon flew into a rage at being injured and tried to intimidate Han Wu, but before it could even brag, Pan Wu cut it off and threatened it. I have plenty more weapons, watch out or I'll make you disappear for good, and you won't be able to log back in. Only then did the black dragon decide to soften its tone and negotiate with Han Wu, asking what exactly he wanted from it. Pan Wu didn't bother beating around the bush and stated his purpose directly. He wanted to take down a hero in Dragon City, but since his current strength wasn't enough, he needed the black dragon to fight by his side. But Elphi had been sealed there for hundreds of years and couldn't escape. The chains binding it were a divine creation specifically forged for it, and even dark power couldn't corrode them, let alone Han Wu's weapons. Seeing the lock on the black dragon's neck, he asked if it was a divine artifact, and the black dragon, the great Elphi, replied immediately that it had never lied. Pan Wu raised his hand to create a fireball, already thinking of a way to break the lock on the black dragon's neck, though he wasn't sure if his plan would work. Pan Wu's method was to cut the chain in the middle. He stuffed the fireball into the chain and sliced right through it before the eyes of the wide-eyed black dragon. Seeing that the chains had truly been cut, the black dragon roared loudly, demanding that Han Wu remove the rest, arrogantly declaring, the great rebellious black dragon Elphi commands you. After hearing this, Pan Wu furrowed his brow and asked what it had just barked. Clueless black dragon repeated the exact same commanding sentence once more. Pan Wu had only helped cut one part of the chain earlier as a gesture of goodwill because he needed its help. He never expected this creature to be so impudent and dared to try and order him around. The black dragon said it was willing to fulfill Han Wu's request after all. Taking down a single hero and making them disappear was as easy as snapping its fingers for it. It kept urging Han Wu to hurry and remove the chains, but Han Wu had changed his mind. He wanted the black dragon to serve him for 100 years as repayment for saving its life. The black dragon roared, calling Han Wu a terrifyingly treacherous person, and told him he was daydreaming, arguing that the great rebellious black dragon would never bow down to serve a mere kid. Pan Wu coldly replied that since he could save it, he also had a way to send it away for good. If it refused, he would just have to turn it into a punching bag to help him increase his strength. Every part of the black dragon was a treasure, and if it died, its bones would be perfect for forging some fine divine weapons. Hearing this, a chill ran down the black dragon's spine, and it hurriedly bowed and agreed to serve Han Wu for 100 years, just hoping to be released as soon as possible, as being trapped in those chains for so long had driven it insane. Having achieved what he wanted, Pan Wu smiled brightly and took out a contract for the black dragon to sign. After reading the contract, the black dragon grew agitated and lost its cool, as the content was essentially forcing it into slavery. Don't even dream of it. We the dragon race will never be slaves. Just as it was shouting, Pan Wu placed a fragment of a profession in front of it. The black dragon froze the moment it saw it. He knew the dragon was currently extremely weak and needed to absorb more power, which is why he brought this out to bait it. Just as expected, the black dragon was completely hooked. Despite having just talked big about choosing death over servitude, it now extended its claw and signed it in a flash. Pan Wu was also a man of his word. The moment he saw the black dragon sign, he released the small wolf to eat up the pile of chains, granting it complete freedom. After so many years of being trapped like dried fish hanging in a kitchen, the rebellious black dragon Elphi was finally free, no longer having to hug chains as a companion. And elsewhere, in the Darlan City Guild, the heroes were gathered in full force after hearing the news that the rebellious black dragon had just broken its seal and escaped. They all guessed that the black dragon's strength was currently very weak, and the hero Extreme Saint believed this was a golden opportunity to join forces and finish it off. The Saintess hero guessed that the black dragon would surely find a secluded spot to hide and recover its strength, and since the area outside the city was vast, finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, support from the Darlan City adventurers was needed. At this moment, the Ice Five-Blade hero, in his stark white outfit and elegant aura, spoke up, saying that they must strike first to seize the initiative, because the black dragon's dark power would cause countless monsters to surge in strength and revolt. The Windwalker hero on the other side was as calm as if he were out for tea, saying that everyone was worrying too much. After all, it was just a black dragon that had just broken its seal, no need to be so uptight. Having said that, he turned to the Dragon Slayer, who looked very authoritative, and asked, "Big brother Dragon Slayer, do you agree with me?" The Dragon Slayer hero had a stern face, his eyes as sharp as the stars. Is it really necessary to argue over just one giant dragon? He had even swallowed and killed a wind element green dragon, but despite that, he still didn't dare to take the task of mobilizing the entire team of Darlon City adventurers lightly. The Infinite Saint hero warned that this black dragon is no ordinary dragon. According to ancient texts, it is a rebel of the dragon race and must never be underestimated. The Dragon Slayer hero looked displeased, seemingly doubting my strength, but since he is a tier 4 Dragon Slayer granted by destiny, his sole purpose is to kill dragons. Those few words caused the Infinite Saint hero to fall silent and say nothing more. The Dragon Slayer hero decided to deal with the black dragon himself, only asking the others to stay and protect Darlon City. It was clear they respected him greatly, and his words carried immense authority. The Windwalker smiled brightly and asked to follow along to assist. The Dragon Slayer walked on in silence, with the Windwalker trailing behind like a small tail. Panvu and the Black Dragon had gathered all the monsters of Darlon City, and they knelt at the feet of Hanvu and the Black Dragon. Panvu began calling for them to revolt, unite, and form a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurer Guild and hunt down the adventurers. The monsters were shocked and gaped in disbelief, as they had never considered hunting adventurers due to the limited power. The monsters' words also gave Hanvu pause. Their tribal strength was insufficient, and to win, they needed to rely on elite soldiers. He promised to help the monsters improve their strength and offered that those who joined the alliance would be rewarded with energy crystals to boost their vitality. A few days later, they began the first steps of their plan. The Black Dragon drew its blood for Hanvu to bathe in, as its dragon blood would help Hanvu achieve a third transition. It hinted that Hanvu should provide 500 black crystals because it felt dizzy from blood loss. Hanvu knew the Black Dragon was weak, but even at a high price, he promised to pay in full. After bathing in the dragon blood, the system announced that Hanvu had advanced to the Tier 3 class, Black Dragon Warrior. His physique and resistance to elements increased by 50%, his strength increased significantly, and specifically with the Black Dragon transformation control still, Panvu immediately activated it, and purple smoke billowed all around him. In the blink of an eye, Panvu grew a pair of buffalo horns and a pair of wings. With his new skill, Demon Emperor King level 125, and talents like Chosen Child, Dark Element Sensing, Black Dragon Bloodline, and many others, Panvu was now in a different position. Panvu felt confident enough to duel the heroes of Darlon City, but suddenly, the Black Dragon let out a loud cry. 2 streams of blue and red light appeared in the sky, and 2 men touched down. It was the Dragon Slayer hero and the Windwalker hero. They had tracked down the Black Dragon's hiding place. The Dragon Slayer hero aimed for the Black Dragon. If he could defeat this Black Dragon, his Dragon Slayer profession would surely reach a new level of greatness. He ordered the Windwalker hero to provide cover so that no monsters could interfere. The Windwalker raised his hand to create a green orb of power called the Windstorm Barrier. The sky over Darlon City glowed green. Panvu and the Black Dragon were trapped inside the Windwalker's barrier. The level 125 Demon Emperor King did not expect there to be such strong monsters outside the city. Panvu had intended to master his skills before heading to Darlon City, but the heroes had arrived on their own first. The Windwalker, whose real name is Carsmith, is level 131 with talents like Wind Mastery, Wind Spirit Fire, Wind Buddy, and Windstorm Incarnation. Panvu and the Black Dragon would be at a disadvantage today. The battle began. Panvu attacked first, flying up and throwing 2 blades toward Car, catching him with 1 blow. Car dodged the attack easily. He jumped high, peered behind Hanvu, and struck a blow. It turned out Car could create clones, and Hanvu suffered 2 attacks from the front and back, leaving his mind numbed. On the other side, the Black Dragon attacked continuously, and its locust swarm broke through the barrier. Perhaps it was trying to break the barrier Car had created. The Dragon Slayer hero was battling the Black Dragon. Seeming weak, the hero suddenly appeared behind the Black Dragon, raised his sword, and struck down. The Black Dragon took the hit, let out a piercing cry, and fell. The Black Dragon was completely defeated and restrained by the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer ordered the Dragon Souls to take the Black Dragon back to Darlon City and asked Car if he needed healing. Car was confident he could handle Hanvu and told the Dragon Slayer to go ahead while he followed. The Dragon Slayer said nothing and left with the 2 Dragon Souls to take the Black Dragon to Darlon City. Hanvu continued to break the Windstorm Barrier, determined to see it through at any cost. The locusts swarmed in like a storm, shattering the Windstorm Barrier piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the fortress wall was shattered by the swarm of locusts, leaving Car stunned. However, Car arrogantly claimed Hanvu did not know his own strength and continuously launched attacks at Hanvu, but before he could even get his bearings, he was surrounded by the locust swarm. Car only then realized the danger was imminent. If this continued, he would run out of energy. In the 36 stratagems, running away is best, but it was already too late. In an instant, the level 131 hero was enveloped by the locusts, which swarmed his entire body, consuming him until only a skeleton remained. Car logged out, meaning Hanvu's mission was complete. The screen displayed a message from his mentor that the portal had opened and he could return. However, the situation was ironic, as Hanvu did not want to return yet. His mentor understood the reason. Hanvu wanted to enter the battle camp to save Haklun. He had to save him because Haklun had signed a 100-year contract with him and he could not abandon its life. The teacher's face turned grave as he warned of the danger. Rescuing Haklun would mean facing not just 1 hero, but 4 heroes stronger than Car, along with millions of adventurers and tens of millions of armed civilians. It was too dangerous, and even he would likely fail. Panvu was currently just a small divine entity. Of course, Panvu understood this well. He proposed releasing all the tribes in the Holy Sanctuary to fight, ready to increase the mission's difficulty and turn it into the total conquest of Darlon City. The teacher was stunned by the proposal. Challenging the entire Darlon City sounded like a joke, but he still agreed to his dangerous and dramatic request. Before vanishing, he warned him 1,000 times not to lose his life, as his true form was now in danger, and he had to win and complete the mission at all costs. When he disappeared, a group appeared. The highest ranking among them was a blade edge bug, a level 140 hero entity. Alongside it was a member of the Furnace Dwarf tribe, a level 113 hero entity, a level 135 demon tribe member, a level 132 bone tribe member, a level 86 bone restorer, and a low-level level 75 bone controller. The lineup satisfied Han Vu, but the number of adventurers in Darlan City was massive, and while his kin's strategy was strong, it was negligible compared to the number of people. He had to find help to contain the low-level adventurers. Now was the time for the Monster Alliance to prove its worth. Pan Vu ordered his locust kin to send a message to the Alliance immediately. As the longer they waited, the more dangerous it became for Haklon. Pan Vu called the Blade Edge Bug and the Fish Demon Shaman to join him to the secret forest. In a corner of the forest, the monsters were discussing, believing Haklon had been destroyed and that the Monster Alliance no longer had a reason to exist. A wolf plotted to incite the monsters to deal with Han Vu and split the energy crystals among themselves, but before he could finish speaking, he was attacked from behind and fell motionless to the ground. The surrounding monsters were pale and panicked. That was Han Vu's warning. A bunch of vermin without loyalty dared to plot against him. If he didn't intimidate them, they would rebel. Pan Vu leaned in, threatening them and telling them they were truly tired of living, but it seemed that Green Goblin still didn't know fear, pointing directly at Han Vu and saying he only served Haklon, didn't care about Han Vu, and told him he was nothing. Han Vu immediately taught him a lesson. The goblins didn't know the place and dared to act up. The goblin from before was now writhing on the ground. He wasn't inviting them to lay siege, but giving an order. The remaining goblins saw the scene and quickly knelt, kowtowing, "My lord, we obey your command." Pan Vu was fired up, ready for the life-or-death battle, determined to save Haklon, and headed toward Darlan City with the monsters to rescue Haklon from the hero's clutches. In Darlan City, Haklon was chained by his hands and feet, lying motionless with crowds of people watching. The Dragon Slayer hero sat on his throne, enjoying his accomplishment. Someone reported that the ceremony to execute Haklon was set up in the plaza, and the Rose City Lord asked someone to convey a question as to why the Traveler hero hadn't returned with the Dragon Slayer. 12 hours had passed, and the Dragon Slayer didn't know if the Traveler had returned or not, only saying that perhaps the Traveler was laid and would look for him after the Dragon Slaying ceremony was complete. Suddenly, the ground shook, the Dragon Slayer's chair slid out, and even he was knocked over. Pan Vu and the monsters had arrived. Tree branches were blown to alert everyone in Darlan City to prepare for battle against a large number of attacking monsters. The city was in chaos. Women and children retreated into bunkers, while men and adventurers took up arms to fight Han Vu. Every monster that had appeared before was there, plus a large number of flying monsters, which were Han Vu's locusts. They swarmed into the city. Soldiers called for mages to use spells to take them down, but before they could cast, they were taken out by a barrage of arrows from nowhere. Those were the arrows of the locust people. Below, the mages fired attack spells, but the locusts dodged them easily, completely unharmed. Encouraged, the monsters attacked even more fiercely. Truly, the power of unity should not be underestimated. Pan Yu stood and commanded each side, ordering the little dry bone and the false bone to prepare to depart. The two monsters charged forward fiercely, and in just a moment, the soldiers were wiped out, with no escape. The conch monster was increasingly suppressed as it fought. It continuously smashed its giant hammer down but was powerless against the thorny invasion, leaving it stunned. The hero of righteous armor, thorny invasion, launched attacks, continuously creating images of ink-like tentacles. They surrounded and clung tightly to the conch, completely blocking its vision. On the other side, the fake artifact hero slashed out fierce sparks that blocked the monsters, making them stand still, but the hero Infinite Holy commanded the soldiers to form a formation, taking advantage of the opportunity to destroy the monsters. Other mages were also encouraged to launch magical attacks, creating a magical combination. The goblins were no match for them, and were flung 2 billion meters away. The magical combination in Multi-Dragon City grew stronger. The monsters could not resist. The proud false dragon hero made the adventurers retreat, and he personally destroyed the hack dragon. Facing the unfavorable situation, Pan Yu finally sent out the control bone. The control bone was like a god, summoning hundreds of bones at once. The bones merged into a giant dry bone, emitting high voltage electricity, and advanced towards the area blocked by fire. It grabbed the vine from before, easily breaking through the magical combination. The monsters regained their strength and will, charging in like berserk beasts. Pan Yu's strength reached its peak, and Elphister came to rescue them, running and shouting loudly. Pan Yu's voice awakened Elphys, who opened her eyes. Seeing Han Yu appear, after days of being captured and lying motionless, she was now invigorated and asked why he had come. Above, the heroes looked at them disdainfully, not knowing the limits and daring to charge into Multi-Dragon City. The hero Infinite Holy plunged from above, intending to attack Han Yu, but as he was about to strike, he was struck by a palm of electricity from the Engaryu demon clan, sending him flying backward. Insulting the gods is punishable by death. The pink-haired hero rushed forward, attacking with thorny plants. Before he could touch Han Yu, he was blocked by the divine mace with a 1 billion volt electric current. The thorns writhed in the sea of fire, surprising the girl. The false dragon-slaying hero could no longer bear it. His previous plan had failed, and the opportunity to level up might be lost. He began to attack, unleashing dragon souls but with no effect. The dragon souls were dealt with as soon as they were released. The advantage shifted to Han Yu and the monsters. The dragon souls and the dry bones fought fiercely. The false bone suddenly cried out that it was starving. He jumped onto the dragon soul's back and took a large bite. The dragon lost control, crying out in pain. It never imagined in its life that its neck would be sucked by a skeleton. The false dragon-slaying hero, indignant, rushed forward demanding justice for his beloved child. You dare to eat my dragon soul? You are tired of living. Besides, the Dry Bone clan is a skeleton, so it's not alive to be tired of living. The false dragon-slaying hero slashed, causing the skeleton to fall. The ground echoed with cracking sounds, but after a moment, the Dry Bone clan recovered and sprang up. The false dragon-slaying hero's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O, thinking he had defeated it. Who knew it was as tenacious as a leech? The pitiful dragon soul was bitten again by the false bone, crying for help. The dragon slayer stood stunned, not understanding what kind of monster this was. Despite hitting it hard, the Dry Bone clan acted as if it had never been hit, but the core mission upon entering Dalan City was to rescue Elfis. Panvu ordered Thamline to unlock Elfis immediately. Elfis was locked at the end of the tunnel. As soon as they set off, she exclaimed that Hanvu was indeed a trustworthy ally, constantly praising him as a great rebel, while Hatlan promised to never forget Hanvu. Hanvu was very pleased with this. He told Hatlan to serve for another 100 years as repayment, then threw 2 void crystals to help Hatlan recover from his recent injuries. There seemed to be a connection between them. Even though Hatlan was bound by contract as a servant, Panvu still treated him as a true friend. Suddenly, Panvu sensed something unusual. Then Tri was in a difficult situation, in danger, as a leech swarm prepared to attack him. Panvu immediately ordered the grasshopper swarm to rescue them Tri, but the situation was truly critical. They had to escape soon, or failure was certain. Panvu's army would be completely destroyed if things continued like this. Patlan realized Hanvu was worried about him. To show his gratitude, Lun decided to give him a great gift. Elfis also trusted Hanvu greatly and wanted to bestow upon him the title of Great Rebel. After speaking, Elfie sat up, and a purple beam shot from her eyes, channeling energy to Hanvu through incantations. In the blink of an eye, Panvu's power increased significantly. His body now contained 3 types of power: Padlon Transformation, Shadow Burst, and Savage Dragon Slash. Panvu charged directly at the fake Dulan hero, launching a critical blow that the opponent couldn't block in time. The immense power was too much for his body to withstand, and blood spurted from his body. While the fake Dulan hero was still weakened from the previous attack, the Kukar clan lunged from behind, piercing straight through his heart and finishing him off. The Kukar clan summoned and took the soul of the fake Dulan hero, upgrading it into a mutated life from the blood Kukar hero. Panvu didn't stand idle by either. On the other side, the Saintess hero was taking attacks from him. The Saintess hero refused to yield, daring to fall before Dulan in front of him. Panvu chuckled dismissively and said it would be her turn next. He ordered Tru to make the Saintess pay for what she had done, then rushed to help defeat the Ice 5 Sword hero. He attacked from behind, causing the opponent to lose balance. The INKI led Wani BF and Fun hero, a life from, unleashed its ultimate move, draining the Ice 5 Sword hero's life force with a cross slash. Seeing the other heroes being defeated one by one, the Infinite Saint hero panicked and tried to flee. However, Dalan City was now surrounded by monsters. The mutated life from, the blood Kukut hero, suddenly appeared before him, ready to fight at any moment. The Ngari Marklan, wielding a staff, leaped from above and delivered a decisive blow, eliminating all the heroes. Panvu stood on high, informing the monsters that the entire city had been cleared. At the same time, he fulfilled his promise to exchange crystals for everyone's loot. Panvu brought a bag of crystals to Haklun, as promised, hoping he would return to the peak soon. Haklun looked at Hanvu, moved to tears, thanked him, and vowed to follow him for life. The teacher's screen appeared, congratulating him on completing the mission. His recent feat was an unprecedented miracle for the school. The teleportation portal was ready, and Hanvu had 3 hours to arrange his spoils. Panvu discussed with the teacher, wanting to establish a stable portal connected to the divine realm, and also handed over all the spoils he had won. The teacher pondered, understanding that Hanvu wanted to integrate into a new civilization, but it carried risks. Establishing a portal was simple, but if the outside civilization counterattacked through the portal, Panvu's core could be invaded. Nevertheless, Panvu was determined. Expressing his resolve, the teacher agreed, helping Hanvu stabilize the portal for 10 days and providing early warning equipment. Anyone strong from the outside using the portal would trigger an alarm. 10 days passed, and the portal became more stable. Panvu entrusted Dalan City to the Kukuk clan for management and had Ngari Mar guard it to prevent a counterattack from professional adventurers. Panvu confided in the Kukuk clan as a friend, saying Dalan City could not be saved and wanted the Kukuk clan to transfer to the divine realm as soon as possible, advising them not to lose too much over this. The Kukuk clan quietly said they understood. Following Hanvu's orders, they opened the teleportation portal. He would return to his daily school life. Back at school, after the battle on the other side, Panvu's body had changed significantly, especially his eyes, which were no longer normal and had turned black. As he walked around school, Panvu's eyes attracted the teacher's attention. The teacher asked, Hanvu, what happened to your eyes? Hearing this, he realized the difference in his body, thinking it was due to his special profession, the Count Professioner. He opened his status panel to check. His current level had reached Divine Being, and his talent was Count Profession. Panvu wanted to see more details about anti-karma, but the system reported that his current level was insufficient. He had to reach the demigod level to be qualified to examine this talent. The teacher announced that Hanwu had excellently completed and passed the Jinxie Academy's examination, granting him a spot as a student at the academy, but he still needed to meet a few conditions to officially register. The conditions to become a probationary student include having a special skill and meeting at least 2 of the 4 requirements. First, the Heartlining kin must become a natural elite life form. Second, Hanwu must cultivate a heroic life form. Third, his divinity must reach over 4 points. And fourth, he must possess a Munsei. Panwu has currently met the second condition and needs 1 more to pass, but the notice came too late, and the teacher feared it would be difficult for Hanwu. After speaking, the teacher walked away, only encouraging him to try hard as the gates of the academy opened before him. Panwu looked at the teacher beside him, wanting to ask for the fastest way to earn 1 more point of divinity, but the teacher shook his head, saying it was too late. If he had asked a day earlier, he might have had a point left, but now they were all done. The teacher suggested that Hanwu participate in the school evaluation in 28 days, which offered a reward of 1 point. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows in disbelief, finding the coincidence suspicious. The teacher told him to put away his skeptical look and swore he was telling the truth. Panwu knew he had to fend for himself, facing an all-or-nothing situation. Panwu touched the ground and chanted a sacrificial spell to earn a divinity point, but the system did not add any points. He had to set it aside and try again the next day. The following day, Panwu went to practice to gain divinity points, but the results were still no better. For 7 consecutive days, Panwu diligently tried to earn divinity points but failed repeatedly. He was now on the verge of tears and laughter. He previously had a divinity card but had exchanged it for 150 million divine power points, and now it was too late to regret it. If he had another chance, he would hold onto the divinity card tightly and not sell it. The system reported a new message from Yuan Zhan sent to him. Thus, where is the origin of the sacred artifact? Pan Wu did not reply immediately. He sent a message to borrow a divinity point from Yuan Zhan, even though he thought that since Yuan Zhan was a true god, he likely didn't have any points. On the other end, Yuan Zhan received the message, half doubting and half believing, thinking that if Han Wu wasn't a true god, he must be a high-level demigod. Since he had asked for a divinity point, and because he was a great god in his eyes, he couldn't afford to offend him. Having said that, Yuan Zhan immediately sent the divinity point to Han Wu. He was happy to receive the gift, but when he opened it, it turned out to be divine river waste, not what he had expected. He exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Pan Wu searched online immediately, and a large amount of information appeared before him. The divine river ruins were a civilization abandoned during its development. They could be considered structures, but excessive research had changed the mineral structure, causing radiation. This place had many affected life forms, over 90% mutated and genetically disordered monsters. To survive, they had to consume radiation to enhance the mutation, and if the dose was too high, it would synthesize into gen stones, which absorb alien genes. These stones are used to cultivate kin. Although the genes are low level, compared to a level 3 sacred artifact, they are worth millions in divine power and are favored by demigods and true gods. This gift was very valuable. It was likely a divine creature. It was unclear how many divine power points the ticket could sell for, but there was hot news that a god king had bought poor quality radiation to run a farm for artificial alien creatures, worth hundreds of billions in divine power, and went bankrupt. Pan Wu remembered he had a decomposer. Even low-level radiation could be used to refine radiation crystals for mutated beasts to use, transforming and condensing stronger gemstones. He needed to go to the site to check it out, so Han Wu got to work. He arrived at a small town outside the Divine River Ruins area, equipped with full-body clothing and a black mask. After all, having set foot in a strange place, personal safety had to be the top priority. The person appeared behind him and offered to guide him around the area. Han Wu raised his guard. "Give me a reason to hire you." The man boasted about his knowledge of the Divine River and even claimed to know who was honest and who was not. He spoke too much unnecessary information, so Han Wu cut him off, asking only if anyone was selling radioactive ore. The man was surprised. "Divine soldier, did you come here for radioactive ore?" The blonde man told the story of the recent poor quality radiation, smugly saying it was because that person didn't buy from him. Han Wu began to pay attention. Suddenly, a bald man walked toward Han Wu and raised his hand in greeting. "This gentleman." The blonde man rushed to keep the customer, introducing the bald man as Mr. A, the owner of the largest mine in the Divine River Ruins. Tizai proudly introduced himself as the largest dealer of radioactive ore in the Divine River, claiming over 70% of the ore came from his place and there was no low-quality stock. Pan Wu stated his requirements for the radioactive ore, needing a pure sample worth 10,000 divine power points to take back to his divine domain for testing. Tizai happily agreed. After the purchase was complete, 40,000 divine power points were exchanged for 21 radiation crystals, which was quite cost-effective. Without waiting, Pan Wu tried it out immediately. The first subject was a wild wolf, a common life form, a level 1 mutated beast suffering from genetic disorder and mutation. He threw the crystal for the wolf to eat. The wolf ate heartily and immediately transformed, growing horns and developing fluffy fur, burning with power. Pan Wu was amazed that the wolf had reached level 2 mutation just by licking a bit of the mineral ore. The wolf continued to devour more food. The transformation escalated again. It had now reached level 3 mutation. Pan Wu intended to keep this for his kin in the divine realm, but suddenly, the wolf in front of him exploded into a red crystal. Indeed, the radiation was extremely dangerous. If not controlled, it would explode due to excessive power. The red stone was called a gene stone, creating genetic mutations for kin with swift teeth, but the side effect was that the mutated lifespan was reduced to 3 years. Suddenly, a voice from behind demanded Han Wu hand over the stone. It was the demigod Tuanquan. Pan Wu sternly asked back, "What if I don't give it?" Tuanquan said that death awaited him and raised his hand. He summoned a pack of wolves to attack Han Wu, but they were no match. Han Wu instantly used the dragon transformation art. 2 wings sprouted, radiating immense power, summoning the wolves. Before they could react, they were attacked by Han Wu. Tuanquan ordered the other wolves to charge, but Han Wu calmly flew high, and they could do nothing. He knew the game. Tuanquan himself was irritated by Han Wu's childish antics. He used a flight nullifying spell to pull Han Wu from the sky to the ground. Han Wu couldn't react in time, falling amidst the wolves, forced to scramble away by the restriction. Han Wu saw a forbidden zone ahead and quickly ran into it, thinking the wolves wouldn't follow, but they still pursued him. Tuanquan unleashed his entire wolf cavalry in pursuit. The situation was tense. Han Wu had no choice but to escape. Tuanquan also continued the pursuit into this area. He was furious that he couldn't catch Han Wu, and at the same time, he detected a strange aura in the area, so he withdrew his beasts from the zone. Han Wu hid underwater, waiting for the others to leave before surfacing. He was startled and terrified to see mutated fish, realizing the river must contain nuclear waste, and the safest course was to turn back. Flipping open his map, Han Wu realized the river wasn't on it, meaning he was lost. A pack of genetically mutated monsters appeared before him, intending to attack. Han Wu calmly faced them. He threw the gene stone towards the beasts, and in an instant, they all exploded, allowing him to escape. Night fell, but Han Wu was still wandering in this dangerous wasteland. He looked for a hiding place, scanning for a while until he spotted a building on the other side. The Divine River Ruins, the desolate place of the Divine River civilization. The building was likely a legacy of this civilization, and resting inside would be safer than the wilderness. Han Wu used his dragon form to fly towards the building. Getting closer, the building looked like a long-abandoned castle. The surroundings were deserted, but Han Wu remained vigilant, unsure if wild beasts gathered in this place. Going deeper, he saw pieces of paper glowing on the ground. The light attracted his attention. It seemed to possess a powerful pulsating energy. For him was a group of people dressed entirely in black, standing and chanting before the strange light source. Pan Vu was curious about their actions, so he hid behind a wall to observe. They were discussing a failed investment and that a god king of hundreds of millions was organizing a ceremony today. The men in black placed the blue stones in a circle, projecting a blinding beam of light into the sky. The purpose of today's ceremony was to break the seal left behind by the Shen civilization. They successfully managed to reach the seal. Pan Wu remembered reading about the Shen ruins research project, which was sealed due to an excessively high residual coefficient. It seemed the god king just mentioned had been secretly studying the unlocking ritual. Fortunately, the Shen ruins have a limit. Only beings with power levels below 10 can enter. As the origin of mutation begins to unseal, the true danger has only just begun. The system flashed red with a warning, detecting that the one unsealing was not a Shen super soldier. The process was halted due to an intruder. Any-theft mode was activated, mutant beasts were released, and the sweep mode was initiated. The origin of mutation was separated from the seal and is currently being suppressed. The men in black clutched their heads, screaming in pain. Standing outside, Pan Wu still couldn't fathom what was happening. A voice agitated the crowd, claiming to be the origin of mutation. Wanted to find one of the men in black to weaken the seal and serve as a bridge, inviting them to play a game. Whoever wins will be fortunate enough to become its bridge. One of the men in black spoke out in dissatisfaction, refusing to participate in the ridiculous game and threatening to level the divine realm if they weren't released. He underestimated the origin of mutation. They were unable to contact the divine realm from the start. A level 6 mutant beast appeared, tossing aside those nearby and terrifying everyone. Pan Wu raised his hand to speak, explaining that since he couldn't contact the divine realm, he couldn't summon his kin. The men in black looked on in confusion, wondering where he had come from. The origin of mutation said it wouldn't let him down and opened a portal allowing Han Wu to contact the divine realm. 3 hours later, the men in black were stunned because the kin had been decimated. Only Han Wu sat there with a smug smile, holding his precious decomposition machine. It can decompose 6,000 radiation crystals. Currently, the grasshopper is a level 3 mutant beast. Pan Wu encouraged the grasshopper to eat as many blue stones as possible. After 3 months without rest, it mutated from level 3 to level 6, leaving everyone wide-eyed. The origin of mutation ordered the monster Gamwar to test them. The monster hunted by sin, swallowing everything it caught. The origin of mutation laughed gleefully, saying the losers did not deserve to live. Gamwar targeted the men in black. They were all trapped in its mouth, screaming desperately, "I don't want to die." Finally, it was Han Wu's turn. The origin of mutation challenged him, saying, "It's your turn." Once the grasshopper finished evolving, Pan Wu named it Akang. Its current power came from consuming all the gene stones and was slightly overloaded, leaving it with only 1 day to live. But this was a moment to show its greatest value. Pan Wu piqued the interest of the origin of mutation, which then ordered Gamwar to attack. The dragon lunged like an arrow at Akang but was struck so hard it was left reeling. Gamwar refused to give up and continued its assault. Gamwar broke Akang's pincer and laughed with joy, but Akang immediately caused Gamwar's own pincer to shatter. Akang enraged the dinosaur. Even the origin of mutation had to praise this evolution. They fought for many hours. After 18 hours, the battle was still undecided. Gamwar lunged at Akang but failed to land a hit. Instead, it threw itself toward its own demise. The origin of mutation was also very impressed with the recent match. It was truly a magnificent battle. Tell me, is that not so, my dear representative? Pan Wu had performed excellently, pretending to act coy with that green slime-covered man, making his skin crawl as he said, "What do you want to do with my pure body?" The origin of mutation stated that from now on, Pan Wu's body would be a shared vessel for both of them, and then he cast a spell to merge into Han Wu's body. Once everything was complete, the personal information panel appeared. The identity section no longer just bore Han Wu's name but now included the origin of mutation as well. It was unclear whether the body belonged to Han Wu or was a host for the origin of mutation. Suddenly, the blue flame appeared before Han Wu's eyes and called his name. It was the origin of mutation, the source of the supermutant genes in his body. Although the origin of mutation resided within Han Wu's body, it granted him power that surpassed the civilizations of the god realms. They were now symbiotic and had to help each other. That green guy torqued a lot, but Han Wu only wanted to know how to leave. The current situation made departing very easy because the seal had been handled by the origin of mutation, and Gamwar, the only mutant beast, was dead, so they were free. However, once the seal was removed, it would attract many demigods and true gods to blockade the outside of the ruins, waiting for the seal to fully vanish before storming in. Hearing this, Pan Wu was startled. If that group rushed in, he would find it hard to survive alone without any treasures. His only option was to flee, so he cast a teleportation spell to the bloody arena. A moment later, the seal vanished. As predicted, the true gods and demigods rushed in to find the treasure, but everyone had long since departed. The only thing left was Akon's corpse, which made them easily suspect Han Wu had been there. One man in the crowd wearing a crown-like hat was furious because his treasure had been stolen. He ordered the origin race to release signals day and night to find the signal seed at any cost. Han Wu was currently taking refuge at the bloody arena. The recent teleportation cost 100,000 divinity points, and returning to school was not feasible. The screen showed that Han Wu had received a challenge from the successor of the evil dragon divine creature, which he could refuse or accept, but refusing 3 times would result in losing his arena inheritance rights. Not long after arriving, someone had already come to challenge him. Pan Wu immediately clicked accept. As the battle was prepared, Pan Wu and his opponent stood face to face and exchanged challenges. In this match, Pan Wu used the BunRv, which surprised the successor of the evil dragon divine creature. The opponent remained arrogant, thinking Han Wu would surely lose against him. Pan Wu summoned a swarm of locusts, telling the other guy to torque less so they could finish the fight quickly and he could go home. On the other side, the Hearth Dragons followed the master's orders and prepared to charge into battle. Currently fighting the Hearth Dragons were the locusts, not the BunRv. This infuriated the red-tailed opponent, who felt Han Wu was looking down on him. Pan Wu sat back to watch the show, telling him to defeat the locusts first before doing anything else. The Hearth Dragons breathed fire into the locust swarm. Pan Wu no longer sat idle by and gave continuous orders to his insects, such as the perished insects and the celestial demon insects, but the Hearth Dragons breathed more and more fire, making it impossible for many locusts to survive. The successor of the evil dragon divine creature warned that if Han Wu didn't reveal his trump card soon, the locust swarm would be wiped out, which made Han Wu worry. If this continued, the locusts would be sacrificed in vain. He intended to switch to the succubus, but the origin of mutation stopped him, advising him to use the locust followers to teach the Hearth Dragons a lesson. Pan Wu thought the locusts were no match for the Hearth Dragons, but the origin of mutation immediately denied this, stating that the locusts were not weak at all. The locusts were the very creatures that had Nordon and defeated the level 6 Gamwer. The origin of mutation asserted that with him there, no race was weak, only those who resigned themselves to defeat, and he demanded Han Wu use the directed mutation ability to destroy the arrogant dragon men. Han Wu complied, not just because he listened to the origin of mutation, but because he wanted to test the directed mutation skill. He began casting the spell on the locusts, though the outcome remained a mystery. The origin of mutation asked Han Wu in which direction he wanted his followers to evolve. Han Wu thought it over and decided to increase the damage resistance of the depravity locusts so they could withstand more attacks than the other members. The system offered 3 options, with power increasing from levels 1 to 3, but the cost also rose. Level 1 reduced lifespan by 50 days, level 2 by 90 days, and level 3 left the depravity locusts with only 24 hours of life. Pan Wu had to take the risk because the Hearth Dragon attacks were too fierce, and the number of locusts was decreasing every second. Pan Wu chose level 3. The depravity locust transformed into a gigantic, supersized locust, lunging forward to knock down the Hearth Dragons. He boosted the morale of the depravity locusts, and they did not disappoint him, continuously launching strikes that the Hearth Dragons could not withstand. The red-haired guy, who had just been confidently mocking Han Wu, now stood with his mouth agape at the sudden turn of events, while Han Wu was both surprised and called for the referee. Pan Wu continued to command the Imperial Locusts to attack, warning the young dragons to be careful. He drew his bow and fired at the Hearth Dragons, causing them to scatter. The opportunity for victory fell to the mutant locusts, which continued to swarm the dragons. The red-haired guy was so terrified he was moved to tears, begging Han Wu to stop, and Han Wu accepted his surrender. A spectator in the audience, who had just bet 500,000 divine power on the Hearth Dragons, could not handle the result and shouted in frustration. Pan Wu thought to himself that he must take this opportunity to film a promotional video against gambling. The challenge reward was a divine domain fragment and the Bloody Arena mark. The Bloody Arena building now belonged to Han Wu's divine domain, where his followers could train their skills. The winner has a chance to level up, with a low probability of crossing into hero simulation, allowing a transcendent life form to upgrade into a hero life form. This was a huge surprise. Defeating an heir was thought to have a minimal chance, yet he succeeded. It was truly unexpected. The source of mutation suddenly appeared from behind. The immediate small profits were bored off, seeming like just the tip of the iceberg compared to their value. Because Han Wu's strength was bolstered by the source of mutation, he did not resist, and when he asked if there was anything else to do, the entity ordered him to kneel. Pan Wu was extremely dissatisfied, waiting until he was stronger to take revenge on that blue creature. They began to sacrifice life. A green whirlwind appeared, and the items within it emerged one by one. The Tier 4 sacred object was a set of storm battle armor, granting the followers the ability to summon it, along with a Tier 3 building that could observe conditions from 10,000 kilometers away. There was also a book on crafting flesh and blood puppets, used to create flesh and blood demons with strong biological characteristics. The book caught Han Wu's attention, so he chose it. Perhaps it was time to get started. Over half a year later, in the divine domain, Pan Wu created a flesh and blood puppet. It wasn't beautiful, but its strength was equivalent to a hero life form. He named it Tiu Quan, in memory of Quan who sacrificed himself in the match against Gamwer. Everything was ready, and it was time to accept the next challenge. Han Wu remembered his grandfather's words, stepped into the gate of Kintei Academy, and kept his promise to go to the Star Sea to find his parents and bring them back. 3 days later, he arrived at the famous Imperial Academy and was amazed by the scenery. This place was full of talent, and more than half of the passers-by radiated their own power. A man behind him called out to Han Wu, asking if he was a preparatory student for Kintei. The man was polite and had been sent by Kintei Academy to pick him up. Please follow me to the aircraft. I will handle your accommodation arrangements. The aircraft took Han Wu to a new location, and the man led him to the dormitory where he would be staying. When he went inside, he didn't see anyone, so Han Wu asked about the teachers and other students. The man said this place was reserved exclusively for him. Han Wu was shocked, thinking it was too extravagant. Was it necessary to be so flashy for just a place to stay? The man left, reminding him to come to class tomorrow. Han Wu walked around, met many talented people, and took the opportunity to absorb divinity. The next day, upon arriving at class, he constantly heard unpleasant gossip claiming he was like a stray, fed in through the back door, and relied on connections to get ahead. Pan Wu paid no mind, knowing that the people inside were calculating how to take him down a peg. While lost in thought, the teacher suddenly appeared from behind and called his name, making Han Wu lose his footing. Oh my goodness, it was Ms. Lena, the beautiful teacher of the preparatory class Han Wu would attend. She led him into class to begin the lesson, and as soon as he entered, he happened to meet an acquaintance. As soon as Tansang saw Han Wu, she excitedly jumped up. Pan Wu, Tansang's actions attracted everyone's attention. They gossiped about why a goddess like her was so close to Han Wu. As Ms. Lena introduced Han Wu to the class, mentioning he had been to high school with Tansang. A student slammed the table and interrupted disrespectfully. It was Tu Thiet, wanting to know why Han Wu was placed in the preparatory class. Tu Thiet's behavior made Ms. Lena very unhappy. She coldly reminded him, Tu Thiet, I don't know what you were taught before, but in this class, you must raise your hand before asking a question. Her sharp gaze made Tu Thiet tremble as he sat down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so hastily. Please forgive me. The whole class respected and feared Ms. Lena. After Tu Thiet apologized, Lena smiled and told the students that if they wanted to know why Han Wu was here, they should just ask him directly. Her attitude made Han Vu nervous. She left the students to talk among themselves, but Tu Thiet was determined not to let it go. He challenged Han Vu but was flatly refused. Frustrated by the refusal, Tu Thiet was about to charge forward and attack. Standing nearby, Tan Sang couldn't stand the students' behavior. She slammed the table and stood up, demanding they stop. Han Vu looked at her, thinking that indeed, wherever she went, bootlicking dogs followed. But just a short while later, those people found another way to harass Han Vu. 3 of them approached Han Vu's desk, but before they could say anything, Tan Sang rushed out to block them, questioning, "What are you doing? If you want to bully him, you have to see if I agree." All the guy shouted for her to get out of the way. He further scolded Han Vu for only knowing how to hide behind women, which annoyed Han Vu. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up, intending to teach these idiots a lesson. Han Vu stepped forward to face the troublemakers. They only wanted to study in peace but they wouldn't leave him alone. "Say directly what you want," he said. Tu Thiet asserted that Han Vu was a transfer student through connections and had no right to sit in the same class, wanting him to withdraw from the preparatory class on his own. This guy also pointed at his face with a threatening laugh, saying that if he didn't withdraw, they would keep the pressure up until he did. Han Vu showed contempt and mocked them to Tan Sang, saying it was shameful to study with these idiots. Tan Sang, caught in the middle, felt awkward, knowing they usually didn't go this far, but it was different with Han Vu. Through that, Han Vu confirmed that if there were no feelings between Tan Sang and Tu Thiet's group, he could go ahead and deal with them as he pleased. Hearing him say he would fight them, Tan Sang became worried and advised him not to underestimate Tu Thiet, whose core kinship was an elite robot lifeform, naturally powerful. "If you're afraid I'll hurt them, then just say so." Tan Sang immediately denied it, saying it was up to him. When they heard him say he would hurt them, they retorted, claiming his kinship would make him question his life. With that, they headed to the arena together. Han Vu smiled confidently, sure he would win against the Tu Thiet guy. Tan Sang watched Han Vu walk away, wondering when he had become so stubborn. She would help him maintain his self-respect. The system displayed various combat modes for Han Vu to choose from. Out of 6 modes, 10 vs 10 stood out, so he chose it to test his 10 newly upgraded VIP Pro minions. Tu Thiet was shocked, saying Han Vu was too stupid to choose 10 vs 10 instead of army combat. Han Vu was about to say he thought his kinship was strong, but before he could, the sight before them made it impossible for Tu Thiet to laugh. Surrounding Han Vu were 10 muscular VIP Pro minions with gigantic noses. Now Tu Thiet became suspicious. He hadn't expected the hero life from to exude such a strange aura. Realizing he couldn't take it lightly and had to fight seriously, he began deploying his Tower Robot kinship, confident his formation would force even a Lord-level powerhouse to surrender. As everyone watched the match on the screen, Tan Sang was also shocked at Han Vu's formation. Since when did he have such impressive kinships? A friend next to Tan Sang analyzed that Han Vu's summons were effectively dolls equivalent to hero lifeforms. It was a gamble against Tu Thiet's robots, and it would be a shame if they broke. She was certain Tu Thiet would win easily and wanted to see how he would cry about switching classes later. People gossiped that lifeform dolls were very expensive, yet Han Vu brought out 10 in an instant. Tan Sang wondered how he alone had such financial resources, but for now, she had to wait for the match result and ask later. The arena buzzer sounded and the battle began. Tu Thiet ordered his robots to charge forward and suppress the opponent. A group of robot soldiers charged towards the little badgers, punching them repeatedly, each blow sounding like thunder in the sky. Zai Tai joyfully showed off his results but immediately realized his mistake. The little badgers, despite being hit, remained standing, unarmed. He stared in disbelief and asked, "What's going on? What did you do to them?" This time, it was Han Yu's turn. He ordered the little badgers to counterattack and teach the others some manners. The little badgers' counterattacks were so powerful that the robot soldiers had no chance to fight back. This greatly surprised everyone witnessing the scene. Tan Sang was also stunned, not understanding when Han Yu had become so strong. He was normal just recently, but now he was completely different. Han Yu taunted Zai Tai, provoking him. Zai Tai roared, "Han Yu, don't get cocky. I haven't used everything yet." Robot soldiers, combine. Han Yu chuckled at Zai Tai's confidence, but his smile vanished when the robot soldiers merged. After combining, the robot soldiers became 10 times taller, and the battle became more intense than ever. Zai Tai boasted again about his aristocratic strength, confident he would show Han Yu the true power of a reserve student. Han Yu feigned fear, placing his hands on his chin and exclaiming, "Wow, so strong." Zai Tai thought Han Yu was truly afraid. While he was rejoicing, he said, "If Han Yu surrenders, spare the little badgers. It'll be effective for 10 seconds, but Han Yu interrupted at the count of 8. Han Yu advised him to shut up, saying there was no point in counting. Zai Tai froze upon hearing this but continued to threaten Han Yu. He looked at the little badgers, who were just gasping for air but were now fully recovered and smiling brightly. Han Yu immediately ordered them to smash the iron shells, and they complied. The little badgers zapped electricity from within their skin and sprayed some corrosive substance from their mouths onto the robot soldiers, turning them into mudfish and then into scrap metal. Zai Tai students, witnessing the entire event, exclaimed how brutal the little badgers' fighting style was. Zai Tai watched his precious creation fall apart piece by piece until only wreckage remained. He staggered and collapsed, and it was all over. Back in the learning area, Han Yu worked confidently, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. "Grasshopper." The owner of the voice rushed over and hugged him tightly. It was Mengji, the person Han Yu had defeated in the bloody arena. He looked completely different now, much younger than before. His appearance was due to his past at the arena, where he adopted an older, opposing persona to avoid being bullied. Now, at school with many female students, he couldn't maintain that old image. Other classmates surrounded him, apologizing for their past misunderstandings. Han Yu happily integrated with them. Mengji slung an arm over Han Yu's shoulder and introduced himself as Han Meng, a first-year student at the Imperial Academy. He declared he would protect Han Yu from now on, stating that anyone who bullied him would have to face him. He then introduced Han Yu to his friends, Zir Tan and Yiling. They also smiled and welcomed Han Yu. After Zirtan and Yiling introduced themselves, Pan Yu introduced himself. He humbly said that his previous victory over Han Meng was just luck at the time. Yiling replied, luck is also a skill, and then got straight to the point. In the upcoming exam, reserve students will enter a low-level secret realm to suppress zombies. The academy collects these to simulate the outside world survival scenarios. They want Han Yu to retrieve an item from there. Pan Yu was displeased and questioned, the three of you are experts. Why do you need help from a noob like me? Yiling reminded him not to be modest. Calling him a noob hadn't bothered him. What about Menji? This made the big guy blush and pretend to cough, not mentioning him again. Yiling explained that the zombie suppression realm was a low-level secret realm. According to regulations, only reserve students could use it for large-scale simulations. Demigod-level individuals like the three of them were not allowed to enter. Menji agreed with Yiling, flexing his muscles confidently. If I went in there, it would be over in 2 or 3 moves, he said. This made Yiling and Han Yu chuckle. They wanted Han Yu to retrieve the Orb of Wisdom to enhance the intelligence of non-humans, and they agreed to buy each orb for 1 point of divinity. Upon hearing about points of divinity, Han Yu felt like he had hit the jackpot. His heart fluttered like fireworks, but outwardly, he pretended to be resigned. Fine, I agree. Deep Lin pulled out a seed and shoved it into Han Vu's hand, telling him it would be extremely useful for his project next time, just to keep things even so he wouldn't be accused of freeloading. Night had blanketed the sky, but Han Vu was still lying awake thinking about divinity points. He initially thought that gathering 6 points was enough to prepare for the demigod ritual, but Kalina had enlightened him with a mountain of brand new knowledge. Today it was true that 6 points opened the demigod ritual, but a demigod with only 6 points would only be able to fuse with a low-level rank 1 divine precision, and no student at the Imperial Academy was stupid enough to hobble themselves like that. Normally, they would continue to accumulate divinity to raise it gradually, with a maximum of up to 10 points, leaving a chance for them to fuse with a top-tier rank 5 divine precision in the future. The more Han Vu thought about it, the more excited he became. Polina clearly had high expectations for him, so he had to do a good job with the task assigned by the senior to earn divinity. A few days later, while sitting in class, a classmate ran over to tell Han Vu about the upcoming academy exam, which matched exactly what Antoy Mankar had told him. Toothite also crept over to challenge Han Vu to a bet on their grades, as it seemed he still hadn't let go of his competitive nature after the last encounter. He wanted to bet their grades against each other. If he scored higher, Han Vu was not to get anywhere near Tansang again, and if Han Vu outperformed him, he would stop thinking about pursuing Tansang. Han Vu sneered upon hearing this. It was bizarre that someone of such low caliber even managed to get into the Imperial Academy, and besides, from start to finish, Tansang hadn't even spared a glance at Toothite, making the bet seem as meaningless as dried fish out in the rain. Yet, the guy was as stubborn as glue. No matter how much Han Vu mocked him, he was willing to pay any price as long as Han Vu stayed away from Tansang. Just then, Tansang appeared behind them, wanting to confirm what Toothite had just said. Classmate Toothite, do you mean that if Han Vu's grades are higher, you will stop pestering me? Toothite was choked with embarrassment, red in the face, asking Tansang why she wouldn't date him when he loved her so sincerely, but no one could stand his thick-skinned, clingy attitude. Tansang couldn't be bothered to argue and just demanded an answer to her question, and he promised with his honor, as firmly as a nail driven into wood. Tansang immediately turned to ask Han Vu for help, betting against him as a way to do her a favor. Han Vu agreed to help Tansang but warned her that the students here were all monstrous geniuses, so if he happened to lose, she shouldn't turn around and punch him. Tansang remained extremely confident in her belief that Han Vu was capable of crushing that clueless guy, and just then, Polina announced that it was time to start the lesson. The students in the class were teleported to the zombie town. This place was incredibly bizarre, with zombies so hospitable that they only wanted to bite off a guest's head as a greeting, and every night, they would all head out to the streets for a stroll like a village festival. As soon as they set foot there, the two classmates next to him clutched their stomachs and complained of hunger, but the ironic thing was that items like spatial artifacts were sealed shut and couldn't be opened no matter how much they tried. Han Vu pondered in silence. They were gods, so they wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat for 10 days or half a month, but once they entered this place, the divine artifacts ceased to function. Could this be a survival test? He opened the system to check the functions and saw that the important skills were still working normally, so it wasn't a hopeless situation. Han Vu invited Tansang to work around the town to see the situation, and she readily nodded and went with him. Tansang summoned her peacock, as a bird could carry her across the town, and she even offered to take Han Vu across, but he shook his head and refused. No need, I can handle it myself. Han Vu immediately transformed into a black dragon, spread his wings, soared into the sky, and flew straight toward the other side. Tansang quickly followed behind. One after the other, they explored the zombie town to see what secret this hellish place was hiding. After flying for a while, Han Vu and Tansang had moved deeper into the zombie town. Han Vu was just marveling at how incredibly complete this town was when Tansang's stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble, like a drum calling for food. Han Vu couldn't hold back his laughter and dragged her to try some nearby eateries, making Tansang blush like a ripe tomato and exclaim, "Stop laughing." They dropped by a shop that looked so old it was almost mossy. As soon as they opened the door and stepped inside, the owner greeted them warmly, as if he had just met a long-lost relative. Han Vu was a bit embarrassed as he explained their current situation to the owner, saying they were visitors from another town and had lost all their money, and were currently so broke that even the wind would make their pockets clink as if they had silver. The owner's expression changed faster than pancake flipping. He aggressively pulled a gun from under the counter, pointed it straight at them, and spewed a barrage of ugly insults and threats. "You penniless brats, get out of my shop at once." Tansang was fuming and about to lunge forward to teach the old man a lesson, but Han Vu held her back and urged her to handle it calmly. Their physical strength was now no different from an ordinary person's, and if they exposed the fact, they would be kicked back to reality immediately. Han Vu suddenly remembered the seed that Senior Deep Lin had given him earlier, saying that this item would be extremely useful here. He took the seed out of his pocket and held it in front of the shopkeeper, asking if he was interested in it. The moment he saw the golden seed, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up like car headlights in the night, as if he had just found a rare treasure, and his face changed in an instant. His face flipped as quickly as a pancake on a charcoal stove. Just a moment ago he was calling Han Vu a penniless wretch, and in a blink, he changed his tone to call him a respected guest. The owner desperately wanted to buy the seed, even brazenly offering 10 gold coins, so it seemed this item was worth quite a bit here. Han Vu told him to prepare food for him and Tan Sang first, and the owner nodded happily like a chicken pecking for grain. Not long after, a table full of fragrant, delicious food was laid out in front of them, and Han Vu and Tan Sang's eyes lit up brighter than lanterns. Taking the opportunity, Han Vu asked the shopkeeper about the current situation in this place. Thanks to the precious seed, the shopkeeper enthusiastically answered all his questions. It turned out that this was an incredibly bizarre place where humans and zombies lived together like neighbors in the dark. Humans hunted zombies to earn money and resources, while the zombies were always lurking like cats eyeing dried fish. As for the zombies, they ate human brains to absorb power, and every night, those monsters would march through the streets hunting for living beings, even barging into people's homes as if they were shopping without paying. In addition to swords and guns, the weapons humans rely on for survival also include magical plants that provide support. The shopkeeper asserts that the seeds in Han Vu's hand are definitely rare tier 3 plants and is willing to buy them at any price. Han Vu is stunned, as this scenario feels familiar. He experienced this game before when he was a world-class player. It seems tier 1 plants are equivalent to ordinary life forms, so tier 3 plants must be at least equivalent to transcendent life forms. If you want more of these precious seeds, you can buy them at the town shop at a higher price, or obtain them by defeating the zombies out there. Han Vu turns to look at Tan Sang. With just a glance, they understand each other. The night here is too dangerous, and they need to find a place to settle down first. The shopkeeper suggests that to settle in the town, one can meet the mayor to buy a house and become an official resident, or choose a hotel, but one's not to go out at night. Having gathered enough information, Han Vu and Tan Sang leave to buy a house first. Just as they step out of the shop, a student opens the door to ask for some food but is blocked by the shopkeeper. The student is even threatened with a gun, which makes him scream in terror. Witnessing the scene, Tan Sang shivers. Luckily Han Vu stops her in time, otherwise, she would have ended up like the student. The two head to the mayor's office to look at houses. The lowest real estate price in the town is 200 coins per unit. Hearing the price, Tan Sang is flustered. She doesn't have enough money for the cheapest unit, but Han Vu happily says he will help pay. I have it, let me handle it. The mayor suggests they can buy a unit together to save money. He has a house with a good environment for 350 gold coins. Seeing the house, Han Vu and Tan Sang exclaim in delight. It's so beautiful, and it even has a large pool. Their eyes light up, and they tell the mayor in unison that they want to buy this house. We want this one. The mayor happily agrees, but there is a rule in town for purchasing joint property. The two buyers must be a married couple. This question catches Han Vu and Tan Sang by surprise. Will they get married to own the house? The mayor asks sternly if they don't want to become husband and wife, then they cannot buy it together, explaining that the small town has traditions that do not permit improper relationships between men and women. Hearing this, Tan Sang points her two fingers at each other, putting on a pitiful and coy expression. We don't have. We. Han Vu understands the intent and whispers close to her face, how about we? Before he finishes, Tan Sang softly agrees, alright. After discussing, she leans against him, he puts his arm around her waist, and they tell the mayor, we agree. Seeing the two ready, the mayor excitedly hands them the form. Exactly, you two are the perfect pair. Once you fill this out, you will be officially recognized as a legal couple. He brings out a tray containing keys and bags of seeds, 130 Pishuta seeds and 50 Cupacoin flower seeds. I wish you both a blissful marriage. After filling out the form and receiving the items, they leave. Tan Sang says reluctantly, I had no choice but to accept this. Han Vu happily leans his head on his hand and says, understood, it won't be taken seriously at all. Seeing his expression, Tan Sang blushes and retorts angrily, I told you not to take it seriously. Were you not taking it seriously at all? Since when did you become so obedient? On the way, a notification board appears. Owning real estate and becoming an official resident of the town adds 1,000 points. Leaderboard ranking, Han Vu and Tan Sang in first place, plus 1,000. Crossing his arms and looking back with disdain, he says, you really are someone who has never seen the world. Tan Sang goes upstairs, complaining, I'm exhausted. I'm going to shower and take a nap. Han Vu holds the bag of seeds, looking forward to it. It's time to get down to business. 130 pea shooters and 50 Cupacoin flowers. Let's see what special skills they create. Time passes until evening, and the whole house is plunged into darkness. Han Vu walks down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself, looking back and forth. More than an hour has passed. Thinking this, he rushes into Tan Sang's room to announce, hey, the pea shooter is still. Before he can finish, the scene before him makes his eyes widen and his face turn beet red. Tan Sang is in the middle of changing clothes. Tan Sang, startled, screams, get out right now. He hurriedly explains, I didn't mean to. Once the anxious moment passes, Han Vu looks at the system board. Plant name, Cupacoin flower. Plant level, 1. Ability, produces Cupacoins. Each unit of energy absorbed increases by 1 Cupacoin. 10 Cupacoins equals 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equals 1 diamond. Lifespan, 1 year. Seeing the pea shooters growing quickly, he exclaims, they're growing so fast. Next to them are the details. Plant name, pea shooter, level 1. Ability, shoots 1 projectile per second, inflicts damage on creatures. Lifespan, 1 year. Tan Sang walks up from behind and asks what he is muttering about alone. Han Vu shakes his head, nothing. Realizing she is beside him, he is startled and blushes. She asks in confusion, why are you blushing? Could it be? With an embarrassed look on his face, he thinks back to catching Tan Sang changing earlier, and quickly says, no, it's nothing. Tan Sang flew into a rage, pointed at Han Vu's face, and shouted, I'm warning you, don't get any ideas. You aren't supposed to see anything. While they were arguing, They heard a strange noise and both turned around. Tansang asked suspiciously, what was that sound? Then she raised her hand, a golden light erupted, and she shouted, lunchtime special, light technique. Suddenly, more than 20 zombies appeared out of nowhere and charged toward them. They appeared with fierce killing intent, baring their razor-sharp teeth and screeching loudly. Panvu crossed his arms and laughed, challenging them, let's see what you can do. The pea shooters opened their mouths and fired countless peas to attack the zombies. The peas hit the zombies, but they didn't seem to have any effect. Panvu muttered, oh, is that all? Their combat strength is truly impressive. After speaking, he created a green energy sphere in his hand and said, pea shooters, add the dark attribute. He infused them with power, and a red light flashed continuously. The pea shooters evolved into dark pea shooters. Now the peas destroyed the zombies, and the system announced, eliminated level 1 normal zombie, plus 1 point. Level 1 flag zombie dropped the flag, plus 1 point. Level 1 social zombie, plus 1 point. He watched the scene and rubbed his chin, thinking that adjusting dark skills consumed too much stamina and they would be surrounded if he continued. Tansang shouted, this isn't good. Toothite is also buying real estate. He has won 300 points, and will lose if this continues. Hearing this, Panvu muttered, this won't do. I must find a way to increase the attack speed to suppress them. He thought to himself, plants are like living beings. They must have jealousy and can mutate. Thinking this, Panvu gathered energy in his hand, projected a red light toward them, and shouted, directional mutation, activate. The system announced, choose a mutation. 1. Mutation of projectile range to extend distance. Each level doubles the range but reduces lifespan by 1 month. Max 13 expansions, remaining lifespan 12 hours. 2. Increase firing speed, cost is 2 months of lifespan. Each level doubles speed, max 7 times faster, remaining lifespan 12 hours. 3. Multi-head mutation to increase the number of barrels, reduces lifespan by 3 months, max 5 heads, remaining lifespan 12 hours. 4. Root mutation to increase size, each level doubles size, reduces lifespan by 6 months, max 3 times larger, remaining lifespan 12 hours. Panvu smiled, that doesn't look bad. Upgrade them all once. After the mutation, the pea shooters grew 2 extra pairs of eyes, exuded overwhelming killing intent, and were surrounded by yellow ore. They combined their efforts to fight peas 10 times larger than before, chewing them like missiles at the zombies. The zombies fell continuously. The system announced, eliminated level 1 intellectual zombie, plus 1 point. Level 1 hoodlum zombie dropped a bottle of hay dye, plus 1 point. Level 2 normal zombie, plus 2 points. A grayish-black zombie foot as large as a pill stumped down, making the ground sink and dust fly everywhere. Another group of muscular zombies approached, the leader carrying a flag. Panvu assessed them. They are becoming hay level now. The lead zombie approached, preparing to throw the flag at the two of them. He took a step, put all its force into its body, and the flag flew toward the pea shooters, causing tremors and kicking up a cloud of dust. The lead zombie couldn't understand why no one was hurt, and it had question marks all over its head. Immediately after, the pea shooters fired red peas to attack, while the flag flew straight through the zombie's head. Panvu caught the flag. There were sparks on the handle. He laughed, so it's made of hundreds of types of refined steel. Confiscate. He turned to the sunflowers and ordered, don't forget to mutate the sunflowers. The system board appeared, sunflower mutation, 1. Multi-purpose mutation to increase output, cost doubles, lifespan reduced by 1 month, max 13 times, remaining lifespan 12 hours. 2. Absorption mutation to increase the range of death or absorption. Each level doubles the cost and reduces lifespan by 2 months, max 7 times, remaining lifespan 12 hours. He shouted, I want all of them. Lots of sunflowers. Countless sunflowers were produced. Tansang saw the leaderboard and became excited, clenching her fists. We surpassed him. Your total points have surpassed Toothite. Toothite, on the other side, looked at the leaderboard and was horrified. What? Panvu is first with 436 points, and Toothite is second with 313. Toothite held a level 4 plant in his hand, the 5 dragon grass, and muttered, Panvu, don't think you can surpass me. 2 hours later, the 5 dragon grass turned into a blue dragon, surrounded by a yellow ore, let out a thunderous roar, and opened its mouth to breathe fire at the zombies. The zombies didn't even have time to resist before they were incinerated by the fire. Toothite looked at the system board and saw his accumulated points jumping continuously. Toothite was in first place with 610, and Hanvu was second with 586. He laughed gleefully. Panvu, I have investigated you thoroughly. You're just an orphan with no father or mother. How can you fight against a true god like me? I must make you fail miserably. Behind the mountain, the giant fireball glowed dazzlingly. Even though the zombies raised their hands to block, they were incinerated by the fireball. Switching to Hanvu, with countless gold coins on the ground, Tansang asked, the first night is over. Luckily the plants exploded. How did you do that? Panvu crossed his arms and replied, actually, I possess the ability of directed mutation, which can affect living organisms. Tansang stood up and looked at the system board. That ability is truly overpowered, but our points are still far behind. He opened the board. Toothite was first with 201,000, Panvu second with 128,000, and Tansang fifth with 23,000. Panvu reassured her, don't rush, it's just the beginning. I'm managing it this way to trade for better seeds. Time passed, the sun set, and the moon rose high. Beside Hanvu, 2 large plants stood with fierce expressions. In front was a pea shooter. He said smugly, with level 2 and level 3 plants, we're safe. On the terrace, Tansang used a telescope and said, there might be trouble. The zombies this time are unusual. From afar, a group of zombies riding horses slowly approached. She was astonished to realize they were level 3 cavalry zombies and level 4 violent dancing king zombies. A red-vested zombie with an afro made Hanvu exclaim, a level 4 dancing king zombie. Tansang was also confused and asked, what do we do now? He thought for a moment and said, turn off the lights. Zombies are attracted to electric light. Hopefully, the level 4 zombie won't see us. Tensang nodded. Okay. As soon as the lights were turned off, the surroundings became pitch black. The two hid to one side to observe. Tensang asked, is there any movement? Panvu watched the zombies approaching the dim golden light and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. They're close enough. Both of them kept their eyes fixed on the slow-moving dancing king zombie. He smiled smugly. Use the light technique to illuminate them. Kill the zombies first to get points. Tensang agreed. Okay. She raised her hand and activated the light technique. The golden orb appeared and shot straight at the surprised zombies. Seeing their comrades being eliminated, the cavalry zombies turned back and roared. The pea shooter activated, firing countless peas to attack them. The peas hit the zombies, knocking them back. One horse-mounted zombie charged straight at Tensang. Just as the attack was about to hit, a fist from a level 3 plant punched it straight in the face. Panvu crossed his arms and looked at the leaderboard. It was still first with 232. 000. Panvu had 140. 200. And third place Tun Karnin had 99. 000. He muttered, the growth rate is too fast. Hearing that, Tun Karnin laughed from behind. The transfer student is scared by my speed. Turning around, he saw him grabbing Tensang's shoulders, laughing. He thought to himself, damn, is Tun Karnin freeloading? At that moment, the zombies jumped high as if they were professional high jumpers. Tun Karnin ordered, oak archers, attack. The archers fired oak seeds from their nozzles to attack. The oak seeds hit the jumping zombies like grenades. Karnin laughed aloud. Tahara, more. First place is mine. Seeing him acting smug, Panvu frowned. I didn't expect a freeloader to pop up. Tensang added fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Are you envious? Jealous? Seeing her mock him, he said something fatal, and she fell silent. If you lose, you will continue to be pestered by Tuthai. Immediately, two zombies, one old and one young, with yellow hair appeared. They were level 2 dancing partner zombies. The three zombies worked together and slowly entered the house. Panwu watched from afar with a sneer. The level 4 zombie has already broken through that freeloader's defense line. The zombie king lunged forward but suddenly stepped on something green and shouted in suspicion. The green object sprang up and pushed it away. It was a spring bean trap. Panwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the zombie king knocked over by the spring bean, and he exclaimed, awesome. He cursed with his mouth agape. Damn it. Panwu pointed forward and ordered, pea shooters, concentrate your fire. Finish off this zombie king. Upon hearing the command, they immediately attacked, firing peas in rapid succession. But the zombie king was completely unfazed. It only chuckled triumphantly as the peas clattered against it. Tensang, seeing the situation, suggested retreating into the house, noting that the plants here couldn't control a level 4 zombie. But Hanwu shook his head. No, retreating means losing. Panwu transformed, wings sprouting from his back. Refusing to lose, he said, let me charge in. And immediately rushed toward the zombie king with his fist raised. Before the zombie king could even revel in its triumph, it took a punch to the face. After the thunderous blow, a smoking wound appeared on its face. He was unsatisfied, thinking, it didn't do anything. I have to fight seriously. He began to fight in earnest, pressing his hands in front of his chest, channeling the moves of his respected idol. He unleashed a flurry of punches at the zombie king's stomach, shouting, machine gun punch. The zombie king couldn't take it and fell backward, its bone-filled neck cracking. His final punch sent it flying, killing it instantly. The system announced, killed level 4 zombie king. Dropped, level 4 seats, crocodile leather shoes, and a tap dance textbook. Cumulative points plus 500. He rubbed his aching hands, thinking, level 4 zombies are hard to kill. My hands are almost dislocated, and I only got 500 points. In the distance, someone watched the battle through binoculars and smiled slightly. This kid is quite interesting. The observer was Yiling, who said with regret, can't see the rankings. Beside her, Pai Mang said excitedly, let me see. He took the binoculars and commented on the match with a sharp eye, unexpectedly cooperating with the prep class goddess. The kid has talent. Zirtan stood by and warned, don't overestimate him, and asked if he could find the wisdom fruit. Yiling replied, we have to see the progress of exploring the zombie town. If you only plant crops to kill zombies for points, it's hard to get high-level resources. She turned, pens on her hips, and smiled brightly. Now I want to know if he will win first place, or should we let Hangmine fight to exchange for the right to view the rankings. Pahar, Lena, from behind, whispered into Yiling's ear, what? My eyes see you being so violent, Lena. The familiar voice made her hair stand on end. Lena crossed her arms and said with a seductive posture, I want to know who you two are betting on. Yiling and Hangmang stammered, it's Hanwu. Lena was satisfied, turned, and walked away. Good, then you get to watch. Follow me. Everyone followed Lena into the office, and the door clicked shut. Lena raised her hand, and a projection appeared showing Hanwu's battle. She crossed her arms and said, watch this to your heart's content. On the screen, Panwu attacked the armored zombie and ordered, pea shooters, concentrate your fire and blast it to death. They immediately fired continuously at the zombie. Seeing this, he jumped high as the peas pelted the armored zombie. Yiling commented, Panwu's pea shooter firepower is on par with level 2 plants. Old Hang, you definitely lost. A moment later, she looked confused and asked, what's going on? Why is a level 3 zombie attacking his territory? Logically, the setup this shouldn't attract level 3 zombies. Looking at the screen, Karnan stood behind Hanasalan. In front were spring bean traps, and every zombie that approached was knocked back. The group licked their tongues. This is clearly bullying. Who is sponsoring this prep student? Unexpectedly this strong. Lena replied, that student is named Tun Karnin. He isn't sponsored by anyone. Pang Mang didn't believe it. How can he be so strong? Yiling looked at the screen and saw Karnin and Mrs. Sound cuddling. She gritted her teeth in contempt. Freeloader. Among the prep students, there's all sorts of people. They don't even care about appearances just for the sake of achievements. The ranking system appeared, with Toothite in the lead at 314,000 points, Tun Karnin second at 213,000, and Hanvu third at 198,000. 000, leaving everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. Tooth-eyed is in first place. Who is this person that is so far ahead of second and third place? Let's see how he sets things up. In the battle, the five-dragon grass opened its mouth to blast fire at the zombies, while Tooth-eyed just stood with his arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. Har 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 har. Panvu, let's see what you have to beat me with. Deeplin realized that with the five-dragon grass, it was clear that Tooth-eyed was a contestant sponsored by Hon Thang Quan in a winner-takes-all arrangement. Lena frowned and nodded. That's right, Tooth-eyed and Hon Thang Quan have a secret agreement. Hon Thang Quan sponsors Tooth-eyed, and in return, Tooth-eyed will give him 70% of the profits gained from the zombie town. Upon hearing this, Deeplin's group cursed, calling them shameless and degenerate. The person they were cursing suddenly appeared. Pan hordily looked up and asked, "Who are you guys cursing?" Pang Man frowned as he looked out. Hon Thang Quan. Pan had just arrived and already wanted to bet against the three of them, seemingly confident of winning. You free, or are you also here to watch the reserve students who sponsor? Do you want to make a bet to see which reserve student ranks higher? Pang Man was not easily fooled. He frowned and refused. Do you think we're stupid? We already know that Tooth-eyed, who is in first place, is the one you're sponsoring. Thang Quan leaned in and sneered provocatively. Even if you had a sparring match in the forest, you still have nothing. You incompetents. The Imperial Academy, the top university in the Divine Realm civilization, still supports one another and organizes clubs for fun. You students are a disgrace. Pang Man was furious and about to fight, but Deeplin stopped him and shouted, the two of us must have a winner-takes-all match today. Deeplin reassured him, calm down, he's trying to provoke you in front of Leaner. He turned to the opponent and said, we formed a club to help underprivileged students gather resources. What right do you have to judge us? Since you want to bet, then let's bet. Let's see which sponsored reserve student performs better. Thang Quan shrugged in agreement. Fine, the bet of 10 divinity points. Do you dare to take it? Deeplin's face darkened, and she bit her lip. Accepted. Why wouldn't I? Thang Quan turned to leave, saying, then let Leaner be the witness. If you lose, don't even think about reneging. Pang Man calmly asked Deeplin, Lin, were you sure? The person he sponsors, Tooth-eyed, is strong. Deeplin was not afraid. The more people say something can't be done, the more determined I am to do it. Our junior, Hanvu, is no slouch either. Lena said firmly. If Hanvu is the first person to realize the truth behind the zombie town, he could win. Daily check-in, second day of survival, experience points plus 2, 000. Hanvu lay flat on the ground and groaned. I can't move, I'm so tired, I'm about to pee my pants. Next to him were piles of food and gold coins. Tensang saw this and spoke up, alright, you've worked hard. Just lie there, let me clean up the battlefield. She was happy inside, thinking, thank goodness Hanvu's ability was preserved. Otherwise, we would have failed last night. Hanvu smiled happily, closed his eyes, and flirted. Okay, funny. Hearing him call her that, Tensang was annoyed. She stepped forward, kicked him, and scolded. You, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? She kicked him repeatedly. He groaned. Ush, isn't this a relationship according to the rules? At least play the part. She finished kicking him, turned around, and left, leaving him sitting on the ground, calling out loudly and ignoring him. Karnin's voice echoed from behind in mockery. I didn't expect you'd still have the leisure to flirt around. He crossed his arms and laughed smugly. Even with a broken arm, I'm still in third place. Unlike you, Pahar. Tensang opened the system board and saw Tun Karnin in second place with 356,000 points, surprised that Tooth-eyed was leading with 535,000, and Hanvu third with 302,000. She worried, he has over 200,000 more combat power than Tooth-eyed. Hanvu was not worried. He stood up leisurely, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, it's fine, I still have a special technique for self-defense. That Tun guy, even with a broken arm, is still better than him. His middle leg is about to break. Tensang stood behind, covering her mouth to hide her laughter, warning, you're too gross. Hearing Hanvu's mockery, Karnin was furious. Hanvu, you just wait, tonight I'll have the spring-loaded beans send a gift to your place. He didn't care, whatever you like, as long as you're happy. Suddenly, his eyes caught a glimpse of a red seed on the ground, and he exclaimed suspiciously, Hanvu was stunned. Level 4 seed. Information system, level 4 enchanting mushroom. Effect, fires gaseous energy bullets that have sleep-inducing properties. Any zombie hit has a chance to be controlled and brainwashed. Level 4 corn cannon. Effect, uses explosive bullets, instantly kills level 3 zombies, and deals air damage. Hearing it was an enchanting mushroom, he sat down, grabbed it, and said happily, the enchanting mushroom is great. I'll find a battle pet for myself. The corn cannon is like a homing bomb. I'll earn divinity points. Tensang didn't want to hear his babbling, so she gathered the items into a card and said, let's go to the store to sell the loot and buy high-level seeds first, so you'll be less tired. He raised a finger, intending to call her honey, but remembering her kick, he quickly corrected himself. You got it, old time. Tensang knew what he wanted to say, blushed, and snorted, HMPH. She followed him closely, silently thinking about the address he was planning to use. An hour later, the two had sold everything on the card and were walking down the stairs. He sighed. I thought the Zombie Dance King tap dancing manual was a treasure, but I didn't expect the store wouldn't take it. She held the bag of gold, her eyes shining brightly. The Knight's Hall board and 243 gold coins. Not bad. The boss said Yuan Shan is an expert at forging cold weapons. Let's go to him and trade our equipment for good weapons. Hearing her, he replied, the mistress, Panvu, will decide everything. Tansang frowned, a few shades of red appearing on her cheeks, and asked why it wasn't Tanvu. Panvu teased, no way, if it were Tanvu, would I be a live-in son-in-law? Tansang was angry and chased after him to hit him. Very well, Panvu, you're teasing me again. Panvu quickly ran away, shouting as he ran, domestic violence. Domestic violence. At Yuan Shan's house, the voice rang out, what? You want my forged weapons? The man looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction, frowning, your equipment is indeed rare gear. I'm very interested. Changing for weapons is fine. Come and choose. Hearing him speak, he remained silent, not responding, and the atmosphere felt real awkward. Suddenly, the sword made a sound, and he sensed a spiritual presence. It seems the sword is calling me. Panvu thought as he walked over and picked it up. A stream of red and gold energy emanated, and his voice was firm. This is the voice of the vermilion dragon's blood in my body. Having said that, he turned around and shouted, Chief Trun, I want the sword. The man nodded generously but added a condition. All right, but your flagpoles aren't enough. Do you have anything else to trade? Panvu quickly pulled out a collection of Clack Kid dance paintings and 2 level 3 seeds from his person. These are all my valuable items. Chief Trun shook his head, refusing the painting collection, but wanted the 2 level 3 seeds. Feeling he wasn't losing out, Panvu immediately agreed. The man smiled and reminded him, although the painting collection is useless, the former neighborhood lady would surely have been interested. Afterwards, he tucked the sword behind his back, turned around, and left, saying expectantly, let's go visit Tunkarn's sugar money, shall we? Just as he came out, he met Tuthiat, who was approaching with Hoa Lunthao. Panvu exclaimed, how magnificent, what a grand presence. Tuthiat approached, Arden. Panvu, the debt between us is getting bigger and bigger. Now you've dropped to 3rd place. Just give up soon. I can be generous and let you share a room with Tansen later. Panvu paid no attention, working with his hands in his pockets. He turned his head back and asked Tansen, wife, is that idiot your friend? She glanced at him, not acquainted. Tuthiat heard Panvu call Tansen wife and angrily gritted his teeth. What did you call her? How dare you? I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Panvu ignored his green-faced anger, calmly taking Tansen's hand and leaving. Let him be. Let's go. Seeing the two of them leave hand in hand, Tuthiat harbored resentment, muttering through gritted teeth, not only must I defeat you, but I must also sever your hands. Panvu and Tansen arrived and knocked on a large door. The Mrs. Salen home. Stepping out were Hannah Salen and Karnyan. Karnyan smiled. Oh, isn't this Hanvu? Mrs. Salen guessed he came to demand compensation and immediately refused. You're the new neighbor. I heard about what happened last night. If you're here to demand compensation, then leave. Hannah Salen will absolutely not compensate you for your incompetence. Karnyan was also smug. Panvu, don't cause trouble. He shook his head. Mrs. Salen, you misunderstand. I came to admire your demeanor. I heard Chief Tran say that you were once the queen of dance, with an extraordinary aura. I happened to acquire an item that only you are worthy of owning. Hannah Salen was now blinded by love and didn't hear a word he said. She stated coldly, don't think praising me will change the planned arrangement in the yard. Don't even dream of it. Hearing Mrs. Salen speak, he took out a book from his person and asked, Mrs. Salen, will this item change your mind? Hannah Salen giggled, curious. Karnyan frowned uncomfortably, holding a tattered notebook to try to make peace. Hanvu, you're a bit too naive. Mrs. Salen suddenly remembered something, her eyes shining brightly. This is the lost dance of the Dance King. I wouldn't care if I had to pay all my assets for it. Seeing her excited, Karnyan's eyes widened. If Hanvu asks Mrs. Salen to kick me out, won't I be ruined? With a thought, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He happily said, Panvu, we're classmates, what do you say? Panvu paid no attention to him. He handed the book to Hannah Salen, saying, Mrs. Salen, please don't be polite. Keep this dance. If I find anything related to it later, I'll send it to you. Hannah Salen happily accepted, showing regret. Thank you. Please forgive my impoliteness just now. From now on, just call me Hannah Salen. It's a pleasure to be close neighbors. After handing over the item, Panvu and Tansen waved goodbye and left. Hannah Salen happily bade them farewell, reminding them, come visit when you have time. Bun. The system panel appeared, announcing the establishment of a friendly relationship with the Dance Queen. Hannah Salen, friendship level 99, opened a personal shop for her, plus 30,000 points. Looking at the points, the debt, 30,000 points. How many zombies would that equal? This is a real key to points, beyond just killing zombies. Tansen looked at him curiously and asked, what happened? What did you just do? I received a notification about establishing a friendly relationship with the Dance Queen, Hannah Salen, opening a personal shop, and gained 10,000 points. Panvu didn't answer, pressing his arms and smiling. Due to our husband and wife relationship in town, Tansen also received points. How beneficial. He reverted to his old habits, just a husband's duty, no need to be formal. This time, he wasn't beaten up. Tansen blushed and walked away. You're truly shameless. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Seeing her leave, he opened the system panel to investigate what interesting things Mrs. Salen's shop had. The system announced that Mrs. Salen's shop had level 3 clover seeds 30 friendship points, the dance class 20 points, divine tower attire 35 points, and a wisdom fruit 90 friendship points. He was happy. The wisdom fruit is like the elder's commission. It requires 90 friendship points. I'll wait until the test is over, then buy it. The scene then shifted to the shared house. Panvu leaned heavily on his hands, thinking, 2 level 4 seeds have undergone directional mutation. Tonight, I'll earn a lot of points. At this moment, a horde of zombies swarmed to attack. He wasn't afraid. He ordered the corn cannon to fire missiles, creating a golden sphere that launched straight to the ground. A huge explosion blew the distant zombies away. Panvu was curious. Hey, why aren't there any other high-level undead today? These small ones aren't good for gaining points, are they? Suddenly, Panvu's gaze caught something, and he frowned. In the distance, Mrs. Panisalan stood at the gate, waving her hand, and happily called out, Pan, I've left some sweet beans for you again as a small token of gratitude. Panwu sighed. It seemed there would be no chance for competition tonight, so he might as well take a stroll through the town. After that, he transformed, spread his wings, and soared from the ground into the sky. He observed the situation from above, slowly approaching the group of zombies, only to realize he was about to face a big challenge. They weren't just zombies. They were all points. He immediately drew his sword, preparing to attack. With a single slash, he hit the group of zombies. Using his Tyrannosaurus slash technique, the slash left marks on the zombies, and gold coins appeared. Pan Wu turned and flew away as the zombies chased him, thinking to himself, I need to find some level 4 beasts. These ones aren't worth the effort. 4 hours later, Pan Wu stood on the roof of the tallest tower. He opened the ranking system board. Sun King Yin had 831,000 points. Zai Tai had 757,000, and Han Wu had 723,000. He chuckled. Good, the gap is closing. I need to keep working hard. Checking in for the third day earned him 3,000 points. When Han Wu turned back, he saw a man standing in front of his house and asked suspiciously, Hey, who are you? The young man turned to him and greeted him. I'm Eric Grimm, a resident of the town and captain of the guard team. I saw you fighting bravely against the zombies last night, so I came today to invite you to join the team. Pan Wu put his hands on his hips and asked, I've only heard of the Galactic Guard, but what about the town guard? Eric Grimm replied, we guard the town, watch the entrances, and prevent level 5 or higher zombies from invading. Hearing this, Pan Wu was secretly pleased. Level 5 zombies and above meant high-level battles, and killing them would make his points increase rapidly. He said, Captain Eric, let me join, and the man happily patted his shoulder. The guard team needs ambitious young men like you. Welcome aboard. Immediately after, the system notified him, friendship established with Eric Grimm, unlocked personal shop for 60,000 points. Joined the guard team, unlocked achievement shop for 50,000 points. The leaderboard opened. Pan Wu was in first place with 836,000 points. Sun King Yin had 834,000, and Zai Tai had 761,000. He was astonished. I'm in first place now. Eric Grimm left, waving, see you tonight. Qin ran over happily, hugged Pan Wu tightly, and shouted, you're in first place. That's amazing. Tell me what you did to achieve that. Pan Wu replied, Suddenly, there was a noise from the door, and he glanced toward it. Opening the door, he saw a blonde girl with a seductive face, who brought her hand to her lips and said, Pan, you were so strong last night. Pan Wu searched his memory, didn't recognize this person, and asked, oh, who are you? She leaned forward and flirtatiously said out of the blue, seeing how strong you were, I was very excited. From behind, Qin eyes widened. Pan Wu's, what exactly did you do last night? People are showing up at your door. Pan Wu broke into a cold sweat hearing this, and the woman looked at her, interrupting, oh, who is this? Qin puffed out her chest and introduced herself, I am Han Wu's wife, and who are you? She ignored Qin's words, stepped closer to him, and asked, Pan, you're so young, yet you're already married. I'm Jessica. If Han agrees, I can be your lover. Jessica left in a hurry, but before she left, she reminded him, see you tonight at the town guard team. Pan Wu waved goodbye, while Qin's face turned dark with jealousy, seeing him reluctant to let her go. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Qin got angry, pinched his ear, and questioned, you scumbag. Were you causing trouble with other girls in the middle of the night? Is that why your points increased so quickly? Were you learning from Sun King Yin to be a freeloader? Pan Wu yelped and justified himself, I didn't. You're lying me. I was out on the street last night killing monsters to earn points. Captain Eric invited me to join the team, and my points increased thanks to the guard team's bonus. Hearing his explanation, Qin understood, let go of him, and felt guilty. You didn't say that. She came here to praise your strength, and I was just thinking about the points from Zai Tai to help you win. Qin quickly denied, who's jealous? What does that have to do with me? Pan Wu took a bag of seeds from his pocket and gave it to her. I'm going to the guard team tonight to kill high-level zombies. I'll leave the backyard to you. These are all high-grade seeds. Tan Sang took it and anxiously reminded him, tonight you must be careful, protect yourself, and don't let anything happen. Before she could finish speaking, he turned back, smiling cheerfully to reassure her, don't worry, last night I tried my sword song and I can instantly take down a level 4 zombie. It'll be fine. After saying that, he left. Tan Sang, seeing that he hadn't misunderstood, sighed, what I meant was, don't let any fuck spirits outside bother you. In the evening, the town was still and silent everywhere. Pan Wu slowly approached. In front of him was Jessica's group. She spoke up, Pan, you're here. As soon as he arrived, Jessica rushed over, clinging to his arm and purring, Pan, it's been a few hours. Did you miss me? The muscular man with 2 hammers on his back crossed his arms and said, hey Jessica, there you go again. Pan is already married. Then he introduced himself, Pan, I'm Veteran Joseph. David stood next to him, holding a sword, and asked, Brother Han, what is your strategy? Hearing that, Pan Wu didn't say much and immediately transformed, radiating his unique power. He spun around and flew up, then turned back and replied, I can transform in 2 stages. Seeing this, Jessica's eyes turned into heart shapes, and she exclaimed admiringly, amazing. He's definitely my type. Captain, let me guide you. I love working with handsome guys the most. Eric Grimm nodded, alright, Jessica will guide Han tonight. Then he looked up and added, the battle with the zombies is dangerous. You must listen to Jessica's instructions. Jessica dropped her playful demeanor, took out 2 guns, 1 fire, 1 ice along with 2 level 5 plants, and said loudly, prepare for battle. Han Wu was surprised, thinking, I didn't expect them to be 2 level 5 plants, 1 a 5 shooter, 1 an ice shooter. Dusun also transformed into a muscular form. Next to his teammate, a level 5 nut bachelor, he called out, merge. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms slowly swelled up, and muscles bulged on his back. After that, he transformed into a muscular giant with dark skin. David held a golden sword in one hand and a blue saber in the other. Next to 2 high-level plants, he shouted, Sword Orchid Swordsman. Eskert Sentinel. Fusion. Eric Grimm also transforms, his legs radiating a cold green ore. His entire body glows with a jade-like light as he shouts that the zombies have already arrived. Without time to say anything, he launches himself straight into the sky from the ground. Jessica fires her 2 guns continuously, yelling, "Come and face your doom." The aggressive zombies are blocked by her, each bullet striking them directly in the body. Then Shan swings his weapon from behind and says, "Leave this part to me." The hammer in his hand strikes a zombie directly in the head, but his eyes suddenly widen as he sees the sight before him. The zombie's head remains unscathed. Instead, tentacles sprout profusely from the top of it. The tentacles lash out to attack Dun Shan, leaving him frozen and unable to react in time. Eric Grimm rushes to his side, Dun Shan dodges, and he blasts the zombie with a massive wave of green energy, shouting, "Die." David stabs a spear straight into a zombie, yelling, "I'll handle this part." Pan Yu, still hovering in the air watching the battle, thinks to himself, "Is this the pinnacle of leveling? It's so spectacular, I can't just stand by and watch." After saying this, he swoops down from above and punches a zombie directly, telling himself, "I'm Han Yu the Gutslayer." After all, Pan Yu draws his sword for a strike, shouting, "This is what it means to escape death." Suddenly, he hears Jessica's voice behind him warning, "Be careful." He turns to look. He sees her rushing toward him from behind. After pushing him to the ground, Jessica raises her guns to prepare for an attack, while he is pinned down until he can barely breathe, gasping, I can't breathe. What's going on?" She fires at the zombies, her bullets striking them directly in their arms. Jessica observes and explains, "The endurance of a level 5 zombie is many times greater than a level 4. Even if you injure it, its attacking power remains intact." Pan Yu regains his composure and laughs, "Thanks for saving me." She replies, "Don't push yourself. Just provide support for now and stay close to me." With that said, Jessica dual wields her guns and dives into the zombie horde, firing repeatedly. He stands up to attack, and his accumulated points begin to rise. Plus 3,000 merit points, and he obtains a level 4 radiant sunflower seed. 3 hours later, the tired Han Yu wipes the sweat from his brow and complains, "I'm exhausted." On the other side, the town guards are still fighting, and he suspiciously wonders, are they using stimulants? Jessica teases him, "Little hunk, the battle has only just begun and you're already tired. You don't have the stamina to be my lover." He thinks to himself, if I still maintain my godlike biological constitution, how could I be this tired? I could fight all night with ease. Suddenly, a voice rings out by Han Yu's side, "Representative, guess who I am?" He's transported to a white void, with a glowing green speck beside him. He says, "Origin of mutation, you finally come to visit me." He replies, "I smell the stench of a resentful woman, and I hear your health isn't doing too well." It says in a mocking tone, "As a representative of the origin of mutation, why are you letting a woman order you around? I've decided to give you a power." Standing before a female creature with such large breasts and a shapely rear. Suddenly, iron chains and a lock appear. The origin of mutation explains, "This tower is called the gene lock." "All right, sit down. It's time to enter the fray." Just as it speaks, the chains snap and the lock opens. Pan Yu feels power surging through his body as a golden light envelops everything. His eyes emit golden rays, and he excitedly exclaims, "This feels great, boundless vitality." He explains, once the gene lock is opened, you can temporarily mutate your body by consuming powerful biological cells. He grips the sunflower seed, thinking, combining extreme strength with endurance. "I want to try this." Without hesitation, Pan Yu swallows the sunflower seed. The seed is absorbed by his body, golden light spreads outward, and he flies up, empowered by the strength of the sunflower. After that, Pan Yu clasped his hands together to create a golden sphere surrounding his body. The light from the sunflower shone directly onto the zombies, forcing them to scream in pain as their bodies burst into flames. Jessica stood below, shielding her eyes from the blinding light and crying out. Light radiated from the men, making the person next to her blur and indistinct, and she exclaimed, "An angel has appeared." The town guard seized the opportunity to charge forward, and Eric Grimm jumped up, shouting, "Attack with full force." He successively wiped out the zombies with powerful strikes. Suddenly, the zombie desperately rushed forward, attempting to crush Han Yu with its hands. Seeing him in danger, Eric Grimm immediately shouted, "Protect Han, stop them." Johnson lunged forward but was struck hard by the ferocious zombie and sent flying, gasping, "H-1E9." Seeing the critical situation, Eric Grimm shouted, "It's bad. The defensive power of the level 6 zombie is too strong. Pan, parry and hide." Pan Yu still stood proudly, looking at the zombie's incoming punch. His eyes glowed like the sun, and he laughed provocatively. That's great." When the zombie's punch touched his body, a burst of light erupted. This light burned a large portion of the zombie's body, causing it to scream in agony. Once the burning was finished, the golden light from his body slowly faded. Johnson's jaw dropped in amazement, and he shouted, "D1. Pan, you are truly extraordinary." Pan Yu was celebrated, and the system displayed notifications. Friendly relations established with the town residents, the guard squad, and Jessica Smith. Personal shop for Jessica opened, plus 50,000 points. Relations established with David Ham, a member of the guard squad. Opening David Ham's shop gained 50,000 points. Level 6 zombie defeated, 23,000 merit points achieved. The origin of mutation. Seeing him happy, asked, "Does unlocking genes feel good?" He excitedly replied, "Extremely." Before he could enjoy it full on, it appeared before him, solemnly saying, "It's time to give you some bad news." Pan Yu curiously asked, "Bad news? What else do you want from me?" "I have nothing left to provide." It interrupted coldly, "Who covets your things?" "Actually, the bad news is that the translocation lock has side effects." Hearing this, he sighed in relief. So it wasn't the lines or skill, just a side effect. But he still looked at it curiously. "Were you kidding? There are side effects. Why didn't you say so earlier? What will happen to me?" The origin of mutation laughed, "Palm down. You are the supreme origin of mutation. Why would you fear side effects? It won't palm your buddy." It shrugged, "It's just that you cannot use the gene lock continuously. According to your terms, it needs a cooldown time. He frowned. You know quite a lot. The side effect is just waiting for a cooldown. That's fine. But how long is the cooldown? What are the consequences if I don't comply? He explained. With your current weak constitution, it's difficult for you to use the gene lock within 10 days. If used frequently, genetic destruction and permanent mutation will occur. You're brave. Want to try? Panvu hardly waved his hand. Don't. I don't want to turn into a light bulb forever. Eric Grimm came from behind and asked, Pun, is there any discomfort? He turned and smiled. I'm still fine. Jessica flirted again, lifting him up. You're handsome. The performance just now conquered me. Are you qualified to be my lover now? Do you want to have a wonderful night? He blushed and gasped, seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed. Johnson said, Jessica, stop teasing him. Do you want to exhaust him? Pun, if you're tired, go back and rest. I'll handle the remaining level 5 zombies. He laughed. Indeed, I'm a bit tired. The rest is up to everyone. I'll go rest for a while. After speaking, Panvu left, observing and thinking, 10 days without the gene lock. I must increase my basic combat strength. Let's check the shops for the guard squad members to see if I can buy anything. Supping, he opened the shop on the system and happily said, call me the little overlord of economics. Half an hour later, after looking through them, he chose plant fusion. Siling, plant fusion will replace the gene lock cooldown. The Argent of mutation laughed. Prahar, are you satisfied? Plant fusion is just a way to graft life forms. Panvu frowned. I lost 70 friendship points with David. You said it was useless. Isn't it because the gene lock hasn't cooled down yet? During him, it laughed loudly. Isn't it because your tiny body is too weak? Just modify it a little, and I will take plant fusion to a new level. It will cost you 2 divinity points. What do you think? Refuse or not? If you don't have money, then forget it. If you don't give it, how will we meet again? Seeing him unwilling to pay, they played. You are truly stingy. Then 1 divinity point. I can't make it any easier. He felt contemptuous in his heart. Andy, how dare you be so thick-skinned with me? The king of thick-skinned selling small goods. You are still just an outsider from the barbarian region, far inferior. But he still pretended to agree. Fine, it's a deal. Tearing his agreement, it snapped its fingers. Above Hanvu's head, it suddenly split in two, and paper confetti burst out, leaving him stunned. Looking at the system board, he wanted to curse the heavens. Damn it, the improved plant fusion can merge 1 to 3 plants, and there's a quota for level 6 seeds. Amazing. It reminded him. Remember, you owe 1 divinity point. He nodded lightly. Hanvu happily inserted the attribute card. Dark attribute, the first card dedicated to the level 5 medicinal flower. Checking day 4 of survival. His points 4,000. He crossed his arms and looked at the leaderboard with a wide grin. Pa, the score has increased, and Tan Sang has made it on here too. It seems we can take down Toothite in 2 days. On the board, Panvu was in the lead with 1.4 million points. Tun Karnyen was second with 1.2 million. Toothite had 986,000, and Tan Sang had 736,000. The scene shifts to the home. Panvu walked in, saw Tan Sang busy, and asked if she was busy. She was sitting on the floor with 2 large bags, looked up to tease him, her mood bright and flawless. He smiled and replied, not at all. Tan Sang was sorting the items for sale. Seeing his thins, she threw them over and said, these are yours, take them and sell them yourself. Panvu happily grabbed his sword and stepped forward, saying, I don't need it right now, you take it. Besides, why are a married couple acting like strangers? She blushed with anger, swung her hand to punch him in the head, and shouted, I'll tear you apart sooner or later. Sharing means sharing. Panvu cried out in pain. All right, tearing him agree. She let it go, turned around, and said, I'm going to learn dancing with Mrs. Silent Day, you rest yourself. He held his aching head, thinking to himself that Tan Sang was truly clever, knowing how to score points with the townspeople. She was indeed someone with a capitalist's pride. He arrived happily. Hello everyone. I'm here. Jessica saw him and waved. Handsome boy. Hello. Then, noticing everyone's strange expressions, he asked, why is everyone so worried? Jessica explained, handsome boy, tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse, and the zombies will invade more intensely. Last month, Sister Jasmine, a member of the defense team, passed away permanently. Eric Grimm crossed his arms and blamed himself. Jasmine's death is my fault. I, Eric Grimm, promise that as long as I am alive tonight, I will not let anyone die before my eyes. Johnson and David replied in unison. Captain Eric. Jessica held his hand wordly. I might not be able to protect you tonight. Promise me if you encounter danger, run away immediately. He pondered. I am the weakest member of the team. I'll be the first to die if we face danger, and she was worried about him. He then smiled. I'm a man. I should be the one protecting you. The smile mesmerized Jessica, and she reminded him. Remember to take good care of yourself. Panvu opened the system panel, thinking, in this moment of danger, I must visit the merit shop to equip myself further. The screen displayed the shop with countless items. His remaining balance was 95,000. After selecting his purchases, the balance went to 0, and he added the golden dragon herb. After clicking it, the black spreading mark appeared on his face. Panvu muttered to himself, the golden dragon herb is also the old dragon's venom. Does it already absorb the black dragon's blood? Immediately, his body mutated, and his strength doubled. Eric looked at the weather gradually turning ominous. The time had come, and as soon as he finished speaking, he looked up. The sky seemed to be devoured, leaving only black. Looking at the sun being obscured, the zombies below began to shriek and wail. They began to mutate, changing from frail bodies into six-pack zombies. Eric Grimm hovered and observed, saying, mutated zombies, increased rank. Prepare for a fierce battle. Jessica held her gun with a determined gaze and replied, understood, Captain. Johnson mutated into a muscular body and nodded, understood, Captain, while David put on his armor and held his spear, ready to attack. Panvu flew in the air seriously, understood, Captain, as the mutated zombie screamed and rushed forward like a storm. Eric Grimm created a green energy sphere and launched it directly at the horde of zombies, blocking them. On this side, Jessica fired her gun at the zombies everywhere, but they remained unharmed. She continued to use 2 guns to attack from the front. Take this. The giant zombie was still unscathed. Johnson held its arm tightly and told his teammates, Captain, Jessica, feel free to shoot from a distance. We will hold it off. Panvu rushed over from afar at extreme speed, thinking to himself, I cannot fall behind. He drew his sword and unleashed the violent dragon slash, cutting across the giant zombie body. The smaller zombies rushed over. Panvu did not hesitate, raised his lung leg, and unleashed his ultimate technique, kicking the first one straight in the face. Eric Grimm praised him from behind. Pan, well done. An hour later, the zombies Hanyu had eliminated were lying all over the place. Seeing that the zombies were still attacking, the captain shouted, Jessica, go find Sheriff Seneca and tell him to send reinforcements. She obeyed, running while turning her head and yelling, everyone, hang in now, I'll be back. Elsewhere, David was attacked by a zombie, his shoulder bleeding. He cried out in pain. Johnson, seeing this, rushed over to wrestle with the zombie, saying wordly, Johnson, let me handle this. Seeing the critical situation, Eric Grimm also rushed forward, firing his gun to protect them. I'm here. Keep it up. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Johnson said, Captain. Eric Grimm put all his might into a straight punch to the zombie's face. In the critical moment, the system announced, the 10-day cooldown has ended. Pan Yu smiled, just in time. With that said, he rushed in front of the 3. Captain Eric, let me buy you guys some time. He reminded them wordly, Pan, don't push yourself. If it's too much, just run. Pan Yu turned back and smiled reassuringly. I am also a member of the town guard. Of course I will protect the townspeople. With that, he opened the system and tapped on the gene. His entire body glowed a faint blue as he unlocked the gene. Pan Yu's body unleashed maximum power, transforming into spears that pierced straight through the zombies. Eric Grimm was stunned by this tower, exclaiming, so strong. A moment later, seeing the zombies lying scattered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Before he could celebrate, the zombies suddenly appeared and attacked. He exclaimed in surprise, how are there still more? Jessica rushed over from afar, shouting, Pan, hang in there. There are people following behind. She shouted, we're here. Machoziga charged forward, roaring, press the advantage. Jessica also charged forward with all her might behind him. At this moment, Eric Grimm warned from above, everyone stop. There's a problem ahead. The mayor observed the situation through binoculars. He looked around, the fog was dense, and he assessed wordly, this fog is not good. Eric hurried to his side and warned, Meh, the fog is rising. We can see through darkness, but not through fog. If you have any suitable plants, take them out as soon as possible. He immediately took a strange seed from his pocket, a level 4 windswaying clover, and planted it in a pot. A second later, the seed sprouted, and the clover appeared before everyone's eyes. Pan Yu was surprised by the sight, thinking to himself, it grew so fast. Immediately, the windswaying clover turned into giant fans, blowing continuously at the zombies. Pan Yu immediately activated his reconnaissance eyes. The plant pot glowed strangely. The system announced, the accelerated growth pot multiplies seed growth by 100 times. He exclaimed in surprise, wow, is this a divine artifact? Mayor Schwarzenegger turned back with a gentle smile, Pan, if you like the flower pot, I'll give you a few later. You did well tonight. When the lunar eclipse ends, I will reward you. Pan Yu replied joyfully, thank you, Mao. Immediately after, the system announced, established a friendly relationship with the mayor of the small town, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Unlocked personal store, Arnold plus 100, 000 points. Pan Yu opened the system and joyfully looked at the list. The mayor's store must be full of treasures. This plan is too good. It's truly a virus attack. Let's grab it. The screen displayed the store, the tuberous mushroom, which released tens of millions of spores simultaneously. The spores were nourished by the gas from the zombies, rapidly growing new mushrooms. Pan Yu threw the mushroom towards the windswaying clover. Tens of millions of mushroom spores flew towards the zombies, causing them to scream madly. He happily said, a bit more. Let's try a new playstyle. Go. Immediately after, Pan Yu observed the situation. The tuberous mushroom was spreading quite well. Success or failure depends on this. He stood on high, his wings spread wide, his entire body emitting a strange golden glow, and said, the tuberous mushrooms belong to my life form. Begin life sacrifice. Immediately, the surrounding dense horde of zombies was enveloped by the golden light. This golden light instantly made the hateful zombies explode. A new notification appeared on his screen. Option 1. Plant a level 9 wisdom tree seed in the divine realm. Maintain stability. Extend the tribe's lifespan. After 1,000 years, it will bear wisdom fruit. Its growth cycle is 100,000 years. Option 2. Mix golden flowers with special gel seeds to achieve immortality. Option 3. Build a level 4 botanical museum in the divine realm. Every 24 hours, it will produce special seeds with the following rates. Tier 1 50%, Tier 2 40%, Tier 3 9%, Tier 4 9%, Tier 9 0.00009%. He looked at the list, secretly cursing the system. How the hell am I supposed to choose? He sighed and chose to mix the golden flowers, saying, I guess I'll go with this option. With the mutation directive and the golden flowers, the plant will become immortal, with infinite potential. Level 9 seeds will come eventually. At this moment, the zombies returned to normal. Eric Grimm shouted wordly, warning everyone, this isn't good. The zombies are stirring. Immediately, Machoziga, Jessica, and David took up defensive positions. Pan Yu was bewildered by this sight. The Hark-T-Led-1-EED mushroom's advantage was too small. He had to seize the time to develop them. He looked at the golden mix and said, activate the mutation directive. After speaking, he planted the Hark-T-Led-1-EED mushrooms into the golden flower mix. The system announced, favorable mutation viable. Significant increase in spore spray volume, activity, and development speed. Pan Yu approached the mushroom, smiling triumphantly. He raised his hand and commanded, execute 3 qualitative mutations simultaneously. At this moment, the clover immediately grew enormous. He tightly embraced its trunk and cried out. Tens of millions of mushroom spores spread towards the zombies. Eric Grimm saw the situation and happily announced, "Their speed is decreasing." Hearing this, the people below rejoiced and cheered. "That's great." Mayor Chosega looked at the sky and warned, "The lunar eclipse is entering its final phase. The zombies' counterattack will be particularly strong. Everyone, be careful." Suddenly, Pan Yu realized something was unusual. As the lunar eclipse arrived, the zombie horde proliferated like a forest. Already strong, they now became even stronger, like a tiger growing wings. Seeing this, Mayor Chosega gestured backward. "Everyone, retreat. Focus on the entrance." The people, seeing this, panicked and scattered, murmuring, "Are we going to die? I'm so scared." Pan Yu looked at the crowd and thought to himself, with their morale so low, this battle will be hard to win. I must cheer them up. He flew up, boosting everyone's spirits. Zombies are no match. We will surely win. At this moment, Pan Yu circled around the zombies effortlessly, taking them all down. The people, seeing this, rejoiced and cheered. "Yes. What a great fight. That's excellent." Pan Yu turned to look at the rejoicing people below and cried out, "Everyone!" Suddenly, a strange green tentacle shot rapidly towards him. It tightly wrapped around Han Yu, causing him to panic and scream loudly. Jessica saw him in danger and immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Pan!" Eric Grimm held her hand tightly and warned, "If you go like this, you'll be rushing to your death. You must concentrate your strength into a single surge before you can advance." He rushed forward and said confidently, "Pan, hold on. We will save you." Pan Yu angrily used his wings to tear apart the tentacle wrapped around him, shouting, "Get this disgusting tentacle off me." He flapped his wings and flew high, not allowing the zombies below to do anything. Pan Yu turned in another direction, calculating that if he flew in the direction he was being pulled, he would soon return to the small town. Half an hour later, he was flying and observing, but every direction seemed wrong. "Where is this place?" Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke. "Hey, don't you understand? You're trapped." He asked the mutation Arjun in surprise. "Is there a way out?" He thought for a moment and replied, "As the first super gene of the divine Reva civilization, how could such a minor track capture me? One divinity point, and you'll be safely out." Hearing this, Pan Yu asked gravely, "Do you want a divinity point or your life? You choose." The mutation Arjun chuckled menacingly. "Then fend for yourself. As a super gene, I offer sincere advice, don't wait for dawn to escape. Step into the fog, and your time will stop." He looked around, thinking to himself, if what it says is true, this is really dangerous. East, south, west, north are all wrong. Do you also want me to plunge through heaven and earth? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, making him secretly exclaim, "Ah, right." Pan Yu changed direction, flying straight up into the sky, telling himself, "I don't believe this fuck is no Arjun." A minute later, he was startled to see something unusual in front of him. He wondered, is this a shield? Pan Yu stayed, stunned, at the large, thick shield. He immediately swung his sword towards the shield, shouting, "Do you really think I'm a turtle to be scared off?" When he struck it, the shield only cracked a tiny bit. Pan Vu was surprised and immediately swung his sword repeatedly at the shield, shouting, "So tough. Let's see how long you last." A small piece of the shield broke off. Right after that, it cracked more and more, with shards flying everywhere. Pan Vu looked at the scenery outside in surprise and wondered, what is this? A massive tree appeared before his eyes, and the source of mutation greeted him. "Welcome, Outlander, to my domain." Pan Vu gripped his sword tightly, thinking, could all of this be the ancient tree's doing? Moreover, how does it know I'm an Outlander? Didn't I reveal my identity during the Outlander survival simulation assessment? Seeing his anxiety, the source of mutation comforted him. "Outlander, do not worry. I will not kill you." He asked, "Then why did you bring me here?" It sighed and replied, "Because I need your help with something to save this world." Pan Vu lowered his sword in surprise and shuddered. "Do you want me to deal with all the zombies?" The great tree suddenly spoke loudly. "No, it's to drive all the residents of the town out of here." He sat down to think, sensing a complication in this matter, and calmly asked, "Can you explain this to me?" The great tree slowly recounted, "I am the tree of wisdom, the guardian of the secret realm, having existed for tens of thousands of years. This place was peaceful until an outsider found and occupied it. He sent his followers to collect the seeds of the special trees I had cultivated, turning them into sources of essence for trade. I watched my descendants being turned into merchandise. How could I bear it?" It hesitated, then continued, "After 10,000 years of peace, I had no combat power to resist the invaders. I had to meet the god of death to beg for the power of vengeance at the cost of worshipping death." It sighed. "Since then, I have had the ability to turn corpses into zombies." As images of the zombies appeared, the great tree said sadly and regretfully, "The war between humans and zombies has lasted for thousands of years. As the number of zombies increased, the people could not resist. 30 years ago, I led a general offensive. I thought there was a chance for victory as humanity retreated to the last small town, but at the critical moment, the powerhouse appeared like a comet." He recounted how hundreds of zombies were driven back. Using unknown methods, he cultivated a level 4 plant, the fire dragon grass, which dealt such massive damage that we couldn't attack. Years later, I realized that mysterious man might be an outlander. Today, during another general offensive, I noticed you have the exact same methods. Pan Vu was surprised and asked, "So you want me to betray the town to help you?" It proposed, "If you agree, I will give you 10 fruits of wisdom." Pan Vu thought, 10 fruits of wisdom are equivalent to 10 divinity points. The great tree added, "Furthermore, I will also give you 3 divine corpses. Though they have been dead for thousands of years, their bodies remain as they were when alive." Hearing that, his resolve wavered. He swallowed hard. It was too generous. Two conflicting thoughts emerged. Setting aside the matter of driving out the humans, the zombie town was the property of the Imperial Academy, and the dub behind it was likely a high-ranking official. If helping the Tree of Wisdom led to betraying a god, that would be a grave mistake. Pan Vu turned away sharply and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I can't." Seeing this, the great tree offered an even more enticing reward. If you agree to help, I can introduce you to the great Temple of Death. Panvu turned back in surprise and asked, the Temple of Death. He thought to himself, a chance to obtain a powerful level 5 divine position. Death. If I receive it, I will be revered by 10,000 gods. Hearing this, the great tree was delighted. That's right. Do you agree? He hesitated, turning away and stammering, I will try, but I have one request. I need to contact the divine realm and bring my followers here. I can't do it alone. The great tree was speechless. That is not difficult, but you must swear an oath before His Majesty the God of Death. If you break the oath, your followers will be cursed until they are extinct. Panvu was surprised by that attitude but then understood. It must be afraid he would be like the previous outlander. However, it underestimated the level 5 death divine position. He reached out to sign the oath with it and laughed. I'm willing to swear to His Majesty the God of Death. A seal appeared on the back of his hand. Panvu looked at his hand in confusion and shouted, Hey! It's already sealed. The great tree immediately linked its branches into a small circle. Hundreds of scouting eyes were released. He closed his eyes to enjoy the sunlight. Oath, the beloved aura of the divine realm. By now, I should have been a life-form lord. The great tree said softly, Very well, Outlander. I hope you complete our agreement soon. Immediately afterward, it pushed him back to the lower realm. He cried out in shock, Let go of me. You old geezer. Panvu landed among the zombies and looked up at the sky angrily. Curse it, that old tree is so rude. It didn't even offer me coffee. He sighed, How am I going to get the town residents to leave? First, I'll fly back. Soon after, Panvu flew back to the meeting point with the others. Eric grimaced said happily, There he is. Pan is back. Jessica heard this and spun around, staring at him intently. Immediately after, Panvu landed safely in front of everyone. Jessica ran over, bumped him, and cheered, Pan, it's wonderful that you're okay. While he was blushing, Johnson and Eric Grimm also ran over excitedly. Pan, you really are outstanding. Mayor Schwarzenegger placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed. Pan, to recognize your contributions, I will award you with town citizenship. Panvu blushed shyly and said, It's nothing, you're too kind. Seeing the zombies vanish in the light, the townspeople cheered, The lunar eclipse is almost over. We've won. The system displayed 1. Panvu with 12,030,000 points. 2. Tensang with 8,720,000. 3. Tunkar Nenhan with 7,920,000. 4. Toothite with 7,890,000. Toothite gritted his teeth in anger. What on earth did he do? How can I still not beat him? The dark plan flashed through his mind. If I can't beat you fairly, then just wait until I teach you a lesson. Shortly after, Toothite brought a large sack of items out of his house. 20 minutes later, he slammed the bag down on the table. Looking at the man in front of him, Toothite said angrily, You are the most powerful assassin in this town, right? There are 8,000 gold coins here. I want you to help me kill Hanvu. The assassin nodded slightly and said firmly, Fine, just wait for the good news. As Toothite stepped out of the shop, he was immediately tracked by Scout Eye. Cutting back to the large villa, Hanvu observed everything, crossed his arms, and smiled, If you can't win fairly, you want to play dirty. In that case, don't blame me if you get killed. He immediately ordered his swarm of locustkin outside. Locustkin, go into the city and feed. Immediately, the locust swarm rushed out to destroy the various flowers in the area. They didn't just destroy the flowers. They also spread to the surrounding trees. With his sharp teeth, the local vegetation was gradually destroyed. Tensang came to see Hanvu, confused, and asked, Are these locusts all your kin? Why did you let them come in here? What are you trying to do? Hanvu looked at her and replied, It's a secret. If I told you, I'm afraid I'd have to kill you. Tensang pinched his arm and scolded angrily, Oh my, you dare to kill me? You won't tell me? Hanvu cried out in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Suddenly, a noise outside startled both of them. Hanvu, get out here. Toothite stormed into the house, pointed at him, and shouted, Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Hanvu laughed and asked, Oh, young master too. What good deed have I done? Immediately, the locust swarm rushed toward Toothite, causing him to hunch over and cover his head in fear. Yet he still cursed, Hanvu, you are so shameless. You don't have special plants like I do, so you let your locusts destroy my plants. Do you think this can defeat me? Hanvu smiled as he explained, Don't talk nonsense. How could my kin get in there? Even if you're dirty, at least be logical. Furthermore, I'm not good at math, but 12 million is much higher than 7 million. Can you even keep up with me? He then struck a pose, pretending to steer a motorcycle to mock him. Toothite gritted his teeth and cursed. Toothite's whole body trembled with fury. His eyes filled with hatred as he swore to himself, Hanvu, I must make sure you never see the sun again. At this moment, town residents rushed to the shop, shouting angrily at the owner, I want pesticide. Me too, I want to buy some. The owner smiled and explained, Everyone, the pesticide is out of stock. We will make more soon, so please come back tomorrow. Hearing this, an old man said dejectedly, What do I do? The medicine is gone, there's no hope for my plants. The dun mine nearby added, Someone save me. My level 4 man-eating flower has been drained dry. How can I survive tonight? Mayor Schwarzenegger appeared and announced, Dear citizens, the town has urgently implemented an evacuation plan. Tonight, the small town will open its doors to refugees. Everyone can stay there for the night. Panvu looked at him with satisfaction and calculated internally, When the townspeople flee, I must have the locusts eat all the remaining special plants. Everything will be lost, and since the townspeople can't fight the zombies, they will be forced to move away, whether they want to or not. Shifting the scene to another area, Eric Grimm saw him approaching and said with surprise, Pan, you're here. The task is easy today. The zombies suffered heavy losses last night. You should take a good rest today. Jessica ran over happily and linked her arm with his. If you want to hang out, you are always welcome. Panvu pointed behind him and said, In that case, I'll work around and pick up whatever is left over. At that moment, the scout eye flew over and reported that Tooth-Eyed and the assassin were ready to strike. He immediately headed out, thinking, then I'll find a place where no one is and wait for them. Panvu sat there calmly, watching the two approach him. You two finally arrived. He looked up at them and said, you kept me waiting quite a while. Tooth-Eyed angrily turned to the assassin and asked, did you really tell him? The assassin coldly replied, you can criticize my personality, but don't even think about criticizing my professionalism. Tooth-Eyed turned to him in frustration and scolded, forget it, that's not important. The important thing is that today, Panvu, you must die. Panvu calmly replied, do you dare kill me? The academy keeps records. How will you explain this to the school? Tooth-Eyed gritted his teeth, killing you is the work of Assassin Shan. It has nothing to do with me. Assassin Shan, standing nearby, also spoke up, why waste so many words on a dead man? I still have a job to do. Immediately after, you got into an attacking stance, using the Ghost Shadow Vine entanglement technique, and a spiked vine lunged straight toward his opponent. He lunged at him and used the dagger to stab at his uniquely handsome face, shouting, Ghost Shadow Strike. A light flashed across the dagger, causing him to cry out in shock. What? Using Golden Dragon transformation, Panvu caused the tip of the dagger to snap. He mucked, date, 000 gold coins all you're worth. Hearing this, Assassin Shan angrily turned around and cursed, Tooth-Eyed, did you betray me? Tooth-Eyed, confused, also shouted, Panvu, how did you know that? Panvu looked at the two idiots and summoned his kin, saying triumphantly, now it's my turn. Then he turned and commanded, children, greet our guests. Tooth-Eyed was bewildered and shouted, no way. How can you control the Imperial kin? Panvu pointed at Assassin Shan and commanded, kill him for me. Upon hearing this, all the kin rushed toward him, leaving him in a state of confusion and despair. Panvu slowly worked toward Tooth-Eyed with his sword drawn. As for you, I will deal with you personally. Terrified, Tooth-Eyed threatened him, you can't kill me. The academy will record it. How will you explain it if you kill me? Panvu looked surprised, then laughed smugly. Oh, right, that's true. Well then, I'll just throw you to the zombies, and then this matter will have nothing to do with me. Panvu, realizing the situation was dire, Tooth-Eyed immediately ran for his life, shouting as he ran, don't come over here. Help me. A second later, Panvu effortlessly flew over and grabbed him by the collar. Immediately after, he easily slammed him to the ground. Tooth-Eyed's face was swollen as he begged, please, don't hit me anymore. My family won't let this go. Just wait for the vengeance of the true god. Panvu gently lifted him up and laughed, fine. Whoever doesn't come, they can be my grandson. Right after that, he flung him toward the group of zombies standing outside. Elsewhere, Panvu sat at a war table and ordered his subordinate, Brubel, investigate if there is anything else left, leave a bit of extraction essence behind. Then he flapped his wings to fly forward, saying, you guys rest, I'm heading there now. Time passed, the red sun gradually set, and the scene shifted to a high-level meeting where voices were raised. It's over. I have nothing left of my crops. How am I supposed to live now? During the meeting, Mayor Schwarzenegger sat and listened to the citizens' complaints. Meh, I can't live like this anymore. That's right, the church isn't big enough for all the residents. The mayor, losing his composure slightly, replied, I know the situation is difficult, but... Before he could finish, Panvu interrupted, I have another solution. Surprised, the mayor asked, Pan, tell us. Panvu smiled and proposed, we will go to another world. Hearing this, the citizens looked at the mayor in surprise and asked, can we go to another world? I can't stand living here anymore. That's right, the zombies keep attacking. It's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep. Mayor Schwarzenegger was surprised to hear his proposal and asked anxiously, Pan, it's not that I don't want to go, but the teleportation gate was destroyed during the fight against the zombies. Furthermore, we don't know where to go. Panvu placed a hand on his chest and said confidently, I'm only worried that everyone might not agree. If so, if the Dragon City is suitable, I will build a new teleportation passage. Please give me some time. Hearing this, the mayor happily said, that's great, Pan. Whatever you need, just tell me. I will fully support you. The scene shifted to a vast, open area. Panvu stood in front of a great tree and said, that's the situation. The citizens have agreed to relocate. As long as the passage is restored, I will find them a place to live. Hearing this, he laughed and looked at him. That's wonderful. I have finally waited for this day. Thank you, Alander. I will definitely keep my promise. Tonight, just lead them to the entrance of the secret forest. As night fell, the scene shifted to the entrance of the secret forest. The townspeople arrived and asked in surprise, Pan, will the teleportation gate appear when the moon is full? Jessica looked at the great tree in bewilderment and asked, everyone, look. He's at the tree of wisdom. Everyone looked toward her. It was a tree with a broad canopy, and the full moon behind it cast a strange light upon it. It really is the tree of wisdom. Immediately after, the teleportation gate opened, and everyone cheered, the gate has appeared. As everyone stepped inside, he waved goodbye, everyone, until we meet again. The citizens waved back, moved, and the mayor wept, thank you, Pan. You truly are our savior. Jessica didn't miss the chance to kiss him on the cheek, making him jump and exclaim, oh. She immediately covered her mouth, turned away blushing, and said, Pan, see you later, remember me. Immediately after, the teleportation portal slowly closed in front of him. Panvu sighed, finally done. This assessment was so long and tedious. In a flash, MS. Lena looked solemnly at everyone and said, dear students, the Zombie Men Dungeon assessment ends here. Afterward, she and the students returned to the classroom. She looked around the class and said sternly, first of all, congratulations on returning safely. 2 students died. I hope they are stronger for the next assessment. Panvu thought to himself, indeed, those who die in the dungeon lose their lives in reality. This assessment is truly cruel. Tooth-Eyed, don't blame me. Suddenly, he was startled to see Tooth-Eyed glaring at him in anger, thinking to himself, how is he still alive? How could he have been resurrected? MS. Lena smiled and announced the results. Everyone, take your seats. The top student is Hanvu with 16 million points. Second is Tensang with 12.03 million. Third is Tunkarnin with 10 million. Two Thait stood up and said loudly, Teacher, I accuse Hanvu of cheating. Hanvu turned to those nearby and saw smug smiles on their faces. MS. Lena asked, Tu Thait, do you have proof? Tu Thait glanced at him and slowly recounted. We saw Hanvu's locust kin in the zombie men dungeon, and we also saw him summoning puppets. Two people beside him chimed in. That's right, I saw it too, she said in a gentle voice. The topic is an extraterrestrial survival simulation. Summoning kin is not prohibited. Hanvu relied on his efforts to summon kin. There was some luck involved, but it was mostly strength. Tu Thait gritted his teeth in anger. Teacher, you're protecting Hanvu. I will report this to your superiors. MS. Lena looked at him imposingly. Reporting to whoever you like is your right, but as an instructor, I have the right to punish you for disrespecting a teacher. Tu Thait was confused. Teacher, are you real being this oppressive? She pushed him toward a time portal and ordered, I will punish you by sending you to prison for a year of hard labor. Tu Thait screamed in despair. What? I don't want to. She looked at Tu Thait's two followers and smiled. Does anyone want to go with him? One was terrified. MS. Lena said, right, and the other nodded submissively. How could I dare to disrespect the teacher? He continued with the awards ceremony. Hanvu received a jade flower vase, as did Tensang. The ceremony ended and class was dismissed. As he worked down the hallway, he heard a voice calling, Junior Hanvu, over here. Three people walked over smiling. He was surprised. Seniors, I didn't let you down. I brought back these fruits of wisdom. Pangman smiled. We got them. One or two. Hanvu thought to himself, I traded friendship points for the fruits of wisdom, 12 in total, used 9 of them to trade for divinity points. He sheepishly raised his hand. Sorry, that's all I could manage, but 9 divinity points is not a small amount. Parthene gave a thumbs up. 9 whole fruits. Junior, you're amazing. Deep Lin was overjoyed. Thanks to you taking first place, we won 10 divinity points from Hung Thankwan. We'll keep 9 divinity points. Now let's go eat something spicy and delicious. Par. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Eating and drinking. Pa. You sure know how to enjoy yourselves. Pon Thankwan stepped forward and said, You're Hanvu, the one who made me lose 10 divinity points, right? Pangman rushed over to shield Hanvu and asked angrily, Pon Thankwan, what do you want? He was confused and asked, Senior man, what's going on? Deep Lin laughed. Someone lost and is going crazy. Parthene explained, He's Hon Thankwan. He has never gone along with us. Before the exam, he provoked us, saying whoever he supported would take first place. You helped us win those 10 divinity points. Hanvu asked in surprise. Senior, who did you support? Parthene replied with a laugh. The kid who used the 5 dragon grass. He laughed mockingly. Was it 2-5? Pon Thankwan said angrily. Say that again. Pangman and 2 others rushed over, smiling defiantly. Say it 10 times. What are you going to do about it? Seeing the situation, Pon Thankwan immediately ran away. While running, he turned back to threaten. Watch yourself. The next lesson is a battle against seniors. If you offend me, you'll know what hell is like. Pangman looked at him. Junior, sorry about this time. We made a bet with each other but it ended up hurting you. During the practical lesson, we couldn't protect you. Panvu put a hand on his shoulder. Senior man, it's okay. I've been threatened for months and I've still grown up healthy. The lesson is over. I had a good harvest. I'm going back to improve myself. Deep Lin said, Panvu, if you need anything, just come find us. Parthene nodded. We will support you. The scene shifts to a vast location. The voice calls out, Your Highness, God King. The deity asks for an audience. Then comes the order, bring him up here. The God King sat on his throne and asked, Demigod, what is the matter? This person reporting to you, God King, I am Tuanquan. I am here to report something related to the BunRv ruins. I have a suspect. The God King heard this, stood up, and urged, if it's true, there will be a generous reward. Tuanquan stood up and opened a box containing one of Hanvu's locusts, reporting, God King, I discovered a locust carcass in the BunRv ruins. I know the divine realm player is Hanvu, and I believe it is related to him. Prince God King asked in surprise how much information Hanyu still held about him. Dang Gang then recounted everything. He was a high school student, without parents, and had now transferred to the Imperial Academy as a reserve student, currently at the divine being level. After hearing this, Prince God King flew into a rage. How could a divine level student enter the BunRv ruins and defeat the 6 demigods ascent? Seeing his fierce attitude, Dang Gang immediately kowtowed to apologize, fearfully saying, Please calm your anger, Your Highness. Initially, this humble servant also didn't believe Han Yu had been to the BunRv ruins, but after investigating with Han Yu's photo, I indeed found clues. Stop rambling, the Prince God King said. My investigation revealed that Han Yu once bought a radiation broadcaster at a shop, and it was paid with divine power. The divine realm registration machine at the inn also retained his record. Prince God King glared at him threateningly. Demigod, you had better not use false information to deceive this venerable one, or I will certainly not forgive you. Immediately after, the prince threw a box in front of him, telling him to take his reward and retreat. Dang Gang happily said, Thank you, Your Highness Prince God King. Afterwards, the prince ordered his subordinates to take a signal device to probe Han Yu, to confirm whether he had stolen any treasures. Cold glint flashed in his eyes. If it really is him, I will turn him into dust. Meanwhile, Pan Yu suddenly let out a strong exhale. He reached up to touch his nose and sighed. It seems to be getting cold. I need to seize the opportunity to level up in the next class. Pan Yu smiled, looking at the pot. The cleaner item is truly good. It binds special plant seeds with a jade flower pot. Each growth cycle receives special seeds linked to the plant's level. The higher the level, the longer the growth cycle. After the first use, he smiled contentedly. The level 6 Ghost Shadow Lantern, combined with the plant fusion technique, can unleash a powerful Ghost Shadow ability. So, I will combine the jade flower pot with level 6 Ghost Shadow Lantern seeds. This way, I will continuously have an endless supply of ghost shadow lantern seeds in the future. He looked at the 3 mummified corpses in front of him. Dead corpses can refine divine flesh and blood energy, promoting the creation of locust lords. If I then give the locust lords fruits of wisdom, their combat power will surely skyrocket. Suddenly, Miss Lena called, surprising him. Oh. Pan Yu answered the phone, questioning, Miss Lena. She immediately said, Pan Yu, I have some bad news. He asked in surprise, is it related to the zombie town and the secret realm? She quickly replied, the zombie town is managed by one of the 3 main gods of the Imperial Academy, Master God Zuhai, who donated it to the Academy. Currently, the town is lost because its coordinates were destroyed. Master Zhu investigated and found out it was you, and he's very angry. Hearing that, Pan Yu pointed a finger and asked worriedly, so, will I be expelled? Miss Lena smiled and shook her head. No, this doesn't violate any regulations. It's just that Master Zhu is upset and wants to duel you tomorrow. I will be the referee. Miss Lena stood with her arms akimbo. This kid, just try your best. Master Zhu won't make it too difficult for you, so don't worry. Pan Yu lay on his bed and sighed. Whatever comes. It's unavoidable. I'll get some good sleep and fight with all I have tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next morning, at the martial arts arena. Seeing Han Yu standing on the martial arts stage, his 3 senior brothers and sisters cheered him on as if just going through the motions. Do your best. If you can't win, concede quickly. Miss Lena pointed to the unfamiliar man and introduced, Pan Yu, this is Master Zhu. He is Master God Zuhai. Pan Yu greeted him. Master Zhu seriously instructed, Pan Yu, since I'm dueling you, I will not use divine magic. I will only use 1 million summon kin. Regardless of victory or defeat, your destruction of the secret realm will be forgiven. Do you have any objections? Pan Yu smiled and confidently replied, your student wouldn't dare. I will certainly fight with all my might and not disappoint you, Master. Miss Lena looked at the system, which announced that the duel begins. Location, Keeling. Both participants, summon your kin. The atmosphere was electric. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Zuhai reached his hand back, and a green vortex immediately began to spin at breakneck speed. He commanded, come forth. The figures behind him gradually emerged before Han Yu. Facing him was a great army of intelligent beings with a terrifying aura. On the open ground, Zuhai's army stood in perfect formation. Jiang Mang was stunned by their immense aura, his jaw dropping. What kind of monsters are these? How are they so strong? Dear Tian crossed his arms and smirked at the ignorant Jiang Mang. These are Homo sapiens, an extremely rare subspecies with extraordinary natural levels and high intelligence. With a little effort, they can ascend to heroic life forms. Yiling, legs crossed, looked at the fierce Homo. Even without heroic life forms, their motivation is no less. Pan Yu is quite good too. Jiang Mang worriedly yelled at Han Yu, little brother, surrender. Surrendering only means half a defeat. The gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Before he could finish his words, Zuhai roared, silence. He stood leading the Homo sapiens, facing Han Yu. Seeing Han Yu motionless, Jiang Mang said bitterly, as expected, Pan Yu is still scared stiff. Zuhai looked at him deeply and asked, friend Han Yu, were you not summoning your kin? Pan Yu made a move, waving his hand back. A troop of self-detonating locusts appeared. He excitedly declared, let's play. What's there to be afraid of? In front of the blue gate, the Homo sapiens remained solemn and unmoving, even when surrounded by the self-detonating locusts. Zuhai, initially disappointed, now witnessed a horrifying sight. His mind felt struck by lightning. Those are extraordinary life forms, and the numbers are terrifying. Without stopping, his eyes widened once more at the terrifying sight. What? Before his eyes appeared a powerful main entity, prominent amidst the swarm of self-detonating locusts. Zuhai was shocked to realize, a spirit lord life form. His gaze shifted further back. Among the vast swarm of locusts, fierce red human figures made him even more shocked. The leader is also a spirit lord life form. Everything Han Yu summoned was powerful. Even the creatures of the clam demon tribe possessed great might, making him panic. Oh, there are clam demon tribesmen too, and they are also spirit lord life forms. Following the majestic legions was Giant Feng, whose appearance at his summons left Zuhai with his mouth agape. A life form spirit lord like Giant Feng, what other followers do you have? I am almost speechless. From the barrier gate, rows of bone soldiers advanced under the command of a skeleton. This sight left Zuhai completely flustered. Even the skeleton tribe was present. His mouth hung open, and his eyebrows furrowed at the scene. 5 types of spirit lord life forms, the skeleton being an elite hero type. Even a demigod could not assemble a legion of this size. Could this boy be a divine being? Jiang Meng sat watching, expressing admiration for the summoning ability. He spoke continuously to Zir Tian. I thought the duel would be a disaster, but now I realize I would not stand a chance. Zir Tian replied, stay confident, for knows, maybe few male students like us can create a formation like Han Wu's. Unlike those two, Daling watched his battle intently. She noted to herself that if he officially entered the Imperial Capital Academy, he would surely soar. All 3 expressed their support and encouraged him. Brother Han Wu, keep it up. Show your true strength. Encouraged by the group, Han Wu's combat resolve grew. With a single command, the legion of exploding locusts prepared to follow instructions. Upon receiving the signal, the locust swarm quickly flew toward the immobile Homo sapiens, launching a flurry of sword dance attacks. On the other side, the Homo sapiens army remained calm, merely clasping the hands and whispering mysterious phrases in unison. From those whispers, a shield appeared, making the attacks ineffective. Seeing that the counterattack had no effect, Pan Wu shouted, what is this? After blocking the locust attack, the Homo sapiens team counterattacked, launching 5 balls at the hovering swarm. The attack instantly pushed back Han Wu's forces. To prevent further damage, he ordered, this is bad. Exploding locusts, retreat. Larva locusts, provide cover immediately. Immediately after, a larger swarm of locusts appeared to carry out the order. Seeing that the attacks had not caused significant damage, Zuhai shouted mockingly, this level of defense will not stop the Homo sapiens. Under an orange sky in the barren wasteland, Zuhai's army stood tall. With a single word from him, all the Homo sapiens raised their hands simultaneously to attack. Pan Wu stood at a distance as tens of thousands of larva locusts rushed forward. Seeing the barrier's joints, he exclaimed, "What is this? A CAD bomb? Is this Lord Bean watching Dragon Ball?" Tuahai raised his hand, power radiating from his palm as he commanded, "Fire." His troops struck decisively. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Pan Wu summoned a powerful entity, Divine Hammer, to break through the core. Divine Hammer. Engage. Following the order, Divine Hammer quickly raised its massive hammer, preparing to strike down at the Homo sapiens and Tuahai. His figure hovered mid-air during the swing, his red frame standing out against the sky. With a stern look, Divine Hammer's strike created a blinding surge of power. Against the Homo sapiens barrier, this hammer left a massive crack. As the shield shattered, Pan Wu quickly shouted his command. It worked. Larva locusts, attack now. The locusts obeyed the order, surrounding the towering human figures. The three onlookers encouraged Han Wu that he could succeed. Seeing his defense broken, Tuahai remained calm, looking at Han Wu and his army while saying to himself, the game has just begun. Across the white sky, a massive black patch formed by the locusts surrounded the large Homo sapiens team. Han Wu calculated silently. The locusts were numerous but had low combat power. He hoped to eliminate a few Homo sapiens. He glanced back at the Bone Lord standing behind him, thinking, this is my way out. He gestured, "Go, Bone Lord." Then watched the Homo sapiens fight back against the locusts. The images showed they were strong, with high-level autonomous combat skills. Seeing the advantage shifting toward the Homo sapiens, he stood in contemplation. This is not good. Too few are falling. I must increase the locust attack power with a source of mutation. The voice suddenly spoke in his ear. The opponent's level is too high. To avoid detection, I'm logging off first. Targeted mutation and duration locks are temporarily disabled. See you later. Hearing the source of mutation's words, Pan Wu reacted angrily. Are you kidding me? You bull the weak but fear the strong. Pei, get back here. After a moment without a response, he hoped, with targeted mutation gone, it is up to you, little skeleton. Good luck. The Bone Lord gradually defeated the Homo sapiens. He watched with anticipation and expectation. Just as he finished speaking, the skeletons were instantly illuminated by a brilliant, magical light. Zhang Meng saw Han Wu gain the upper hand. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but then the Bone Lord standing behind the Bone Soldiers performed a mysterious action. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred before his eyes. Pan Wu looked on in shock at the scene, crying out, what's happening? Tuahai stood proudly on high, his words cutting straight into Han Yu's thoughts. Han Yu, the undead race's strength is indeed impressive. The way they invade and fuel war was a nightmare that made every civilization tremble 10,000 years ago. They looked like the fisherman who gains from other strife, amazed as he looked down at the small boy on the ground. Yet ultimately, that is only history. Through the research of countless Divine Realm players, there are countless ways to counter the undead, and almost everyone has a trump card unaffected by them. If you consider this your ace, the road ahead will be very rocky. Han Yu paused. Everything seemed to signal a defeat. The locust swarm's attacks lacked sufficient damage, the dry mist refused to recover, the little skeletons and puppeteers were countered, and the numbers of fishmen and dwarf cyclops were insufficient. Was he forced to concede? Right at this moment, the fishman shaman's blade-cutting sword went strained with every fighter to defeat the Homo sapiens, the sound of slaughter ringing out continuously. Each part of the Homo bodies was severed under the sharp blades of the blade-cutting sword wind. The massive fishman shaman grabbed each Homo and slammed them down. It looked like they were about to win, but in reality, these two were standing alone against thousands of Homo sapiens. Pan Yu was worried. This is bad. The blade-cutting sword wind and the fishman shaman seemed to be exhausting all their advantages, but the encirclement had formed. At this rate, they would only die of exhaustion. Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Pan Yu released his strongest individual, the royal locust man, who flew up with a bow aimed at his master's command. The Dark Emperor unleashed, and an arrow containing immense power was fired. The arrow flew straight into the sky, plunging into the sunlight and drawing all the attention of the Homo sapiens. Immediately after, the arrow transformed into 10,000 arrows, flying straight toward them. The Dark Obsession arrow rain, black in color, possessing the properties of dark corrosion and immobilization. The Homo sapiens army would be affected. Pan Yu looked at its superior power and couldn't stop exclaiming, the wisdom race is truly different. The Dark Emperor is evolving fast. While they struggled with the 10,000 arrows, the blade-cutting sword wind and the fishman shaman joined forces to attack the Homo sapiens. Each tiny body of the Homo was knocked away miserably by the two of them. Even though they were battered to heaven and earth, they quickly recovered and gathered into a crowd. Pan Yu worried. These Homo sapiens recovered too quickly. Something caught his attention. Oh, the black dragon Amphis performed a superb somersault right over his head, looking at him and greeting him excitedly. Reliable comrade, the Great One has come to help you. With its massive body, Amphis wagged its tail, revealing a pile of powerful entities. The 10 little supremes were present. This gathering sniffed out the other 3. Yiling pulled Zirtan. Zirtan, look there. It's a black dragon, pure ancient dragon blood. I never expected Junior Han Yu to hide such a big treasure. Pang Meng was amazed. Oh my god, a pure-blooded ancient dragon. In the future, it could upgrade to a monk-level life form. Zirtan teased Tang Meng. Meng's eye, you didn't lose on Feli. The remark caused him to collapse and squat on the ground, drawing circles and cursing, looking at the black dragon Amphis. Tuahai couldn't help but admire it, a rare talent. At the reserve student stage, his strength is already like this, truly brilliant. He opened his mouth. Substitute this, Junior Han Yu. However, Tuahai turned his attention to the 10 little supremes that Amphis had summoned, feeling troubled in his heart. What kind of monsters are these? The strange new insects appearing before Tuahai made him broaden his horizons, but they couldn't fight forever. After all, they were students. A slight movement, immense strength and recovery at this rate, it wasn't clear who would win. Finally, he proposed a truce. Junior Han Yu, how about we stop fighting? Pan Yu looked at the black dragon Amphis flying over to attack Tuahai and asked doubtfully, Seth? Fighting? The black dragon Amphis roared angrily. No, Amphis did not agree. Pang Meng couldn't keep his composure and said loudly, did I hear wrong? Master Huahai is taking the initiative to stop the fight? Zertan continued, could it be that Master Huahai is also afraid of Junior Hanyu? Yiling's eyes lit up excitedly. Oh my god, if he goes out, Junior Hanyu will. A familiar voice rang out. What will Hanyu do? Lina watched the children comment and said loudly, you kids don't know anything. If Teacher Hua gave it his all, Hanyu wouldn't stand a chance. The teacher values talent. Yiling was surprised and stammered, MS, Lina. Linghan believed that Hanyu's strength in this match had been recognized by Teacher Hua. You wouldn't pass up a good seed. Junior Hanyu is about to take a step toward success. Huahai stepped closer and said, Junior Hanyu, I have calmed down. Continuing the fight only leads to meaningless sacrifices. Furthermore, I intend to give the remaining Homo sapiens army to you as a gift. The black dragon Anphis did not hesitate to show its anger. Don't stop, keep fighting. Panyu turned to it. Anphis, don't mess around, then asked with a smile, Teacher Huahai, really? Teacher Huahai put his hands behind his back and said sternly, I will gift you the Homo sapiens kin, but on one condition. Once you officially enter the Imperial Academy, you must join my mentorship. Panyu was startled and pointed at himself. Join your mentorship. Before he could react, Lina pulled his shoulder and urged, thank Teacher Hua. He is one of the 3 most famous teachers at the academy, the best in strength and teaching. She gave an example. Each intake, the number of students lining up to be Teacher Hua's apprentices stretches for 500 meters. Panyu frowned and looked at Lina in a low voice. 500 meters. Assuming 1 person per square meter, that's only 1,000 people. Hearing him say that, she lifted her head proudly. Correct. Every year the academy recruits no more than 500 people. Panyu seemed convinced, finally bowing 90 degrees and saying respectfully, Teacher, I agree to become your student. Can I become an apprentice now? Teacher Huahai straightened his face and solemnly said, good student, I'll take that as your agreement to the condition. The 820,000 Homo sapiens kin will be collected into your divine realm. Consider it a small favor from me. As for becoming an apprentice, let's wait until you officially join the academy. He held his head high proudly. I don't care about others. To be my student, I require high standards. Before officially joining the Imperial Academy, you must reach the perfection of a demigod. Panyu replied cautiously, understood. That means the divinity must reach 10 points for divine creatures. Teacher Huahai's voice became serious. In addition, you must find clues related to the god of death's divinity from the Grim Reaper. This is a new challenge. Completing both of these tasks will officially make you my student. Immediately, Hangman's group rushed over and cheered, Junior Hanwu, congratulations. Before they could celebrate, Teacher Huahai reminded them with a stern face, have you heard enough? What you saw today must not be revealed to outsiders, especially not to your own teachers. Understood. Parthene replied with a grin, you know us, teacher. If our teacher asks, we wouldn't dare hide it from him. As if understanding their intentions, Teacher Huahai tossed 3 gold cards into the hands of the 3 students with a swishing sound. All 3 smiled secretly with joy. Parthene flattered him. Understood. We won't say a word even if we're beaten to death. Lina chimed in. You 3 have quite the nerve, even daring to take advantage of a chief god. The scene shifted to a building the next morning. Tensang nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt and said, Panwu, could you help me with this? She continued timidly. My family wants an arranged marriage with a 2 family, and I'm the pitiful sacrificial lamb. Hearing this, Panwu replied with annoyance. What error is this that such things still happen? Did your parents agree to this as well? At this point, Tensang sadly explained, my parents just obtained the divinity of a demigod. They cannot change my great-grandfather's will. He is the family's only true god, and his decision is the divine decree for the family. He asked curiously, who is the marriage partner? Is it Tuthai? Tensang lowered her head and said, it was originally Tuthai, but after his failure in class, it was changed to his older brother, Tukoin. Hearing her words, Panwu understood. The determination to marry you into the family is very firm. What do you need me to do? As long as it's within my power, I will give my all. Hearing that, Tensang felt relieved and said touchingly, Panwu, thank you. He turned to look at Tensang with a smirk and said, what's there to thank? After all, we were husband and wife for a time. Hearing this, Tensang lost her composure and slapped him immediately, shouting, shut up. Panwu was surprised, his eyes staring up from the pain. Ouch. Look at you, this is more like the real you. Stop being so depressed. If you don't want it, I'll help you cancel the engagement. His words touched her heart. Tensang closed her eyes and uttered an in agreement. The scene shifted to 3 days later at the Tan family estate. Against the backdrop of high-rise buildings in the evening light, 2 voices were arguing. You aren't exactly a princess here, are you? The other person replied calmly, although the Tan estate can't compare to the imperial capital, it is a city of 10 million people. At that moment, a servant entered respectfully and said, young lady, the master and madam have specifically ordered me to pick you up. They are waiting at the main house. Uncle Trun had arrived. Tensang replied politely, thank you for the hard work, Uncle Trun. This is my friend, Panwu. Upon being introduced, he said in surprise, oh, the young lady's classmate? The genius youth from the Imperial Academy's preparatory class. My apologies for the lack of respect. Panwu also replied politely. Without delay, they reminded each other to get in the car and depart. In the car, Tensang sat silently, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Panwu patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. If anything happens, I will protect you. Hearing this, Tensang gradually relaxed and forced out a yes. After a while, the 2 of them looked out the window. Tensang said anxiously, we're here. The car stopped in front of high iron gates. Looking into the lit villa, the voice echoed out, last year when the family divided the profits, my husband and I didn't get a share. Now that you want an alliance, you push my daughter forward. That's unreasonable. Whoever wants the marriage can do it. My daughter is not going. Sixth brother, you can't say that. Sanger has enjoyed family resources since childhood, so she should contribute to the family. Standing behind the door, they heard the argument clearly. Third brother, none of your daughters enjoyed resources since childhood, so why don't they contribute? You wasted resources to use the back door to get them into the second-tier preparatory class. She is a suitable marriage candidate. Marrying her off saves resources. Another person cut in. Sixth brother, don't talk nonsense. Speak to your third brother properly. Panwoo couldn't help but judge them. What a chaotic family, treating their daughter like a commodity. Tensang rushed in and shouted, I don't want to marry into that damn Two family. Inside, guards stood at attention. A man in red, the third elder of the Tan family, sat majestically and said angrily, how reckless. The elders are discussing matters. How can a junior interfere? Someone, take the young lady to her room to rest. As the situation grew serious, a man wearing glasses said gently, Little Sang, you are a member of the family and should contribute. The Two family is a lineage of a true god with vast wealth. You won't lack resources if you marry there. At the third elder's command, the guards rushed toward Tensang. Fortunately, Perfarda quickly blocked them and said, I'm right here. Let's see who dares touch a finger on my daughter. The third elder stood up with a cigarette in his hand and said, Sixth brother, your indulgence is harming her. Tensang's father didn't listen and showed his dissatisfaction. My daughter is a preparatory student at the Imperial Academy with hopes of becoming a true god in the future. I absolutely will not allow her future to be ruined. The eldest Tan shouted and pointed, this is a rebellion. Sixth brother, do you need the true god ancestor to come and beg you before you'll comply? The veins popping on his face, he said, your daughter is excellent, but she isn't a demigod yet. It will take decades or centuries to become a true god. Currently, the Tan family only has one true god. We must protect him no matter the cost. Thinking of the family being trampled upon, he said in fear, if the Tan family loses its true god, what do you think the families watching us like hungry wolves will do? I think you know better than I do. You can't bear that burden. Outside, Panwoo heard everything and asked curiously, Uncle Trung, does Tansang's marriage have something to do with the only true god? Uncle Trung sighed and explained, when the Tan family's only true god was traveling in and out of civilization, he caused trouble and was forcibly detained awaiting execution. Only a true god can intervene. The Tan family found that only the Two family's true god agreed to help. Panwoo thought to himself, Tansang's potential to become a true god is high, so the Two family wants to recruit her. Quite a deep calculation. Wait, a true god? Isn't that idiot Bean Chun a true god? Thinking this, he took out his phone to contact Bean Chun. On the other end, Bean Chun was drinking milk tea while talking on the phone. Were you short of divinity again? He shook his head and said, no, I need your help this time. Go to the outer civilization to rescue a detained god domain true god player. The specific location is. Before he could finish, Bean Chun interrupted, I've heard of that outer civilization and I know the true god. He's strong, but a bit weaker than me. Hearing that, he replied jokingly, so you agree? The person on the other end didn't answer but asked, how much is your commission? If it's too little, I'm not going. Afterward, Panwoo worked out, thinking to himself, the price for inviting a true god is not cheap. If I let the Tan family pay the fee, the massive amount would cause them to resent Tansang. If you help someone, help them all the way. After thinking, he replied, the fee will be paid in source of holy artifacts. According to you, how many source holy relics are needed for the cost? After hearing this, Yuan Zhang smirked and said, simple. Once I've repaired my divine gun, the total cost will be 30,000 source holy relics. This time, it's a deal. 30,000 relics in exchange for rescuing a true god. I'll send the coordinates. Come sign the contract. Inside the living room, the third elder still looked sternly at Qin Chuan. Tyro Xuan, you can't be so selfish. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Wait. Panwoo stepped inside confidently. Seeing him, the third elder scolded angrily. Kid, who are you? Why are you in the Qin family's main residence? Someone, throw him out immediately. Sensing he was in danger, Qin Chuan stood in front of him and said loudly, he is my classmate. He's here to help me. Hearing this, the man wearing glasses said irritably, a classmate helping you? I think he's your lover from school. No wonder you refused to enter a political marriage with the Zhu family. She did not hesitate to retort, you're lying. The eldest brother also refused to back down, saying, Tyro Xuan, you are a descendant of a true god. You should find a man of equal status. Kid, let me ask you, does your family have a true god? To prevent further arguing, Panwoo quickly said, it's just me at home. I don't have any true gods. I don't even have any demigods. I only have a few bottles of Liushen Florida water. Hearing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, Panwoo. Hearing this, the eldest elder covered his mouth and said, your family has no true god. How will you support her? If she marries you, she'll be eating dirt every day. This divine power credit card has 500 million, enough to live on for half a lifetime. Take the divine power and stay away from Zyroshwan. Seeing the gold card, Panwoo smiled politely, fine. 500 million divine power will serve as the capital to invite a true god to save the Qin family's patriarch. Seeing his attitude, the eldest elder turned to Qin Chuan and said, Zyroshwan, 500 million divine power is enough for you to see a man's true colors. Do you hear? He wants to use 500 million divine power to invite a true god. Using 500 million, the man in glasses lost his composure and sneered, inviting a true god with 500 million. Were you trying to drive them away? You think true gods are like weeds on the roadside, waiting to be invited? I see this kid is just stalling for time. Since Han Yu didn't seem trustworthy, Qin Chuan's father still reminded him, even though the young boy is willing to stand up for Shuanger, don't be unreasonable. Shuanger, tell your friend. Before he could finish, Qin Chuan spoke firmly, Pan Yu says he can use 500 million divine power to invite a true god, so he will definitely do it. I believe him. The eldest elder challenged angrily, kid, if you say you can do it, then do it. Let's see how you use 500 million to invite a true god here yourself. Sensing the other party shock, Pan Yu replied firmly, who said I wanted to invite the Zhu family's true god. Besides their true god, or is it no others? The eldest elder lost his temper and shouted, I see you're just here to cause trouble. Take the divine power and get out. If you weren't Zyro Schwang's classmate, I would. Noticing a strange change, the third elder intervened. Did brother, wait, the eldest elder realized with shock, this is the pressure of a true god. Before they had to wait long, Pan Yu spoke up, the person I invited is another powerful true god. It looks like he's arrived. The third elder couldn't believe his eyes. That's right, the Qin family has stood tall for many years. Now that the family head is in trouble, how could there not be a few true gods coming to help? The man with glasses added, Kid, when that true god arrives, your lies will be exposed. Losing his patience, Pan Yu replied in a disgusted tone, yeah, have you all said enough? Once they arrive, you can go ask them yourself. At that moment, Yuan Zhang stood in the distance, observing everything. The true god Yuan Zhang hovered high in the air, silently watching. When he landed, the crowd ran out. As he ran, the eldest kin said anxiously, Welcome, true god. You surely heard our ancestor was in trouble and came specifically to help, didn't you? Yuan Zhang looked at the third elder without any respect and said, A demigod? Not worth mentioning. Hearing this, the third elder turned away guiltily. Pan Yu stood nearby, covering his mouth and chuckling mockingly. Not wanting to waste time, Yuan Zhang asked, Who is Han Yu? Looking at the three from afar, Qin Chuan's father was confused. Could this venerable true Gabriel be the one Shuinger's classmate invited? On the side, the third and fifth elders asked in unison, Did this brat actually manage to invite a true god? Hearing his name called, Pan Yu said anxiously, It's me. Yuan Zhang was surprised. Of, is that so? He pointed at him. Is it real, this kid? A demigod who hasn't even become a divine being. How can we be brothers? He said, Are you real, Han Yu? Pan Yu gasped in surprise. To verify his identity, he took out an object and said with a smile, Isn't it me? Old Yuan, you surely recognize the source holy relic. After confirming it, Yuan Zhang placed his hand on Han Yu's shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to be so young. Pan Yu replied cheerfully, Hey, you're pretty young too. Entering the living room and looking at everyone, Yuan Zhang asked, Are these people your family? Pan Yu glanced at the eldest elder and said, No, we have no relationship. The elder recognized the look in his eyes and thought, Damn it, this kid holds a grudge. Not wanting to lose face, he turned to Qin Chuan's father and said, Sixth brother, this kid Han Yu is the classmate your daughter brought home. You should advise him to help the Qin family more. The third elder added, That's right, sixth brother. We are all part of the Qin family. We share both glory and hardship. We shouldn't let trivial matters cause conflict. The fifth elder also advised, Think carefully, sixth brother. If a true god helps us, your daughter won't have to marry into the Zhu family. Isn't that what you want? Not knowing what to say, he looked at his daughter. She also looked at the three of them in confusion. Qin Chuan's father leaned closer to her and said, Daughter, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye for people. The one you found is even more powerful than those from the noble families. You must seize this opportunity. If your grandfather is rescued, you will be the family's greatest hero. We'll see who dares use your marriage as a gamble then. Hearing that, Qin Chuan lowered her head and blushed, shyly replying, Dad, what are you saying? The two of us don't have that kind of relationship. Seeing his daughter blushing with shyness, the father laughed loudly and continued, Sooner or later, it will happen. I know you well. If you didn't care for this boy, why would you bring him home? Besides, this lad doesn't seem like a bed chores. Go talk to him soon. Looking at Han Vu, Tensang hesitated. Pan Vu. Before she could speak further, Pan Vu turned and called out, Tensang, you've come at the right time. He has agreed to save the true god of the Tan family. Tell your family to prepare the message and the relevant tokens, and he will set off immediately. Tensang asked, So quickly. What about the offering? Is it real 500 million divine power points? Before she could continue, Pan Vu covered her mouth. Don't worry about the offering. Just do as I say. She thought to herself, how could 500 million divine power points be enough? Pan Vu must have covered the remaining amount. He's truly so good to me. Meanwhile, Bin Shun turned to the Tan family head and reminded him, Don't forget what you promised me. The elder quickly replied, of course, I won't forget. Then, Bin Shun left. Pan Vu raised his hand and said loudly, Old Vin, you can rest assured. The three members of the Tan family beamed. The eldest said, Pan Vu, thank you for your hard work. Are you hungry yet? The third brother smiled and said, Pan Vu, since you come to visit the Tan family this time, I will take you on a tour. He immediately pulled Tensang over and said, If it weren't for Tensang's request, I wouldn't be here. So she is the one who truly worked hard. You should all be thanking her. Tensang's father looked at Han Vu proudly. Very good. This lad is excellent. Ahar. Scene change. 2 days later at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the hallway, Tu Thai blocked other students and asked, Have you seen Han Vu and Tensang? The person on the left said, Not in the gym. The person on the right also shook his head. Not in the cafeteria either. He said angrily, Damn it, those two haven't appeared for 2 days. They must have gone to the Tan family. I won't let them off. Scene change to the Tu family mansion. An angry voice rang out. Grandmother, Tensang definitely took that brat Han Vu to the Tan family. They have no respect for us. The two ancestor and his 2 sons were furious. The woman who is about to marry into our family is going with another man. If this gets out, what will people think? Tu Thiad, Tu Coin, follow me to the Tan family. The two gritted their teeth and said, Yes, father. Tu Thai thought to himself, Pan Vu, you're dead for sure this time. Elsewhere, Pan Vu and Tensang sat down to cultivate. Pan Vu thought, 500 million divine power points exchanged for 103,000 wisdom essence holy items. 30,000 kept, 73,000 used to upgrade the level 4 gluttony lore. Soon, I will have a legion of hero class beasts. Tensang looked at him. Pan Vu laughed, and Tensang asked, What are you thinking about that's making you drool like that? Suddenly, Uncle Trung ran over into panic, shouting, Trouble. Big trouble. Seeing his panic, Tensang asked worriedly, Uncle Trung, what happened? Uncle Trung replied, the true god of the two family has arrived, bringing Tu Quan and Tu Thiet with him. The sixth brother reported it. You two, hurry and hide. Inside the house, a voice sounded, according to the warning array, they will arrive in less than 10 minutes. The two true god has nothing to do, yet he is coming to the Tan estate, likely for the marriage alliance. Tan Sangsfarta said angrily, now that our ancestor has been saved by a true god, we don't need to keep this marriage alliance. The eldest of the Tan family sighed, sixth brother, you are thinking too simply. The two true god is not someone to be trifled with. If he finds out the truth, he will use the excuse that the Tan family disrespected him to stir up massive trouble. Tan Sangsfarta replied angrily, turning to the others, don't tell them, just keep stalling. The third brother spoke up, it's simple. Do you think the two true god is a fool? He has come this time with a calculated plan. The fifth brother sighed, our family doesn't have a true god to anchor us. If the two true god wants the marriage alliance, we should agree to it. Otherwise, if he gets angry, all 10 million people in the Tan estate will face disaster. Tan Sangsfarta slammed his hand down and said loudly, nonsense. If we agree, how can I face my son-in-law? Don't forget, the true god friend invited by my son-in-law was the one who saved our ancestor. He's a true hero. The third brother scolded, in this desperate situation, sixth brother, do you want the Tan estate to implicate your daughter? Immediately after, he pointed his finger and shouted, third brother, I've tolerated you for a long time. You say my daughter is being implicated. Speak clearly. The eldest immediately scolded them both, you are both grown men with daughters, can you stop this? The elder said slowly, we cannot offend either side. Let's organize a martial arts competition to choose a son-in-law. Both sides will duel, and the winner gets Tan Sang. The three were confused. Her father was furious. Do you treat little Sang like a piece of merchandise? The fifth brother gave a thumbs up in agreement. Big brother's idea is good. The Tan family offends no one. The third brother chimed in. Sixth brother, don't hesitate. It's the only way to protect the Tan family. A stern voice rang out. Descendants of the Tan family, why is no one welcoming this true god? The eldest led the group out to welcome them. Two ancestor, your grand arrival makes this house shine even brighter. The two ancestors said loudly, sup the nonsense. I'm here to hold a wedding for my grandson before saving your family's true god. Bring that girl Tan Sang out here. The eldest stepped forward and said, two ancestor, the girl's friend has already invited a true god to save our family's true god. I hope you will show some mercy and wait until she is free. The ancestor shouted angrily, a mere demigod dares to talk back to this true god. Do you think I won't get angry? A massive wave of light appeared, radiating terrible power. The eldest and everyone else saw he was furious and immediately knelt to beg, please, two ancestor, through your divine power. Suddenly, Tan Sang ran in, shouting, Sup, don't destroy my house. Tu Thai pointed at Han Vu, grandfather, that's Han Vu. Tu Quan nodded, very good, you won't survive today. Afterward, the two ancestors slowly walked up to Tan Sang. Little girl, if you want this true god to spare the Tan family, obediently go and hold the wedding with my grandson. I will not mistreat your family. Upon hearing that, she immediately scolded him, who would want to organize a wedding with your grandson? Stop your deluded daydreaming. The third elder hurriedly ran up to stop her and then turned to say, old sixth, advise your daughter. Stop provoking Patriarch 2. The eldest elder also cowered, saying, Patriarch 2, please don't be angry. The young girl is ignorant of the world. Wait until the elder returns, and we will discipline her properly. Patriarch 2 looked at Han Wu angrily. Is this the benefactor of the Tan family you mentioned? Kid, you came to ruin the union between the two families. If you don't explain yourself to this true god today, don't think about leaving. Han Wu calmly replied, I only came to help a classmate. There's no need to explain to the true god of the two family. Does a god domain civilization forbid others from helping the Tan family? Immediately after, Tu Tai criticized him. Pan Wu, you are quite bold today, show disrespect to my grandfather. Pan Wu laughed and replied, I only stated a fair point. Is that being disrespectful to your grandfather? Is the true god of the two family real that petty? Tu Quan glared angrily and cursed, Pan Wu, if you know what's good for you and leave, the two family will act as if nothing happened. But if you persist here, I will consider it a provocation against the two family. He smiled and looked straight at him, seemingly unafraid. Speaking frankly, what if I provoke the two family? I'm not going anywhere. He immediately used two fingers, preparing to unleash his tower and lunging at him. You get nerve. Today, you have no choice but to die right here. Immediately after, Father Tan jumped forward to advise. Wait, please. Patriarch 2 blocked him. This is a battle for my grandson to protect the two families' honor. The Tan family had better consider carefully before deciding whether or not to intervene. At this moment, he lunged at Han Wu with dizzying speed, activating divine power that surprised him. In the next step, he opened a portal toward him, laughing triumphantly. Your divine domain still has unexplored wasteland. Pow backwards. Hundreds of soulless sets of armor appeared before him. Name of retainer, armored soldier. Retainer rank, transcendent creature. Retainer attribute, reinforced armor, divine power. Retainer abilities, magic creation, reinforced iron, freely reshaping themselves with armor spikes. He looked at this and slowly calculated for himself. The armored soldiers have thick spiked armor and can freely change shape offense and defense in one. They are much stronger than two Taizen Kenkel men. Tu Quan extended his arms and ordered, armored soldiers, crush all the outsiders before me. Pan Wu immediately summoned the Imperial Insect Men and challenged, bring it on. Both sides rushed into a fierce battle. An Imperial Insect Man charged quickly to attack an armored soldier. It drew its sword and charged straight ahead. The armored soldier hurriedly jumped aside to dodge, narrowly escaping the strike, while another Imperial Insect Man took the opportunity to jump up and stomp hard on that armored soldier. Tu Quan grit his teeth in anger. I see, I've overestimated you. But no matter how strong you are, your limits end today. He raised his hand and shouted, Armored Divine Guard, mobilize. The giant arm appeared, after which Tu Quan looked triumphantly at Han Wu and smiled. He had summoned the Armored Divine Guard. The eyes of the Armored Divine Guard were extremely ferocious. It held its sword and charged directly toward the swarm of imperial insects. He was startled by the sight. A single slash had sliced off an imperial insect's arm. Pan Wu was immediately surprised, eyes wide and mouth agape. This is an elite locust warrior lord that has consumed the fruit of wisdom, with an infinite future. Tukon saw his reaction and laughed smugly. Clearly a lord-level lifeform, yet it can't even withstand a single blow. Locust retainers truly trash. Immediately after, he flashed a mysterious smile and said, "Are locusts weak? Fine, I'll show you the terror of locusts." Mutation activated. The swarm of imperial insects immediately changed their shapes. Tukon saw this scene and cried out in confusion. What? Pan Wu pointed his finger and ordered a general attack by the giant-sized imperial insects. Right after, he pointed forward and shouted, "Mutated locusts, charge." They immediately lunged forward. Seeing the situation was turning sour, he ordered them to retract their weapons and form protective armored carapaces. The armored divine guard slowly retracted its sword, turning it into giant rings. The great sword decomposed and merged into circular forms. Pan Wu laughed triumphantly. This is only the beginning of the counterattack. The second act is yet to come. He spoke softly, and immediately, thanks to the source of mutation being activated, the swarm of locusts underwent targeted mutation into imperial insect men. Next, an imperial insect man used its weapon to deliver a powerful slash to the armored divine guard, causing him to cry out in panic. "Why? Did you break through the armored divine guard's defense?" At this moment, he chuckled smugly at him and said loudly, "Tell me, are the grasshoppers still weak?" Seeing Tukon remain silent, Pan Wu continued, "No answer. Then let me show you what I'm capable of." He then tossed the soul cores toward the yellow insect bird, tied its hands, and ordered, 1,000 poison attribute soul cores, protect yourself. Instantly, a green mist enveloped its body, forming a gaseous shroud. Immediately, the yellow insect bird's arm was fully restored. Seeing this, it was stunned. The system popped up, possesses strong corrosive poison ability. Having regained its arm, the yellow insect bird immediately charged at the armored divine soldiers for revenge, attacking with power, but a protective barrier appeared. However, the protective barrier was gradually destroyed. Seeing this, Tukon was startled and panicked. Damn it, what on earth is this? Retreat. Fall back to the divine realm. Pan Wu looked at him and smiled. This is my territory. You think you can just come and go as you please? Seeing his attitude, he became terrified. What do you want to do? Seeing the group standing behind Han Vu, he was bewildered. Four great lords. Tukon slumped to the ground, backing away repeatedly while stammering. Why is there still this kind of monster? At that moment, the divine realm's gate fluctuated, and the black dragon Amphios appeared before Tukon, causing his stomach to churn as he repeated, "Why is there still this kind of monster?" On this side, Lord Yarmar Shaman was attacking enthusiastically. Another lord's attack was not trailing behind in intensity either. The Witherbone Lord stood there controlling soulless skeletons and summoning skull knights. Tukon screamed in fear, "I won't fight anymore. I'm withdrawing from your divine realm." Stop fighting. Pan Wu looked at him and cursed angrily. "Your invasion is over. Now it's my turn. All followers, invade Tukon's divine realm." Tukon looked back anxiously. "This is bad. I can't wait. If I can't stop his followers, my divine realm will be counter-invaded." He gritted his teeth, made a silent decision, then raised his hand and shouted the order, "Close the teleportation gate immediately." At that moment, the teleportation gate slowly closed. In the chaos, some of Han Vu's grasshoppers had already entered Tukon's divine realm without him realizing it. The armored divine soldiers immediately fled, and seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, seeing a large gate open right in front of him, he was bewildered and shouted, "What?" Pan Vu slowly stepped forward and explained, "I have some low-level grasshoppers. They aren't strong, but they can build bridges between divine realms. As long as they are here, you can't disconnect. Just wait as I slowly consume your divine realm." They immediately knelt in helplessness. "End this war. I lose. Take your followers and leave my divine realm." Standing there, Pan Vu replied, "You invaded my realm, and now I'm taking yours back. It's only fair. The intelligent army has already invaded Tukon's divine realm." Hearing that, he turned around and cursed angrily, "Pan Vu, withdraw all your followers from my realm. I've humbled myself enough. Don't forget my grandfather is outside. He's a true god. Even if you are a genius, how can you hope to challenge a true god?" He replied with a look of disdain. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I cut off the divine realm, you just have your grandfather use his divine might to destroy me. You are my bargaining chip. As long as I have you, your grandfather won't dare kill me." Tukon immediately changed his tone to pleading, "Spare me. I guarantee I won't let my grandfather hunt you down." He raised his hand to signal, as a sheesh, "Don't say that. My grasshoppers are currently locating your divine realm's core." Pan Vu smiled smugly. "Ah, found it." An hour had passed. Ancestor 2 paced around thinking, why hasn't he come out after so long? Could something have happened? Feeling increasingly anxious, he decided to check the virtual screen. Third elder turned to the eldest and said, "Big brother, let's go see 2. Immediately after, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The scene shifted to the large screen, showing Tukon floating in midair with an extremely distressed expression. Even the armored gut soldiers were dragged away by the swarm of locusts. The third elder was slightly overjoyed and shouted, "What is going on?" The eldest elder explained, Sang's divine core has fallen into Little Han's hands, and currently, the locust people are standing guard, with 1 foot on the core. The 2 ancestor approached in the form of a projection and cursed angrily, "You brat Little Han, release the divine core of my descendant immediately." Pan Yu turned around in surprise and said, "Are you threatening me?" "I don't like that." Then he opened his mouth and called out, 10. He immediately ordered them to speed up the destruction of the armored gut soldiers. The old man cursed angrily, "What on earth do you want in order to let Sang go?" Pan Yu raised both hands and sneered at him. "Ancestor 2, you must be mistaken. The matter at hand is what I need to do to make you let me go." The 2 ancestors swore to himself, "Very well, you brat. Once Sang is free, I will torment you for 3 days and 3 nights before killing you." Suddenly, Pan Yu sensed the aura of a true god descending. he happily announced. Yuan Zhan has returned, and there is another true god. It seems the Tan ancestor has also returned. The Tan family members looked at the screen and cheered. The ancestor has returned. The eldest Tan elder bowed and asked with a smile, Ancestor 2, today is a joyous day as our ancestor has returned. The Tan family is hosting a banquet. Why not stay for a few drinks? The two ancestor was reluctant but replied, no need. The scene shifted to the divine realm, and the old man urged impatiently, Brett Han Yu, the true god you were waiting for has arrived. Why haven't you released my grandson's divine core yet? Han Yu laughed, I will wait for my friends to arrive before I let go. Who knows if he'll kill me the moment I let my guard down. Yuan Zhang appeared and assured him, I'm back. No one will act in front of me. Pan Yu guessed the situation outside. The true god of the Tan family had also returned. He looked at the two ancestor and smiled, Poison Emperor, have all the kin withdraw from the divine core. Let's retreat. Immediately afterward, he dispelled his divine domain. Tu Sang stepped forward angrily. Pan Yu, I'll remember this. The next time we meet, only one of us will remain. Pan Yu laughed, you better restore the scale of your armored troops, otherwise you won't be qualified to fight me. Team miss. The two ancestors slapped him hard on the face. Shut your mouth. Isn't losing face enough for you? Let's go home. Seeing them flee, the Tan ancestor cursed angrily. Tu, you dared to bully the descendants of the Tan family while I was away. The Tan family will draw a clear line with the Tu family. The engagement between Xuan'er and the Tu family is hereby cancelled. No one is to mention it again. At this moment, the Tan family stood staring at the pathetic sight of the three members of the Tu family fleeing for their lives. The Tan ancestor handed him an item and smiled, Young friend Han Yu, thanks to you and the arrival of the great god this time, consider this resource a gift of thanks. He looked at the item in his hand in surprise. It was a primordial stone, which could help any life form revert to their ancestral bloodline. He frowned, worrying about his locust. Doesn't that mean I could make the locust evolve into the most ferocious form in history? How terrifying. 3 days passed, and a voice rang out, Junior Han Yu, we've come to bring you intelligence. Zir Tan's group happily called out to Han Yu, over here. Over here. He worked toward the three of them with a smile and asked, Brother Meng, Senior Zir Tan, Senior Yiling, what is the interesting news? Tai Meng said excitedly, the next course is about to begin, and Huan Shenzhen will definitely target you. This is a detailed intelligence dossier on Huan Shenzhen that we prepared. Zir Tan added, I don't want to admit it, but he is indeed at the top of the freshman class. You must be on your guard. He looked at the book, remembered the goblins, and was bewildered. His core kin are ordinary goblins. To be able to lead goblins to achieve such feats, he really is a super genius. Yiling laughed and praised, Junior Han Yu, you led your locust kin to achieve such results. Aren't you even more talented? Zir Tan nodded in agreement. True, he only has a few hundred lord-level lifeforms, 3 king-level lifeforms, and 3 high-level divine positions. No need to be afraid. He asked the three of them in surprise. Is this not something to worry about? The three of them just played dumb, acting as if they hadn't said anything. The scene moved to another cozy and spacious place, Han Yu's home. He sat cross-legged to cultivate, thinking, Huan Shenzhen will likely target my 3 locust lords. None of these 3 lords can be lost. He used the super regeneration ability he had created with radiation crystals earlier, but it only protected the locust lords. It was not enough to defend against Huan Shenzhen's attacks. Then he looked at his potted mushrooms, the black spore mushrooms. They had shown wide area effectiveness when defeating the zombie army. If he could cause more wide area damage, it would be safer. He opened the system to search, and after a while, he exclaimed happily, found it. Just as that item was placed in his hand, the system announced, order successful. At this point, he slowly began to vaporize, fusing the item he had just purchased with the black spore mushrooms. The scene shifted to the corridor of the Imperial Academy. MS. Lena pointed at the board excitedly. Students, this course tests your anti-intrusion capabilities. The freshman seniors will act as the invaders. They will only use their strength from last year to deal with you. Those who protect the divine realms will receive rewards. Those who fail will have to undergo a grueling journey. Get ready, the invasion is coming. A massive beam of light appeared before Han Yu. He slowly stepped into the strange beam of light, where someone was already waiting for him. Pon Thang Quan smiled triumphantly at him. I told you, Han Vu, I'll show you what hell is in this lesson. Before Han Vu could react, he shouted repeatedly, Kill. Han Vu's eyes widened in surprise. This formation was truly magnificent. He recognized the swarm of goblins in front of him. These were the close quarters combat units. Looking in another direction, rows of goblins smiled wickedly at him. These were the ranged physical combat units. Then Han Vu glanced at the red goblins, extraordinary lifeforms in a blazing goblin king formation, followed by the ferocious blue goblins, extraordinary lifeforms in a frostbone goblin king formation. 2 goblin leaders riding large wolves charged forward calmly through the battlefield. He immediately appraised them as lord-tier lifeforms. Han Vu charged toward the goblins and shouted, in that case, my Locust Legion must also take formation. Standing there with his arms wide, he gave the command, and the Locust Legion immediately formed their ranks. And finally, the Locust Lord appeared. Pon Thang Quan was bewildered by the sight. To level up this far using trashy summons, he certainly had talent. He had to take this seriously. Failure was not an option. He turned back and gave orders to the frostbone and blazing goblin formations. As soon as the attack was launched, thousands of projectiles hurtled toward Han Vu, and the locusts were struck by the barrage. He felt anxious. Trying to suppress me right at the start? It won't be that easy. He then commanded the battle. Deep scale insects, set up the defense. Sky demon insects and dark curse insects, bypass the front goblin line and ambush the ranged units in the rear. At that moment, the summons returned to their positions exactly as he had ordered. The goblins in the front used crossbows to fire at the locusts. Realizing the situation was turning sour, Pon Thang Quan ordered the first melee formation to retreat and defend. Pan Vu smiled triumphantly. Rain down. Primordial locusts, intercept them. The locusts then swarmed and attacked the goblins. Pan Vu ran forward and shouted his orders. Sky demon insects, dark curse insects, take this chance to kill the ranged goblin units. Thang Quan's face turned ashen as he glared fiercely at Han Vu. HMPH, did you think I was like Hangman or Harthine? Now, I'll show you my true power. Pon Thankwan pointed forward and ordered the attack. Formations 3 and 4, switch to Phi magic mode. Concentrated fire. Countless projectiles hurtled toward Hanvu. Seeing cracks appear in his defenses, he panicked. Oh no, the defense is about to break. Without pausing, Thankwan gave another order. A massive explosion erupted from the ground as formations 3 and 4 continued the barrage. The locusts outside the defensive layer were struck by the projectiles. Spreading his arms with a smug laugh, he said, now I will show Hanvu the price for insulting me. Goblin lords, deploy. Just as he finished speaking, 2 goblin lords appeared, slashing into his locust army. Hanvu stood back, analyzing the strategy. With 2 lords anchoring the goblin formation, his locusts couldn't deal any damage, and maneuvering was difficult. He ordered the locust lord to lure the goblin lords away. Following the order, the locust lord turned and flew off swiftly, with the 2 goblin lords in hot pursuit. Seeing that the goblin lords had fallen for the trap, Hanvu commanded, Locust army, carry the Black Death mushroom spores and infect the goblin formation. From the air, the Black Death mushrooms released a command, and countless spores fell, clinging to the goblin lords. The black mushroom began to grow on the head of one of the goblin lords. Seeing this, Thankwan stood with his eyes wide and mouth agape. What is this? Hanvu stood at the edge and smirked. As the black mushroom sprouted from the goblin lord, he rejoiced. The time is almost here. Now, for the second act. In less than a second, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the goblin lord's formation. He panicked. What kind of strange attack is this? The goblins also stared in shock as the mist cleared. When Thankwan saw the mist clear and the goblins unharmed, he burst out laughing. Tahar. You used that spell. With such weak attack power, were you just trying to scratch an itch for my goblins? Hanvu calmly explained his technique to Thankwan, calling it the continuous regeneration cannon, which explodes repeatedly, with each blast growing slightly stronger. He wondered silently how long his demons could withstand this. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out, and demons continuously fell to the ground. Some hugged their arms, screaming miserably. He was furious when he realized he had been tricked, cursing, damn it. Then he raised his hand, creating a blue stream of energy and launching it towards the demons, shouting, divine growth. That stream of energy enveloped the demons to heal them. It was Fucktrack, recovering the entire area. Hanvu saw his grasshoppers being protected and happily burst out laughing. Orha, Senior Hung Thankwan, it turns out you're an ally. Thankwan frowned. Were you stunned from fright? You blow up one, I'll heal one. Let's see who gives up first. Before he could finish speaking, another explosion rang out in the middle of the demon formation. He stood stunned on the spot, looking at the demon corpses scattered everywhere, having suffered severe losses. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. Thankwan's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. This is impossible. Didn't you say the power only gets a little stronger each time? Hanvu scratched his head and smiled. It was like that at first, but that's combined with supreme divine magic. It seems to have made my ball a little bigger, he said, grinding his teeth. What did you say? Seeing a goblin with a huge black mushroom on its head staring at him, Thankwan jumped and cried out, oh look. Hanvu sat cross-legged on the ground, chin resting on his hand, mimicking a persuasive tone. This isn't good. At the current level, the next explosion could wipe out Senior Home's army. He broke into a sweat. This large classroom was supposed to be a place for reserved students to show their strength if they failed here. Would they dare to be arrogant in the future? Even if he used all his tricks, he couldn't afford to lose. Thankwan was still confident. Hey kid, Hanvu, I admit you're strong, but compared to me, it's not enough. Hanvu remembered him. Oh, you're not done yet, big brother. Suddenly, the Divine Art Legion appeared on the ground, raising combat intent, enhancing fighting intelligence, improving physical condition, and reducing the sense of pain. Thankwan held up 2 fingers in front of his face. A purple beam of light radiated out, and he muttered, or Divine Art. The goblin's eyes flashed with fire. It danced to tear the enemy apart, absorbing 25% of the damage to heal wounds, with the excess transferred into an amplified state to increase mobility. He held up 2 fingers and shouted, Earth Divine Art. Immediately after, every goblin had a membrane of light, absorbing damage, protecting itself, absorbing the Earth's power, and continuously healing wounds. Thankwan sighed and wiped his sweat. Alright, now it's my turn. The poisonous mushroom on the goblin's head fell off on its own. Hanvu stared in disbelief as his finishing move countered just like that. Swords appeared in the goblin's hands. They held them up and shouted, the goblin god grants us grace. Fellow comrades, follow me and wipe out these locusts. After speaking, they shouted in unison, destroy them for the glory of the god. On this side, Hanvu raised his hand to order the locusts to attack. The locust army fought desperately. Elsewhere, Lena was still intently watching the screen, observing the battle with the teachers. She asked, do you teachers have any suggestions on how to grade the reserve students? The bald teacher supported Tan saying the golden crown thunderbird he cultivated was very valuable and qualified for the Imperial Capital Academy. Conversely, the teacher wearing glasses shrugged in support of Two-Thighed, saying his Iron Man was also excellent, and she had heard he had a brother who owned a rare armored goblin trap, which could convince both him and his brother to join the academy. The teacher in the brown shirt rubbed his chin, noting that Tunkarn Enteen's Fox People tribe was ordinary in combat but high in intelligence, and that he planned to major in logistics a good seed. Lena suddenly mentioned Hanvu. What does everyone think of Hanvu? The group of teachers focused their eyes on the screen tracking the battle between Hong Thankwan and Hanvu. The teacher wearing glasses said, this is a typical failed battle. Hanvu's capability is still insufficient. The bald teacher shook his head, not necessarily. Hong Thankwan is the top student of the first year, and being forced to use his full strength within the rules is enough to prove Hanvu's ability. Lena crossed her arms and frowned, reminding them, don't forget Hanvu still has 5 strong tribes that haven't entered the battle. Just using locusts to fight like this, even if he lost, it was glorious. Give him an excellent grade. As soon as he finished speaking, the group nodded, and sounds of agreement echoed in the room. Agreed. I support it. I agree too. On the battlefield, Hong Thankwan angrily pointed at Hanvu. Goblin army, kill the enemy lord. In the sky, thunder rumbled, signaling the end of the match. Both sides were puzzled. It's over. Li Nu's announcement rang out. This exam has ended. Thang Quan gritted his teeth and swore, damn it, just one step away. This time I borrowed 100 million doublins, and now only 50 million remain. Several hero doublins were lost, and one lord was lost, while the kid's lord is still alive. Huge loss. Lena stood on the podium, smiling as he announced to the students below, those who do not pass this exam will be expelled. Now, announcing the results, those who are outstanding will receive the opportunity to participate in outer domain warfare. To tap the board, the outstanding students are Tan Sang, Tu Thiat, Tun Karn and Heen, Tine Lola, and Ningdu Fuing. Pan Vu sat below, feeling miserable. He was sure he had failed. Would he be expelled? Even though he had lost miserably, Tu Thiat put his hands in his pockets and shouted to the sky, mocking him, Pan Vu, is that all the ability you have? Tan Sang smiled and comforted him, it's okay, everyone has seen your ability, even if your opponent was Hun Thang Quan. Tu Thiat crossed his arms and laughed smugly, a loss is a loss, what is there to talk about? Lena's next words made Tu Thiat drop his jaw. Pan Vu, congratulations to the 6 students who received an excellent grade. Tu Thiat heard this and looked as if he had just been punched, emitting an ugh sound. Unresigned, Tu Thiat raised his hand and said, Teacher, I have a question. Lena frowned and asked, Student Tu Thiat, what would you like to ask? Tu Thiat leaned toward Han Vu and asked, I want to know the criteria for evaluating the results this time. Why does someone who was defeated by a senior still receive an excellent grade? Lena smiled and explained, your grades in class are the result of evaluations by me and several teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy. Although Han Vu failed against Hun Thang Quan, his performance was praised, so the teachers agreed to give him an excellent grade. After that, her gaze turned stern as he looked at Han Vu. Student Tu Thiat, are you satisfied with the answer? Tu Thiat's hair stood on end as he shook his head. I have no further comments. Teacher, MS. Lena enthusiastically slammed the table and said, if that's the case, then that's the final decision. Students who receive a good rating will have 1 day to prepare, and 1 day later, the Imperial Academy will take you into an outer-dimensional plane to engage in the most realistic warfare. After finishing her sentence, she resolutely walked away, slamming the door so hard that the table shattered into many pieces. Tu Thiat broke into a cold sweat, thinking, MS. Lena is terrifying. That table was made from 10,000-year-old ancient wood. The guy next to him shrank back, thinking, as expected of the female god of war dedicated to fire invasion missions. He jumped up and said coldly, HMPH, Pan Vu, don't celebrate too early. Let's wait and see. Tun Karn ran over, sighing, and said, brother, let me give you some inside information. It seems Tu Thiat and Hun Thang Quan are colluding and plotting how to deal with you. You better pray for yourself. Then he turned around and waved, saying, I have to go find the wealthy senior lady. Good luck. Tan Sang, standing nearby, spoke generously, were you very envious? Then you should go too. Pan Vu turned his head and pouted, what I despise most are people who freeload and don't rely on themselves. Tan Sang rested her hands on her hips and glanced at him, HMPH. Outside the door, Pang Man poked his head in and waved, Junior Han Vu, take a break. In a temple, someone's voice rang out, among the outer-dimensional civilizations that the Imperial Academy invades, there are 3 suitable for preparatory students, Parthene said. They are the rune, totem, and biochemical civilizations. There are some things inconvenient to disclose, but we have something for you. Deep Lin handed a pouch to Han Vu, instructing him that the 3 bags contained information on the 3 civilizations and some support items, but they could only be opened upon entering the civilization. Han Vu received the 3 pouches and thought to himself, to join the tutelage of Master God Hua Hai, I must reach the status of a perfect demigod. In this outer-dimensional war trial, I must perform well and improve myself. Deep Lin's group held up little pom-poms to cheer, Junior Han Vu, go for it. 1 day later, Lena gave 2 rings to Han Vu and Deep Lin and explained, these are Divine Realm login devices, helping preparatory students who are still divine creatures to connect to the Divine Realms. The others are already waiting on the rooftop. Let's depart. Afterwards, everyone quickly boarded the spacecraft. The spacecraft flew into space through a dimensional wormhole. The spacecraft flew on along its path. Han Vu looked out from the cabin as the system announced that the outer-dimensional war had officially begun. The ship stopped in a desolate place. Pan Vu stood on a rock observing the distance, then took out the pouches and muttered to himself, seeing what the seniors had given him. Suddenly, 2 of the pouches turned into smoke and dust, making his eyes widen and shook. What the hell? They're gone. Only one is left. Curious, Pan Vu opened the remaining red pouch and whispered, let's see what's inside. Opening it, he found a scroll and a few runes. The paper stated that this plane belonged to the territory managed by the Rune civilization. Runes were the root of the plane's tower. The civilization recorded that there were 26 basic runes in the world, ranged in billions of possible combinations. A stable combination was called a rune phrase, which, when powerful enough, could change the heavens and the earth. After reading, Pan Vu took the runes from the leather bag. According to the explanation, the 10 tokens contained prime dimensional energy, which helped improve the plane's willpower. The more one possessed, the high-level life forms were born in the outer dimensional war. They were consumable items for interacting with the divine realm, and the common way to get them was to hunt life forms in the plane to extract them. After thinking for a while, he waved the runes and said, all right, 5 little warriors, take the field. Pan Vu's eyes were icy. The slaughter began. An hour later, he sat on the ground laughing happily. I've accumulated 5 units of dimensional essence. In that case, why bother fighting? I need to increase their numbers. Looking at the rune cards, Pan Vu released a summon for the locusts to attack. There were still 5 cards left, enough to summon 50 primitive locusts. He observed beneath the cliff, aimed at his target, and called out, my children, move out. The locust legion flew straight down and captured the encampment. Over there, Tu Thiat held a box, satisfied. Good stuff from Hun Thang Quan indeed. The energy of the Iron Tusk demon exceeds that of a lord-level life form. This will surely destroy Han Vu. He took a plastic bag containing a black strand of hair from his pocket. According to Hong Thangquan, put Han Vu's hair inside, and the Iron Tusk demon will identify the target and annihilate it. Two-Thide dropped the strand into the box. Afterwards, the purple screen covered the box, leaving Two-Thide amazed. He handed the box to his subordinate and ordered him to break the porcelain jar. The subordinate grabbed it and smashed it on the ground. The box shattered, and thick smoke rose up. From the purple smoke, the giant goblin appeared. The demon had been unleashed. The demon saw Two-Thide's subordinate and tore him apart with both hands, making Two-Thide excitedly exclaim, "How brutal! Pan Vu, your doomsday has arrived." Ignoring Two-Thide's nonsense, the demon turned and roared, "The enemy has imprisoned Arno for thousands of years. I need blood to regain my strength." Elsewhere, Pan Vu was already fighting a pack of wolves, holding the 10 essence units in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "It's time to improve myself. Unlock Black Dragon transformation." After that, he took out the runes and used 5 more units to revive the 5 little warriors. The troop count was complete. The 10 little warriors took the field. The giant wolf spore slammed into the ground, followed by Red-Eyed Wolf with a strange mark appearing on its head. Pan Vu ordered, "Little 10, move out." In the middle of the forest, a terrifying roar echoed. In a vast wolf king's cave within the Rocky Mountains, there was a scroll, a thing, and 4 inscribed stones. He looked at them in amazement. Pan Vu curiously picked them up and gasped, "It's actually the wisdom rune." Pan Vu sat on the ground, ranged the harvested stones, and laid out the runes one by one. The system notified, wisdom rune false nature, low grade, body effect, plus 10% strength, plus 20% defense, plus 20% recovery. Weapon blade effect, plus 20% bleeding damage, plus 15% attack speed, plus 10% lifesteal. Nearly finished, Pan Vu stripped off his shirt, felt his body changing, and muttered to himself, "The false nature is soaking into me." He tried channeling his internal energy, and his body felt completely different. The primitive locust count was 2. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Pan Vu frowned, wondering what was going on. He instantly turned into a flowing stream and dashed outside. Just as he landed, Pan Vu called for his subordinates, but a cat suddenly appeared, jumped onto the little 10, and attacked them with a meow. It used its sharp claws to slice Han Vu's subordinate in 2 and used a strike and capture move. Pan Vu frowned. A cat demon, a life-form lord. Little 10. He ordered his subordinates to follow, but the cat demon was unafraid, jumping to perform a horizontal swipe that tore the little 10 apart. Even Han Vu was sad, but to its surprise, Han Vu's leg quickly regrew. The cat demon gritted its teeth, glaring at him intensely. It swiped its claws toward Han Vu, meowing angrily. Suddenly, Han Vu's aura surged, and he grinned. Perfect timing. The cat demon moved at extreme speed, swinging its claws toward Han Vu, meowing. Pan Vu clenched his fists, his eyes brightened, and a red aura rose around him after using the move, Dragon Transformation. Before it could touch him with its claws, he punched it in the face. The punch sent it flying, and it died instantly. The system notified, successfully killed the life-form lord, received 2 units of plain essence. He heard the notification and smirked. Very good, now I can revive the skeleton troop. With enough strength, I might even reach the outer domain demigod level. 3 days later, the locust buzzed in Han Vu's ear, reminding him, there is a 5 crystal mine cave ahead. He led his grand army, set off toward the target cave, and quickly arrived. In front of the cave, the purple aura drifted out. Han Vu stopped. This isn't right. There is a human presence in the cave. Could it have been discovered already? He carefully observed before entering. Suddenly, a heat wave hit him. Upper paid, he shouted, "Too hot." Before the wave dissipated, the 5-scale line appeared. Pan Vu was horrified. This is not good. He immediately transformed into a dragon, his body radiating red energy. Come on, lion, bring it on. The 5-scale lion lunged toward him but suddenly braked, leaving him confused. It turned out a girl behind it was pulling its tail, making it break into a cold sweat. She yanked it painfully and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" It wanted to escape but couldn't roar. Pan Vu saw her and asked in surprise, "Are you Nhu Fuing?" She ignored him, still holding the 5-scale lion's tail, and said, "This place is my territory. Get out." During this, he was not afraid, but even provoked her, let alone whether this is your territory or not. Even if it is, if I want to plunder it, I will. Do you have the qualifications to stop me? Nhu Fuing kicked the 5-scale lion that was lying on the ground, then shot straight towards Han Vu, shouting, "I've been too lenient with you, haven't I? If you don't get out, you'll die here." Han Vu stood still, his body emitting a green aura. Great Death Tier, Plant Fusion, Ghost Shadow Lantern, Plant Fusion. Han Vu's body began to sprout lush green vines. Nhu Fuing frowned, and before she could exclaim in surprise, "What kind of move is that?" he drew his sword, unleashing a move meant to take her life. Nhu Fuing gritted her teeth and threw a punch at where he stood, but Han Vu instantly vanished using Ghost Shadow Scythe. The missed punch struck the ground. Nhu Fuing's eyes widened in shock, not expecting him to evade her move. In a flash, Han Vu was standing behind Nhu Fuing. He said, "Next time, I'll aim accurately at you." Hearing him speak, she raised her head, her eyes wide in silence, a cold breath sweeping across her face. After a long silence, Nhu Fuing turned her head and conceded, "You win. I can't fight you. The blaze line in the cave is yours." Pan Vu sheathed his black sword. "What would I need that line for? It's just a life-form ruler. Killing it won't yield much dimensional essence. I want the entire 5 crystal mine." She thought for a moment, then stood up and nodded. "All right, this blaze line belongs to you. Perhaps we can cooperate in the future." Pan Vu turned, waved his hand, and commanded, "Miss Skeleton Servants, enter and mine the Fia crystals." Suddenly, dark clouds and demonic energy invaded, and a surge of dark energy shot out from the cave. Nhu Fuing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are these also your subordinates? Or are you still messing with me? I'm so scared I could wet myself." A pair of red, clawed legs appeared. It was an Iron Fiend demon, holding a skull in its hand. Without much torque, upon seeing Han Vu, it immediately launched an Iron Fiend attack, shouting, "The scent of an enemy. I will use human blood to cleanse this humiliation." He grew larger, using the skill Golden Dragon Grass, Plant Fusion. 2 dragons behind him opened their mouths and spewed Golden Dragon's breath, blasting the Iron Fiend away. The Iron Fiend demon laughed coldly in anger. Bar. Golden Dragon Break. Super heavy Iron Fiend assault. His pants were torn. Panvu refused to give up, using the skill Ghost Shadow Chains. Beside him, Nhu Fuan clasped her hands, unleashing Great Fireball, Iron Beast transformation. Panvu raised an eyebrow. The fire attribute can restrain this demon, he thought, and immediately used Chains of the Furnace Dwarf, Divine Hammer. He used runes, burning his Argent essence, and a Furnace Dwarf appeared. Panvu pointed his finger and commanded, Divine Hammer, beat that demon into a pulp. The Divine Hammer raised an eyebrow, its eyes cold, and replied, Your command, Lord Deity. The Divine Hammer held its weapon, emitting a purple aura, preparing to attack. The Iron Fiend demon launched rhombus-shaped arrows at the Divine Hammer, shouting, Too big, you mere lackey. Die. Many snakes sprouted from behind the Divine Hammer, opening their mouths to attack, blocking the Iron Fiend demon's move. The Iron Fiend demon didn't have time to block and had half its body torn apart by bites. Terrified, it pleaded, Mercy. No. Don't hit me anymore. The Divine Hammer didn't bother to listen. It raised its hammer, and together with the snakes, struck down. The hammer struck, creating a smoky explosion, and nothing could be seen inside. Panvu, standing outside, shouted, Don't leave it away to live. Keep hitting it. The Divine Hammer obeyed, trilled, and struck down with another hammer blow forward. Panvu covered his eyes and exclaimed, Oh my god, that's too brutal. The Iron Fiend demon lay flattened on the ground, watching the hammer slowly descend upon it. He signaled to stop, then worked over to observe the Iron Fiend demon's soul. Chow Chow said, The soul is still there. He nutted, This one can't be killed by just hitting it. Keep it. Someday it will come back for revenge. Panvu looked with an indifferent gaze and said, Let the bone controller devour its soul. But the demon hastily pleaded, No. I surrender. I'm willing to be your slave, only asking the great deity to spare my soul. He sat on the ground, pointing at its body. The words he uttered panicked the Iron Fiend demon. I don't trust you, unless you sign a contract with me. It stammered, No. Fine, I agree. Panvu opened the system panel, drafted a slave contract signatories. Panvu, Iron Fiend demon, observing from the side, Nhu Fuan admired him. How terrifyingly clever. You are truly more cunning than even the most terrifying scoundrel. You raised your hand towards the demon, and a stream of blue light flowed into its body, completing the pack. Panyu watched intently and asked, That's right, what is your ability? Frightened, it dared not answer slowly, reporting, My lord, I'm a demon, with the bloodline of the metal golem, able to transform into a metal golem, and can also create metal items in life. Panyu dismissed it, saying, Interesting, but there are quite a few players in the divine realm who possess fire abilities. Fire completely suppresses the metal golem demon. Its weakness is too obvious. Seeing you about to leave, it quickly said, If my master doesn't mind, I can become your weapon. I have the metal golem bloodline and can forge any weapon I touch. Panyu paused slowly, peering satisfied. This is good. Consider yourself my guardian. Fearing its master's satisfaction, it breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. You drew your sword and plunged it into its soul, and the soul entered the sword. Panyu slung the sword over his shoulder. Pappy, my combat power seems to have increased several times. My chances of ascending to perfect demigod are now even higher. Next, I'll massacre more to increase my plain origin and expand my army. Transitioning to a few days later in a vast forest, in a clearing, a man in green clothes hid in a corner and observed, Amazing, heavens, is this the undead legion? Looking at the vast number of undead legions, the man in green clothes exclaimed, The scale has reached 500,000. I must report this to the city lord immediately. Thinking so, the man in green clothes hurried back to the city to report. The city lord of London City angrily slammed his hand on the table and asked, What did you say? The undead legion is already 500,000 strong. The subordinate dared not lie, his body trembling, sweat pouring. He quickly knelt and said, reporting, My lord, the undead legion has now appeared dozens of miles away from us. Hearing this, the city lord of London City pondered. The city guards are less than 50,000, and with mercenaries, it's only 100,000. If the 500,000 undead legion arrives, it will surely be a catastrophe. The old man turned pale and ordered, immediately send messages for reinforcements from the surrounding cities. The subordinate quickly received the order. Yes, my lord. A day later, on the city wall, the subordinate reported, the reinforcement army has arrived. We have 300,000 guards and mercenaries, and 50,000 clerics. The city lord stood on the wall, overjoyed. Excellent. Clerics can suppress the undead. Will they not perish this time? Guards, mercenaries, and clerics are about to face a life or death battle with the undead legion. Blow, the soldiers shouted in unison. Defend our homeland, block the enemy. The old man rode his horse, his armor gleaming, raising his hand hierarchically, leading the way. The great army departs to destroy the undead legion. Pan Yu and Niu Fang sat under a tree, receiving a report, reporting, the human army of 350,000 is approaching. Pan Yu was excited and said loudly, Parhar, they want to meet me. Niu Fang was startled. Let's run. You stood up, cracked your knuckles, and laughed. The scout reported that the human army wants to kill us. So what? Are we going big? Earn more plain origin. Niu Fang frowned. You want me to be a tool? I'm not stupid. Pan Yu ignored her and approached the human army, lying down to observe. Peering rustling, he saw Niu Fang mimicking. Don't you want to watch? If you like, let's go. I'm wishing for a fight, not to help you. Pan Yu grinned, patting Niu Fang's head like a master. I like your aggressive style. She impatiently pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. They're almost here. From afar, a large group of soldiers on horseback, with desks swirling, moved in neat formation. Pan Yu sensed the opportunity, stood up, and shouted, Drybone Legion, ambush. The soldiers saw the ambush and frantically shouted, "Defend! Defend!" The remaining soldiers turned pale, crying for their parents, "We've been ambushed. Oh heavens, I want to go home." From afar, sharp skulls and hands advanced. The Drybone Legion engaged the soldiers, controlled by puppet masters, in chaos. Seeing the situation was not good, the city lord of London City furrowed his brow and ordered, "Purify, cleanse." The purifier emitted green energy as ordered by the old man. The energy enveloped the Drybone Legion, draining their power. Seeing this was not good, Pan Yu shouted, "This is bad." The purifier is holding back the dry bones first. Many Fang from behind charged at maximum speed, passing Han Yu. Seeing this, he transformed, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh, I won't lose to you." He charged into the group of purifiers emitting green energy, knocking them down. Pan Yu unleashed a slash, cutting them in half. The two leaned back to back, and Yu shouted loudly, "All troops, charge." The Skeletal Legion received the order and immediately launched an all-out attack on the human army without delay. A soldier ran in, frantic and stammering as he reported to Uncle Than, "Uncle, Lord Uncle, we have been completely decimated. The Undead Legion has." Uncle Than rushed to the balcony of the castle to assess the situation, saw his troops being slaughtered, and shouted, "It's over, we're finished. Everyone retreat immediately." Niu Fang held her cheeks in delight. "We're rich, this time we are surely going to be rich." Pan Yu immediately dampened her joy. "That's all you're getting. Now, let's divide the runes found among the spoils of war." He opened the system panel to check the status. Great strength, low level, affects the body, increases muscle strength by 40%. Shadow, affects mace equipment, adds shattering and blazing effects. Low level, affects the body, grants Faya magic mastery, fire resistance plus 20%, affinity plus 15%. Fire assisting, affects staff type equipment, adds blazing fireball, fire magic power plus 20%. Armor affecting, adds blazing shield, reduces fire damage by 30%. Protection, mid-level, armor equipment, adds protective halo, armor durability plus 50%. He rubbed his chin. There are still 4 rune slots left, too low a level to save for the originals. She stood by and chose blazing fire. "I want this one." As she clicked it, Niu Fang's body glowed with a red light, and she said happily, "I am one step closer to asking for the king's life." "Pan Yu, thank you." Pan Yu heard this and smiled. "It's a small matter." Niu Fang stood with her hands on her hips, thinking calmly, "Well, this kid, Penji Tan will definitely like him." In a castle, an incredulous voice rang out. The king sat on his throne, gripping the armrests, his face sweating as he asked, "Are you telling the truth? The Undead Legion has attacked London City." The soldier nodded firmly. "The news is accurate. Not only London City, but the 4 surrounding cities have also been wiped out. The Undead Legion is nearly 10 million strong." The king jumped up and shouted, "Summon the high priest and the kings of the elf, dwarf, and human nations." In the conference room, the king summoned his officials to discuss strategy. Everyone was shocked. Is the Undead Legion truly that grand? The human representative suggested, "We must unite to resist the enemy. The human army is ready." The elf queen nodded, "The elf army as well." The king replied, "The coalition of the 4 nations and the army of the clerical order will join forces to wipe out these undead." In the princess's chamber, Ti and Tan Karnin were cuddling. The princess sat on him and said, "My father will form an alliance with the clergy, elves, dwarves, and humans to punch the skeletal army together." Karnin opened his eyes, his lips near hers, and asked Rila. In his mind, he was plotting to defeat Hanyu. Those invaders controlling the skeletons. Is there anyone else besides Hanyu? Pan Yu had invaded for only a few days and had already become a major power requiring a 4-nation alliance to resist. He is indeed a friend worth respecting. Karnin stayed ahead, his eyes lowered. Having stayed with the princess for a long time, he finally found clues on how to ascend to a demigod. In the Divine Realm's civilization, becoming a demigod required divinity, while the Outer Realm also required meeting the requirements of the current civilization. He had always wanted to reach demigod status to defeat Hanyu. The rune civilization required a special grade rune spell to become a demigod, but this had always been difficult for him, as even the royal family had never possessed one, which showed the level of difficulty. Karnin whispered to himself, "Pan Yu, I intend to cooperate. I provide the clues, you provide the troops. If we coordinate, we can get the special grade rune spell, so you must remain safe. I will find a way to keep the coalition in my hands." Seeing him distracted, the princess looked annoyed. "I am talking to you. Why are you staring blankly?" She brought him back to reality. "The elf queen is coming to meet us tomorrow." He regained his composure, wore a charming smile, and said, "The queen is surely not as beautiful as you." Karnin put his hand on her waist and thought, "Great, it's a queen, I'm saved. There is no woman I can't handle." He turned around and pinned the princess down. "Tiaktikoi, you are so naughty." Scene shifts to Hanyu's location. A messenger dragonfly made him gasp. "The 4-nation coalition and the church are surrounding us." Newfan placed a hand on his shoulder. "What are you afraid of? You have many skeletal troops, but many are useless if they are weak. Facing a coalition that has undergone rigorous training, the chances of defeat are high." Pan Yu rubbed his chin and sighed. "This is trouble." The mutation origin appeared, laughing. "Look, at this critical moment, it's still me helping you." Pan Yu didn't want to gossip. "What method do you have?" "The reward must be paid in advance, 1 point of divinity." Pan Yu was annoyed that it demanded a reward before stating the method. "Besides divinity, what else do you know?" Thinking this, he spoke. "Tell me the method first. Otherwise how do I know if it's worth 1 point of divinity?" It laughed. "Actually, I have heard of the rune civilization and know a rune spell that promotes mutation effectively." He hurriedly asked, "What kind of spell?" "Tell me quickly." Hearing that the mutation origin made sense, Pan Yu had to give 1 attribute point. It happily accepted it amidst his anger. "Thank you. 1 point of divinity." After receiving it, it leaned close to Han Yu and whispered. After hearing it, he folded his arms and smiled. "Interesting. Let's try it." 1 point of divinity is considered as not wasted. Newfang saw Han Yu's expression changing constantly and was curious. "Have you thought of a way?" His eyes turned dark. He turned and smiled. "Just wait and see." On the side of the human army, seeing a group of skeletons and a locust legion in the sky, the leader ordered, "Attack." The locusts and skeletons were on the same side, both listening to Han Yu. The human army used swords to pierce the locusts. Seeing them destroyed easily, they cheered, finished. Great. But when the bodies were severed, the blood sprayed black fungus spores onto the soldiers, creating black gas, and black mushrooms grew on them. They screamed and shook, what is this? A soldier curiously reached out to pull off a mushroom. A stream of black-red gas erupted from the body. The soldier turned pale with fear. The skeletal legion stared at them with blood-red eyes. The soldiers turned deathly pale, and a moment later, they lay dead in heaps. Pan Yu and Niu Fang worked over, and he muttered, without much effort, the black fungus spores are truly effective. Killing this bunch of people took no effort at all. Pan Yu laughed, it really didn't waste any divine power. The mutation Arjun beside him said triumphantly, black fungus spores turn into a virus. Combined with the rune spell, it promotes disease and prolongs it. After using the language of runes and the intermediate level plague, he pressed a mushroom to his mouth, muttered something, and smeared it on his body. He immediately became a plague host, with every cell in his metabolic process carrying the plague virus. Having resolved this, Pan Yu ordered the attack, and the skeleton legion immediately charged at the enemy soldiers, arrows flying incessantly. The soldiers were unable to resist and perished at Pan Yu's hands. Thanks to the support of the plague runes, Pan Yu defeated the allied forces in just 3 days and occupied 10 cities. 5 special undead heroes even appeared in the skeleton army. The king gritted his teeth in anger, asking, do you know what to do? If we keep fighting like this, our kingdom will be destroyed. He proposed his idea, saying the only option now was to declare a ceasefire and negotiate. The wolfman sighed, saying they should only stop the fighting to negotiate now. The king was suspicious, asking with whom they would negotiate, as they hadn't even met the leader of the skeleton legion yet. The door opened, and Karneen, the princess, and the elf queen worked in. Karneen said, Your Majesty, leave these negotiations to me. How about it? The wolfman looked at Karneen suspiciously, noting that he had never been to the battlefield but wanted to negotiate with the person behind the legion. The king saw how clean and fair-skinned he looked and was astonished, remarking, just a delicate boy, this is none of your business. Karneen was not angry, simply standing his ground with confidence. The princess stepped forward and said, Father, I believe he is fully capable of handling this. Seeing the princess's support, Karneen said confidently, Your Majesty, do you not trust your daughter? If the elf queen says so, I can prove it. He is smarter than everyone else. Both I and the human princess agreed to let him try. The king finally lowered his voice, figuring that since there was no other way, he might as well let him try. At the skeleton army's territory, the king entrusted the task of negotiating to him, and Karneen went alone, seeing Han Yu sitting not far away. Pan Yu sensed the intense gaze, turned around, and shouted, It's really you. He jumped down, put an arm around his shoulder, and asked, Why did you come to the outer regions too? Karneen smiled, It's a long story, I'll tell you later. For now, representing the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms and 1 church, I have come to negotiate a ceasefire with you. Pan Yu raised an eyebrow. You roped them into this again. I can agree to a ceasefire, but let's see how much they are willing to pay. Karneen nodded, of course, and proposed the price. Winking, gold, silver, and jewelry were obvious, but he also needed the most precious types of intellect runes and runestone counts starting at 5 digits. Karneen rubbed his fingers together and demanded that the human king provide 20 intellect runes, including 1 high-level one, along with 200,000 runestones. Thinking to himself, the princess has been with me for a long time and gave me important information. I must respect her. Speaking of this, Karneen's gaze turned cold. The elf clan's share was doubled, and the wolfmen, ogres, and the church's shares were also doubled. It turned out he was playing both sides, not just with the princess but also with the elf queen. However, after going to bed with the queen, he didn't want her to suffer a loss, so he would share things equally later. Pan Yu put his arm around him happily. Alright, thank you for your hard work. I won't let you be at a disadvantage. Karneen smiled, Don't mention it. The reason I joined the humans was to find clues for upgrading the demigod level of the rune civilization. I have some leads now. Saying this, he leaned close to Han Yu's ear. Just find the ancient god's ruins. Upon hearing the plan, he nodded. Good, let's work together. The negotiations finished, and Karneen left, saying, I'll go back first to announce the conditions. Once we resolve their issues, we will meet. Pan Yu nodded, fine. By the way, if they refuse, I will lead the monster legion to crush the city and turn all the accomplices into undead souls. Returning to the castle, the wolfman heard about the negotiations and said, We don't have many high-level intellect runes. How can we compensate? Karneen smiled, If there are no high-level intellect runes, use the information about the ancient gods runes as a substitute. If not that, use divinity to trade. The elf queen sat beside him and said, The elf clan's compensation exceeded expectations. Why is the human so low? Karneen replied, Too many humans have become monster spirits, and the queen does not want elves to end up like that. On his left, the princess leaned close and said, My father has no opinion. Everything depends on you. He asked with a charming look, Did the negotiations go smoothly? Did I not lose face? Will you reward me, princess? She blushed and replied, Of course I will. Before she could finish, the door opened and the god king entered, shouting angrily, Are you rubbing us? How could you agree so easily? The righteous church will absolutely not bow to undead creatures. Karneen shrugged and said nonchalantly, Suit yourself. As the ogres and wolfmen thought, let the church keep fighting. If they win, they don't have to compensate and can destroy the army together. And if they lose, it's not too late to compensate. At the Port of Light, beneath the city walls was a skeleton legion preparing to attack. The god king stood on the wall, frowning. Previously, the allied forces had cooperated and sent elite adjudicators, but they had not yet moved the core forces of the church. I have recalled all elite adjudicators to participate in the battle, plus 3 elite legions. The captains have combat strategies near the demigod level and have never been defeated. This battle is critical. The outcome is yet to be determined. At Han Yu's residence, light crystals grew. He looked around, and all the structures were built with light crystals, filled with light, which was effective in restraining the undead. Wearing a black cloak, he observed the human soldiers, thinking to himself, the Pope has indeed provided me with the information about the elite legions ahead of schedule. Pan Yu thought to himself, astonishing combat power. He rubbed his chin. The port of light is as solid as steel. Luckily, I only commanded the siege and didn't attack recklessly. To conquer the city, I must find a gap. So, what should I do about the port of light? Afterward, he took a purple crystal from his person. That's right, and without hesitation, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Green plant stems grew from the ground in ability, unlocking genes. Pan Yu closed his eyes, and in front of him, a ghost lantern block appeared, surrounded by plant roots. He gripped it tightly in his hand, telling himself he would see what it was capable of. Just as he gripped it, Pan Vu swung his arm back. The ghost shadow smirked as he opened his palm to look at the ghost shadow lantern, satisfied that it had exceeded his expectations. Pan Vu leaped forward, swinging the spiked ghost shadow lantern, preparing to toy with those clerics. Hearing the commotion, the clerics turned around to look, shouting, "Who is that?" Halt. He raised his sword to the sky with the ghost shadow lantern behind him. Without a word, he swung them both at the clerics simultaneously. The two clerics, caught off guard, stood there dazed as they took the hit. One of them had his wrist pierced by the ghost shadow lantern, as a stream of black energy erupted from the wound. Seeing his comrade injured, the other shouted, "Purify it quickly," and shook the wounded hand, but it was in vain. Another soldier, afraid of death, leaped high and swung his spear at Han Vu with a powerful strike to see where he could possibly run. An axe blade lunged straight toward him, but Han Vu stood still without defending. But the moment it struck, he was gone. The axe blade slammed into the ground, cracking it. The soldier was confused, thinking he had clearly hit his mark, but before he could react, Pan Vu appeared beside him and slashed across his abdomen. The soldier took the full force of the sword strike to his stomach, clutching his wound tightly. He then leaped backward and swung his spear toward him, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. Another axe blade lunged at Han Vu. He stood still, merely glancing at it, while the soldier didn't realize that Han Vu had already appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Pan Vu raised his sword and delivered a fatal blow to his back. The soldier collapsed, clutching his stomach. As Han Vu turned around, Pan Vu turned to the remaining one and smiled, "You're the only one left." The soldier stood firm, afraid, as his body became enveloped in a golden aura. He looked at the golden light and recognized it as holy light, thinking to himself, "Oh no, he has holy light on him. It's suppressing my energy." Seeing Han Vu dazed, the two clerics behind him raised their hands to create a barrier, shouting, "Here's our chance, capture him quickly." Pan Vu spun around and lunged at the two clerics, slitting both their throats, but before he could leave, he was attacked by the soldier with the holy light, with two more clerics following behind. After an unknown amount of time, a purple mist rose from the adjacent building, and the ground was littered with the corpses of clerics. Pan Vu stood upon the trunk of the ghost shadow tree, satisfied. It's time. He immediately ordered the Dry Mist Legion to attack the city. The Legion emitted a purple aura as they advanced everywhere. A beam of blue light shot through the Dry Mist soldiers, incinerating them, while purple energy surged into one of them, devouring it. At the Port of Light, over 2 million clerics had perished, 3 elite legions were decimated, and the Dry Mist army's numbers plummeted with 15 million soldiers lost. The God King was stunned by the casualties. He blamed himself. Was I wrong? If I had paid the compensation sooner, the order wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. What should I do now? The God King opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, wondering whether to continue resisting or surrender. The voice rang out from outside the door, "Your Holiness, I can help repel the Dry Mist army." The God King was startled. Who is that? The newcomer was none other than Two-Thighed, Pan Vu's mortal enemy. Outside, the battlefield was nothing but ruins. As the clerics assisted each other in healing, a group of Dry Mist giants suddenly ambushed them, causing the soldiers to shout in panic. The Dry Mist is back. Pan Vu's face darkened as he raised his hand and ordered, "Attack." The Frost giants immediately obeyed the order and surged forward in a massive wave. The two sides collided, and the royal army gained the upper hand. The Frost giant fired an arrow into the sky just as the Pope's spirit manifestation appeared, radiating a faint spiritual aura. He shouted loudly to both boost morale and reassure the people, while warning Han Vu and the Frost army that there was still a way out if they withdrew from the Port of Light, or else the gods would punch them. The Frost giants were startled, feeling a vague sense of unease. Mystical specks of power fell from the sky, and from spheres, iron soldiers stepped out aggressively, each step shaking the ground. This divine army used the power of justice to crush the weak spiritual aura. Pan Vu's eyes widened in astonishment at the iron soldiers. He looked around with deep suspicion, wondering since when Thiet had been in league with the Pope. From a hidden corner, the Pope watched silently as the iron soldiers rushed forward, overwhelming the Frost giants and snapping their necks. The holy classes regained their spirit and shouted, "Kill! Crush those hateful spirits! Avenge our fallen comrades! The justice of the gods has descended. Light our god." Pan Vu frowned, raised his hand, and ordered, "Frost giants, attack!" Instantly, fragments of purple mist fell from the sky, coalescing into a colossal giant that radiated a thick, intense aura. Simultaneously, something streaked past from the other side. A hazy stream of energy appeared, and wherever it swept, the assassins were shattered into pieces. The giant iron soldier lunged forward, landing a punch in the center of the giant. The Pope watched intently and ordered them to continue, stating that the cult would provide as much plain essence as needed. Monitoring the battle through a communication orb, Thiet was excited, grinning widely and nodding in agreement. Immediately afterward, another legion of iron soldiers slowly emerged from the sky. Flashing back to a few minutes earlier in the Pope's chamber, Thiet had proposed a partnership, claiming the iron soldiers could counter the army but required plain essence in exchange. The Pope was skeptical, asking why he should trust him, to which Thiet smiled cunningly, suggesting he test them first before deciding, as Han Vu would surely lead another attack tomorrow. Returning to the present, thanks to the iron soldiers, the Pope's faction held the advantage, and the holy classes pursued the Frost giants, killing them relentlessly. Han Vu observed the situation and realized the odds were against them. Seeing it wasn't wise to continue, he decided to retreat first and deal with dismantling the cult later. He shouted, "Retreat!" and the Frost army successfully withdrew. In the forest, Du Fuan approached to ask for his thoughts, noting that the Port of Light was now heavily guarded by iron soldiers and asking what his next move was. Pan Vu gritted his teeth in regret, saying, "Diet, I should have eliminated him long ago," but Du Fuan reminded him not to worry about him for now, as the Tauren and werewolves, seeing the cult's advantage, were now flattering the Pope and declaring they would join the front line to suppress the army. He shook his head and said coldly, "They just go wherever the wind blows. They aren't worth worrying about. I'll deal with them when the time comes." Suddenly, the Frost Giant reported that the human king had sent an envoy requesting a meeting. Pan Vu's face darkened, but he nodded for them to enter, silently wary of whether they were trying to fish in troubled waters. Parn Nin worked in leisurely and began, "The king asked me to convey that all previous reparations are accepted, provided that war is not waged on human territory," to which Han Vu laughed with satisfaction, remarking that the king was quite clever. He put an arm around Han Vu's shoulder and asked curiously about his plans for dealing with the cult. Han Vu glanced over and gave a meaningful smile, saying he would let the Pope be happy for a few days while he dealt with the henchmen first. Parn Nin shrugged with amusement, mentioning he would take care of some personal matters as well, and suggested they find the divine relic together after everything was handled, while Han Vu led his remaining forces to attack across the kingdom as the Frost team stood ready. The brainless wolves were naturally no match and were quickly defeated. The battle lasted 5 days and 5 nights, as the wolves couldn't counter the resurrections and black fungi, resulting in a disastrous defeat. As a result, 1.2 million Wolfkin elites were all incorporated into the Legion. Under Han Vu's command, a small country on the map was immediately erased as the Wolf Kingdom was destroyed. The Bull Kingdom witnessed this in terror and surrendered, while Han Vu stood with his hands in his pockets, looking cool and smirking, threatening to erase them too if they didn't pay double the promised reparations, causing the bull-headed people to kneel and agree to everything without a word, deeply regretting their decision to support the cult alongside the wolves, especially since the cult had stood by and watched the wolves' destruction. After settling all the messy business, Han Vu returned to his main task, standing silently within a formation with his arms crossed in thwart as the magic circle glowed brightly around him. Despite having 10 high-level rune incantations, his body had limits, so he had to choose the most useful ones. After careful consideration and evaluation, he excitedly pointed toward a runic dot that was them. Pan Vu opened his palm, feeling a warm surge of power into his body. The advanced Emperor's Word rune affected his body, allowing him to comprehend the Emperor's skill and Kai, increasing skill power by 100%. The advanced Berserker's Word rune affected his body, granting a passive skill where his strength increases with more kills, up to 1000%. Next, the advanced Essence Blood Word rune affected his eyes. Seeing red increased all body attributes by up to 500%. Finally, the advanced Nature's Word rune affected his body, granting the sound of all things skill to communicate telepathically with all living creatures. His body brimmed with endless energy, lifting him into the air. Pan Vu savored the exhilaration. High-grade items were truly different, and his entire body was filled with power. He gave a cold smirk, leaped upward, and gave a stern command, "At the Port of Light, we shall wash away our disgrace." The entire Skeleton Legion gathered with soaring morale, instantly ready for battle upon hearing the order. He frowned angrily with a cold gaze, silently promising, "Two-Thied, I definitely won't let you off this time." The scene shifted to the Port of Light, where Han Vu led his army. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately shouted, "Sep." Parn Nin, working beside him, was also panicked. Impossible. Not a single person left alive. Who could be so cruel? Pan Vu stepped forward to examine the body of a fallen cleric nearby. Looking at the fist mark on the body, it appeared they had been beaten to death. The two immediately exchanged looks and reached the same conclusion, the murderer. Just then, a faint, intermittent voice called out, "Ben. Doing. Oh." Pan Vu was startled and looked around. Following the source of the voice, he discovered the Pope gasping for his final breaths, lying in a pool of blood. Pan Vu rushed over and hurriedly asked, "Where is Two-Thied?" Recalling the scene of him massacring the entire Port of Light, the Pope replied tremblingly, "He's gone." He gritted his teeth. He drained the plane's essence from the order and ordered his men to slaughter all the clerics. "I want revenge." Parn Nin chuckled, mocking the Pope. "Didn't you bring the wolf into your own home yourself?" He no longer had the strength to argue. His eyes rolled back, blood gushed out, and he breathed his last. Pan Vu sighed. No wonder the order didn't react. They were wiped out by Two-Thied long ago. Parn Nin calmly crossed his arms. "All right, forget them. Let's find the divine relic quickly. This place is already in ruins." He chuckled and lingered. "We'll go soon, but we must take these light crystals. It would be a waste to leave them behind." After gathering the loot, they quickly ventured deep into the forest. With the dense trees around them, Pan Vu reminded him, "This kind of divine relic site has many traps. We must scout ahead first." Soon, they arrived. A faint purple ore appeared in midair. Parn Nin nodded. "I told the Foxmen to mark the dangerous spots. Just avoid them when you see the signs." Signposts pointed deeper into the forest, which grew gloomier as they went. Following the final arrow, a cold draft blew past, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the giant monster appeared, catching the two off guard and leaving them stunned. "Watch out." The situation was as tense as a bowstring as Han Vu and Parn Nin faced the monster. It didn't speak, immediately throwing a heavy blow with its arm. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge to the side. Han Vu quickly cast a counterspell. The advanced Emperor's Word rune affected his body, allowing him to comprehend the Emperor's 3-Kai skill, increasing the power of all skills by 100%. As the energy surged, the monster seemed to have its life force drained and knelt respectfully at his feet. Taking the opportunity, Pan Vu pulled Parn Nin and ran. Parn Nin looked back at the monster and praised him in awe. "The Emperor's 3-Kai is so strong. The Word rune fuses well with you." Pan Vu reminded him, "Don't talk nonsense. Move fast." A while later, the two reached a path with many stairs leading underground. There, they encountered several other giant monsters and immediately became alert, preparing to attack. Pan Vu looked at them and frowned. "Not again." He was forced to cast a spell, Advanced Nature's Word Rune, affecting the buddy, granting the passive skill to communicate telepathically with all living creatures. He closed his eyes and focused on telepathic communication, saying, "We only came for the trial, not to destroy anything. Retreat now." The monsters roared in protest. With no other choice, he leaped up, shouting as he pushed off his feet. "You refused the easy way and chose the hard way. Then don't even think about leaving." Panvu aimed a punch straight at the monster's chest. Caught off guard, the monster fell backward. Panvu adjusted his stance and shouted a fierce warning, "Or else." As he spoke, he rushed forward at lightning speed, delivering a knockout blow to the center of the second monster, terrifying it. Seeing the intruder take down two of the members in succession, the remaining monsters growled and advanced together, intending to deal with him. Hearing their ear-piercing roars and seeing Hanvu's excitement, Karnin was speechless. He sighed, frowned, and warned, "All right, that's enough." Panvu was not satisfied yet, but considering the big picture, he waved his hand to summon them. The Frost soldiers and the Bone army immediately appeared to receive orders, and Karnin joined in the fun, snapping his fingers to summon the Fuxhuman Legion. Wasting no time, the Frost soldiers and Fuxhumans worked together, rushing in to pin down the monsters. At that moment, Panvu and Karnin quickly moved downward. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had dragged Karnin along, otherwise, he might have perished there. Below the secret realm, inside a vast stone cave, countless light vortexes hovered over the stalactites. Karnin was thrilled the moment he saw them, for this was a trial area where passing challenges not only increased one's demigod rank but also granted special secret script runes. Just then, they heard loud crashing sounds from behind getting closer and closer. Perhaps the monsters had caught up. Panvu looked around blankly, but since there was no retreat, he decided to risk it. Karnin had already bolted forward like a flash. Reaching a blue rune, he jumped up eagerly. "This one suits me." Before leaving, he looked back and warned Hanvu, "You be careful too." Watching Karnin vanish like the wind, Hanvu pouted, feeling helpless. What a fast runner. He looked around, worked to a vortex, chose a rune for himself, and thought, "I'll choose this one." As he stepped inside, his eyes met a desolate and barren scene, with parched land and only wind in high mountains. The system reminded Hanvu, "Famine zone, you must eat constantly to survive." As soon as the system finished speaking, his stomach growled. Hanvu kept an expressionless face and thought to himself, "A famine zone indeed, hungry as soon as I arrive. Luckily, I'm connected to the divine realm, so I have endless food." Seeing that the system provided no mission and the signal was fading, he frowned in doubt. Why is there nothing? Could the connection to the divine realm be cut off? While he was confused, Panvu sensed something appearing. Startled and alert, he looked back and realized those strange, misty monsters were famine corpses, undead creatures that were humans who died of starvation when they were alive. The trial required him to fend off attacks and survive. He gritted his teeth, his face darkening with tension. Damn, that means these things are both enemies and food. To survive, do I have to resort to cannibalism? Famine corpses growled, surrounded him, and launched a simultaneous attack. One famine corpse suddenly made the first move, but Hanvu saw through it. He commanded the Frost soldiers to counterattack, taking it down in a flash while planting a seed in the ground. In a short time, a sapling sprouted. Seconds later, the plant grew rapidly, becoming enormous. A death lotus, vine grass, and ghost shadow lantern, and Hanvu sat in the center as the plant extended its branches to protect him. He frowned, calculating. He could kill, but he would not eat human flesh. He first used the 3 types of plants to absorb nutrients from the soil to survive, then had the Frost soldiers fend off the famine corpses to protect him. Watching the famine corpses multiply, their bodies trembling as they wanted to attack, he sighed and closed his eyes, telling himself to use a desperate measure, put his body into hibernation to reduce energy consumption, and if he lasted 30 days, he would win. At the same time, the royal city also fell into ruin, with smoke and dust everywhere. The Iron Legion had stormed in, brutally seizing the place. The palace fared no better, with everything destroyed and bodies scattered. Two-Thayat stood on the throne, arrogant and triumphant. "Humanity's royal city will belong to me. From the church to the human kingdoms and the land of the falls, everything has been razed." Thinking of the Elven Queen's kingdom, which was using a spell formation to hold out, he smirked. That spell formation will only last for a while. Suddenly, after that, one of Two-Thayat's Iron men brought Dufyun to him. "Let's see how arrogant you can be." Waiting for Hanvu to return, he caressed her soft cheeks and laughed coldly with confidence. "You won't escape. Karnin led you to search for ancient divine relics, a place where you'd be skinned alive if not killed. Even my Iron Demon soldiers are beyond your ability to defeat, yet you still want to survive. Keep dreaming." Then, Two-Thayat turned away, ordering her to be locked up. And Dufyun struggled and shouted, cursing her kappa, "You won't have a good ending." A moment later, another corpse soldier came to report to him. Tainlala has surrounded Tansang in the valley as instructed, calling Tainlala's rebellious and carefree attitude. Two-Thayat laughed contentedly. "Well done." Although Tainlala is greedy for money, she still works properly. He thought of Tansang's lovely figure and told himself, "Tansang, this time, don't even think about escaping my grasp." Changing scenes, in the peaceful forest, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. As he approached, he discovered the Iron Beast Demon Legion engaging in combat with Prefect Lily's army. Witnessing the scene, Tinshang was confused, thinking to himself, why are Tuzi's Iron Men here and fighting Prefect Lily? After much thought, he nodded in anticipation. It's good that if both sides suffer losses, I can escape. A second later, the battlefield exploded. The sounds of fighting echoed incessantly, but after a short while, everything fell silent. Not even a sigh could be heard. She was bewildered. Why was it so quiet? While confused, Tinshang heard a voice calling out, "Plastic Kinshang." It was indeed her. Tuzi approached, feigning a smile and asked Tan, "I heard Prefect Lily wanted to kill you, so I rushed over. Fortunately, you're all right and have already driven them away." Politely, she replied a few words, "Thank you, Tuzi." Tuzi moved closer and said intimately, "Plastic Kinshang, you're being too distant. It's just a small matter." Seeing through his ulterior motives, Kinshang evaded and stepped towards the giant bird, ordering, "Let's go." Tusi frowned and asked curiously, "You want to leave?" He stepped closer and offered with a smile, "Why don't you stay and cooperate with me to resist the native forces in the Fufan civilization? We can harvest together." In reality, Tusi was secretly laughing, spending a large sum to put on a play with Prefect Lily, and now I'm letting her go. Before meeting Qinsheng, Tusi had met Prefect Lily. The two sides negotiated. She loudly demanded her rights. "I did as you asked," forcing Qinsheng to the Frost Valley. As for the remaining payment, Tusi emphasized, "You did well, but you still need to help me complete the play to receive the rest." She was suspicious. "What play?" He briefly explained, "Defeated by my Iron Man army." Prefect Lily protested agitatedly, "Were you joking? I summoned a 2 million strong army of giant rock men, exhausting the essence of many planes. How could they be defeated so easily?" Tusi threatened carelessly, "I can bring 30 million Iron men here to negotiate." Prefect Lily reluctantly conceded, leaving only 500,000 giant rock men. The remaining payment had to be doubled. Considering it, she couldn't turn hostile. Although the giant rock men were strong, like the Iron Men, they had the advantage of numbers. If she demanded more, not only would she not get the money, but she would also lose all her forces, achieving the desired outcome. Tusi was satisfied and smiled, "Okay, no problem." Returning to the present, Qinsheng decided to refuse his help. "Plastic Tusi, I appreciate your kindness. As for personal matters, goodbye." As she turned to leave, Tusi loudly said, "Aren't you going to find Han Yu?" "I'll tell you, Han Yu is dead. The one who killed him was my Iron Beast demon." Qinsheng was not easily deceived. She turned back to retort, "Han Yu's abilities are strong. The Iron Beast demon might not win, and there's still the Frost Soldier Legion protecting him." Before she could finish, Tusi sneered, "The Frost Soldier Legion is no match for the Iron Men. They can't withstand a single blow." Qinsheng was annoyed and didn't want to argue further. She said loudly, "I won't say any more. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, before she could do anything, she heard a loud noise. Qinsheng turned back, shocked to see the Iron Beast demon struggling to hold onto the giant bird. She turned back and questioned, "Tusi, what do you mean?" He directly retorted, "Of course, I want you to stay with me. I'm the strongest now. You must obey whatever I say, or you won't even be able to leave this Frost Valley." Tusi grabbed Qinsheng by the throat, lifting her off the ground, and defiantly challenged, "Where do you think you can run?" At this moment, she cried out in fear, "Han Yu, save me, save me." He frantically called her name, Qinsheng, and was startled awake. It turned out to be just a dream. "I've been in seclusion for so long, I don't know how Qinsheng is doing." Looking at his emaciated hands, he was stunned and incredibly surprised. Han Yu couldn't believe his eyes. He looked back and forth, puzzled. How did I end up like this? Distracted by the fighting between the starved wraiths and the Frost soldiers, Han Yu pushed himself up, causing the starved wraiths and the skeletal army to stop in surprise. Seeing both sides depleted, Han Yu smirked. 30 days passed so quickly. After 30 days of hardship, he successfully obtained the special Emperor-level rune of utterance, which grants the ability to control the digestive functions of a life form. Han Yu held the rune in his hand, appearing satisfied. Without hesitation, he decided to absorb the special Emperor-level rune of utterance. In his consciousness, the rune merged and formed a small vortex within his divine sense. A few seconds later, an energy source enveloped his body, restoring him to his normal state. Han Yu excitedly wondered, "Have I reached the divine Monic realm?" Moreover, the path to the outside was opened. Han Yu looked back and discovered the way out. Worried about Qinsheng, he immediately decided to go out. Han Yu went first, followed closely by the Frost Soldier Legion. As soon as they emerged, the rune secret realm immediately closed. Han Yu took a deep breath, eager to test if he could break anything after leveling up. As per Han Yu's command, the system responded. Name, Variant Origin Han Yu. Ranked, Outer Godly. Class, Level 3 Super Jealous Warrior. Talent, Godly. Unique, Rebellious. Ability, Godly Directed Mutation. Command, Sacrifice Unique, Luck Jealousy. Emperor. Skills, Extreme Slash, Shadow Affliction. Dragon Rage Slash, Dragon Transformation. Pure Attraction. Plant Fusion Technique. 3 Kai of Kings. Divinity, 9 points remaining, 5 points Divinity. Currently hissing. After 10 points, can be promoted to Perfect Godly in the Divine Realm. Divine Power, 39. 7 million. Self-generated, 322. 74 million. Generated from others, 49. 08 million. Core, Level 10. Sacred Artifact, Lore of Gluttonous Fury Level 4 Sealed. Sacred Artifact, Fossilized Enlightenment Level 2. Sacred Artifact, Shadow Nail Level 2. Sacred Artifact, Poison Thread Level 1. Sacred Artifact, Elbow. Han Yu rubbed his dejected head. Promoting to Godly only gave me a Godly ability. That's too stingy. Fortunately, the Variant Origin leveled up to Level 2, granting the Jealousy Luck ability. He quickly regained his spirits, sighed, "Anyway, I've been promoted to Outer Godly. I'll go home and absorb all the divinity to reach Perfect Godly, then I'll be satisfied." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly appeared above his head. Before Han Yu could understand, King Yin crawled out from there. Not only that, but he also landed heavily on Han Yu, making him see King Yin in a daze, vaguely thinking to himself, "I've finally become a demigod." He kindly ordered King Yin to be returned to the door and said, "Is this enough? You're too weak. All right, get some sleep." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed near the exit, startling Han Yu. He immediately stood up, warily looking towards the source of the sound. Another battle was raging outside. It turned out the soldiers of Kan Lele were fighting the gatekeeper monsters. Han Yu ran out, astonished to see her, and asked, "Why are you here?" Knowing Han Yu's relationship with Kinsang, Kan Lele smiled and discussed business, saying, "You have a good relationship with Kinsang. I have crucial information about her that concerns life and death. Interested? 100,000 per mortal plane essence." Hearing this, Han Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately offered 10,000 per mortal plane essence and urged, "Quickly, tell me." Seeing Han Yu's swift action, Kan Lele secretly regretted not asking for more, thinking, this kid is really quick to pay. However, she kept her promise. revealing that Kinsang was locked in Frost Valley by Zai Tai and might not be able to get out. Pan Yu cried out in panic. What? His heart burning like fire. Pan Yu quickly recalled his wings. In just a few seconds, he transformed into his beast form, ready to rescue Kinsang. Pan Yu flew towards Frost Valley, calling out continuously, Kinsang, Kinsang. Soon he arrived and slowly landed on the mountaintop. Pan Yu looked around and decided to use his divine power to search for her ore, but he found nothing for a long time. Pan Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I can't detect her ore. In the tense moment, something whizzed past from behind, startling him. He turned and recognized it as Jin Quan Lei Kuei. He was surprised to see its feathers flying wildly in the air. Below the mountain, Lei Kuei was being controlled and captured by Zai Tai's Iron Men. Pan Yu then used his serpent wings combined with an incantation, causing a high-level bliff to appear on his abdomen, exerting an emperor's influence. The Iron Men were blown sideways by the wind, almost falling. He gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash another strike. Pan Yu tested his newly acquired ability, and immediately a dominant force shot towards it. The new divine power, Imperial Armor, completely suppressed the Iron Men, forcing them to their knees. Lei Kuei, seizing the opportunity while the Iron Men were distracted, flapped its wings powerfully and broke free. Lei Kuei rejoiced for less than 3 seconds before detecting a massive force approaching from below. Terrified, it turned its head to check. To his surprise, the attacker was Han Yu. He leaped forward and clung to its tail, ordering, "Stop looking, hurry and take me to find Kinsang. We don't have much time." Lei Kuei understood and lowered itself for Han Yu to climb on. Carrying him on its back, it soared through the sky above Karitron. At the same time, a small cave emerged from the deep forest. Inside the cave, Zai Tai had already begun his assault, tearing at Kinsang's outer clothing. Kinsang struggled and cried out, "Let me go." Zai Tai smiled menacingly, reaching further in, and challenged, "Let's see who can save you." Kinsang, exhausted, was powerless and couldn't resist. Just as things reached a peak, Pan Yu appeared in time. Gritting his teeth, he kicked a rock towards Zai Tai, hitting him in the head. Zai Tai couldn't react in time. His plan foiled. Zai Tai rubbed his head in annoyance and turned back, shouting, "What the hell? Who dared to sneak attack me?" Seeing Han Yu appear coldly, Zai Tai's eyes widened in shock. "How could it be you? You're not dead yet." Pan Yu ignored his words, his blood boiling at the sight. Fire erupted from his mouth as he lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at Zai Tai's face, reminding him, "Even if I were dead, I wouldn't die." Zai Tai took the blow, blood gushing out, and he flew back, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Han Yu. "I will kill you today." Pan Yu frowned and smiled confidently at Zai Tai. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Wu silently unleashed his move, and the divine power of the desolate wilderness erupted. A seal appeared above his head, and a moment later, Zai Tai sensed something strange, clutching his stomach and crying out, "I'm so hungry. Why am I so hungry?" He gritted his teeth, glared at Han Wu, and demanded, "Are you leaving?" Pan Wu didn't waste words. He simply struck Zai Tai in the stomach with another move. Unable to endure it, Zai Tai collapsed and vomited uncontrollably, only regaining his senses to realize that he had become a demigod. Pan Wu coldly retracted a red sword, deliberately letting Zai Tai know, "Your Iron Beast demon man couldn't kill me. On the contrary, he has become my slave." As he spoke, he unleashed a lethal move, the sharp blade sweeping past Zai Tai's eyes, making him taste the pain of being corroded by iron. After that, there was a splatter of viscous fluid. Having dealt with Zai Tai, Pan Wu hurriedly rushed to support the frail Tan Chuan, saying, "I'm here." She offered a bitter smile and nervously reassured him, "I'm still okay." Pan Wu carried Tan Chuan out, bridle style. The Thunderbird was still waiting at the door, while Zai Tai's crowd of Iron Men fell into chaos. He frowned, looking at the Iron Men with disdain. Zai Tai is dead, and no one can control them. Once done, Pan Wu jumped onto the Thunderbird's back and ordered, "Let's go." On the Thunderbird's back, Pan Wu hugged Tan Chuan and asked worriedly, "Are you feeling better?" She nodded weakly, "Much better." "Did you really become a demigod?" Hearing this, he laughed offendedly, just pretending for comfort. Tan Chuan chimed in happily, "That's great." Pan Wu stroked her hair with an affectionate gaze. "I know the location of an ancient divine relic. We can gather more plain essence. Once you have enough dependence, you can level up." Tan Chuan agreed but worried. The 4 nations and 1 sect were destroyed by Zai Tai. Only the Elf Kingdom remains. Where can we find plain essence? Pan Wu said confidently, "We can go to the wilderness and try our luck." Thunderbird spread its wings and carried them over a mountain filled with purple rocks. Seeing this, he shouted, "There's an iron mine. Let's use the gold crystal mineral disintegrator." Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention, and Tan Chuan worriedly asked, "Did you hear that?" At the foot of the mountain, a giant bear was roaring and attacking with sonic waves. Seeing this, Pan Wu became even more enthusiastic and snapped his fingers triumphantly. "Isn't the plain essence right here?" Just as he was about to dive down, she quickly stopped him. "Don't take risks alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Chuan smiled and snapped her fingers, and immediately, the birds around them flew toward them. The Thunderbird took the lead, courageously diving first, followed by the other birds. It nimbly dodged, its claws and beak tearing the bear's face, making it difficult to retaliate. From the thick smoke of the forest, countless eyes appeared. A large number of skeletal soldiers emerged and swarmed the bear. One bear was struck by toxic fungal bacteria. A second later, its eyes bulged, and it let out a roar. The bear swayed, its wounded buddy touched another bear, and without a sound, it bit hard into the other's shoulder. The chaos continued, and one by one, it bit all the other bears. "Bite. You jerk. Why? You ancestor." The system calculated that a total of 0.003 units of plain essence had been absorbed. The results were promising. Pan Wu high-fived Tan Chuan in celebration. Their teamwork in sync. Then the Thunderbird landed, and they stepped down onto the ground with the skeletal legion behind them. He gently reminded her to rest so they could gather enough plain essence. Tan Chuan blushed and nodded. "Okay." After leaving, as time gradually passed, 10 days later, the army of bone soldiers was still enthusiastically collecting black iron stones. Tansang shyly pushed away the spoonful of porridge Han Vu was feeding her and suggested, "It's been 10 days, and we've gathered quite a lot of world essence. I want to go to the ancient ruins," but he just smiled brightly, intending to continue feeding her and comforting her. "No rush. Your wounds just healed, so you need to rest." Just then, Karnin suddenly jumped out of the void, startling them both. He stretched happily and shouted. Pleading was so exhausting. Tansang greeted him shyly. "Hello, Plastic Ton. Long time no see." Karnin did not answer, instead frowning as he sized up the disheveled blonde guy and looked at the two of them. "What the hell, where is this? How did you two meet?" Han Vu remained expressionless, silently thinking to himself, "You don't show up when you're alive, you don't show up when you're late, but you always arrive just in time to be a nuisance." Han Vu frowned and mocked, "Do you even have time to worry about us? Your Jade Princess was killed by Toothayat, and the Elf Queen is also hovering between life and death." Hearing this, Karnin jumped in shock and asked, "What did you say?" Han Vu had to briefly recount the recent events. Karnin's anger erupted, and he swore furiously, "That bastard Toothayat. I only slept for a few days and the entire Two family's foundation has been destroyed. What a pity for the princess." The two of them watched his internal monologue and the expressive faces he made, left speechless. After speaking, he turned and left. "I couldn't save the princess, so I must go pull the Elf Queen out. At least we once slept together. See you." He leapt away and vanished in an instant. After witnessing this, Tansang exclaimed, "I didn't expect Karnin to be so sentimental." Han Vu paid no mind and told her to rest for a few more days, but Tansang suddenly remembered something and looked at him worriedly. "You killed Toothayat. When you return to school, they will definitely cause trouble." Han Vu guessed as much but didn't care. If he hadn't killed Toothayat, would they have let him go? He wasn't worried about outside pressure, only the discipline of the Imperial Academy. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Lena showed up with a stern voice, ordering, "Han Vu, Tansang, return to school immediately. There is an important matter." Tansang glanced over to reassure him. "Don't worry, my father is here." But by then, an incident had already occurred at the academy. Toothayat's father slammed his hand hard onto the table. Then, he pointed angrily at Lena and shouted, "I want that handbrat to pay with his life for my son." His mother sat nearby, weeping bitterly. "Toothayat." On this side, Han Vu patted Tansang's shoulder to reassure her. "Your wounds just healed. This is not the time for the trial. Don't force yourself. I am not afraid of the Two family." Tansang smiled decisively. "Per said it was for you. Becoming a demigod has always been my dream, even before becoming a student at the Imperial Academy." Han Vu looked at her face, and the refusal that came to his throat felt shy, but, instead, Tansang playfully placed her hand over Han Vu's lips to silence him. "Don't worry, you've already given me the map and intelligence regarding the divine ruins. I'm sure I will pass." Unable to do anything about her, Han Vu had to go along with it. "Fine, I'll take you." Tansang ran to the spatial exit, and then they returned to school together. Han Vu, 30% helpless and 70% doting, ordered the bone soldiers to protect her. They obeyed the order and rushed toward the space-time gate. Time passed. A month later, Han Vu was still patiently standing in front of the spatial portal, his heart burning like fire, anxious and restless. A month has passed. Why hasn't she come out yet? Han Vu analyzed the situation. The bone soldiers he sent in also had no news. He feared she was in danger. The deadline had passed, and he didn't think twice before stepping through the gate. He couldn't care about anything else. As soon as he entered, Han Vu saw countless giant monsters standing ready. He was not afraid, immediately transforming into a demon and ordering, "Get out of the way." Immediately, the giant dragon appeared, its powerful pressure causing the monsters to tremble and kneel. He quickly flew high up to look for Tansang. Just then, Han Vu saw a sphere suspended in the air. He touched it and felt troubled. "The trial gate is closed. It cannot be opened from the outside. If it won't open, then destroy it." Han Vu resorted to desperate measures, slamming hard into the sphere, only to be bounced back. Han Vu muttered irritably, "Is it possible that those who have already completed it cannot enter again?" He unleashed his ultimate move, combining 3 different spells, firing all 3 at once: Advanced Emperor, Advanced Battle Frenzy, and Advanced Crimson. Han Vu launched all 3 attacks. The sphere could not withstand it and cracked, and finally, he entered inside. Before Han Vu's eyes at that moment were countless portals of all different colors. He fumbled around, distracted, helping Tansang choose what she needed to take. Han Vu realized he was agitated, took a deep breath to calm down, and focused on finding Tansang's strongest energy signature in the training mirrors. Just as he was about to use his wind spiritual sense to check, the portal high above suddenly flashed. Tansang then slid out from that portal. Seeing she was safe, Han Vu couldn't contain his joy and shouted, "Tansang!" He hurriedly reached out to catch her as he landed. Tansang was startled awake, and Han Vu happily asked, "How are you? Were you hurt?" Unfortunately, Han Vu tripped over a rock on the ground. Losing their balance, the two of them fell down in a heap. When they settled, the scene made the onlookers blush. Han Vu was shielding Tansang, the lips were touching, and she shyly pushed him away. "Let me go quickly." Han Vu also blushed and scratched his head. Afterwards, she excitedly received the seal and boasted, "Look, I finally leveled up. Special class Thunderstorm. It affects a body. All lightning type skills increase by 500%, and I've comprehended the lightning domain." Han Vu praised her. "With your current energy, you are about to break through from the Lord life form level to the Monarch life form level." Suddenly, Lena called, her voice stern as she demanded, "Han Vu, the school requires you to return immediately." Only one sentence was transmitted before the signal cut off. Tansang stood up, worriedly took Han Vu's hand, and firmly suggested, "I'm going back with you." Elsewhere in the academy, 3 people stood before the teleportation gate, looking quite serious. As soon as he saw movement, the principal gritted his teeth and shouted, "Arrest Han Vu immediately." Tansang and Han Vu stepped out with a burst of momentum. Tansang stood in front and explained, "Principal, Toothayat wanted to do something evil to me, so Han Vu took action." Two Thai's father did not believe it, roaring in rebuttal, "Nonsense." His mother also intervened. "What right do you have to protect this brat?" Tensang worked up to the principal and said decisively, "You can read my memories. I definitely did not stage this." The principal nodded and used his ability to look into her memories. The true scenes appeared, Two Thai controlling Tensang, Panvu appearing. The matter was clear. Two Thai's parents still didn't believe it, saying, "Impossible." The principal had to order them to back down, refusing to entertain them further. "Retire for now." He turned to Hanvu, sternly saying, "Although you were anxious to save someone, you used excessive force and must be strictly punished. You are suspended from school from now until the university entrance exam." Panvu secretly wondered, "Is that all?" Tensang was worried that suspension was a heavy penalty, but Hanvu smiled to comfort her. "It's fine. I'll take a break for a while to absorb divinity and rank up to demigod in the divine realm civilization." 10 years later, before leaving school, he went to the ancient statue and reported, "Divinity absorption complete. Divinity has reached 10 points. I hope to rank up to a perfect demigod in the divine realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the statue radiated a brilliant golden light. A golden ray of light emerged from the statue's eyes, and the surrounding energy was extremely pure and powerful. The crystal flew into his body, drowning him with power. Panvu was overjoyed. "Divine light. My plea has been granted." Divine light contains the energy of heaven and earth. It refines the body and can also nourish all things in the divine realm, promoting great potential. He exclaimed in surprise, "I've ranked up." Panvu tried to feel his new power, rejoicing, his breath. "From now on, I don't need to use black dragon transformation anymore. My ability has reached the demonic life form level." Suddenly, a gloomy light flashed. He was startled and alert. "What is this?" A new information board appeared. Name, Mutant Origin Hanvu. Rank, Demigod. Level 2 Super Gene Warrior. Talents, Divinity. Chosen Child. Unique. Rebel. Abilities, Directed Mutation Divinity. Unique Life Sacrifice. Gene Lock. Wasteland Buddy. Life Blessing. Unique Fusion. Stills, Great Force / Shadow Curse. Violent Dragon / Black Dragon Transformation. Taming. Plant Fusion Technique. Imperial Aura. Rebel Spiritual Sense. Level 5 Spiritual Sense. Divine Skill Awakened Soul Devouring Eye. Life Blessing. Bestows life blessing on kin. Uses divine power to increase lifespan. Unique Fusion. Consumes divine power. Fuses all suitable things. Panvu explained to himself, "After ranking up to demigod, I gain Rebel Spiritual Sense and awaken the Soul Devouring Eye. What I am seeing is the free soul energy in space." He rested his chin on his hand, pondering, "Fusion. This is my divine energy." He tried using all kinds of powers: Shadow Curse, Black Dragon Transformation, Plant Fusion Technique, Imperial Aura. Fusion and the distinct streams of energy surrounding Hanvu merged together to create a new power. Panvu had a new form, with black horns, wings, and a tail. He tried waving his hand, and a terrifying blast of energy tore through the wind, whistling as it shot forward. Immediately afterward, a section of the wall was slashed away. Panvu smiled with satisfaction, knowing that after the fusion, his power had exceeded his imagination. He called this chapter Black Dragon Transformation. He reverted to his original form and summoned a Manny's insect emperor to experiment on, wondering if, since he could fuse with it, his familiars could do the same. A flow of black energy surrounded the monster. Then a flash of light erupted, and the transformation occurred. Panvu looked at the colossal monster before him and clicked his tongue in praise, saying, "Wonderful, it has reached the level of a heroic life form and can certainly kill a heroic life form of the fish demon race in an instant." He was satisfied, assessing that his power had indeed improved, though the fusion still consumed divine power. The repeated attempts just now had cost several million points of divine power, but he was pleased to see several fire crystals appear in his hands. Fire essence gradually condensed to form a glowing red crystal. Panvu sat down to calculate. Each fire crystal could be sold for 1.6 million points of divine power, so by fusing one a day, he could bring in hundreds of millions of divine power points in a year, enough to exchange for 1 point of divinity. He laughed excitedly, happy to have found another way to make money, and continued fusing. Several days later, at the school gate, security guards firmly blocked anyone who was not a teacher or student from entering. The person blocked was Huhai. Panvu felt annoyed, but figured it was the Imperial Academy, where true gods, main gods, and even god kings existed, so acting recklessly would be useless. Panvu whispered to himself, "The rapid echo sound proves that I'm getting closer and closer to the thief who stole the god king's treasure." Huhai was suspicious and wondered, "Is Hanyu in this academy the thief that the god king wants to find? I must find a way to get in." While he was in a dilemma, the angry shouts of Tu Shua's father rang out from inside the school as he worked out cursing, "Dem Academy, shielding the culprit." His mother cried, "That brat Hanyu, I won't let him go." Huhai Thord smiled mysteriously, and said, "Can you two help me with something? I'm willing to pay a generous reward, as my target is also Hanyu." A short while later, in the reception room it was unclear how they had managed to get in. Tu Shua's parents acted arrogantly. Even Hanyu's classmate had been killed, and Lena bluntly reminded them that the cause of Tu Shua's death was clear, so persisting was useless. Huhai stood in a corner, secretly activating a device aimed at Hanyu. Sensing powerful reaction waves from above, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "This is indeed the thief who stole the god king's treasure. If I catch him, I will certainly be heavily rewarded, but how do I get him out of here?" Tu Shua's father arrogantly threatened, "Hanyu, you won't die." His mother chimed in, and Lena frowned uncomfortably, warning, "The school is not a place for causing trouble. Please leave immediately." Suddenly, Huhai went along with it, stepped forward to pull the two away, and said, "All right, let's go back." As soon as the door closed, Tu Shua's father stood outside and asked anxiously, "Lord True God, we'll let you in. Are we just going to let Hanyu go?" Huhai promised confidently, "Leave it to me. I will provide a satisfying result, but you two must not interfere." Knowing it was useless to resist, the couple left in a huff. Huhai stayed behind, secretly eavesdropping. Inside, Lena encouraged Hanyu, telling him not to let their words bother him, and smiled as she took his side. adding that Tu Shu's death was his own fault and that his counterattack was not wrong. Pan Yu was naturally unaffected and nodded to put her mind at ease, saying, "They cannot affect me. On the contrary, they only encourage me to be stronger." Lena smiled with satisfaction. "That's my student. You are now a perfect demigod. Next, focus on achieving divine consciousness, and also the academy assessment. If you don't pass, you'll be expelled." She conjured a golden seal and handed it to him, instructing, "This is a ticket to the ancient outer battlefield. You can go and try your luck." Pan Yu accepted it gratefully, thinking that adapting to the competitive atmosphere of demigods first would be beneficial for the future. Thu Hai, listening from outside, smiled and muttered, "The ancient outer battlefield, this will be interesting." Pan Yu quietly said to himself, "Then we shall meet inside." On his way back, Pan Yu realized that each ticket was for 2 people, so going alone would be a waste. He called someone, and after a few rings, the other person picked up. Tianwen's face appeared, and he smiled and asked, "Pan Yu, how is life at the academy?" He excitedly boasted, "Teacher Tan, I have promoted to a perfect demigod. I'd like to invite you to form a team to explore the ancient outer battlefield. I wonder if you are free." Tianwen was both surprised and happy. "A demigod? The ancient battlefield? Were you that strong?" "Let's go. I'll definitely go." Pan Yu nodded, stated the time and location, and said, "See you at the Imperial Teleportation Station at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow." A while later, at Han Yu's home, he prepared his gear to set off for tomorrow's departure, choosing a few useful holy items. Finally, he selected a few items and finalized his preparations. Specifically, it includes a level 4 sacred artifact violent lore seal, a level 2 sacred artifact fossilization point, a level 4 sacred artifact clone treasury, and a level 4 sacred artifact thunderfire bomb. Pan Yu's face revealed his determination as he told himself he must succeed this time. Suddenly thinking of Tanchuan, he felt an indescribable emotion. His trip might last several months, and she was likely in seclusion absorbing divinity, so he wondered how she was doing. The scene changes. It was already getting dark, and a knock echoed at Tanchuan's door. She hurried to open the door, saw Han Yu, paused, and then said hastily, "Why did you come here? Come in quickly." Pan Yu shook his head and said seriously, "No need. I'm leaving for the outer battlefield tomorrow to train, so I came to say goodbye, fearing that you might be in seclusion and unable to see me." Surprised and regretful, she asked, "So soon?" She bowed her head, not daring to look him in the eye. "By the time I return, you should have successfully leveled up. We'll meet then." "Oh, I should go now." Suddenly, Tanchuan unexpectedly grabbed Han Yu's hand and said, "Take a walk with me." A little later, below Tanchuan's apartment building, the two walked slowly side by side under the streetlights. Tanchuan smiled and started the conversation. "It's fortunate that I'm only starting my seclusion tomorrow. Otherwise, I would have missed your farewell today." Pan Yu laughed and teased, "Could this be called telepathy?" She didn't answer, only wordly asking Han Yu about the situation. "The battlefield is very dangerous. Were you fully prepared?" Tanchuan was uneasy and pulled out a sacred artifact to give to Han Yu. "Although this nether seal has many limitations, it is very useful. Take it with you. It is a level 4 sacred artifact, the nether seal. When loaded into the center of the divine realm, it can help core cleanse and transform into spirit forms before death, though it only works on core cleansement below the heroic life form level." Pan Yu's eyes flashed as a thought struck him. The nether seal, the divine sense of karma, needs to pass through the eye of the karmic divine art to swallow souls and level up. This thing was truly very effective. Pan Yu smiled and gratefully accepted it. "Thank you." Saying this, Tanchuan suddenly patted Han Yu on the shoulder and instructed him once more, "I can't go with you this time. You must be careful." This time, Pan Yu took the initiative to hold her shoulder. He suddenly leaned down and gave her a passionate kiss. Recalling the kiss on her lips just a moment ago, Tanchuan didn't resist this time. She even went along with it and kissed him back more deeply. Han Yu's heart blossomed with joy. She didn't reject him at all. Through that kiss, both implicitly confirmed their relationship. Han Yu was overjoyed and hugged her one last time with reluctance. Pan Yu looked at Tanchuan with a blushing face. She was blushing brightly but still reminded him, "Wait for me to come back. You must be careful." The next morning, Pan Yu arrived at the meeting point to meet Master Tan. "Teacher, you arrived so early?" he asked with a smile. The teacher anxiously urged, "I couldn't sleep, so I came to wait for you. Let's head out quickly." Then, both bit their fingers at the same time. They dropped a few drops of blood onto the golden emblem to open the portal. "Let's go." As soon as the blood fell, the emblem immediately lit up, and a stream of crimson spiritual energy began to swirl around. That energy gradually twisted into a ring, which was the entrance. The two took a deep breath, stepped through, and left. Just as they passed through the gate, Pan Yu and Tianwen were teleported to the battlefield gate. Before they could get their bearings, a guard was already waiting to greet them. "You two, this is your temporary residence," he said, explaining briefly before leaving. "If you need anything later, you can find us. We will support you wholeheartedly." Pan Yu looked at the dilapidated tent and wanted to flip a table. The living conditions were too harsh. "The ragged tent all you have to chase me off with?" While Han Yu was annoyed, the guard smiled and turned away as if he hadn't heard. Pan Yu hurriedly called out a few times, Pei, come help us." Conversely, Master Chan was calmer. He patted Han Yu on the shoulder and advised, "Don't be impatient. Let's see how things are first." The two nervously pulled back the curtain to check inside, but were surprised to find a spacious room fully equipped with amenities. Pan Yu was completely stunned. He reluctantly nodded. The inside was a completely different world, and it would suffice for the time being. Suddenly, Pan Yu saw an instruction manual placed right in the center of the room. The two stepped forward to read the information and became increasingly astonished. It turned out this tent blocked the scanning ability of the ancient battlefield's wisdom. The arena here could resurrect clansmen, but the convention limited the number of resurrections. Pan Yu was furious, threw the book back where it was, and wore a look of disgust. Who was this meant to disgust? In his heart, he was worried. If he relied on numbers to win, how was he supposed to play if that was restricted? Master Chan suddenly remembered something and reminded him with a smile, "Don't be in a rush. The manual says we can link the tent system, so check that first before deciding what to do. Hearing this, Pan Yu opened the system to check. Sure enough, it contained options for the number of clan members to resurrect. 500, 000 elite lifeform locusts, or 50, 000, or 5, 000 heroic lifeform locusts, or 5 locust lords, pre, 000, 000 spirit frosts, or 300, 000 elite spirits, or 3 knights, or 3 frost lords, 1 sword wind clan lord, or 1 wisdom roba clan lord. After much deliberation, Pan Yu finally decided to choose the largest quantity. Master Dean had also completed his selection. He snapped his fingers, and a flock of rabbit spirits appeared before his eyes. The system reminded him that only Korkin could be summoned inside the tent, and Korkin could not be replenished during battle. Korkin was advised in the ancient battlefield. They generate various types of consciousness fragments, and the rarer they are, the higher their value. Identical consciousness fragments can be combined into a complete consciousness, which can then be exchanged for other fragments or materials to upgrade the tent. Understanding the basics, Anvu was running with determination, eager to complete missions and collect consciousness fragments to upgrade his tent. They left the tent, and Master Dean briefly explained the consciousness orbs, noting that fragments are generated by wandering deities and can only be obtained by defeating them. Final piece of information Master Dean provided was very useful. The most powerful deities step on red light zones and can generate level 5 consciousness fragments. Just as he finished speaking, Panvu was startled by a sound, signaled Master Dean to stay quiet, and quietly hid behind a rock with him. Panvu smiled happily as he looked in one direction, saying, "Master, look over there." No sooner had he looked up than he saw a flash of light dash past. Before them was a deity stepping on white light, with an aura quite different from the red one. Dean Van was delighted and observed it carefully, noting that the white halo likely indicated a low-level deity, but of quite good quality. Ika, Panvu released his spirit beast entrusted within the tent, the Dark Emperor, to spar with it. As soon as he gave the order, the giant beetle appeared. It spread its wings and lunged to attack the spirit deity ahead, moving so fast that only a trail of air could be seen. The armored soldier realized it was being ambushed, and just as the attack closed in, it seized the opportunity to parry the blow. After the strike, the Dark Emperor had one of its claws sliced off. It flew into a rage, flailing its legs wildly, and its spirit energy moved of its own accord to launch a simultaneous attack on the armored soldier. A portion of the black divine power fragment was knocked off, but it clung to the soldier's feet, rising up to form binding ropes. By the time the armored soldier realized it, it was too late. The black vines, like tentacles, held it tight and restrained all movement. The Dark Emperor seized the opportunity to strike fiercely, its sharp attack piercing a hole right through the armored soldier's chest, destroying its spirit soul. The armored soldier grimaced in pain as its body transformed. From the hole, level 1 consciousness orbs emerged and floated in the air. Master Dean was overjoyed, jumping up in excitement. Amazing. Quickly collect the consciousness fragments. Even though they are only level 1, there are 8 of them. This could be considered a decent harvest. Dean Van was excited, as they had gained quite a bit on their first outing, explaining to himself that while level 1 consciousness fragments are small, they possess useful divine techniques and high value, and can be exchanged for resources twice as effectively as ordinary fragments. Panvu, seeing his profound knowledge, smiled as if he had struck gold. Master Dean, finding you to team up with was the right choice. The harvest can be even greater. Immediately afterward, a squad of Dark Emperors flew over. They quickly reported the news, and Hanvu smiled, deciding on the next target as he had the Dark Emperors locate the new prey. In front of the two of them was a group of spirit deities that had been cornered by the Dark Emperors. Panvu didn't care for the minerals they carried, as they were all low level, and their output certainly wouldn't match the previous deity, so he suggested leaving. Before he could finish speaking, Dean Van stopped him. "No, we cannot let this prey go." Finding the master's reasoning sound, Panvu smiled and called the Dark Emperors, "Then let's wipe them out completely." Dean Van also allowed the rabbit spirits to join the battle. Armheim, full of vigor, served its master, roaring and firing fierce sound waves. After an intense battle, loud explosions and collisions continuously resounded. Panvu and D-I led 1EC1 and Van finally succeeded in destroying the entire army of spirit beasts. Looking at the divine consciousness fragments hovering throughout space, the benefits gained were quite limited. D-I led a 1EC1 and Van assessed that over a dozen divine beings had only yielded 30 fragments, and even level 2 ones were scarce. Panvu was a bit disappointed, thinking that at this rate, acquiring high-level fragments would take several months. Suddenly, an Armheim flew and landed on his shoulder, reporting something. D-I led 1EC1 and Van curiously asked, "Have you found anything?" Panvu shook his head seriously, vigilantly observing his surroundings, and briefly announced, "At 30 degrees to your right, behind you, teacher, there are 2 people watching us. It's highly likely they're targeting the divine consciousness fragments. What should we do now?" Panvu's face sharpened, and he gave a cold, challenging laugh. "Whoever dares to steal will learn a lesson they'll never forget." The people trailing behind were still overconfident, smugly following them in secret. The fat guy said, "Big brother, those 2 have few followers, and they just arrived, so they're easy to bully." The thin guy was delighted. "Good idea. They've only killed over a dozen low-level divine beings, so their gains aren't much. Let's keep following them." But teacher D-I led 1EC1N was worried and didn't want to get involved with desperate robbers. He suggested, "Panvu, how about we return to the camp first and process the fragments we already have?" Panvu smiled calmly and put his arm around his teacher's shoulder to reassure him. "Teacher, just rest assured. Everything is under control. Armheim will report on the situation of those 2. Seeing his confidence, D-I led 1EC1 and Van felt somewhat relieved and nodded, secretly thinking, "I'm a teacher, yet I'm being encouraged by my student." Before he could fully process his thoughts, Armheim had already done to scout for information. After a period of quiet, they continued to move within the expansive network. Armheim returned with very interesting news. Panvu was excited to hear the news and happily informed D-I led 1EC1 and Van. They discovered a divine being standing on a purple halo. D-I led 1EC1 and Van was also thrilled, thinking they could at least obtain a level 3 divine consciousness fragment. The two quickly set off, believing the combined strength gave them a high chance of victory. Upon arriving, the scene that met their eyes was thick dust and smoke. On the ground, one person was severely wounded. It was unclear if he was still alive or already dead. The purple-robed divine being remained calm. Panvu and D-I led 1EC1 and Van ambushed and observed, trying to figure out how to deal with it. It had just come through an intense battle, and its strength made them marvel. All the kin who died by its hand were Lord-level lifeforms. It was clearly a Grand Master manipulating the wind element. Teacher, can your rabbits hold it? The teacher and the boy seriously arranged a formation to destroy the armored warrior, using the kin's clone ability and lightning fire self-detonation. The teacher manipulated the kin to continuously launch carrot projectiles, forcing it to its limit. In contrast, Panvu confidently thought to himself, relying only on it isn't enough. It would waste too much time. The teacher anxiously asked again, do you have a way? Before he could finish asking, Panvu had already transformed into a demonic form, flying into mid-air, and charged straight at the armored warrior. Confidently attacking, the armored warrior detected the enemy, and Panvu vigilantly raised his fan, preparing for battle. Powerful streams of spiritual energy converged in the fan in Han's hand. Panvu calmly flew in front of the armored warrior, unleashing a move to reduce its compatibility and commanding, burn for me. The armored warrior was startled. Before it could understand anything, it was marked, and a swirling circular hole appeared in front of its body. Panvu didn't hesitate. Immediately summoning a divine sword end of his hand, he slashed a powerful stream of energy straight at the armored warrior. Immediately, Pan felt a mighty aura pressing down on his body, and many divine consciousness fragments dispersed accordingly. The two stalkers standing far away also received a few small fragments, overjoyed that they were slightly larger level 3 divine consciousness fragments. Panvu collected all the remaining divine consciousness fragments. The thin guy watched Panvu and D-I led 1EC1 and Van exchange glances, and despite achieving their immediate goal, greed still arose. They have 8 fragments over there, he thought. The other guy immediately advised against it. Forget it. Seeing how he acts, we are no mesh for him. The fat guy, knowing better, turned and advised, it's already very good to have snagged a level 3 divine consciousness fragment. Let's leave quickly. But before they could leave, the dark shadow appeared above their heads. Panvu had secretly appeared. No one knew when. You stood in their way, your gaze cold and authoritative. How bold of you to steal what belongs to me. The arrogant subordinate shouted, whoever picks up the divinity shards from the ground keeps them. What evidence do you have that this tier 3 shard is yours? Panvu sneered, rating them for being so reckless. Not bothering to argue, they directly unleashed the 9 dragon tough strike where they were standing. The defensive line crumbled under Han Yu's overwhelming power. The tyrannical energy surged so quickly that the two men were stunned, instantly knocked out by a single blow and shredded to pieces. The divinity shards gradually fell from their bodies, and he immediately pulled them all toward himself. Pan Yu snatched them up with contempt. With such pathetic ability, you dare to steal the fruits of my labor? Tianwen approached from a distance and began the process of fusing the divinity shards. Once finished, he excitedly said, if we sell these at the garrison, we can upgrade our tent. The scene shifts to the garrison camp. A spatial vortex appeared in midair, and Liu Tian stepped out in high spirits. Brother Zhang, you are amazing. You even managed to obtain rare resources like ancient battlefield tickets. Gang Gang smiled modestly. There are still plenty of tickets to the ancient battlefield. It's not worth mentioning, but deep down, Liu Tian was extremely smug and overjoyed, having received many rewards ever since he reported the news to the God King. Suddenly, the two of them stopped, sensing something. It turned out that not far away, Pan Yu was chatting happily with Tianwen. These divinity shards can upgrade the tent to a radius of 2 km. Let's find more shards to upgrade it even further. When they turned around, they bumped into Liu Chan and Zhang Gang. Both sides were taken by surprise. Tianwen quickly regained his composure and asked with a polite smile, Brother Zhang, Teacher Liu, I didn't expect to meet you both here. Liu Tian was not pleased and clearly showed his annoyance. Beside him, Gang Gang put on a warm, polite smile. Teacher Tian, it is lucky to meet you. He glanced at Han Yu, giving a subtle warning. Pan Yu, I've been looking hard for you ever since the incident at the gut collecting river. You feigned ignorance. I don't know what Mr. Deng is talking about. Pan Yu frowned, wondering how he discovered he had been to the duck collecting river, as he had worn the mask given by Tianwen and taken strict precautions. Surely he had no concrete evidence. Seeing him looking dazed, Gang Gang laughed. Then I must have mistaken you for someone else, but Han Yu's progress is truly spectacular. You are the same age as my son, yet you are already a demigod. Despite this, he was gnashing his teeth inwardly. My foolish son's divine realm was shattered, and he will likely live a mediocre life. Tianwen politely said, Mr. Teacher Liu, Pan Yu and I have things to do, so we won't chat for long. Goodbye. He secretly watched them, worried. Let's go quickly. If we keep talking, we'll end up fighting. Seeing that neither of them objected, Tianwen hurried Han Yu away. Once they were far off, Liu Tian said irritably, Brother Zhang, were you just going to let the kid go like that? He's a culprit who ruined your son. Deng Gan replied calmly, as long as we are in the ancient battlefield, we will meet again. After saying this, he also left. Liu Tian looked back at Han Yu's receding figure and smiled smugly. Right, wait until the 10 is upgraded, then use our kin to crush them. I don't believe a newly promoted demigod has such great skill. Tianwen wordly reminded him, Deng Gang and Liu Tian have also come to the ancient battlefield. They are sure to cause trouble. You are only a demigod and lack divine arts, so you should avoid the sharp edge and leave soon. Pan Yu frowned in annoyance. Teacher Tian, why are you inflating their ego? We came earlier to compare, which gives us the advantage. I don't think he's that strong. He sighed and explained, you know too little about Zhang Gang. Before I arrived, I heard that Zhang Gang had recently been sponsored and is training a sovereign tier life form. He patted Han Yu's shoulder and sincerely advised, you are about to pass the academy entrance exam. Preserving your strength is the most important mission. You disagreed. Opportunities to enter the ancient battlefield are rare, teacher. You understand that, and I won't give up because of Zhang Gang. Tianwen said angrily. Why are you so disobedient? I'm doing this for your own good. Pan Yu replied with spirit, turning and running away. Asterisk becoming stronger quickly is the key. Asterisk, it seemed he had a plan of his own to deal with Zhang Gang. Over the next few days, Pan Yu relied on his soul-devouring eye to improve his karma divine sense. He was now in a new form. After 6 consecutive operations, Pan Yu's karma divine sense accumulated experience and leveled up. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He had awakened a powerful karma divine art. Currently, he had 2 choices. First, the karma divine art, karma sword, a divine weapon that converts physical damage into magical damage and vice versa. It can be fused with other rare weapons and has a fixed effect. Choice 2, karma divine art, karma dual pistols, a divine weapon that converts long-range physical damage into long-range magical damage and vice versa. It can be fused with firearm weapons and has a fixed effect. Pan Vu held the sword in his hand, his face full of doubt. Wait, why choose one or the other? He thought to himself that he must consider it carefully. In the future, he would follow the path of a warrior, or perhaps the path of a marksman. After a moment of daze, Pan Vu smiled firmly. He had thought it through and decided to make his choice. Pan Vu raised the sword high, deciding to test the sword of rebellion. He had many sword-related abilities, and his favorite weapon was a greatsword, so the sword of rebellion was the most suitable. The sword was no ordinary weapon. It was used to enhance melee skills and could transform. He toyed with the blade, checking it playfully. How interesting. If it absorbed more souls of the kin, the sword's shape would transform. After finishing his preparations, he stood up, pulled back the tent flap, and worked out proudly with his new weapon. Excitedly, he channeled energy into the sword to try a basic strike. The sharp slash caused the tree trunk in front of him to collapse. Pan Vu looked at the result in surprise and stepped closer to observe. That sword strike didn't use any attributes, so why was it so effective? He decided to deliver another blow to verify. The sword radiated blinding energy and quickly swept through a nearby tree. The trunk was instantly shattered. He was confused. The sword strike had used a corrosion effect, but it was effective. That made him wonder. He decided to find the cores, this time striking the ground. The spot where the blade struck shattered, leaving a cloud of stone dust. He was stunned. The shattering effect of a heavy weapon had appeared on the sword of rebellion. Pan Vu held the sword up to examine it. It clearly had a dark attribute, but it didn't behave as usual. The sword of rebellion truly was rebellious. Suddenly he smiled, struck by an idea. Using it for deception would surely succeed. From behind, Dean Van approached and announced happily, Pan Vu, I've sold the divine positions. We can upgrade the tent. Seeing the ruins, he asked anxiously, what are you doing? He smiled and replied, I just evolved a very interesting divine technique that suits me. Pan Vu recounted the details. Since it defied convention, Dean Van was left wide-eyed in shock. It can actually be like that. He confidently shouldered his sword and challenged, if Tuan Quan dares to cause trouble, we'll be dealt with. Dean Van gently reminded him to be careful. Pan Vu excitedly urged, let's go, Teacher Dean. Let's see how the mobile tent's upgrade turned out. The man could only look on, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned. A moment later, at the new mobile tent, a notification appeared. Congratulations, the mobile tent has leveled up. Its range has increased to 4 km. He stepped inside to admire the surrounding amenities. Pan Vu said delightedly, 4 km, that's great. Now it can hold many kin. He nodded in agreement. Let's make the most of our time. Afterward, both entered a state of meditative cultivation. He focused on maximizing the sword's power. After a few days of training, his experience with the rebellious divine consciousness accumulated rapidly. As for Dean Van, he also possessed a Lord tier life from body with astonishing combat power. Both were very happy, but they were unaware. Po Hai silently appeared, quietly tailing Han Vu while secretly planning. And 8, the thief of the God King's treasure. This time, I will definitely bring him before the God King. Behind him, a spatial portal opened. Someone was arriving. It turned out to be Two Thai's parents. As soon as they appeared, they pressed, Lord True God, do you really have a way to kill that kid Han Vu? Po Hai replied with annoyance. I could lead you two in here, so of course I will help you take revenge for Two Thai. Hearing those firm words, the man finally nodded. Alright, yes. Unexpectedly, right after that, another spatial portal opened. The next to arrive were Zhang Gang and Liu Tan. Upon meeting, Liu Tan joyfully greeted him. Great True God, you have finally arrived. He excitedly smiled and asked, we have been watching that kid Han Wu for a long time. When should we make our move? Pu Hai replied solemnly and slowly, no rush, let's get familiar with the environment first. Inwardly, he smirked. Being a true god himself, plus 4 demigods, to deal with a newly upgraded brat was truly a waste, but since it was Lord God King's order, he had no choice but to obey. The more Hu Hai thought about it, the more certain he was of victory, and he sneered smugly. Pan Wu, you're dead meat this time. In the following days, Pan Wu's group and Tan Wen continued to diligently hunt deities, while being surrounded on all sides by Dark Emperors. Immediately upon receiving the order, the evolved Dark Emperors with red wings, along with Tan Wen's group of rabbit spirits, charged from both sides at the deity. In an instant, they could not hold their ground. The divine image shattered amidst thick clouds of dust. The body dissipated, slowly forming a stream of spiritual energy hovering in the air, which was then collected into Han Wu's palm. Pan Wu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the flame in his hand. With the upgraded fire, the number of revived kin increased, combat power grew stronger, and upgrading the rebel divinity became easier. Tan Wen clutched the spiritual energy to absorb it into his body, smiling and praising. The energy form upgrade yesterday was very effective. He squeezed his palm excitedly, to think that in just a few short days, I have mastered 3 divine arts. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, revealing 2 figures behind them. Pan Wu narrowed his eyes and sneered in greeting. So you two have arrived as well. Two Thai's parents flared up in anger as soon as they saw him, their eyes burning with resentment. Pan Wu said nothing, seizing the moment to raise his sword and jump forward, telling himself, they've come for revenge. No words are needed. I'll strike first to gain the upper hand. Two Thighs Farther pursed his lips and immediately assumed a stance, drawing a blue-lit sword from mid-air, gripping the hilt tightly, and bracing himself to withstand the attack. The two sides fought fiercely. His blade gradually grew weaker, unable to withstand the destructive power of the Sword of Rebellion, showing signs of being about to break. Two Thighs Farther was beyond furious. You little brat. You killed my son and destroyed my divine weapon. I want to tear you to pieces. Pan Wu sneered provocatively. I shall send both of you to join your son. He leaped up and transformed in an instant. His skin turned dark purple, pointed wings sprouted, and his monic energy and life forms reached full strength. Two Thighs' parents gritted their teeth as a thought simultaneously flashed through their minds. He is so young, having just become a demigod, yet he has already touched monic life form abilities. He must be killed, or there will be endless trouble later, he ordered loudly, summoning an Iron Man Legion to charge straight at him. Kill him, Pan Wu sneered, spinning around to evade, and waved his hand to prepare a move. Tian Wen gritted his teeth in worry and called the rabbit spirits to provide support. Two Thighs' parents simultaneously summoned sigils, and a dark blue magic sphere appeared. The Iron Men merged simultaneously into a single giant entity. Pan Wu glanced over and summoned a dark Emperor Qin, which immediately followed orders to charge and attack the Iron Man. However, the giant Iron Man swung his sword just once and shattered the armor of the beast he summoned. The grasshopper-like Qin's body broke apart, riddled with holes. Two Thighs' parents laughed maliciously. You brat, this is for your arrogance. Pan Wu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, from the sky, countless other Dark Emperors appeared and took flight. Before the Iron Man could understand what was happening, it was taken down. Its entire body froze, trembled, and gradually dissipated. Furious, Two Thighs' parents rushed toward him for a frontal attack. Die! Pan Wu smiled, controlling his body to dodge, and in the blink of an eye, he circled behind and struck the back of Two Thighs Farther's neck. With a loud thud, Two Thighs Farther was knocked down. Two Thighs' mother glared furiously and charged at him frantically. Dean Van silently joined forces from behind, blocking the action and handing her a knife. Pan Wu, be careful. Two Thighs' mother lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Pan Wu flew over and said with a grateful smile, Teacher Dean, thank you very much. Suddenly, sensing something, he turned pale with worry and urged him, leave this place immediately, but it was too late. From a distance, the silhouettes of Trunquan riding beasts appeared. Want to run? Can you escape? Dean Van frowned, highly alert. What else are you planning to do? Looking at the charred bodies of the group lying scattered around, Lackthine sneered and assessed them with a darkened face. Teacher Dean, Hein Vu, it seems your strength has increased rapidly over these past few days. You were even able to kill two demigods without a scratch. The bodies of Two Thighs' parents were still warm on the ground. Pan Wu pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes and thought, the Spring Clan numbers are quite high and their vitality is abundant, but my kin and Teacher Deans have suffered losses, though striking now would be disadvantageous for us. Teacher Dean thought tensely, save as many as we can. Dean Van turned to advise him, the enemy is strong and we are weak. In a moment, I will use the cleanse tower to create an opening. You just need to fly high, and they won't be able to deal with you anymore. Pan Wu looked at him emotionally, knowing he was willing to risk himself to protect him. He slowly reminded him, don't talk nonsense. I only have one chance, and you must seize it. Pan Wu patted his shoulder and held his hand to reassure him. Teacher Dean, the situation hasn't reached the point of sacrifice yet. I can handle it now, trust me. Seeing everything, Lackthine curled his lips in arrogant mockery. You can handle it? But against our 40 million powerful Spring Clan members, you few scattered troops are nothing. Trunquan acted righteous and smoothly continued. Teacher Dean, the goal of this trip is to capture Han Vu. If you don't want to get involved, I won't make things difficult for you. Dean Van sternly declared, as a teacher, I cannot wash my student die before my eyes. That is my principle. Lackthine looked at him with a wicked gaze and reminded him, Dean Van, do you think you are very noble? When your clan is wiped out, let's see if you still have the mood to talk about principles. Trunquan sneered and emphasized, Teacher Dean, we could be friends, but if you don't know how to treasure this opportunity, don't blame me. Following orders, the pack of sharp-toothed wolves stepped forward, and the wolf cavalry advanced. Dean Van turned back and called to the rabbit spirit swarm, attack with bumps. The rabbits immediately spun at high speed, turning into spinning shields. The fierce wolves roared, the rabbit swarm was scattered, and large patches vanished into nothingness. Dean Van pursed his lips and closed his eyes tightly, feeling heartbroken and compassionate. They are such cute rabbits. How can I kill them? Pan Vu grimaced and pulled out a magic-infused leaf, putting it into his mouth. The sword in his hand gradually transformed. Its tip retracted and it was covered in dark blue smoke. Behind him, a large tree trunk floated up the mutated sword of rebellion, the scythe of soul calling, and he challenged them loudly. Come on. Pan Vu's face was expressionless as he swung small sword strikes at the wolf pack. The wolf beasts were injured, hit by countless strikes, and cried out as they gradually disappeared. Vines grew from the bodies of the fallen beasts. On the other side, the thorny tree trunk blocked the lunging wolves. Trunquan gritted his teeth and admitted, this brat reel has many tricks. He ordered the largest green-furred wolf to attack. Its eyes glowed crimson as it shattered the vines, and the wolf cavalry swarmed. Pan Vu flew out from behind it, thinking triumphantly, I fooled you. A large vine lashed down, and blood splattered everywhere. Pan Vu held the axe blade and flew up. He gritted his teeth and smirked, looking at his opponent with triumph. Pan Vu raised his weapon and charged at Trunquan and Lackthine. Go to hell. Trunquan gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade-patterned gourd vine. His scythe struck down, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground. As the aftershock of the final strike subsided, the stone in Trunquan's hand gradually dissipated. He opened his mouth to breathe with difficulty and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the God King granted me a protective treasure. Just as he let his guard down, red blood suddenly sprayed into the arena from out of nowhere. Deng Gang watched in shock as Liu Tian's head was severed from his neck. He died without even closing his eyes and fell to the side. How could this happen? Han Yu's arm suddenly trembled, giving him a start. He turned back, his heart filled with worry as he realized that the time for the ghost shadow lamp seal had arrived. Beside him, Dan Wen urged him. Run quickly. Furious, Dan Gang shouted. You've killed so many of my wolf cavalry. Don't you dare run. The brave and giant-like king of destruction stepped forward and ordered. BunRv, sap them. A massive wave swung from his claws toward the two, blowing them both away. Just then, the vines on his body slowly faded away in the arena. Pan Yu squeezed his eyes shut and collapsed. It hurts so much. The 10-day duration for his full gene lock had expired, and he couldn't use it again. With dark circles under his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably, he struggled to crawl up and asked, Teacher Dan, how are you? But to his shock, Dan Wen lay motionless on the ground. The giant wolf grabbed both their bodies and brought them before Zhang Gang. He gritted his teeth, looking at Han Yu with hateful eyes, calculating that if he didn't kill him now, the opportunity would be lost. At this critical moment, Fu Hai suddenly appeared. Bang Gan, what do you want to do? Didn't you say you wanted to capture him alive? Dan Gan broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, Lord True God, you have misunderstood. I was just planning to bring him to meet you. Fu Hai sneered, picked up Han Yu, and remarked, we'll go to the God King later to claim the reward. Hearing this, Dan Gan was thrilled. Thank you, Lord True God, for the opportunity. He turned to look at Dan Wen and sneered, scheming to himself that killing this demigod wouldn't hurt. Pan Yu used all his remaining strength to create a sharp point, holding it close to his own neck, and warned, if you kill him, I will immediately destroy myself. Dan Gang commanded with disdain, look at your pathetic state. Do you still have the ability to self-destruct? Pan Yu gritted his teeth and looked straight at Fu Hai. If I die, you won't be able to report back on your mission. After saying this, his body swayed, emitting a strange green energy, the divine muscle-breaking technique. Startled, Fu Hai shouted, don't touch it. Come with me if once. Dan Gang clenched his fists and turned away, feeling deeply annoyed. I won't kill you, but out of two, one must live. I'm just testing your fortune. Fu Hai grabbed Han Yu's wrist and pulled him into a spatial portal, immediately returning to meet the God King. Dan Gan pointed at Han Yu, who was being dragged along the ground, and asked with ill intent, Lord True God, the transmission takes several days. Are you going to carry this brat the whole way? Fu Hai sneered, I have sealed all his power. It's useless for him to struggle. With that, he tossed Han Yu into the dark purple spatial portal. As soon as he entered, the vortex slowly closed and vanished. Not long after, in a strange space, the purple portal appeared, dropped him on the ground, and disappeared. Fu Hai sneered, stay put in my divine realm. My kin will take care of you. Pan Yu sat up in pain. What caught his eye was a beast with a tiger's head and a human body appearing before him. Pan Yu was startled and instinctively moved his hands to cast magic, but his whole body suddenly froze. He felt panicked as he realized there was nothing left. His face became miserable. All his skills were sealed, and he couldn't use any power. No wonder Fu Hai dared to lock him in his divine realm without any fear. Suddenly, the bowl of water was poured over, leaving Han Yu stunned. The kin held the bowl of water toward him. He shook his head slightly to avoid it, his heart in turmoil. So his kin were tigers, he still had to be careful. What should he do now? He shook his head to refuse. I won't drink. The tiger said nothing, aggressively grabbed him by the collar, and poured the water into his mouth. He resisted, but it was useless. I told you I wouldn't drink. Fu Hai's figure appeared in the air, frowning as he reminded him, the tiger men can neither hear nor speak. I will not harm you, so be well behaved. Annoyed, Pan Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve, thinking, so they are both deaf and dumb, how very cautious. Suddenly, the origin of mutation appeared above his head out of nowhere and cheerfully asked, Post, do you need assistance? Pan Wu's eyes widened, delighted to see it. No way, wasn't your kid self-sealed? It giggled, Post, you can let me absorb divinity. After I complete my upgrade, I will help you restore your strength and escape this place. He pursed his lips and smirked, thinking, that's right, I still have divinity. At this moment, the only way is to take a gamble. It eagerly asked, then shall I begin absorbing? He transmitted his voice, I can't speak out loud right now or I'll be discovered. Hurry up, you remember Zhang Gang's words, True God, in 3 days you will meet the God King, and we will see what reward you receive then. Pan Wu gritted his teeth in anger. Please, only 3 days left. Will I be able to make it in time? The origin of mutation gradually changed color. It curled up inside his body. Pan Wu sat on the grounds of the God Domain King, wondering what kind of changes would take place. The origin of mutation excitedly reported, Post, I have successfully helped you evolve. You are now a level 3 genetic warrior of the Shen civilization. Before he could celebrate, he asked about the benefits, and it explained, the new ability is gene combination, which can combine many different types of genes to change the target structure without affecting the original genes. Pan Wu still didn't understand how to use it. Suddenly, a beastly hand holding a steam bun was extended in front of him. Although slightly startled, Pan Wu still tried to force a smile at the tiger as he reported on the eating situation. Suddenly, he gripped its hand as if he had realized something. Right, Pan Wu turned the tiger's hand over and over to examine it closely, ignoring its slight resistance. He flashed a sinister smile. As expected, his constitution had increased despite being sealed. His strength was now on par with a hero-level life form. Suddenly, the tiger roared to sound the alarm to its kind. The yellowish-white tiger appeared with its subordinates and stepped forward. It opened its mouth in a warning gesture. Behave yourself. Pan Wu took advantage of the situation and grabbed its hand, calculating accurately. He was delighted in his heart. The transcendent life form. Let's test it out. He shouted. Activate gene combination. The area on the orange tiger's head began to transform. Under the influence of spiritual power, 2 sides of its head sprouted out, finally growing into a pair of complete ears. Meanwhile, the white tiger was injured, missing a pair of ears. It touched its head in confusion. Where are my ears? The orange tiger noticed the surrounding sounds and thought it was an hallucination. Pan Wu explained with a smile, thank you for the water and the steam bun. These ears are a token of gratitude. The orange tiger knelt before him to show its sincerity. This action gave Han Wu an idea. Other kin could also become followers. He could convert more followers, lead them to breach the center of the God domain, and escape. Having lost its ears, the white tiger went into a rage. Give them back to me. Glancing quickly, Panwu coldly turned around and delivered a kick to the white tiger's stomach. Looking at the other subordinates looming nearby, he ordered the orange tiger, come here. It didn't understand what was going on but obediently extended its hand. Panwu held its hand and began transforming its power. While fighting the others, the orange tiger was reconstructed into a transcendent life form. The old blue tiger roared in anger and pointed its finger to order. He is an evil god, disrespectful to the deities. Seize him. Hearing that, Panwu only swore. The orange tiger bravely stood in front of him and roared, whoever harms my deity shall die. Without hesitation, it began using its might to attack the other tigers. The others, of course, were no match for it. After sweeping them all aside, the orange tiger knelt down and pleaded with him. My deity, please accept me. Panwu patted Hokam's shoulder and said a condition. But first, you must help me escape this place. I want to know where the center of the divine realm is. Hokam wanted to comply but had a concern. I can take you there, but the place is guarded by masters. He didn't care much, only instructing. We'll figure it out once we find it. Suddenly, a wave of aura blew past. Several sharp swords appeared. These two seemed quite interesting, a muscular tattooed tiger man said as he stepped forward, ordering his subordinates to capture them. Several large, burly tiger thugs intended to deal with Hanvu and Hokam, advancing simultaneously. But as they advanced, the two moved in separate directions. Every weapon was chipped and neutralized. Some thugs were already bleeding, lying flat on the sand. Terrified, one man quickly knelt down and begged, please, spare my life. The subordinates didn't dare resist either. Spare us. We will obey everything you say. He used the light of faith to command them. As my followers, you must obey, or there will be no turning back. They shouted in unison. Understood. Panvu thought to himself, fine then, I'm short on hands right now, so I'll take them in for the time being. Afterward, Panvu expanded his recruitment of followers, intensified their transformation, and ventured deep into every corner of the Lake Sea Divine Realm. Finally hearing news about the location of the Divine Realm Core, Hokam reported the situation. My lord, the Divine Realm Core is hidden in the forbidden area outside the Tigerman's royal city. It is guarded by dozens of king-tier lifeforms and over 100 lord-tier lifeforms. No one is allowed near. Anyone discovered will be killed instantly. Panvu frowned and calculated, that's a bit complicated. With so many experts, we'll be detected if we infiltrate unless I immediately use birds and moles to recombine their genes from scratch. Scene change. At the Tigerman's royal city, Panvu arrived flying with the gene recombined tiger group. Panvu observed and arranged the gene graphs of moles and birds for the Tigermen to learn burrowing and flying so they wouldn't be easily detected. Hokam carried him to the side and announced, my lord, the divine core is below. On top of the tower, 3 Tigermen are sitting around a glowing blue stone. Panvu observed and judged that these 3 were at least king-tier lifeforms, making them difficult to deal with for now. Hokam suggested, my lord, tomorrow the Tigerman's royal city will hold its annual life festival. The Tiger King will present gifts to the gods, and the messengers of the forbidden area will likely attend the ceremony as well. Since he hadn't regained his full strength, he agreed. Very well, we'll adapt tomorrow. Soon, the next day arrived. At that moment, Hanvu stood among some mounds of earth to observe. His eyes suddenly glowed as he activated his divine eyes to see more clearly. There's still 1 guard left, but being down 2 opponents is good enough. Panvu pointed and ordered the tiger troops under his command. Jump down, aim for the divine core, and strike it. Then, he jumped onto Hokam's back to approach the target. However, due to the large numbers and the fact they were flying in the daylight, the tiger guard noticed the reflected shadows. Panvu looked up as a loud alarm rang out. Those who intrude into the forbidden area shall die. Beams of light from the guard's eyes sliced through several pairs of wings. To prevent casualties, Panvu directed, dodge to the left. Hokam carried him, flying to a position above the stone. Panvu instructed, pulled him off. I'm going for the divine core. Immediately after, the two separated, with Hokam staying behind to confront the guard. Panvu felt power surging in his hands and was secretly excited. It was finally time for the hands combined with mole genes to show their worth. The guarding tiger roared in fury. Sup right there, but he ignored it, pressing his hands to the ground near the stone, wondering where the core was. On the other side, the orange tiger was still desperately holding off the guarding tiger, and Hanvu was anxious, thinking he had to be quick, as he feared the tiger wouldn't last much longer. The gopher's gene strand burrowed even deeper. Suddenly, he started, a flash of insight lighting up his mind. He had found it. Hanvu yanked his hand back, clenched his fist, and moved forward as the light in his hand transformed into dark, sharp claws. He stood straight, raised his hand high, and clawed downward forcefully. The power struck straight into the earth, hitting the core of the divine domain, but the surface of the green stone only showed a few cracks. Hanvu was tense, wondering why it still wouldn't work even after using genetic modification to fuse with the tiger's sharpest claws. Suddenly, the entire Tiger King city shook violently. Pohai also sensed it and hurriedly opened a divine domain portal to pass through. Struck by the sight, he wondered what the guy was trying to do and how he could have reached this place, but he realized the divine domain core was indeed vibrating. With a thought, Hanvu started, then burst into loud laughter as if something extremely interesting had happened. Seeing him like that, the other man was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Looking at the green stone slashed by the black current, Hanvu kept laughing, thinking he hadn't expected him to come and help him after all. Pohai discovered the problem and grew furious, thinking it shouldn't be like this since he had borrowed his power. As the stone shattered, Hanvu secretly calculated that even though the divine domain core was broken, he could run, but if he did, he would be teleported to Hohai's location. With the seal still on his body, he couldn't deal with him and Tuan Quan, so he still had to find a safe place first. Hanvu climbed onto the orange tiger's back and breathed a sigh of relief, glad it had helped buy him some time. Suddenly, he remembered that today the tiger people were offering divine artifacts, so he decided to steal them first. Plus, with the divine trial, it would be easier to run. The scene shifted to where the Tiger King was presenting the shoes to the God King, the wind-treading boots, the divine artifact of the spiritual star grade. Its first effect was working on the wind as if on solid ground, The second was increasing speed and reducing physical stamina consumption. And the third was the wind work divine art, which allows the user to withstand wind currents and travel through wind gates. The accompanying divine art allows the user to endure the wind eagle current, which obeys the user's commands absolutely, with its power depending on the amount of divine energy the user channels into it. Taking advantage of his distraction, he lunged to grab the shoes, driving the other man into a rage. You filthy thief, how dare you steal a treasure intended for the gods? Give them back now, and I might leave you in one piece. Panvu glanced at him, bit his finger, and thought, do you really think you can stop me? As a drop of deep red blood fell straight onto the toe of the shoes in his hand. Then he put them on, and the shoes emanated a golden ore, with many objects floating in the air. Panvu turned and ran. Seeing this, Po-hai prepared to chase him, wondering where he thought he could run. Panvu gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't win, and realized he had no other choice. Suddenly, several large bolts of lightning struck from the sky the blood essence wing technique arena. Panvu chuckled triumphantly, thinking the immortality of the blood essence wing technique arena was indeed powerful, as he could teleport anywhere. The system reported, "Dear successor, you have just received a challenge from another demigod successor. For fun. Do you accept? Refusing 3 times or failing will result in the forfeiture of your status as a blood essence wing technique arena successor." He decisively refused. With his body still sealed, he couldn't open his divine domain and couldn't use his abilities, so he wondered what to do. The system repeated, "Dear successor, you have just received a challenge from another demigod. Bark bang." He was annoyed and loudly refused. For the final time, "Dear successor, you have received a challenge from another demigod. Dar." Panvu turned pale and cried out in frustration, "Were you done yet? That's 3 times already. Damn it, how is this any different from being cornered to death?" He gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to risk it one last time. On the arena floor, a black and red ore slowly appeared. The stylish girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I am Dar. What is your title?" Looking at her, he felt disdain, wondering how a mere kid could challenge him, but he still answered politely, "Pontar." After hearing that, she released several red bats and declared with an innocent face, "Panvu, though die." The scene intrigued Panvu. Dumb, it was his first time seeing someone use a vampire sworn just like his own. Armdled1EA1 chuckled, "Were you scared? This is my true strength. If you don't want your tribe to be sucked dry and turned into corpses by the bats, withdraw from the match quickly to save my time." Feeling the distance was right, he smiled and used the wind treading shoes. Panvu quickly appeared behind Armdled1EA1 with such petty tricks, she would be the one withdrawing. Panvu circled behind his opponent. Armdled1EA1 turned around and kicked him hard. Panvu slammed into the wall, creating a large crater. She said smugly, "I specialize in this. Trying to fight me in close quarters, you're really asking for death." He thought quickly. Sneak attacks weren't working, so the only way was to target the bats on her body. The bats rushed in to bite him. There were so many, this was going to be tough. Panvu used his transformation ability, activated the gene combination, and bit back at the transformed bats without hesitation. Armdled1EA1 turned pale. Is he crazy? Immediately, Panvu's strength gradually returned. She suddenly realized the danger. "You're absorbing the bat's power." She chanted a spell, and a blood-red ore enveloped the surroundings. A silver-haired man appeared, a summoned eternal vampire, a lord-tier life form. He opened his glowing red eyes, revealing sharp fangs. The vampire bound Panvu and absorbed his blood. Panvu couldn't escape as his blood was being drained. He also bared his sharp fangs. He immediately bit into the vampire's neck. If the creature could drain him, why couldn't he drain it? Simultaneously, he used his gene combination power. The vampire collapsed, his body shattering into pieces. Panvu looked at Armdled1EA1 triumphantly. "Next, what will you use to deal with me?" She ordered the bats to attack and drain him dry. Each bat transformed into a blood demon and rushed forward. Armdled1EA1 smiled sinisterly. "Let's see where you can run." The glowing red ore around Panvu fluctuated continuously, gradually diminished and then went out completely. Suddenly, a different kind of power radiated from him. He gave a victorious smile and looked down at her. Armdled1EA1's face turned pale with fear. This is. She immediately surrendered. "I admit defeat." Panvu didn't say a word and intentionally rushed forward, finally stepping right in front of her. "At least you're sensible." Armdled1EA1 asked doubtfully. Are you a high school student?" Panvu replied naturally. "A high school student? Oh right, the college entrance exam is already over." Armdled1EA1 nodded. "That's right, it's been 10 days already." Kaoxuan was heavy-hearted. He was done for. He had only cared about the ancient battlefield and Lake Hai, missing the college entrance exam and the final exam for the Imperial Academy's preparatory class. Having rushed back via teleportation, he was surely going to be expelled, and the Imperial Academy must have already removed his name. And Dar followed, saying, "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." At the Imperial Academy, Panwu was blocked at the gate. "Sep, who are you?" Kaoxuan explained, "I'm a preparatory student here to see Kaliner." The other person didn't believe him. Where would a preparatory student come from at this time of the semester? Don't think you can get in just by knowing Kaliner's name. Suddenly, someone called from behind Panwu. Karnenhan ran over in a panic. "Panwu, where have you been these past few days? We were worried sick looking for you." Panwu didn't have time to answer. "I have urgent business and need to see Kaliner. I can't get in right now." Karnenhan opened a teleportation portal. "Simple, I'll take you straight to Kaliner's office." Panwu was grateful. "Thank you." He didn't forget to add, "Right, I need to tell Tansang about this." In the office, Panwu told Kaliner what had happened. "On the ancient battlefield, Lei Kai and Tuanquan kidnapped me. It was difficult to escape, and the seal on me hasn't been removed yet." Kalina slammed the table in anger. "How dare they bully our academy student?" "Don't worry, you don't need to stress. The school will demand justice for you." She added, "The seal was placed by a true god. Even if I were a true god, I couldn't break it. We must find Professor Fuahai to help." Panwu listened and replied, "I understand, thank you, Professor." Kalina contacted Fuahai. "Professor Fuahai, student Hanwu needs your help." the teleportation portal appeared. Hua stepped through the portal and gradually came into view. He said warmly, "Young man, you have suffered." Hua encouraged him. It is a miracle that Han Wu was able to return safely when his Divine Realm player authority was completely banned. I will discuss with the Dean to seek justice. Lena chimed in. Exactly, he missed his final exam. We must find a way for him to return to the academy. Hua said seriously, the academy must follow regulations and maintain fairness. With your strength and potential, you are not inferior to any official student, but failing to participate in the college entrance exam where the final assessment means you won't pass the standard process. However, don't worry. You are the student I value most. I will do everything I can to help. Han Wu beamed. Thank you, Professor. He patted Han Wu's back. We are family. Don't be so formal. I will help restore your Divine Realm player authority first. Wait for notification regarding the next steps. Han Wu was astonished, feeling that he could reconnect to the Divine Realm. Lena smiled and explained, it cost 300 million Divine Power Points from Professor Hua. He just smiled lightly. Try checking your Divine Realm. You've been away for many days. Surely there is a lot waiting to be handled. Han Wu thanked them and left. Thank you, Professor and teacher. Scene change. In the Divine Realm, the pile of monsters were fighting chaotically. Han Wu was confused. Why are these guys fighting? He wondered, why can't I see my locust kin? Behind him, thousands of locusts flew in. Each one was weak. Han Wu couldn't believe it. No way, there are more and more of them, but they are all weak. I don't see any heroic life forms. He took immediate action, sacrificing the useless ones and keeping only the useful ones. After the purge, only a few remained. He still didn't find it reliable, as only a few remained at the superhuman level. Suddenly, those monsters that were fighting sensed his arrival. They all knelt down in unison, welcoming the return of the god. The system offered power options upon sacrifice. 1. Ice Emperor level life form, grade 1 divine function, freezing. 2. 50 points of divinity. 3. Grade 5 divine function, destruction. Han Wu chose the third one. He was lacking divine functions, so he naturally chose this one. He looked at his new item with satisfaction, waiting for the moment he would perfect the rebellious divinity to absorb the divinity of destruction, along with the recommendation token for the death divinity. He would go looking for it then, but suddenly there was a tremor from the palace housing the divine domain core. Han Wu was startled, thinking, what is that? Who dares to sabotage my divine domain core? He immediately rushed over to stop it, shouting, do not destroy the divine domain core. A black dragon roared as a threat, and a skeleton construct stood before the divine domain core's sovereign level life form. Upon arriving, Han Wu frowned and said, I did not treat you poorly. Why do you want to destroy my divine domain core? The skeleton lord's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he replied, I want to destroy the god's divine domain core. The god only needs me. There is no need to rely on other races. Seeing that madness, he immediately froze, thinking, what in the world is going on? Han Wu used his mental power to open a spatial gate and threw him through it, saying, whatever the reason, you cannot stay in my divine domain. I won't kill you. Go to the Multidragon City. The skeleton lord fell into the spatial gate, and once finished, the gate gradually closed. Afterward, he turned back and gazed thoughtfully at his own divine domain core for a long time. Han Wu closed his eyes and channeled the flickering green energy in his hands. Having been too trusting of his kin had caused this incident, so he had to increase the protection for the divine domain. The energy flow covered the divine domain core, emitting a dim light. It gradually spread throughout the entire large city. Seeing him come out, his kin immediately knelt down and shouted in unison, we swear to die alongside our Lord God, and we will never disobey. The gentle face of Teacher Dean Van appeared in his mind, and Han Wu felt tense. The divine domain matter was temporarily handled, but Teacher Dean Van and his kin were still on the ancient battlefield, and he could not abandon them. The sword inside his sea of consciousness emitted a powerful surge of energy as if calling its master. He returned to the school. As soon as Han Wu teleported over, he heard to speak, MS, Lena, I have something to discuss. Before he could finish, he froze in surprise, realizing that Tansang was also in the room. Hearing his voice, she happily turned to him and said, you finally returned. Tansang rushed over to hug Han Wu and recounted breathlessly, Karn and Heen told me you were coming back, so I ran here. MS, Lena told me what happened to you. You don't know how worried I was. Han Wu laughed and quickly reassured her, it's alright, I'm back now. Being forced to witness the couple's overly affectionate display, Lena could not help but cough slightly, and the two blushed and quickly let go of each other. She remembered something else and said, that's right, I heard from friends that Teacher Laktheen has left and was the culprit. Han Wu was not surprised and pretended to rub his head, saying, that's correct. MS, Lena, do you still have tickets to the ancient battlefield? I want to bring Teacher Dean Van back. Tansang worriedly grabbed his shirt and said, this time, I must go with you. Facing her determined gaze, the two finally went to the ancient battlefield together. Just as they reached the tent, Han Wu pulled back the curtain and called out, Teacher Dean, but no one answered. He quickly stepped inside to observe. Teacher Dean Van had not returned, and the battlefield had no supplies left besides divinity fragments, and with play permissions restricted, one could not survive their full line. Han Wu immediately summoned a swarm of locusts and ordered them to find news of Teacher Dean Van. At the same time, a pillar of energy light shot out from somewhere in the arena. He sensed it and blurted out, it's the resonance of the Aeon Sword Peak. Let's go check it out. Tansang pointed in a direction, saying, it seems the signal is from underground. Very quickly, the two arrived at the signal source, and Han Wu urgently ordered the locusts to go and scout. They obeyed and swarmed into a hole in the ground. The two slowly approached the deep pit, and after determining there were no abnormalities, they slowly stepped inside. After working for a distance, they encountered a shimmering golden door. He stepped up and tried to push the door, but it would not budge. The spatial power was too intense, and it seemed the Iron Sword Peak and the other kin were trapped behind this door. As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful surge of golden energy suddenly erupted from the door. Tansang panicked and ran forward to warn, be careful, or you'll be in danger. She immediately activated her ability, causing her body to glow with an eerie light. The beam of light from Tan Sang's eyes clashed violently with the ore from the door, making it dissipate. Seeing that the ore had vanished, she carefully placed her hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. A moment later, the door opened before them. The two stepped inside, oblivious to the fact that the door behind them was slowly closing. Quickly, the door shut completely. From the darkness, giant claws and sharp, wagging tails emerged. In an instant, monsters rushed out to surround them, and both cried out in alarm. Be careful. Powerful attacks were immediately unleashed, sending the monsters to their deaths. At the same time, fragments of divine consciousness scattered all over the ground. Other monsters followed, emerging from the ground. Tan Sang grew tense, sensing something was wrong, while Han Wu stood in front, seriously assessing. It seems like they are intentionally sacrificing themselves. She noticed the gate had closed and panicked. The gate had completely vanished, leaving no way back. He clenched his fists and analyzed angrily. They are trying to exhaust us. We can't connect to the divine realm here, and there are no supplies. We'll eventually starve to death. Tan Sang immediately summoned the Thunderbird and looked around. Then, both of them jumped onto its back as the monsters below stayed up. Once she determined the situation was stable, she commanded the Thunderbird to fly forward. Looking out over the vast, desolate land, Pan Wu muttered tensely, we've been flying for so long, yet there's nothing but desert. Are we really trapped here? Amidst the stalemate, a familiar aura reached him. He quickly said, it's the resonance of Jankai Jianfeng. They are nearby. Before long, the Thunderbird carried them to a place where an eerie dark figure was waiting. Not far away, a group of kinfolk stood in combat stances. Pan Wu immediately jumped down and unleashed a palm strike while shouting, let me help you. The enemy took a direct hit and was instantly obliterated, leaving only a fragment of divine consciousness in his hand. Dan Kai Jianfeng shouted excitedly, Lord True God, you have returned. Upon seeing them, Pan Wu hurriedly asked, have you seen Master Dian Wen? He knelt and explained, we were acting together, hunting many gods, but 3 days ago, the giant sand god appeared and took Master Dian Wen away. We couldn't save him in time. Images of the sand gods capturing Dian Wen flashed through his mind. He quickly reassured them, it's okay. Do you remember which direction they took him? Come, lead me to rescue him. Dan Kai Jianfeng stood up and pointed seriously. They went in that direction. Following the direction, they soon arrived at a city made of sand. Upon arrival, the two jumped off the Thunderbird and hid behind a rock to observe quietly. There are many sand giants. Master Dian Wen is likely here. As they were speaking, the cactus suddenly twitched and rose from the sand. In an instant, it grew eyes and a mouth, became massive, and flew toward them. Without giving them time to think, it fired countless sharp needles. Pan Wu quickly pulled Tan Sang toward him and used magic to block the attack, shouting, be careful. But that wasn't the end of it. She warned in a panic, there are more and more of them. He was not afraid. Instead, he wore a contemptuous smile. Trying to compete with me in numbers, were you? Immediately after speaking, Pan Wu waved his hand, and a swarm of locusts flew out to attack the cactus monsters. Some had their wings shredded by shock thorns, while others were riddled with holes. After dealing with the cactus monsters, he ordered the locusts to scout the situation inside. Pan Wu used his vision-sharing ability to see everything the locusts observed. Seeing the giant wolf ahead, he frowned. There was someone inside the city who looked like a werewolf, and all other creatures seemed afraid of it. Before long, the shadow of Dan Van appeared in front of the stone pillar. Pan Wu frowned and exclaimed in a panic, oh no, we're in trouble. Seeing his strange attitude, Tan Sang spoke up, and he nervously explained, it seems they want to use Teacher Den Van as a sacrifice. There's no time. I have to go save Teacher Den Van, he said. As he moved to provide backup, Tan Sang could only stare at Han Vu's retreating back, biting her lip and thinking, there are too many unknown variables in the city. I can't let Tan Sang take the risk. Han Vu decisively ordered the locusts to fly around the city and cause destruction. Receiving the order, they flew around the city, destroying buildings and the surrounding area. Just seconds later, a large number of birds arrived, diving straight in to snap at the locusts. His expression changed, and he muttered, it's all over. They are the natural counter to the locusts. Just when it seemed there was no way to save them, the Thunder Sparrow suddenly flew in and attacked the flock of birds. Tan Sang appeared before Han Vu, sitting on the back of the Thunder Sparrow, and said, I won't let you leave me behind. Suddenly poking Han Vu in the chest, she shook her finger reproachfully. I told you I would go with you to save Teacher Den Van. Why didn't you keep your word? He placed his hand over hers, leaned in close, and said warmly, all right, let's go together then. In the air, the Thunder Sparrow used its claws to slash at a bird, while Han Vu's locusts managed to finish off another. Elsewhere, several locusts were attacked by giants and couldn't fight back. Fortunately, they were soon destroyed by the sword wind of the Chamthite sword from behind. The sand giants quickly turned into piles of ordinary sand. Observing the situation, the wolf pack attacking them was thinning out, and as the remaining wolves decreased, the chances of saving Teacher Den Van increased. Pan Vu tossed a green seed into his mouth. Immediately after, he activated his gene lock, and his body began to emit light. Now, Pan Vu was an ultimate sovereign life form. With Black Dragon King transformation and a blood-draining field, he finished his transformation and rushed forward. Teacher Den Van, I'm here to save you. Saying this, Pan Vu jumped into the middle of the wolf pack, and his thorn vines expanded like a balloon to defend against attacks. Without stopping, he used his ghost shatter slash to control the vines to attack the wolves, which were quickly scattered. After dealing with them, Pan Vu landed, retracted his vines, approached Teacher Den Van, and unleashed a claw strike that shattered the chains. Freed from the chains, the teacher still couldn't believe it and blurted out, am I dreaming? Pan Vu used his tail to wrap around Dean Van to reassure him. Teacher Dean Van, you were having a nightmare. I'm here to wake you up. After saying that, he flew straight toward Tan Sang and offered his hand for her to hold. We got him out. Let's retreat. Tan Sang reached out. He grabbed both of them, and used his wings to escape the dangerous city. Upon reaching a safe place, Pan Vu sat down to channel healing energy for him. She asked worriedly, Teacher Dean Van, how are you feeling? Dean Van smiled, don't worry, I've recovered quite a bit. It's great that both of you have upgraded your essence. Hearing this, Tan Sang happily shared, thanks to Han Vu. I upgraded my essence, but we should still find a way to escape this hellhole. The teacher pondered and continued, when I was captured, I heard the spirits say that the king is an interdimensional incense burner that helps spirits leave the secret realm. The teacher thought, this is certainly the only way to escape this place. Behind him, Panvu frowned anxiously. That group of deities had ascended to the high-level red ore. The king must be extremely powerful. Tansang's eyes also revealed worry. If this continues, our meticulously trained clan members will all die. Dean Van said nothing, pulled out a bag, and recounted in a deep voice, my clan has all been killed, so I can't help you. These are the divine artifacts and fragments of divine artifacts I collected over the years. Perhaps they will be of use to you. Panvu received the bag, waved his hand, and released countless divine artifact fragments, saying, we've also collected a few. Teacher, let's find a way to leave this place. Tansang gently placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, with so many fragments, we can't assemble a complete divine artifact. They can't be sold in the secret realm, and our mythologies currently can't absorb any more. Panvu smiled, let's try using my fusion ability to combine them. After speaking, he began the process. The divine artifact fragments gradually converged, creating a stunning sight that made Tansang's eyes widen in astonishment. Before long, a level 5 divine artifact appeared in Hanvu's palm. Seeing the sight, Dean Van was astonished. A level 5 divine artifact can truly be created. How miraculous. Panvu smiled confidently. I'll fuse some suitable divine artifacts as quickly as possible, then we'll look for the incense burner. The two responded in unison, full of hope. All right. 2 days later, all three returned to the Sand City, with their clan members following behind. Before they could do anything, the sand giant rushed towards them, threatening them, but Tansang was not afraid. She leaped high, smiling brightly. It's time to test the power of the new divine artifact. She swiftly drew out a new staff, the Thunderbolt Phoenix Lance. 3 fiery phoenixes soared in the sky. Meanwhile, a giant black smoke pillar gradually formed into a human shape. Panvu reminded her, don't hastily launch the Thunderbolt Phoenix Lance. The giant has the ability to restore its original form. Throwing it there will be useless. Tansang gravely asked, then what should we do? You go first. I'll use Rebellious Divine Art to add materials. Panvu gave the order. All right, throw it. They charged forward as commanded. They pierced through the smoke figure, creating a large hole in its center, and a sudden deluge of water poured down, splashing sand everywhere. The smoke figure vanished, and his magic gradually ran out. Next came a pack of grey wolves, with glowing red eyes and sharp, menacing fangs. As they charged, Dean Van stepped forward to fight, saying, leave it to me. He conjured sharp thorns that rapidly grew, piercing through the pack of wolves. Tansang seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. 10,000 thunders roaring. Thunder and lightning erupted, striking directly at the thorns. Red flashes sparkled then faded away. She said happily, fortunately, with this new divine artifact you created, we won't have to fear them anymore. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted, and torrents of sand and black smoke swirled violently, gradually forming into a humanoid creature. He was none other than Emperor Marhide. Tansang was both scared and curious. What on earth is that? Emperor Marhide looked at the 3 tiny figures in the sand. His insect bird soldiers dropped rocks onto them. Panvu transformed to protect his teacher and classmates, shouting, fall back, quickly. He drew his weapons, ready for battle. Buddy energy, rebellious divine art, sword of rebellion, scythe of soul snatching. The great demon emperor remained silent but continued to launch weapons at Hanvu. Bruce skillfully dodged the onslaught. The 2 weapons were equally powerful, flashing continuously. Tansang, seeing the critical situation, anxiously shouted, Panvu. He stood tall, observing every grain of sand flying towards him. He let out a powerful smell, saying, no one has ever been able to block my attack. But, the great demon emperor used his tail to attack Hanvu. He gritted his teeth and resisted, while swarms of bees and boulders surrounded him. Looking around for an opening, he immediately unleashed the Ghost Shadow Shekels technique. The emperor was panicked by Hanvu's ability, never expecting him to dodge it. This time, Panvu and the great demon emperor attacked simultaneously, with his power being slightly superior. The emperor broke out in a cold sweat, and before he could react, he was pierced through by the scythe. Even though he lost his head, his body continued to twitch erratically. A remaining leg almost harmed Tansang. The 3 of them warned each other simultaneously. It has no eyes and cannot see. Deck together. They combined Den Van's thorns, Hanvu's blade, and Tansang's lightning. The great demon emperor panicked as he saw this, and his final remaining parts gradually dissipated. He and Tansang rejoiced, saying, it's over. Looking from a distance, Panvu saw a few wolves and warned, be careful, there are still some left. As the 2 wolves fled, Den Van asked if they should chase after them. Panvu shook his head, saying, leave them be, there are too many, we won't make it in time. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, and Tansang asked anxiously, Pun, what's wrong? Panvu smiled to reassure her, it's nothing, just tired from using too much divine power. Let's check the divine duty fragments to see if any are usable. And Tansang immediately examined the fragments. Level 5 divine duty, golden spear. Level 5 divine duty, monarch. Level 5 divine duty, violent star. Level 5 divine duty, master of the demon scorpion. She exclaimed in surprise, Panvu, we found treasure. Look at this. Yes, Tansang, do you like the lightning spear? Tansang nodded, and Hanvu happily handed it over, saying, the spear is beneficial for lightning attributes. It's a gift for you. Tansang was both surprised and delighted, as it was a divine artifact, a holy object, and a divine duty. Merging with it would greatly increase her strength. Panvu smiled confidently. I have the rebellion sword, which can absorb the souls of other tribes and continue to extract many other weapons. He leaned toward Den Van and said, teacher, the violent star divine duty suits you well. Den Van accepted it and thanked him. The 3 headed toward the ancient city, entered to find the mirror, and reached the altar to investigate. Finding the place desolate, Panvu began to channel his inner energy. He struck the altar courtyard directly, creating a giant hole. Everyone prepared to enter and found an ancient mirror. Pan Vu ordered his insect brood to scout ahead. Everyone watched his butterfly pass through the mirror's surface. Tan Sang screamed in a panic. There's something wrong with this mirror. Pan Wu comforted her. It's okay, the threshold thread is still intact, we're safe, and he stepped onto the mirror's surface. All three jumped down, then prepared to return to the main world. Just as predicted, they had returned to the school. They had finally made it back. A cold voice rang out. Pan Wu, I can sense your aura. Come to my office immediately. There is something we need to discuss. He shyly bowed to say goodbye to Dean Van. Ms. Lena urged him. Hurry up, the teacher is going back to rest now too. The scene shifted to Han Wu in Lena's office. She reported that he had been captured by the true god Ho Hai, and that the school had investigated thoroughly. The true martial god had apologized through his own words and offered this gift as an expression of his remorse. Upon hearing this, Pan Wu was excited. The gift from the true god was worth looking forward to. Pan Wu observed the 2 gold cards closely. Hadn't the god king gone bankrupt by investing hundreds of billions of divine power into the mutant beast farm, losing both his wealth and his wits? He was extremely joyful, thinking, that's a generous offer. Getting a divine realm is a gift. But when looking at the other card, Pan Wu noticed a difference. Tan Sang stood by, asking worriedly, what's wrong? The card displayed an image of an unconscious man, with a fragment of purple divine aura above him. This is... Lena frowned at Han Wu. That is so high. The God King said he captured you on his own authority, so he must be severely punished. Pan Wu frowned and remarked, Ho Hai's life is truly meaningless. He sacrificed half his life for the God King, only to receive an apology in the end. How ironic. He examined the card carefully. Could this divine realm belong to Ho Hai? Lena sternly reminded him, a complete true God corpse is precious. You must not waste it. Pan Wu nodded. Yes, I was just expressing my thoughts. Tan Sang nudged him gently. Can you refine this true God corpse? Pan Wu turned to ask, Ms. Lena, could you show me how to use this true God corpse without wasting it? Lena touched her forehead. You little brat, trying your tricks on your teacher again. I will teach you one way. Transform the complete true God corpse into a clone of the same rank as you. If you invest resources, the clone will level up. Pan Wu was overjoyed. I'm willing. Thank you, Ms. Lena. She conjured a magic scroll. The true martial god's apology meant the incident of his capture was settled, but the academy leadership still hadn't decided if he could enroll because of the major trouble he had caused earlier. Pan Wu took the scroll. He gripped it tightly and smiled brightly. Ms. Lena, I will use my strength to prove that those who are dissatisfied are wrong. Just wait and see. Lena twirled a lock of her hair and smiled squintingly. I believe in you. Now, go and refine your clone. I look forward to good news from you. Pan Wu and Tan Sang headed to the abandoned building. She asked worriedly, do you really want to live here? Pan Wu replied, the academy won't accept me, so I can't stay in the dormitory, but once I create the clone, everything will be fine. Tan Sang patted his head. Alright, I'll wait for you. Pan Wu promised he wouldn't make her wait long. The magic scroll unfolded, and Han Wu's soul was pulled into the space within. He reached out to touch the stream of magic, and a person identical to Han Wu closed his eyes. His finger touched, and the refining began. When finished, the figure bowed respectfully, acknowledging his master. Han Wu was satisfied and gave him a name. From now on, you shall be called Han Van, combining both culture and martial arts. Let's demonstrate some strength. Pan Van's information. True God rank. Divine poetry. Wind Force Phi Mountain. Physique doubles when leveling up. Divine ability Wind Work increased movement speed. Forest Guard summons protective armor. Fire attack Fire of Wind and Fire. Mountain Collapse releases mountain shattering power. 42 points of divinity. Martial Dao Divine Occupation. Tag of Humanoid Summoning. Combat Expert. True Martial Heart. Skills Flash Kick. Round Kick. Fierce Tiger Fist. Mountain Breaking Strike. 187 skills. Divine Authority Deployment 40%. Maximum 100%. Pan Wu was extremely excited. As expected of a true god, he has 42 divinity points and so many skills. He created a technique and passed it to Han Van to help fuse his skills and divine occupation. The figure tensed his muscles, fusing his skills into 2 levels. True Martial God Kick destroys all things. Martial God Shield bash the world's martial arts. Only speed cannot be broken. Divine Summoning Fusion. Chaos Sage Summoning. 2 sages appeared. Chaos Sages of the Zerg, Giant, and Elemental races. Lifeform Emperor rank. Innate talents. Chaos Power. Fusion of 4 attributes Wind, Forest, Fire, Earth. Skills. Gale level 5. Forest Sea level 5. Fierce Flame level 5. Earthquake level 5. Chaos Frenzy level 6. Divine Fusion Technique. Tiger Transformation True God. Transforms the target into a Tiger martial true God state. Improves the body. Increases body control. And requires at least 1 martial art skill to be comprehended. Pan Wu laughed with delight. Quick, did the order. Hurry and cast the Tiger martial true God trait on me to see. He showed no emotion. Began to manifest his trait. And Han Wu wore a cunning smile. The trait was successfully manifested, and he comprehended 3 levels of skills: Crushing Claw and Stabbing Claw. He excitedly commanded, attack. Pan Van transformed into a giant monster, and both charged at each other to attack. Pan Vu unleashed a move without hesitation, then ordered Han Van to stop. He ceased all actions and began to recover. Pan Vu thought triumphantly that if he applied this skill to himself, he wouldn't need to transform into the Black Dragon King in the future to deal with the Sovereign of Life. In his hand, he held a shimmering card. After finishing the clone training, it was time for the Divine Realm fragment, but since the core was destroyed, its utility was limited. He thought about other monsters, but since there were many tiger folk among them, they still provided a decent amount of faith power. Han Vu presented the blue card and issued a command. It immediately transformed into Ho Hai, who entered the Divine Realm to capture the first head, and he morphed into him as requested. Pan Van landed, causing the ground to shake and shatter into pieces. Pan Van landed in the form of Ho Hai, surrounded by black smoke. Pan Vu's phantom appeared and asked anxiously, "Are you alright?" Pan Van replied bluntly, "I'm fine." Fox Spirit approached with 2 subordinates and asked, "Who is that?" Pan Van glanced at them coldly. The fuck spirit watched in silence, thinking, the true god has returned. I worked hard to establish faith relationships with other tiger folk and cannot let him ruin it. So he roared, he is a false god. Capture him. The two subordinates rushed at Han Van immediately. Pan Vu said angrily, how dare you attack your god? Han Van is your true god. The fuck spirit roared, the evil god is good at deceiving people. Do not believe the evil god's words. The two subordinates confidently moved to attack, while Han Vu warned, don't get in the way. Summon the K-Sane. Pan Van followed his instructions. He summoned the Great Gale Rock, its monster swarm covering the sky. The fuck spirit realized the danger. This is not good. The Great Gale Rock caused a massive tremor, making the ground shake. The two subordinates fell to the ground, begging the true god for forgiveness. Pan Vu blade and ordered, find the thief tigerfolk king who stole the faith. He must be punished. The Great Gale Rock headed toward the royal city, and the fuck spirit hurriedly ordered his subordinates to stop it. Pan Van hovered in front of the Great Gale Rock, advancing seriously. The two subordinates froze in place, unable to move. The fuck spirit roared, a magic circle appeared, and the Great Gale Rock countered with imperial pressure. He opened its mouth, and a vortex gradually gathered into energy. A blast of black A shot out, destroying the castle there. The fuck spirit roared to show his strength, thinking that as long as he killed him, he would become the god of this place. Pan Vu commanded from behind, finish him. He lunged at the fuck spirit using a move, level 6 skill, martial god instant strike. The fuck spirit was hit, only managing to grimace in pain. With a resounding bang, Gao Jing was sent flying into the castle wall, groaning in pain. His subordinates immediately knelt, begging for divine mercy and vowing their unwavering loyalty until death. Pan Yu appeared behind them, urging, now, send them into the divine mist space, and increase my power threshold. Pan Wen complied, creating a dazzling, radiant green sphere. The subordinates' mouths fell open as all the divine aura was drawn into the green space. After it was done, the sky returned to peace. The brown fox flying in the sky was startled, exclaiming, why is the divine aura here? Pan Wen glanced at the brown fox and smiled. As it landed beside him, he pointed to the green portal ahead and said, go meet the deity. When the brown fox entered the portal, it met Han Yu again. Per was overjoyed. He approached the brown fox, saying, you're alive. That's great. Just then, a voice called out, Pan Yu, come to the office immediately. There's something important. In the office, Linger announced, based on your situation, the academy is lenient and permits your enrollment, but you must pass a trial. Pan Yu clasped his hands, ready. I'll endure any trial. Lina pondered, you will be sent to an unknown alien civilization, with its danger level unknown, to gather intelligence. If you collect valuable information within 1 year, you'll be officially admitted. Hearing this, he was startled. An unknown place. Are they treating me like a guinea pig? She worriedly patted his shoulder. The difficulty of the trial is unpredictable. During the trial, your divine realm player authority will be sealed. The decision is yours. Pan Yu smiled positively, even if it's dangerous, as long as I can enter the Imperial Academy, I'm willing. In his heart, he thought, besides my divine realm player identity, I'm also a level 3 super gene warrior, a demigod, more than enough. Lina was still not at ease and tried to persuade him. Even if you go into seclusion for a year, your development speed won't fall behind others. Why rush into danger? Next year you can still be a repeating student and apply to the Imperial Academy. Pan Yu blushed, but someone is waiting. She thought of Xinsheng and decided, then, do as you wish. She wished him luck on his trial, packed her things, and said, you depart tomorrow. Pan Yu promised, I will definitely complete the mission. In a dark land, a large stone fell heavily. Cracks of light began to appear on the stone surface. Pan Yu emerged from the cracks, surrounded by waiting wolves. This must be the uncharted alien civilization. They're just common life forms. The sound of his landing attracted them. In moments, Pan Yu had defeated them all. From the strewn corpses, essences began to appear. They floated towards Han Yu and merged into his body. Suddenly, a system interface appeared before him, startling him. It displayed, level 10, title, Wolf Slayer, till 10 wolf tribe creatures to receive a reward, plus 10% damage to wolves. Initial favorability, pastel. Equip. Pan Yu raised an eyebrow, wondering, is this the core strength of this civilization? He chose equip. At that moment, a blue aura emerged into his body. The interface updated, title, Slay can be upgraded. Upgrade method, destroy bronze level wolf tribe creatures. Pan Yu grinned with delight, snapped his fingers. That simple. 3 hours passed. Pan Yu sat by the corpses, having killed over 300 grey wolves, but no bronze level wolves had appeared. Bronze wolves are just upgraded versions of these wolves. He saw wolves approaching and raised his hand to try his skill. The wolves were immobilized by Han Yu's skill, gene fusion. The wolves were lifted into the air, roaring in pain. A large wolf opened its mouth and lunged straight at Han Vu, who raised his leg and kicked it directly, annoyed by its attempt to rebel. The wolf fell, and the system displayed level 16, bronze rank, Wolf Slayer title, 20% increased damage against Wolfkin, and initial enemy affinity. Pan Vu was slightly satisfied, thinking it was decent. At dawn, he jumped onto a large tree, focusing his gaze. Pan Vu saw many monsters heading toward the gate, and the life aura of humanoids was being transmitted inside. He vaguely guessed, is this a hunting ground where humanoids enter to hunt grey wolves, level up their titles, and increase their personal strength? But he had been killing all night and reached level 16, yet his actual strength hadn't increased. Why was that? Pan Vu jumped down from the tree and headed toward the gate. He decided to just find someone to ask. He stopped beside a long-haired man, who blinked and signaled to him. Catching Han Vu's attention, the man was acting strangely. He spun around to look behind him and was startled to see 2 people approaching him. Both of them rushed to attack Han Vu. However, he escaped danger by a hair's breadth. The brown-haired man prepared to attack, thinking, trying to run. Were you? Pan Vu was not afraid and silently activated a secret technique, taking on the form of a black dragon. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot. Then he reappeared in midair in his black dragon form, countering the bandits. Seeing the danger, they panicked and fled. Pan Vu mocked them silently, so cowardly, yet just in time. On the way, the bandits committed another crime. He quickly scavenged their equipment. He hid behind a rock to observe and saw the bandits moving. Panvu concluded this was a place of slaughter for leveling up, then flew down to the victim and returned to his normal form. Panvu retrieved a token from the victim's body. He decided to trail them, temporarily following them to gather intelligence. Panvu followed the bandits to a large cave. He wondered what they were doing there and looked around in surprise at the pitch-black surroundings. Bright red spots flashed in the darkness. 3 giant spiders lunged to attack Panvu. One shot a spider web, which he hardly dodged. It was related to the wolves and could smell the scent on him. Panvu counterattacked, thinking, the remaining spider dares to be insolent. The powerful blow caused the spider to disintegrate instantly. After the victory, he looked at the system with satisfaction, seeing the new Black Iron rank title. Panvu smiled, that's good, but suddenly a scream made him jump. It turned out to be coming from the 3 bandits. He calculated that before finding new human shields, these 3 could not die. Panvu took the opportunity to test his strength, waving his hand to destroy the spiders in front of him. Immediately, the system displayed the spider's bane title upgraded to bronze, which delighted Panvu. The effect was quite good, but just after that, the flames on his hands flickered out. It explained that after casting a skill, there is a 1-minute cooldown before continuing. Panwu was annoyed that it wasn't seamless enough, as a giant spider bared its teeth, intending to ambush him, but he quickly delivered a finishing punch to kill it. After the kill, the system announced that his spider's bane title had leveled up to silver and added a wolf spider summoning function. Panwu was finally satisfied, saying it was acceptable. He looked at the cocoons hanging upside down on the cliff, thinking that even if he saved them, he wouldn't let them see him to avoid unnecessary danger. He then used fire to burn away the spider's silk. One by one, the cocoons fell to the ground. The 3 bandits woke up and freed themselves from the silk. The dwarf noticed that the creature next to them was about to wake up. He did not hesitate to strike. This target had a lot of equipment, and killing them would yield items. The brown-haired man pointed into the distance to remind his companions that there were many more there. Panwu couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty, thinking he would have to teach them a lesson. The white-haired man was startled to see him appear and issued an order before he could even speak. The ball of fire flew straight at the white-haired man. Seeing this, the brown-haired man and the dwarf slid into 2 directions and ran away quickly. When the dwarf looked back and saw his companion had suffered a fatal blow, he was terrified. Just then, Panwu appeared in front of him and warned, behave yourself, or you will die more hideously than those 2. The dwarf trembled. I will listen. As Panwu got straight to the point, where is this place? You didn't hide anything. This place is a title civilization realm, where you can earn and upgrade titles for anything you do. Starting from black iron and bronze, then silver, gold, and at the highest, platinum and diamond. This is where titles are upgraded. Panwu inquired about the upgrade rules. The dwarf explained that killing creatures here, like wolf spiders, allows you to level up, and you can upgrade once you reach level 100. He frowned. If he could obtain a diamond rank title, he might be able to report back, but he was only in his 40s, so it was still a long way off. The dwarf noted that killing creatures wasn't actually that important. The methods for obtaining high-ranking titles were held by great families and unknown to commoners. Panwu was shocked, realizing manipulators existed everywhere. He shifted his eyes to the man's card. This card is proof of identity that every rank climber possesses. Mine is black iron, but big families or stronger people have better materials for free entry. Panwu pondered that by taking someone else's card, he could go to more places. Seeing him distracted, the dwarf ran away, but before he could go far, he was lugged out. Panwu intended to walk toward the gate. Suddenly, a sequence of red text appeared. Giants plummeted from the sky, shouting, where did you steal that card? He turned and ran, unable to act because there were too many people and he had to hide his power. The muscular group stayed close behind and in front, giving chase. Panwu used his strength to knock them down. He slowly moved toward the gate, leaving the giants' burning bodies behind. He couldn't leave yet and needed to gather intelligence quickly. With a steady gaze, he aimed to enter the academy. As she was still waiting for him, a sly idea struck him. If he couldn't leave normally, he would cause some chaos and then make his exit. Panwu stood before the recently slain monsters and activated his power. He used his gene splicing power to merge them, and eventually, a wolf-headed spider appeared. Panwu ordered them to go to the other side and teach them a lesson. The swift creature had already gnawed a hole in the wall in the blink of an eye. He took the opportunity to leap over. Just as a system notification popped up, rank breakthrough, promoted to bronze rank. Please select next promotion location. Clicking on the map, Panwu was stunned. Already broke through. He decisively clicked his selection. Alright, this place it is. Panwu's body gradually dissolved, being teleported. He appeared in the middle of a dense forest. Welcome to Greenland, bronze rank. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Newcomer. Alone. Panwu cautiously turned around. Who's there? The blonde-haired guy appeared without him noticing. We've just gathered enough warriors, sharpshooters, and assassins. We're only missing a healer. You're the one. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Hey kid, player wanted to invite Panwu to form a team. He quickly refused. No, not interested. Panwu thought to himself, on foreign soil, why be a working blood pack for others? He noticed a vendor on the roadside selling a pair of decomposition gloves, with the title Decomposer, which could decompose corpses into necessary materials. Panwu was excited. I don't have any inventory space. Using this to decompose and store things will be convenient. He immediately bought it. I'll take this. The vendor cheerfully quoted the price at 2,000 gold coins. Panwu was shocked. Bah, that much. I only managed to scavenge over 1,000 gold coins from that squad. He set a condition. I'll just take one pair. The vendor frowned. Bah, I've never sold them like that before. Panwu began to use psychology. A pair of decomposition gloves can decompose just as well with one glove. Selling each for 1,000 coins twice. There's no loss. The vendor agreed. It seems reasonable. He quickly took the gloves. Then see you later, at the Greenland forest. Panwu cautiously looked around. What's that noise? He noticed a group of goblins frolicking behind. Panwu sneered as he saw them approaching. Unleash your lord-level life force aura. How dare a mere goblin resist? The monsters panicked and immediately stopped. Panwu wanted to try out a new skill. Before, I killed a shadow wolf. The title has the function to summon a shadow wolf. Let's see. He summoned the shadow wolf. The monster reappeared and the wolf quickly eliminated the enemy. The system announced the results. Killed over 10 goblins. Received the Black Iron Rank Goblin Slay title. Wearable. Function 1. Summon wooden stick. Function 2. Goblin affection starts hostile. The Goblin Slay title appeared above his head. Why can't I still? Beforehand you could hear the announcement. The Black Iron title was already in place. If you don't ask, you won't get it. He put on the gloves. Whatever can be worn, wear it. You never know when it'll be useful. Afterwards, Pan Yu dealt with the goblin corpses, decomposing them. He was satisfied after finishing and continued to move forward. Just then, the remaining goblins rushed forward. Pan Yu wanted to try the summon wooden stick skill. However, in his hand was only a short wooden stick with yellow patterns. He couldn't hide his disappointment. Is that all? When one of them tried to sneak attack from behind, Pan Yu casually swung it over the goblin's head. Disappear. Immediately, it soared up, part of its head flying off like a shot arrow. He finally felt satisfied, finding it pleasing without being too flashy. The goblins were so terrified they stood frozen, and then the entire forest echoed with hair-raising, agonized screams. Having finished, Pan Yu leisurely began to categorize each monster with a calm gaze. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey kid, that's quite an impressive haul you've got there." Immediately after, a group of 4 appeared. Pan Yu observed them quietly, noting a warrior wearing a silver rank tag while the other 3 likely held bronze rank tags. The silver rank pointed his blade at Han Vu's face and threatened, "Leave the gear and beat it, or I'll kill you." Pan Yu frowned cautiously, realizing these people were trouble. Unfazed, he asked back, "Do you have any private storage spaces?" The silver ranker showed off without hesitation. "I'm a silver ranked expert, so of course I have a private space. See? 10 cubic meters. You've probably never seen anything like it." Pan Yu assessed that 10 cubic meters was a bit small, but it would do. Taking advantage of the man's lapse in focus, he lunged forward to attack, fortunately meeting no resistance. The silver ranker also quickly counterattacked, roaring like a beast. "You little brat." Finally, the whole group surrounded and attacked Han Vu, shouting, "Nine ranker and yet so bold. Die." Han Vu's wooden staff clashed directly with a sharp blade. The wooden staff in Han Vu's hand struck down, clashing directly with Ho Lan's sword and knocking it out of his grip. Unexpectedly, the sword flew through the stomach of another member of the group, who immediately screamed in agony. Seeing Han Vu's incredible strength, Ho Lan and the remaining 2 were stunned. He thought to himself, how can a mere counterattack be this powerful? Is he really just an iron rank novice? Ho Lan immediately barked orders to his teammates. "Why are you just standing there? Charge." The other 2 immediately lunged forward, one with a sword and the other with 5 powers, shouting, "Kill." Pan Vu reacted instantly, nimbly jumping to dodge the fireball thrown by the man in white. He swung his staff, piercing through another man and making him scream in excruciating pain. The man fell backward with a hole in his body. Ho Lan washed in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. How is this possible? He wondered. He wasn't even sure if he could have dodged that fireball's path. Could this kid be a traveling disciple from a great clan? After dealing with one, Pan Vu launched an attack toward the remaining man in white. This man was immediately taken down by Han Vu, while Ho Lan stood frozen, not daring to move. The more he scrambled, the more terrified Ho Lan became. Glancing back, he saw Han Vu right behind him. He immediately fell to his knees, clapped himself, and begged, "I was blind. Please show mercy and spare my life." Pan Vu crossed his arms with a wide grin, hand over the storage spaces and valuables. Hearing this, although Ho Lan was unwilling, he could only shed tears of resignation. After handing over the ring and other items to Han Vu, he turned and fled. Pan Vu thought to himself, this guy actually had some high-quality goods. Then, Pan Vu noticed a scroll emitting a golden glow. Opening it to read, he said happily, "This looks incredibly valuable." The scroll stated, "Collect 10 types of gold-rank monster materials to earn a title. Absorb as many as possible, as the title can be upgraded." The owner of this scroll is granted the ability to automatically identify gold-rank materials. After reading it, Pan Vu said with a beaming smile, "It's time to find some gold-rank monsters to train with right away." The scene shifts. A pack of goblins appears in the forest, led by a thunder goblin, a gold-rank monster. Pan Vu walked up, looked at the thunder goblin in front of him, and said, "I choose that one." The goblin blade at him with murderous intent. Immediately, it ordered the other goblins to attack Han Vu. The charging goblins were all dealt with by Han Wu's single strike. He shouted, "Get out. Don't block my way." After collecting materials from them, Pan Wu smirked and said, "That was fast. Collecting materials is really convenient." The system sent notifications one after another. Level 76 reach. The Goblin Slay title has been upgraded to silver. Unlocking new effect 1. Stone throw. When thrown, a sturdy rock condenses in your hand, ready to be hurled. New effect 2. Larva block throw. A block of molten lava rapidly condenses in your hand, ready to be thrown. Upon receiving the rewards, Pan Wu immediately used the stone throw skill. Fiery stones appeared in his hands. He said, "Time to test out the new function." Soon, these fiery stones flew out, instantly burning the goblins to ashes. Seeing this, the Thunder Goblin took action itself, leaping up with blue lightning bolts appearing in its hands, and yelled, "Damn it." It leaped up and disappeared into thin air, leaving only a streak of light. Pan Wu looked up, and seeing this, said, "It has some skill." Immediately after, Pan Wu caught the Thunder Goblin barehanded, grasping its neck and forcing it to reveal its true form. He chuckled, "Let's test this skill on its own kind," then used another goblin to shuck it as a test. He pursed his lips. It seems that when affected by electric current, their movements gradually slow down. At this very moment, yellow and blue lightning bolts appeared in the sky. The Thunder Goblin laughed loudly and yelled, "Die." Scene change. In a vast forest, H-led 1ECF Alliance voice rang out as he spoke to someone. "That kid killed my friend and stole supplies. Busk him, you must kill him. I'll give you however much money you want." In the sky, they saw lightning strike down. H-led 1ECF Alliance recognized it. "That's the Thunder Goblins." B-led 1EA1OL led 1EA1 Zeloy. "Is someone fighting it?" As soon as he saw it was Han Wu, H-led 1ECF Alliance frowned and said, "That's right, "Bus, it's him." The blonde man was Kim Han. He laughed loudly. "I didn't expect him to be arrogant enough to try and block this still. It seems I won't even need to intervene. This kid will definitely die." Scene change. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning struck down continuously. Kim Han stood observing, smiling confidently. He didn't expect Han Wu to absorb all the lightning. His tower erupted like a great flame in an instant. Seeing Han Wu deal with the lightning so quickly, Kim Han was astonished and disbelieving, exclaiming, "How can this be?" The goblin was also scared and angry, sweat beading on its forehead. It thought, "Could my power be useless?" Han Wu remembered Tan Sang and smiled inwardly. The goblin's lightning is no match for hers. It can't even break my defense. Han Wu quickly pulled out his wooden staff, which emitted a stream of blue light power. Immediately, Han Wu leaped up, destroying all the surrounding goblins. Finally, only one chieftain remained. Han Wu looked at it, smiled, and thought, "Besides this golden goblin, I still need to hunt numerous regular goblins to increase my rage points." The golden goblin, seeing his strength, became genuinely afraid. Han Wu leaped up, charging towards the goblin wielding a saber. The goblin's lay title Silva has been upgraded. Han Wu looked at it and said, "Your turn." The goblin immediately raised its saber and struck towards him. As the saber was about to strike, Han Wu suddenly vanished into thin air. He instantly teleported behind the goblin and said, "Truly, a piece of trash." Han Wu held the wooden staff and struck down with one blow, making its head bleed, and streaks of blood spread on the ground. The goblin fell, looked at Han Wu, and said, "I don't want to die." Han Wu stood before it, looked down, and struck again without hesitation. Seeing the leader destroyed, the low-level goblins immediately fled without looking back. Han Wu retracted his tower and received a notification successfully broken through to level 100. Goblin Slay title upgraded to gold. Received the Thunder War Saber. It comes with a lightning effect, allowing you to release lightning for a fixed duration. Received gold raid materials, wielding the newly acquired Thunder War Saber. Han Wu looked at it with satisfaction and said, "Finally, I have a weapon worthy of me." Han Wu held up the ring he had just seized from Ho Lan, looked at it, and excitedly said, "I only need 2 more gold raid materials to upgrade. I should go find them right now." Meanwhile, Ho Lan and Kim Han were hiding in a nearby bush, watching the scene. Kim Han shook his head and whispered, "Your grudge is your own. I won't help you take revenge. Don't let that brat find us," they whispered, but before they could finish, Han Wu had already quietly approached the location. As Han Wu walked by, he instantly sensed that there were people there. Han Wu drew his Thunder War blade and shouted sternly, "Get out here." Ho Lan and Kim Han poked their heads out, and seeing Han Wu, both were startled. Dragging both of them out, Han Wu looked at Ho Lan sitting on the ground and said, "It's you again, Pa? What, did you bring someone to help you get revenge on me?" Hearing this, Ho Lan stammered a denial. "No, I didn't." Kim Han and his cohorts quickly tried to distance themselves, saying, "I don't know him. I was just passing by." Hearing this, Han Wu drew his blade, which crackled with sparks of lightning, and threatened, "Is that so? Since you're already here, hand over your materials and equipment. Don't force me to take them by force." Hearing Han Wu's words, although Kim Han was unwilling, he didn't dare to object. Han Wu thought about the items he had already collected and added, "Hand over your storage rings as well." Kim Han broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking that if he handed over his storage rings, which he had spent many years accumulating, all his hard work would be in vain. He quickly said, "Brother, leave a way out for others. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future." Han Wu frowned and repeated, "Remove your storage rings. Don't make me say it a third time." Seeing Han Wu's firm attitude, Kim Han dared not say anything more and just stared at him. Before Kim Han could even make a move, Han Wu teleported. Kim Han's arm wearing the ring was immediately severed, and blood splattered everywhere. He fell to his knees, clutching his arm, and trembling. He said, "I'll give it to you." Han Wu quickly got what he wanted, and the remaining members of Kim Han's group rushed over to support him. From Kim Han's storage space, Han Wu pulled out a scroll and remarked, "Another scroll." Scene change. At the hideout, Kim Han and his cohorts returned. They used magic to reattach his arm and shouted, "Summon all members. Find that brat's drill, and report back immediately when you find him. I must recover what I lost." Scene change. At the Mao demon's dwelling, many cats were gathered, their eyes glowing with intense anger. Han Wu's Thunder War blade also appeared, and in just a few moments, the cats were wiped out by Han Wu. The system sent a notification. New title, Enemy of the Mao demon. New ability, Speed boost. Current Mao demon favorability, Hostile. Han Wu raised his hand, looking displeased, and muttered, "This ability is useless. I'll stick with the title." Opening the scroll, Han Wu learned how to obtain the Platinum Slay title. Collect 3 diamond braid titles of the same species to exchange for it. He crossed his arms, dissatisfied, trading 3 diamond titles for 1 platinum. "That's insane." The system sent another notification. Effect, Weapon Slayer. The weapon can change into any shape and comes with abilities. Killing a creature grants 1/1000 of its power. Each time a diamond braid title of the same species is absorbed, the ability upgrades or its effect increases. After reading the 2 new notifications, Han Wu happily said, "Not bad at all. I must obtain this." Just then, the giant shadow appeared behind Han Wu, large enough to obscure him completely. Han Wu turned around. It was a black and white great Meow Meow. It opened its mouth to screech and swung its sharp claws at him. Han Wu reacted by jumping into midair and drawing his Thunder War blade. Han Wu looked at the massive great Meow Meow, pursed his lips, and thought, "Sir, you're the boss." Its eyes glared at him with extreme ferocity. Han Wu quickly unleashed his power, and lightning struck down directly from the sky. The great Meow Meow refused to give up, jumping up to swing its claws, but before long, it was pierced by Han Wu's Thunder War blade, and it wailed in pain. Immediately after, the great Meow Meow dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. Han Wu withdrew his hand, smiled, and said, "You brought this upon yourself." The other Meow Meows fled in terror. Han Wu used lightning to finish them off. After destroying them, he received a notification. Meow Demon Hunt successful. Gold raid prey. Received gold raid materials and venom pouch. Looking at the loot, He chuckled to himself, my current strength isn't enough to hunt diamond raid prey, but I can combine genes. The Mao Mao created by Han Vu appeared, and as soon as it did, it swung its sharp, powerful claws with immense strength. Pan Yu saw the situation and immediately drew his Thunder Combat Blade, charging straight forward. Very quickly, he finished them off. The system sent a notification that the Mew Mew Slay title had been upgraded to Platinum, and he obtained the Platinum Mew Mew gene. Pan Yu happily touched it with his hand. Immediately, power surged like a great flame, and Han Yu combined the Mew Mew gene codes, creating them and then erasing them. The system sent a notification that the Mew Mew Slay title had been upgraded to Diamond. After repeating this twice, Pan Yu was satisfied, put away the Thunder Combat Blade, and said, finally, it's a success. The system sent new notifications, new function, speed up, received new Mew cores, increased combat power, summoned a golden rank Poison Mew King. Pan Yu frowned in displeasure and said, is that all? Then he smiled, looked at the forest, and thought, parry and collect the 3 diamond titles. The Slay title is what's important. Very quickly, he entered the forest, consecutively defeating other races. Pan Yu combined genes and hunted diamond rank monsters from the Goblin and Minotaur races. After the battle, Pan Yu sat under a tree to rest and took out his collection items. He had gathered enough for 3 diamond titles and 10 types of golden materials. This title absorbs 10 golden rank monsters for it during the process. Function 3. Through the sacrifice of a permanent golden monster, temporarily increase one's own strength. Pan Yu knew the purpose of the scroll he had just obtained. Holding the scroll, which was radiating an orange-red light, he muttered, not bad. Immediately after, the scroll emitted a black aura and quickly melted into black slime. The system displayed the Slay title, and Han Yu frowned as he observed it. Instantly, this object transformed into all sorts of weapons, radiating a deep purple ore. After a while of testing, Pan Yu turned it into a large scythe and silently rejoiced. I didn't expect it to change according to my will. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Han Yu. It was Jin Han, who had led his men back. Seeing him, he shouted, Kid, I finally found you. Pan Yu turned around, scanned the group, and thought, the strongest is only silver rank. Nothing to fear. Jin Han pointed and said, Kid, don't think you can just get away without saying anything. Hand over all your equipment and materials. Don't make me say it twice. Hearing his arrogance, Pan Yu sneered and said, what? Is your hand healed already? Jin Han was furious, gritting his teeth, and shouted, if you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. Brothers, attack him. They received the order and rushed toward Han Yu, summoning giant beasts. Pan Yu didn't stand still. He began summoning his weapon, thinking to himself, let's see if this feels right. Quickly, Pan Yu materialized a large sword, the Slaughter Greatsword. Facing the giant beast summoned by Jin Han's group, Pan Yu swung his sword once and laughed, saying, is this all the skill you have? Jin Han's group was terrified to see this. Jin shouted, attack from a distance. Quickly, use long-range attacks. The men who wanted to help Jin were now turning around and fleeing, shouting, attack what? Run for your lives. Jin Han's face turned pale. Pan Yu saw that only Jin Han was left, snapped his fingers, and said, golden monsters, summon. Immediately after, 4 golden monsters appeared, and Jin Han's group stood frozen, not daring to advance. Pan Yu turned to look at the shadows and asked, do you still dare to try and rob me of my equipment? Jin Han's group faced the high-level monsters, trembling as they begged, spare our lives, we won't do it again. Before they could answer, Pan Yu finished them off. Looking at the group lying on the ground, Pan Yu turned away and said, too weak. This place isn't suitable. I'll go to a high-level training area to check it out. Scene change, the Heavenly Palace Golden Rank training area. After teleporting, Pan Yu walked around the town, looking at his surroundings. A red-haired man saw him and greeted him. Were you new? What rank are you? And where did you train before? Pan Yu politely replied that his background wasn't worth mentioning and asked what the reward would be if one broke through this place. The red-haired man, acting as a guide, put a hand on his shoulder and laughed. Don't be so arrogant. No one has ever broken through the city of the Heavenly Palace. Each level imprisons a race. If you break through, I hear you'll be blessed and receive a diamond title. Listening to Manhwa's description, Pan Yu felt intrigued. A 7-story tower with 7 races that is truly fascinating. At this moment, a man stepped out. He was a manager and immediately spoke up. What is a black iron rank like you doing here? He pointed at Han Vu and shouted, get out, this place is not for you. Manhwa and everyone around chuckled. He said, the black iron rank daring to challenge the city of heavenly palaces. Keep dreaming, you can have anything in your dreams. Hearing this, Pan Vu stroked his head, smiled, and asked, is there really a rule like that? Immediately, Pan Vu pulled out a silver rank card. He looked down, attached the card to his belt, and said, I spent quite a lot of gold coins to exchange for this. By the side of the road, another vendor caught Han Vu's attention. Platinum rank title scroll for sale. Come quickly if you want one. Many people nearby were curious. A woman stepped forward and asked, name your price. I want the platinum rank title scroll. Others on the street also gathered around. A man pointed and said, the platinum rank title scroll already belongs to the Eagle Exploration team. Who dares to steal it? The green-haired man behind them crossed his arms and laughed loudly. The Eagle Exploration team sure talks big. I wonder if my Tiger Exploration team can take you on. The scroll seller was Vu Hai. He said, this platinum rank title scroll is a family heirloom. I wouldn't sell it unless I had no other choice. A member of the Eagle Exploration team stepped forward and pointed, stop acting pathetic. Tell us, how much gold do you want? Vu Hai replied, the platinum rank title scroll doesn't need money. I only want to exchange it for one item, the Prophet's crystal ball held by the Lord of Light City on the 3rd floor of the City of Heavenly Palaces. Everyone around was stunned. Someone shouted, that crystal ball only drops if you defeat the Lord of Light City. Vu Hai smiled, held up the scroll, and said, that's right, just bring me the crystal ball, and I will hand over this platinum rank title scroll. The crowd became noisy. Let's scatter, the stall owner said. The Lord of Light City. Who dares to joke about that? Pan Vu had arrived. The girl who had just asked to buy it spoke up, what does the scroll do? Let us see it. Otherwise, it's a waste of effort to kill the city lord, and if your item is useless, that's a huge loss. Hearing this, Buhai opened the scroll for everyone to see. It clearly stated, Platinum rank title, Space Traveler. Function 1, open personal space, bypass restrictions, can be accessed at any time. Function 2, fixed point teleportation, travel to any area previously visited, consumption is proportional to the distance. Function 3, specific details revealed only after obtaining the title. Everyone who saw it was excited. The Eagle Exploration team member said, that's actually pretty good. Panvu smiled and thought, Space Traveler, go anywhere with this, I can save a lot of time. Everyone started racing toward the tower, shouting as they ran, kill the city lord. Did the scroll? Panvu turned to look at the tower and thought, striving for it is luck, not having it is fate. If push comes to shove, I'll just rob them. Before long, they reached the entrance of the tower. Inside, it was pitch black, city of heavenly palaces, first floor. Panvu stepped inside and saw only ruins and desolation. As he observed his surroundings, a shadow suddenly darted past, startling him. The giant figure with a fish tail appeared. Panvu wondered to himself, what is this? Without hesitation, Panvu drew his weapon and lunged, flashing downward. The massive figure that had just appeared had its fish tail severed by Hanvu. It fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The system notified, progress for clearing the first floor of the city of heavenly palaces, 0.1%. Panvu was not happy and wondered, the demi-dragon only increases the progress bar by this much. How many do I have to kill? Very quickly, countless other demi-dragons appeared, surrounded by sparks of electricity, growling angrily at Hanvu. Suddenly, the sparks manifested in front of Hanvu, and he thought, this time, they even have skills. The golden-haired demi-dragons continued to appear before him. Hanvu raised his hand, a flame appeared, and he looked at the group of demi-dragons, saying, were you bullying me because I'm alone? Quickly, Panvu summoned a gold-rank great beast to confront the demi-dragons. With glowing red eyes and a roar, he ordered, charge, kill them all. Immediately, the demi-dragons were defeated by the great beasts. Looking at the tails on the ground, Panvu muttered, is it all the strength they have? The system notified, number of demi-dragons killed, 100. Received silver rank title, Lament of the Demi-Dragon. Effect 1, the quiet demi-dragon transformation still. Effect 2, initial friendliness level of demi-dragons is hostile. Seeing the notification, Panvu was curious, what is demi-dragon transformation? He tried activating it. Immediately, he transformed into a demi-dragon with 2 horns on his head and whispered to himself, the skill activates instantly and includes half of the dragon genes. So, my black dragon transformation skill can actually be used. At this moment, several more half dragons with sparkling gold tails appeared before Hanyu. Seeing this, Panyu smiled slightly, a flash of pain appearing in his eyes as he said, I want to take down a few more. His blade swept down, instantly wiping out the group of half dragons in front of him. Not far away, another group summoned a half dragon, saying as they worked, Bus, he's the one who has slaughtered many of our kin. The half dragon with red hair and a single horn who had just appeared was none other than the platinum ranked half dragon king, 3K. As soon as Barker appeared, Panyu spotted him, and Barker gritted his teeth, saying, before we figure out who this guy is, no one is allowed to touch him. Seeing Barker, Panyu merely curled his lip, thinking to himself, this guy looks tough, and his aura and physique are completely different. Killing him will surely boost my progress significantly. Thinking this, Panyu immediately swung his blade and charged straight toward Barker. Seeing this, Barker waved his hand, and blue lightning instantly flashed as he launched an attack. Panyu retracted his blade and raised his hand, where pink lightning appeared, thinking, how convenient, I have this too. And immediately both used the lightning powers to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, Panyu lost sight of Barker, and as he teleported, he thought, I'll take advantage of the chaotic visibility to get close to him. Panyu instantly appeared in front of Barker, then teleported again, appearing behind him. His speed was so fast that Barker exclaimed in shock, too fast. In just a few seconds, Panyu was behind Barker, swinging his blade toward him and saying, I leveled up thanks to that person. But Barker reacted quickly, using his tail to push Panyu away and saying, you won't be easy to deal with. Finding it hard to handle, Panyu retracted his blade and continued to use his lightning power, activating his half dragon form. Observing Barker's actions, he inwardly assessed, this opponent is not simple. Barker did not underestimate him. He looked at Hanyu, furrowing his brow as he thought, this is a human, but his body contains the bloodline of a dragon. After thinking, Barker said to Hanyu, human, stop, we can sit down and talk properly. Hearing this, Hanyu was surprised and, on guard, said, don't even think about it, it's not the time yet. Barker understood what he was thinking and continued, do not doubt my sincerity. Seeing Hanyu set a condition by telling his subordinates to back off 100 meters, he thought to himself, he doesn't look like he's playing games, I might as well hear what he has to say. The half dragons behind him heard this, and one started to complain, but before he could finish, another interrupted, do as he says, don't worry. As the half dragons retreated, Barker and Hanyu slowly stepped forward. Standing in front of Hanyu, Barker raised his hands, bowed his head, and said, please, help me. Hearing this, Hanyu was surprised and, not understanding why, frowned as he looked at Barker, full of confusion. Hanyu remained on guard and asked, frowning, help you? Help with what? Don't play games in front of me. Barker stepped closer and said, please help lead the entire half dragon race to escape the Heaven Palace prison. Hearing this, Panyu was slightly stunned and asked in return, what? Even though it was difficult, Barker said, legend has it that our half dragon race was born from the union of the Dragon King and the human race, and the entire race reveres the Dragon King's bloodline. Therefore, we have been imprisoned in the Heaven Palace since birth, and leading the whole race out of here has long been a dream. But I am not strong enough. Barker reached out toward Hanyu and continued, but your super powerful combat talent and the Dragon King bloodline in your body give me hope for escaping the Heaven Palace. Hearing this, Panyu could not hide his shock, furrowing his brow as he thought, he can actually sense it. Panyu saw that the other party had no malice, so he immediately transformed into his human form. smiled, and said, "All right, stand up and talk. What exactly do you want?" Seeing him agree, Barca said, "As long as you lead the entire half-dragon race to escape the Heaven Palace prison, I, Barca, will be at your disposal." Pan Yu crossed his arms, and hearing this, he frowned and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you for profit and then not lead the whole race away?" Barca did not hide anything and said honestly, "I am afraid, but I have no other choice. As the king of the half-dragon race, even if there is only a sliver of a chance to escape, I am willing to bet everything." Seeing his sincere attitude, Pan Yu thought, he doesn't seem like he's acting. Barca stepped forward and expressed, "If you agree, I can reveal a secret about the diamond rank title." Pan Yu asked curiously, "Tell me about it." Barca frowned and said to Hanvu that the celestial city is actually a living organism. Hearing this, Panvu could not help but look surprised. Barca continued to explain, saying that no explorer who enters the celestial city can discover this fact unless they receive the recognition of the celestial city. Hearing this, Panvu thought to himself again that he had not paid attention to it at the time. An image of Wu Hai sitting by the roadside selling scrolls flashed through his mind. Back then, he had said that it was rumored that one could receive a blessing from the celestial city by achieving a perfect clear of the 7-story tower. Panvu remembered this, reached out to Barca, and excitedly asked, "So, is it true that by perfectly clearing the 7-story tower once, I will receive a blessing from the celestial city?" Barca replied immediately, "That is correct. The perfect clear means being the first to enter each floor and defeating the strongest being among the races on that floor. You only need to kill me to achieve a perfect clear of the first floor of the celestial city." Panvu paused, clenched his fists, remained silent for a moment, and said, "What if I do clear the first floor? There are 6 more floors to go, and the leaders of those races will certainly not easily die before me." Barca smiled slightly and said, "Do not worry. I can keep the ancient dragon bloodline within you that is about to awaken." Barca stepped forward and told Hanvu that by killing him, his title would be upgraded, the ancient dragon bloodline within him would awaken, and the leaders of the subsequent floors might not be his match. Hanvu frowned and thought, realizing Barca was not joking and was truly willing to die for the future of his race. He judged that this was indeed a person of talent, and he thought it would be great if he could recruit him as a subordinate instead of killing him. Thinking this, Panvu waved his hand and asked Barca, "Does this mean I must eliminate the strongest of the race on the floor to receive the perfect clear achievement?" Barca replied, "This concerns my life and the liberation of my race, so I will not lie to you." Hearing the firm affirmation, Panvu stroked his chin and said, "That is good. I have a way to train the half dragons to be even stronger than you." During his confidence, Barca frowned and asked, "Is it possible?" Panvu raised his hand and said, "The half dragons are just a bit useless, but I guarantee casualties in the double digits. Consider it." Barca did not hesitate and said, "I entrust my life to you." Panvu said, "I do not need to use you for now," and Barca remained silent without responding. At this moment, another half dragon approached Barca and said, "King, as long as we escape this prison, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves." Barca replied, "Our clansmen will not forget you." Afterwards, Panvu closed his eyes and used the gene combination skill. The diamond rank half dragon was quickly created. Barca and the other clansmen were astonished and speechless upon seeing Hanvu create a diamond rank half dragon. Panvu waved his hand and quickly dealt with the newly created diamond rank half dragon. The system announced the upgrade of the title Tragic Half Dragon to Diamond Rank, Pope of the Half Dragons. Utility 1, Black Dragon Transformation. The ancient dragon bloodline is fully activated, gaining the ability to transform into a black dragon. Utility 2, Initial intimacy level increased to adoration. Panvu immediately entered the black dragon transformation state. After a moment of change, he awakened as a black dragon, an image of a dragon threshing in despair. The first floor of the celestial city was cleared perfectly, and he was teleported to the next level. Panvu said confidently, "Wait for my return. I will set you all free." Barca placed his hand respectfully over his chest, bowed his head slightly, and said, "Great dragon, please do return to save your descendants." The scene shifts to the outside of a building, the second floor of the celestial city. Panvu prepared to step into the pitch-black door, wondering what kind of monster was hidden inside. Forgetting to ask Barca about the situation on the second floor before entering, he hesitated but stepped in anyway. It was too late to turn back, and he figured being careful would suffice. It was dark as ink inside. He summoned a flame to illuminate the area. A fire spell. Holding the flame in his hand, Panvu entered, and now he could see clearly. In front of him were 3 identical doors. He stopped, unsure which path to take. Finding it hard to choose, he summoned his 3 gold rank supports, the gold Murloc, the gold Goblin, and the gold Spirit to scout ahead. All 3 gold rank creatures quickly flew into the doors, emitting a magical golden light. Panvu closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Inside the doors were only gold rank spirits, so dealing with them would not be a problem. The screen displayed, received silver rank title Spirit Purifier. Function 1, passive ability. After purification, one can obtain the equipment previously used by the spirits. Function 2, initial affinity is set to intimacy. Suddenly Hanvu opened his eyes, wondering what was happening. If the spirits were being destroyed, why were they still so close? Could they be masochists? He snapped his fingers as a signal rang out. "Alright, let's take it back to see what is really going on." A gray-purple beam of light was retrieved. Panvu felt suspicious. Something didn't feel right as 3 black shadows circled the purple light. He panicked. It turned out to be monsters. Panvu waved his hand to subdue them. "Monsters or not, I'm not afraid." The 3 monsters smiled as they flew around him. Their bright smiles made him sigh. Truly masochistic. What on earth is this? Could it be they are trapped and cannot be freed? The screen displayed the number 11. He sighed with a hint of sadness, as the clearance progress had reached 11%. With no signal returning, Panvu decided to approach one of the 3 doors, tapping the purple light against it. He had to find the strongest boss on the second floor to clear the stage. The door opened and he ran inside, not knowing where he was going. He simply kept marking his path and moving forward. Silhouettes with sharp red teeth and fierce bullheads appeared. The further he went, the more spirits there were. Panvu fumbled through the dim light. He absolutely could not lose his way, otherwise things would turn dangerous. Turning back and forth, he discovered he was back outside the door. Why had he returned here? He crossed his arms, looking wearily at the three spirits he had just met, then sighed and turned away to try another path. Moving deeper, a faint light appeared. There was light ahead, and where there is light, there is hope. A flood of light filled the space ahead of the door, and Hanvu ran toward it quickly. Suddenly he froze. The shadow of an object on the wall appeared sharp. Things weren't looking good. A silhouette brushed past his chest, making a noise against the wall. He clutched his chest and knelt at the foot of the wall. Why did it hurt so much? Panvu transformed, growing 2 horns and a pair of wings. Initiating dragon transformation, he flew into the air before the confused eyes of the enemy. Panvu descended, silently asking himself what it was exactly. He gritted his teeth, looking at the strange humanoid silhouette with many tentacles emitting illusory light. Taking one hit from it, even his soul was in pain. 10 versions of himself might not be enough to win, so Hanvu began to calculate his strength. A glowing circle surrounded the three spirits. The sacrifice was initiated. His hands tightly gripped each of the colored strings. Panvu grabbed the enemy's tentacles and gave an order. Come over here. The enemy froze. He held it tight, still trying to run. The blade pierced straight through its body. He grinned triumphantly. This time, you're dead for sure, aren't you? The enemy dissolved like a burst balloon and disappeared. A notification appeared on the screen. Successfully killed a Diamond Tier beast. The Spirit Purified title has been upgraded to Diamond Tier. Second floor of Heavenly Palace City cleared. Panvu's gaze was sharp. So it was the second floor boss, and Diamond Tier no less. No wonder it was so hard to kill. The diamond on the necklace rolled onto the ground. Diamond grade equipment can resist mental corruption. He picked it up and put it on. Although its effect was unclear, once worn, Panyu felt refreshed. Energy surged back. His body was no longer tired, and breathing became easier. It really was a good item. He worked calmly and finally reached the third floor, hoping the Lord of the City of Light had not yet been defeated by anyone. Scene change. The third floor, where endless lawn pillars soared up, their tops invisible. Panyu appeared on the third floor, remembered his last visit, and sighed. Fortunately, the Lord of the City of Light had not been killed yet, otherwise, this place would not be so crowded. Suddenly, something flew straight toward him. A bright yellow creature with big eyes and small wings. It was a light sprite. Flew to face Hanyu. He muttered, "What is this now?" Then turned and ran, thinking, forget it, hurry up and kill the Lord of the City of Light. He ran, and at the base of the pillar, he already saw 2 people standing there. One Lu frowned and whined. The third floor is under the protection of the Eagle Exploration Team. For the sake of our brotherhood, come back later. Panyu smiled, bold brave adventurers, but you can't stop me. He zipped past both of them. Shanzai shouted, were you deaf, kid? Didn't you hear what we said? He gathered killing intent in his right palm. Nord, if you don't want to die, get out of the way, otherwise don't blame us. A stream of fiery red power appeared behind Hanyu. The power swirled around him, activating the Apex Slave title effect. Guan Lu and Shanzai didn't have time to react. Guan Lu fell under Hanyu's blade, screaming, don't kill me, my older brother is. Bright red blood splattered across the space. Hanyu retracted his blade. The Platinum Grade Apex Slave title was truly powerful, and the Diamond Grade Zerk race could enhance its effectiveness. He smiled with satisfaction at the results. Apex Slayer, Purifier of Heroic Spirits. The screen displayed, upgrade Apex Slay title function, adds 5% soul level attack. Panyu laughed, power increased. He came to a halt. Behind him, many objects were rushing toward him. The sky was filled with flying light sprites. Panyu lowered himself to dodge. The attacks didn't hurt him, but they blocked his path. Damn it. His hand prepared to retrieve something. Panyu produced a multi-barreled gun for long-range attacks. The gun fired strange beams of light, and he sniped the light sprites one by one, thinking, today I will show you the importance of 5-bar suppression. They were hit by the beams but showed no reaction, saying to each other, it only hurts a little, it's nothing. Panyu gave a sarcastic smile. These simple-minded creatures. A minute later, the light sprites evaporated and lay scattered. Panyu was satisfied. Regular bullets don't damage their shells, but my bullets can attack the soul. From the light sprites fell yellow crystals, crystals of radiance, which absorb large amounts of light energy, a precious light element material. He picked up a crystal, and the screen displayed, obtained silver grade title, light sprite harvesting machine. Function 1, add light attribute to weapons, increase damage. Function 2, initial friendliness level of light sprites is hostile. Holding them in his hand, Panyu triumphantly spread his wings and flew straight to another floor, thinking, excellent, this time there's a diamond grade title prototype waiting to be nurtured. This floor was crowded. Panvu shouted loudly, making everyone turn around to see where the Lord of Light City was hiding after all. Lu Koi frowned and glanced over. This kid looked familiar. He used a treasure to check and saw Hanvu's smugly smiling image, the one who had killed many in the bronze level up zone and was on the wanted list. Catch him, the reward is substantial. Everyone clamored and chased after Hanvu. He gave a warning glance. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Koi frowned and shouted loudly, you little brat. Lu Koi didn't have time to counterattack. The remaining people fled in panic, screaming, go quickly, watch out. Panvu spowled, trying to run now. It's too late. He held his gun, aimed directly, and shot them one by one. Po Hai was hit. His mouth was bleeding, but he still held the signal flare. His hand as firm as steel. Receiving the signal, his teammates shouted, we're coming. While Hanvu was busy firing, the platinum rank adventurer Sun-tae closed in and snapped, kill him and seize that gun. Quick as a flash, Panvu turned his gun around, trying to ambush me. A series of light beams shot out, creating a solid barrier, defensive tactic. Thumping sounds hit the barrier continuously. An adventurer intended to cast a spell, but the monitor was absorbed into Hanvu's hand. All the remaining people launched their magic attacks together. Panvu looked up and remarked, is that all? Blue crystals and fiery lights rushed toward him. Panvu created an upgraded weapon, and the killing gun was completed. The group of adventurers was in an uproar. What is this? Look out. A dazzling beam of light shot out. Everyone scattered in panic as Hanvu flew straight up and aimed his shots downward. He paused for a moment and then continued his descent. Lowering his gun and panting, He realized the energy cannon was different from the Gatling. It consumed his own energy. Hearing a sound behind him, he turned around. Where was it? Did someone slip through the net? Blue glass spheres floated alongside the irritated face of the Lord of Light City. Panvu looked up with a smirk. Glass spheres. The Lord of Light City. He jumped up, staring at the glass orb. It clearly possessed the power of prophecy. He frowned and smiled. He knew we were coming to kill him, so he hid first. Now he has to face us. Finally, he's showing himself. The City Lord looked anxious but was uninjured. The City Lord hurriedly and quickly tried to escape, fleeing ahead. Panvu flew over to block his path, his voice challenging. Where do you think you're going, Lord City Master? Enraged, the City Lord unleashed a move, firing a succession of emerald green rings. Among them, the largest one charged straight toward Hanvu. You just flicked your hand in response. The space erupted with fiery light. The City Lord wore an arrogant smile, clutching the crystal orb. You brat, daring to challenge me. You only have the path of death. Within the hazy smoke, Panvu's figure remained clearly visible. The City Lord immediately frowned, his expression full of astonishment. Panvu remained unscathed, landing in a way that left the City Lord stunned. How could this be? The City Lord decided to unleash his final move, but this time, even his full strength was not enough. The massive crystal orb whistled as it plummeted down. It aimed straight at Hanvu to destroy him. However, he was not afraid at all, thinking, you sure torque a lot. He leaped up to counterattack, taking the space around him and sending the orb flying away. A ray of light pierced through the City Lord's body, clearly visible to the naked eye. The City Lord staggered, about to vanish like an evaporating bubble, while Hanvu rushed valiantly. Once again he broke through. His level increased by 100, and he reaped the rewards. Since putting it on, the City of Heaven had passed the 3rd floor, and the Light Spirit Gatherer immediately rose to platinum level. Panvu smiled with satisfaction. It was finally in his hands. The scene shifts to a tower in the clear blue sky, emitting a shimmering golden light. The crystal ball in front of Vu Hai made him reel back the ball they wanted to give him in exchange for his platinum title rights. People around were buzzing and gasping, surprised that he achieved what the Eagle Adventure Group could not. Vu Hai admired the sphere. Brother, let me see this crystal ball. Panvu replied casually. Here you go. Vu Hai held the sphere in his hands and examined it for a long time. It felt transparent, with a jade luster emitting a mystical light. Vu Hai was excited. This really is the Prophet's crystal ball. Brother, tell me, how did you get it? I heard the Lord of Light City is cunning and impossible to find. Panvu said half jokingly. That's my secret. You just need to hand over the platinum title rights. Vu Hai forced a smile. Pardon my rudeness. He then handed Hanvu a long cylindrical scroll. Brother, I'm very interested in your secret. If you wish to torque, come find me. We can negotiate a price. The people around whispered with jealousy. Damn it, how did he manage to get it? Panvu worked while looking at the scroll, wondering what title was inside. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded him. One of them looked up and said, Kid, hand over the platinum title rights if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Panvu turned around and gave a faint smile. You watched 3 men approach, one of them even holding a weapon. He sneered, you're asking for death. Turning around, he summoned the gun from before. Beams of light shot out, piercing straight through each of them one by one. Smoke still lingered from the gun barrel. Panvu collected the loot and quickened his pace. He had killed too many and needed to acquire the spatial worker title and escape quickly. He leaned against the wall and opened the platinum title scroll. The materials required for the spatial worker title were numerous, but fortunately, he had them all. On the title scroll, each item was clearly displayed. Let's see, time to fuse them. He gently tossed the platinum title scroll up, and it emitted a blinding light. It merged into the necklace he was wearing, forcing it to glow brightly. The screen displayed, obtain platinum spatial worker title. Function 1, open personal space, bypass all restrictions, open at any time. Function 2, spatial teleportation, can teleport to any previously visited location, cost proportional to distance. Function 3, spatial swap, exchange positions with a target within line of sight. Panvu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The 3rd function finally appeared, spatial swap. It seems powerful. I wonder how effective it is. He smiled happily and decided to use them for a test. Many light spirits were still flying above on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Palace. He brought his hands together, looked at them, and locked onto a target. The clap rang out as Hanvu blurred while approaching the spirit's spatial swap. He appeared among them, catching all the spirits by surprise. They didn't understand what was happening as he swung his blade in a single strike, shattering the spirits' bodies into pieces and sending them on their way. He was extremely satisfied. The screen displayed, Light Spirit title upgraded to Diamond. Diamond tier Light Spear. Diamond tier Slayer. Slay title upgraded to Diamond. Then, a sharp weapon appeared, the killing weapon. It can transform into any weapon. Killing a creature absorbs 1,000th of its power to strengthen itself. It includes 5% soul attack, 10% light attribute attack, and killing shadow, which repeats the host's actions to deal deeper damage with an attack power equal to 50% of the host's. Panvu clenched his fist in joy. I've hit the jackpot this time. Every attack yields 50% extra damage. As a magic vortex opened, he looked up toward the 4th floor. He jumped straight into the vortex. Having come this far, he had to strive for total victory and the championship. The scene shifted to the 4th floor. Hanvu stood on floating rocks. He had finally broken through the 7th floor of Sky Palace City, collected all 7 diamond titles, and upgraded his Slay title. However, wasn't he supposed to clear all 7 floors to receive the blessing? What astonished him was something gradually appearing. It turned out to be a mirror level with many whirlpools, the 8th floor of Sky Palace City. Would he dare to enter? He frowned. Is there still an 8th floor? Could what Barker said be true? He recalled Barker's words. Sky Palace City is actually a living thing. Panvu gently reached his hand through the mirror. He would go inside to see before deciding his next move. He was sucked in, leaving only a streak of light behind as the mirror slowly disappeared. He manifested on a rocky mountainside. He looked around for a while. Panvu decided to step inside. This was the 8th floor. His feet touched the ground, but heat was rising from the rocky surface. He jumped back and forth. The heat felt unbearable. He looked up. The sun shone down brilliantly, its intense glare heating everything up. Before him was a large humanoid statue. Panvu stood right by a rock to observe it. He held out both hands and used spatial teleportation to get closer for observation. The giant stunned humanoid statue appeared right before his eyes. He looked up, wondering what on earth this could be, and lightly touched the statue with his hand. Sunlight shone through from behind the statue. The outer layer of stone quickly disintegrated and fell down. Before Hanvu now stood a tall figure that moved slightly. He suddenly felt anxious, as this fellow was too massive to not be on guard against. Suddenly, it emitted a burst of spatial tremors. Panvu clutched his head in panic. The sound was overwhelmingly powerful. The sky tower looked down, politely furrowed its brow, and asked, "Little brat, were you the one who perfectly cleared the 7 levels?" Panvu confidently replied, "It is I." It broke into a friendly smile. "Being so young yet clearing 7 levels, you will surely become a local hegemon once you grow stronger." He crossed his arms and casually suggested, "Speak plainly. Tell me right now what reward you can give me." The Sky Tower presented a diamond badge to Hanvu. "This now belongs to you." He reached out to receive the reward, and the system announced the details. Diamond title, Sky Palace City Developer. Function 1, Independent Badge, requires no empty slots. Function 2, teleport to any corner of Sky Palace City. Function 3, obtain the Sky Palace City model, used to capture and detain criminals who endanger civilization. After reading, Panvu exclaimed, "This is pretty good." However, as soon as he spoke, his necklace suddenly emitted a purple light. He thought to himself, "Why is my neck burning so hot like this?" The system indicated that diamond tier equipment can resist Thor pollution. Panvu immediately recognized the purification necklace's warning. He remembered the function of the necklace against Thor pollution. Since it was suddenly burning hot, he immediately threw the diamond badge to the ground. There was definitely a problem. Sure enough, as soon as the badge touched the ground, black energy rose from it. At that moment, the form of the Sky Tower suddenly transformed. It turned into a large red jellyfish with long tentacles. The Sky Tower no longer hid its true appearance and said, "Stay and manage Sky Palace City, or you will become the most miserable prisoner in this cage." Peng Han paused, eyes glowing red, legs charged with killing intent, and began a fierce attack. Panvu was not afraid at all. He coldly replied, Stay for what the hell?" Thien Thap extended line, threatening tentacles, saying, "You cannot escape." Panvu immediately leaped up, raised his arms to block the strike, and countered, so many terrifying claws. The attack severely wounded Hanvu's arm. Black blood oozed out and began to smoke. He panicked, thinking, "This is," looking at the wound under his skin. Panvu realized, it's poison. If he didn't treat it, his entire arm would be crippled. He took a piece of black equipment and touched it to the wound. The scar immediately shrank. Panvu hid behind a large rock, breathing a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I treated it in time." He glanced at Thien Thap, who was searching for him, and thought to himself, "What a treacherous guy." Panvu began to transform, 2 black horns protruding from his head, calculating, "If I don't take care of this, I'll be kept as a prisoner forever." Seizing the opportunity, Panvu leaped up and attacked straight at its head, shouting, "Take your life." The blade in his hand immediately descended, flashing through the tentacles. Thien Thap flew into a rage, its whole body shaking, and growled, "You ungrateful scoundrel." It continued to spray poison toward Hanvu, but he dodged, and the poison splashed onto his wings. A sizzling sound accompanied by thick blue smoke rose up. Panvu thought to himself, "The poison is too strong." Thien Thap said triumphantly, "No medicine can cure my poison." Panvu laughed scornfully, "Fool, my dragon scales are magic resistant. This little bit of poison." He gave his wings a flap, reflecting the poison back, and the toxic liquid immediately sprayed toward the creature. Thien Thap could not dodge in time, and the poison hit it right in the face. Taking advantage of the moment it was distracted, Panvu drew his gun and fired straight at his opponent. Countless green energy blasts rushed forward rapidly. Thien Thap just stood still and took the hit, its face distorted, with eyes full of rage. It asked, "I will never forgive you." Panvu sneered, as the saying goes, "Virtue is a yard long, vice is a foot, you're no match for me." As he continued firing, this time with even more devastating power, Thien Thap could not resist and was quickly pierced through. It fell to the ground, its body battered and shredded. Panvu added a final remark to end it quickly. Then earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the ground shook violently. Poisonous fluid from Thien Thap's giant body spread all around. The system notified him, received diamond tier title, Conqueror of the Heavenly Palace City. Function 1, free teleportation to every corner. Function 2, imprison any life form. Function 3, release prisoners in Heavenly Palace City. After reading it, Panvu exclaimed, "Now the promise to Bar Karn has been fulfilled." Suddenly, a strange item appeared in midair. He approached, opened the chest, picked up a scroll, and wondered, "What is this?" He opened it to examine it carefully. The contents detailed that creatures on every floor of the Heavenly Palace were imprisoned here because they offended a high-level figure. This white octopus was chosen by that high-level figure to manage the imprisoned races, but it was cursed and had to find a replacement to be allowed to leave. That figure was so powerful that the person who wrote this did not even dare to write the name. If they knew he had destroyed the Heavenly Palace City, would they come looking for trouble? After some deliberation, Panvu thought to himself, "Never mind, I'll be back in a few months, so I'll put these matters aside for now. Improving myself is the most important thing." But first, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw the dragon clan waiting. Barkar respectfully said, "O great dragon god, you did not abandon us. We pledge our eternal loyalty to you." Panvu noticed small strands of spiritual energy connecting everyone to the amulet around his neck. He thought, "This string is so small, yet it can develop followers in a tidal civilization." Panvu replied kindly, "I have the ability to get you out of here. When I leave, I will certainly take you with me." Barkar smiled brightly, "We trust you." He told them, "See you later," then quickly teleported away, calculating in his mind to seize the time before he left to acquire a few more powerful titles and enhance his strength. The scene shifts to the Dark Sea Guild area. Panvu went to the service area, approached the counter, and stated, "I'm here to upgrade my card." He sighed inwardly, "This place is really troublesome. To access the golden level training area, I have to upgrade my card to the golden level. Fortunately, he had found out that this place offered the exchange. The staff member pointed to a blue stone and instructed, "Place your card here." Immediately, Pan Yu's combat footage appeared. He reviewed it carefully, then turned and instructed, "Please wait a moment." After reviewing the card, the guild employee was perplexed. This person only took 2 months to upgrade from a basic card to golden. No one has ever done that. I must report this. A moment later, he returned with the Dark Sea Branch Guild Master. The master asked, "Where is he?" The employee replied, "That's him." He observed Tan Yu, inwardly assessing, this kid seems nothing special ordinarily. Deciding to probe his abilities, he attacked the young man in front of him. Pan Yu frowned, daring to launch a sneak attack. He immediately drew his weapon and adopted a battle stance, successfully blocking the assault with just one blow. The guild master was satisfied. An adventurer who can cope with my challenge certainly possesses golden level ability. He stepped forward, his voice mild. "Sorry, that was just a test. We can upgrade your card for you, and there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you." Pan Yu asked, "On what basis should I trust you?" Jag took out a scroll and replied, "This platinum title scroll is your reward. Now do you believe me?" As soon as Han Yu saw the item, he recognized it as a high-grade artifact. He thought to himself, "I'm lacking titles." Seeing the other party express sincerity, he asked in a softer tone, "Who are you, and why are you seeking my help?" Jak introduced himself. "I am the guild master of the Dark Sea Branch." He then got straight to the point. "Within the jurisdiction of the Dark Sea Branch that I oversee, a series of ordinary people have gone missing without reason. The disappearances are concentrated in one area. I've sent silver-level squads to investigate, but all of them vanished without a trace. According to your card, I know you have the ability, so I'm asking you to investigate." Pan Yu accepted. "I will handle this case." The guild master quickly opened a map. He pointed to the marked red dot, reminding, "This is the spot. Be careful." After completing the task, Pan Yu left the Dark Sea Guild. Behind him, 3 people appeared, following closely. Pun-san glared unhappily. He had been eyeing that platinum scroll for a long time, planning to secure it himself, but unexpectedly, the young man had snatched it. The blonde person made a crude hand gesture for elimination. According to him, whatever he finds, just send him to the underworld. We can still retrieve the intelligence and exchange it later. Pan Yu followed the mark on the map to a sparse forest, observed carefully, and confirmed this was the exact location. Suddenly, Pan Yu saw a hazy mist floating in the air and quickly realized this was an energy field. If not for his titles, his senses wouldn't be sharp enough to detect this energy field. He deduced that while this energy field didn't affect him, it was a fatal toxin for those with weaker abilities. Could this be the reason why all previous investigation teams disappeared without a trace? Unexpectedly, movement appeared behind him. Pan Yu turned back and asked, "Who's there?" From the sparse forest, a swarm of giant man-eating spiders emerged. He drew his gun and exclaimed, "You don't know your own strength." Pan Yu fired bullets at his opponents. Their massive bodies made ideal targets. He said in a contemptuous tone, "Since you're so eager to give up your lives, I'll oblige." A barrage of sharp, piercing sounds rang out. The entire swarm of man-eating spiders was riddled with holes. None escaped. Pan Yu looked at the flattened monster corpses and wondered, could this miser be caused by them? At this moment, the system notification board displays the details of the man-eating spider. Giant stature, weak toxicity, bronze rank. He looks it over and is surprised. A mere bronze rank monster could not have defeated a platinum rank squad, so he continues his search. Behind him, several more man-eating spiders continue to emerge. Pan Yu frowns, thinking, "Still more." He sighs and claps his hands in frustration, muttering, "I forgot. I have the spider nemesis title, which can draw hostility from spiders." Seeing the monster looking at him with hostility, Pan Yu folds his arms across his chest and smiles as he calculates, "These are also resources. I can't let them go to waste." He raises his hand, activates his skill, and lifts them into the air. Surrounded by a halo of light, the combination quickly merges the monsters together. The gold-rank man-eating spider appears, much larger than the others. The gun in Han Yu's hand fires a piercing shot, taking down the monster in an instant. The system notifies him that the spider nemesis title has upgraded to gold rank, and the summon erosion spider ability has been upgraded to summon spider swarm, capable of summoning 20 to 100 bronze rank erosion spiders or man-eating spiders at a time. He immediately uses the skill to summon a swarm of erosion spiders. He then orders them to find the source of the energy field in the forest, and the erosion spiders immediately scatter in all directions as commanded. Pan Yu breathes a sigh of relief and rests for a moment. Suddenly, he realizes someone is approaching and leaps up into a tree. The group, led by the fat man with blonde hair, catches up. The fat man looks around and exclaims, "This is strange. The kid's footprints disappeared. Could he have discovered us and hidden?" Hun-sun disagrees, saying, "We must be careful. The disappearance of his footprints is just a coincidence. Spread out and search further away." Pan Yu sits on a tree branch, looking down. When they move away, he jumps down, thinking, "Are they looking for someone other than me? Could these be the teammates of the adventurers from the guild who died at my hands?" Fear for revenge. Suddenly, he feels surrounded. It turns out Hun-sun's group had only pretended to leave and had quickly set up an ambush. The blonde fat man says coldly, "Did you finally decided to come out?" Backhack mucks him, "Did you think we really left? We were just waiting for you to appear." Pan Yu is not afraid. He looks at him and warns, "Look behind you." Thinking it's a trick, Backhack shouts, "You brat, what kind of games are you playing now?" Pan Yu is not joking. Behind him, the giant red centipede slithers over, leans down, and bites Backhack's arm. Hun-sun and the blonde man in the group cry out in fear. Backhack uses his other hand to hit the centipede away and yells, "Get lost." The giant centipede recoils and makes several noises, and behind it, more centipedes appear simultaneously. The group of centipedes quickly surrounds Han Yu and the 3 men. He thinks to himself that he will use them as scouts to see how many there are. Backhack is in pain, clutching his arm bitten by the centipede, while the blonde man sees a centipede lunging at him and fights back with a fierce expression, noting its strong poison. The blonde man is caught off guard when a centipede rushes from behind and bites his shoulder, causing him to scream. Pan Yu clenches his hand into a fist, uses his strength to strike the head of the giant centipede, and shouts, "Damn it, get away." Pan Sun sees his two teammates injured and runs to fend off the centipede, shouting, "Let's go, we can't die here." Pan Yu watches from the tree, smirking, and it's even a gold rank one. Just then, Bakhak loses his footing and falls, causing Hun Sun to pretend to be afraid as well. Next, the blonde man who was just bitten suddenly collapses. Hun Sun calls out to him repeatedly, "Wake up." Pan Yu, still in the tree, is also caught off guard. He jumps down and notices that the wounds on the two men are emitting gas. He deduces, Bakhak and the blonde man's eyes are rolled back, and there is blood at the corners of their mouths. Seeing that his two teammates are dead, Hun Sun cannot control his anger and shouts, "It's you. This is all your fault." Pan Yu sees him rushing forward, unleashes a powerful blow, and says, "It's because you people didn't have good intentions." Hun Sun is knocked down by Han Yu's blow, and a centipede lunges to bite his shoulder. As Hun Sun falls, Pan Yu thinks to himself, if I'm not mistaken, those platinum rank adventurers were also bitten to death by these centipedes. Suddenly, the centipede lunged at Han Yu from behind. He immediately glanced back to observe. He swung his hand, slicing the centipede in half, and exclaimed, "Do you take me for a novice?" Very quickly, the other centipedes were also dealt with by Han Yu in an instant. The remaining ones dared not approach and fled. Watching the centipedes run into the deep forest, Pan Yu's sharp gaze followed them. He wondered to himself, what exactly are they? Thinking this, Pan Yu immediately chased in the direction the centipedes had fled. The centipedes crawled deeper into the forest, making sounds as they moved. Pan Yu tracked them, observing carefully, and then thought to himself, so that's how it is. Pan Yu immediately transformed into a small spider, released it into the cave in front of him, and said, "Let's see how many centipedes are actually in this cave." The dispatched spider quickly squeezed into the cave. Inside, a swarm of centipedes crawled out. Pan Yu observed them through the eyes of the spider he had just released. He frowned. Inside here, immediately after, he transformed into larger spiders, released them into the cave, and ordered, "You all clear this out first." The giant spiders quickly devoured all the centipedes in the cave. Pan Yu then entered, drew the gun he had used earlier on the centipedes, and said, "Strategic coordination." The centipedes were quickly annihilated by him. The system also sent him a notification. Pan Yu worked deeper into the cave and discovered a door further inside. He wondered, what is this? And quickly approached the large stone door. He raised his hand, used his strength, struck the door with the palm, and loudly commanded, "Open." When the door opened, a hazy white smoke appeared, followed by flickering shadowy figures. Pan Yu stepped inside, saw a pit filled with various reptiles, and at that moment, a loud voice boomed, "Damn it." Hearing a human voice, Pan Yu immediately grew wary and drew his weapon. At this moment, a stone statue in the cave suddenly moved. The statue attacked Pan Yu, surprising him. Before he could react, his blade swung down, shattering the statue. He wondered, is it alive again? A wave of green gas rose around him. Pan Yu smelled it and immediately recognized it as poison gas. The skirmish unfolded quickly, the thick black smoke billowing. Pan Yu covered his face, calculating inwardly, even if the executioner official has medium-level poison immunity, this poison gas is so potent, I might not be able to withstand it. Seeing the giant green snake rush towards him like a whirlwind, he drew his gun and attacked. The volley of bullets immediately severed its head clean off. From the snake's body, a thin green gas emanated, quickly spreading throughout the vast space. Pan Yu cried out, "Here it comes again. The poison is real strong." A swarm of venomous snakes continued to pour out. He muttered to himself, "I really can't retreat now." It took a long volley of bullets to finally eliminate them. Feeling the poison in the air grow thicker, Pan Yu exclaimed, "This is bad. I need to retreat first." Just then, the system notified him, "You have acquired the platinum titles, Pathfinder, Snake Hunter, Scorpion Bane, and Gecko Assassin. These can be merged with the title Centipede Executioner Official to form a new platinum title." Pan Yu didn't hesitate and chose to merge. The system confirmed merged into the 5 Poisons Descendant title. Effect 1. Patriot Acquisition Rate from the 5 Fixed Poisonous Creature Species. Effect 2. Grants Advanced Toxin Immunity. Effect 3. 5 Poisons Purified Body, which allows the absorption of toxins to enhance physical qualities. Pan Yu mused to himself, let's test its effects. Pan Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sensed the scent of toxic gas surrounding him. After a moment of contemplation, he smelled refreshingly. He was indeed no longer affected, as 5 platinum titles could automatically merge into a new platinum title. I wonder what would happen if I upgraded all 5 titles to the diamond level. Just as he thought of that, the monsters approached again. Pan Yu exclaimed, right on time. He raised his hand and cast a skill. A swirling stream of white energy spread throughout the space. He quickly surrounded the pack of monsters, and Han Vu shouted, "Go!" The gene combination operated rapidly, merging them all together. In an instant, the platinum monster formed a combination of a snake, a centipede, and a gecko, flicking its tongue and growling threateningly at its opponent. Pan Vu raised his gun and said, "I'll send you to heaven." However, as a barrage of bullets hit, they were immediately neutralized. It didn't harm the monster at all. He was surprised. It bounced off. What is happening? Frustrated, he drew his blood blade and slashed straight down. Damn it. Perhaps my gene combination increased the strength and thickened the skin. With just one powerful slash, one of its legs broke immediately. He continued to draw his gun and followed up with a burst of fire. Pan Vu frowned while shooting. As the saying goes, as the devil rises 1 foot, the tower rises 10. The golden monster was torn to pieces, and the smell of sizzling burnt meat rose, making one's hair stand on end. The system notified him, the 5 poisons arriving title has been upgraded to diamond level. Effect 1. The 5 types of poisonous creatures are permanently locked as mortal enemies. Effect 2. Gain special grade toxin immunity ability, capable of resisting most toxins and damage from mixed poisons. Effect 3. The holder becomes a sacred body of 10,000 poisons, absorbing toxins to enhance physical attributes, while simultaneously gaining lethal poison properties. Panvu was excited. Fantastic. Now I am not only a nemesis to lethal toxins, but I also carry poison. Anyone who dares to mess with me will definitely die by poison. He closed his eyes and focused on observing his surroundings. On the other side, several more monsters raced forward to bother him. Panvu picked up his gun and snorted coldly, with a brilliant blow accompanied by a deafening explosion. A moment later, he smiled and exclaimed, I can finally see clearly now. Before Hanvu stood a man in white robes with a stern face, exuding an imposing aura. Seeing him standing still without bowing, the man shouted, Why do you not kneel when you see this king? Kneel before this king. Panvu felt an immensely powerful pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to hunch over. Hanvu yelled uncomfortably. Mental attack again. He quickly aimed his weapon at the person standing in front of him. A stream of blue light shot toward Hanvu. The man immediately became annoyed. How dare you damage this king's sacred body? Your crime warrants death. Golden soldiers appeared. Kill him. Hanvu glanced slightly at the soldiers. I'll play along to the end. A weapon surrounded by purple aura appeared in his hand. Panvu lunged forward to slash at the soldier in front of him, but he was startled to realize his attack had no effect. Oh, I've encountered someone formidable this time. The enemy's numbers were vast. If he fought them head-on, he would only suffer. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration sparked in his mind. I know. Panvu immediately clapped his hands together. Sup. Instantly, his body shifted positions. Space swapping was successful. The soldier's attack that was just aimed at him was now headed straight for another soldier. Panvu thought to himself, it's lucky I swapped just now, otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to block that stab. The soldier's body immediately shattered. The other soldier, checked, looked around for Hanvu, who realized he was standing between two giants. He chuckled slightly, clapped his palms together again, and continued to swap. Spatial swap. The two soldiers charged into each other. He swapped again and again, looking at the results with satisfaction. Good, they've slaughtered each other enough. Now it's my turn. I'll send you to join your comrades. He rushed forward, forcefully swinging the weapon in his hand at the enemy in front. Emperor Vu looked annoyed. Damn it, you won't escape this time. He leaned over and gestured toward his subordinates. A strange green smoke billowed from the soldiers. Panvu recognized it immediately. It was poison again. This is a deadly poison specifically designed to suppress all things. No one, not even a great master, would escape alive. Emperor Vu looked pleased with the remark. Panvu laughed inwardly. Is that so? The green poisonous smoke slowly drifted past him. Emperor Vu was struck by the scene. Panvu gave a provocative smile. Well, troll, to think you'd use poison gas to attack me. I have 5 poisons arrival as protection. Gas is just nutrient. What is it to fear? Emperor Vu frowned slightly. Does my poison not dissolve all things? While he was still hesitating, Panvu spotted the snake behind him. He spoke. Activate. Using spatial displacement. Immediately after, Panvu was behind the enemy's back. He instantly charged and swung his weapon. Die. A magical vortex rushed toward Emperor Vu. Taking the opportunity after swapping positions with the snake, Panvu swung his blade at Emperor Vu. He lunged forward and slashed his neck with the blade. Emperor Vu shattered into fragments, and Hanvu laughed happily. Finally, before he could finish his sentence, his body was restrained by an external force, and Hanvu shouted out. He gritted his teeth and tried to move, but remained immobile. The giant figure appeared in front of him, releasing external force and hidden weapons. Hanvu shouted, What is this? After a while, the external force began to subside. Hanvu returned to his normal form, kneeling on the ground, thinking, the pressure has disappeared. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, thinking, this place is truly eerie. He stood up, and the system sent a notification. Obtained Diamond Raid title Underground Palace Destroyer. Effect 1. Teleport to every corner of the Underground Palace. Effect 2. Imprison any poisonous creature. Effect 3. Summon the Underground Palace army including millions of pottery statues and 12 golden giants. The more energy expended, the more can be summoned. Panvu glanced around the Heavenly Palace, thinking, this title is similar to Conqueror of the Heavenly Palace City. There was a shadow when I received it. Could it be that big figure? Panvu looked up and muttered, perhaps this was also built by him. If so, what was the purpose of building the Heavenly Palace City and the Underground Palace? Unable to figure it out, Panvu scratched his head and said, forget it. It's not my concern. I'd better hurry back and report to the branch president. Scene transition. Panvu returned to Jack Group while everyone was gathering venomous species carcasses. He reported, that's what happened. Jack said, I never expected our managed area to hide such a place. Panvu smiled and asked, the task I was asked to do is done. What about what you promised? After Jack finished listening, he immediately opened the scroll and handed it to Hanvu, saying, these are all my platinum rank titles. Choose the one you like best. Upon hearing this, Panvu replied without hesitation. Okay. He quickly picked up the scroll, examined it, and said, this one. The system immediately displayed the information. Platinum rank title, Monster Hunter. Effect 1. Seal the soul of a defeated diamond rank monster to summon it for 15 minutes of combat support. Once the time expires, the soul dissipates. Effect 2. Use a dissipating soul to enhance one's own abilities for 15 minutes. Seeing his choice, Jack said, this platinum title has major limitations. It requires sealing a diamond rank monster, and diamond rank monsters are usually regional overlords not easy to kill. Panvu just smiled and said, that's not a problem for me. He crossed his arms over his chest, or a knowing smell, and thought, with a gene combination, I can create enough monsters to reach the diamond rank. Seeing that Hanvu was determined, Jack stopped trying to persuade him and said, fine, you have your reasons. I can give this to you. Jack thought to himself, this platinum title is troublesome. It's been in the guild's warehouse for 100 years and no one has dared to take it. I'll consider this a way to get rid of it. He placed a hand on Hanvu's shoulder and said, I heard this title has the potential to upgrade to diamond rank, but the condition is that you must possess the Monster Slay title. Hearing this, Panvu took out the scroll in his hand and said, I happen to have the title. Deck could only reply, alright then, thinking to himself, he even has the Monster Slayer title? Who exactly is this kid? After receiving the badge from Jack, Panvu turned and left, but not before saying, remember to look for me next time you have a mission like this. As he stepped out of the Heavenly Palace, Panvu looked at the badge and the scroll, saying, now these two badges can be fused, right? Panvu quickly combined them, and the system notified him. Title Monster Hunt upgraded to Diamond Rank. Effect 1. Absorb Diamond Rank materials to summon Diamond Rank monsters for combat cooperation. Effect 2. Absorb Diamond Rank monster souls for combat cooperation. Effect 3. If both Effect 1 and 2 are satisfied, the combat duration and power of the Diamond Rank monster are increased. Effect 4. Dissipate a soul or material energy to temporarily boost one's own strength in one or more areas. Looking at the upgraded Diamond badge, Panvu was delighted and said, I like these effects. From now on, I'll have plenty of Diamond Rank summoned creatures to command. He looked up at the sky, thinking, I don't have much time left here. I must seize the chance to hunt monsters and level up. No sooner said than done, Panvu immediately went looking for monsters to eliminate. In a few short days, he wiped out the monsters in the surrounding leveling zones, significantly increasing the effectiveness of his Slaughter title. The Slaughter weapon received a massive boost, gaining the ability to transform into any shape, while its damage output skyrocketed. Panvu quickly caught the attention of major adventure organizations, which sent him a barrage of invitations and various ways to entice him to join. Having passed by a pile of letters, Panvu picked one up and exclaimed, what is this? Are they inviting me to dinner? Panvu didn't pay it any mind and even complained, is there a lack of meals? How boring. Among the pile of letters, Panvu saw one, took it out, and read. This is, the letter stated, the Trust Merchant Alliance hopes you will join us and participate in the adventurers competition. We will provide unlimited resources. Panvu was excited and said, resource competition. That sounds interesting. At the Merchant Alliance, Limu spoke up, Panvu, I'm very glad you accepted the invitation. In addition to you, 5 other adventurers have accepted the invitation. Everyone here will be teammates in the same group. BunRv, Typhuing, Barksar, Minewing, Alice, thank you for joining the alliance. The 6 provinces have always been controlled by the 4 great forces. The Merchant Alliance is one of them, but our strength is limited, and we rarely achieve good results in the annual Adventurers Assembly. This time, we are spending heavily to recruit talent and wash away our past humiliation. From now on, you are all teammates. Feel free to get to know one another. A man spoke, my name is Barksar, a platinum rank adventurer. You can call me Emperor Barksar. A woman followed up, I cannot compare to Master Barksar, so just call me Minewing. A YK man introduced himself, I'm Typhun. My specialty is magic attacks. The girl cheerfully introduced herself, I'm Alice, and I can heal everyone. Another man looked directly at Hanvu and said, I'm Huntram. I can transform into a demon bay that tears up the earth. I hope my teammates are powerhouses on my level. If anyone gets in my way, I won't hesitate to crush their skull. Hanvu replied coldly, what are you looking at? Even though I'm wearing a gold rank tag, my strength is greater than yours. I'm Hanvu. As long as the terms are generous, I can handle any enemy, no matter how strong. Huntram became angry. You trashy gold rank, feeling cocky. Do you really think you're qualified to sit with us? Hanvu thought to himself, what an idiot, and a mocking smile flashed across his face. Huntram roared, you little brat, I see you're itching for a beating. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect the strong. Limu thought to himself, I'll take this opportunity to see his strength. If he's not up to it, I'll kick him out. Huntram immediately swung his fist and lunged toward Hanvu. He remained standing calmly, lightly clapping his palms together to shift the space. Instantly, the bodies of Huntram and Hanvu swapped positions. Huntram's fist smashed hard into the wall behind him. He still didn't understand what had just happened. Limo and the others on the opposite side were stunned, not expecting him to have such a miraculous tidal effect. Huntram's face showed a look of discomfort and fury. His body quickly transformed into a bear twice the size of Hanvu. He roared his fist down, aiming for Hanvu. An explosion rang out, and sparks immediately flashed. Limo blocked the attack and said, Master Huntram, Master Hanvu, you two are teammates. This exchange is enough. The assembly is about to begin. These are special introductory gifts prepared for you. They are all diamond tier titles. Everyone, please choose one you like. Huntram growled, I'll deal with you during the doubles competition. Hanvu thought to himself, I must choose a diamond tier title carefully. This one suits me perfectly. I'll take this title. A red ink mark was drawn across the yellow paper. Minewing recognized the title he had just chosen. This one, she said, Yan Hanvu, I like this Soul Scholar title too. Why don't you give it to me? At most, I'll spend a night with you. What do you think? Hanvu quickly replied, of course not. Compared to you, I like this title more. Minewing's face immediately flushed red. This brat. Limo spoke up, everyone, please choose quickly. I'm about to send the signal to transport everyone to the competition venue. Minewing added, what an adorable boy. Next time we meet, let's see if you can still restrain yourself. The scene changed as 5 beams of light appeared in midair. The young man spoke, some more people have appeared. Hanvu looked around. They are all experts. This assembly will definitely be interesting. A moment later, Panvu's group headed inside. Someone mocked them. This team doesn't even have a diamond tier player. They even had to use a gold tier adventurer to make up the numbers. Panvu only glanced back at him, not bothering to explain. A voice rang out, dear adventurers, welcome to the competition. I'm the organizer, and I will now read the rules. The competition venue is a wilderness leveling zone where many monster attracting tokens are hidden. There are countless powerful monsters. Black iron tokens are worth 1 point, bronze are 2 points, and diamond are 32 points. Alright, the competition officially begins. The duration is 10 days. After 10 days, we will await the winning contestants. Panvu remarked, this competition seems quite simple, doesn't it? Huntram was furious. Simple? You piece of trash, I knew you were inexperienced. These tokens emit a scent that attracts monsters. The competition venue won't be easy to handle. Panvu immediately frowned and observed, Barksar spoke. Alright, the competition is important. I've been lucky enough to participate twice and know some of the rules. Everyone must follow my arrangements and not act recklessly. Understood, Panvu thought to himself. Old Barksar is relying on his age and considering himself the captain. Barksar continued. From now on, we'll split into groups of 2. Each group will find tokens on their own, and every night, I will send a signal together. Panvu was surprised. Split into groups of 2. Manhwa spoke up. That works. Leave little brother Hanvu to me. Everyone can divide it however they want. Scene change. Hanvu has just finished off the monster. He noticed the sky changing color and the environment shifting. He thought that despite his low level, he had enough knowledge to recognize the strange environment. Little brother Hanvu, I'm a woman of my word. If you hand over the Soul Scholar title to me, I will certainly make you very happy. Panvu smiled. I'm already absorbing the Soul Scholar title. Manhwa said coldly. Are you kidding me? How could a gold rank like you do that? Suddenly, a cry rang out as a massive barrier appeared. Is there a big bus inside? Everyone, move forward. Panvu immediately became alert. Someone was coming. Manhwa felt annoyed. This was a truly bothersome time. The people outside were surprised, as the barrier vanished. Manhwa stepped out. I'm tired and want to rest, yet you people keep making so much noise. The young man rushed forward. Little beauty, let me rest with you. Manhwa muttered. How annoying. One of them recognized Hanvu. Isn't this the gold rank kid? Little beauty, why did you find a gold rank amateur like him? You won't be any fun. Panvu raised an eyebrow at the crowd. Manhwa said, I'll go play with him first. I'll take care of you later. Little beauty, I'm coming. What's the rush? Panvu's face darkened. It was poisonous gas. A pink mist surrounded the 2 men. Manhwa. It then spread to the entire crowd of men surrounding Manhwa. She snorted coldly. Idiots. Let me show you my tricks. The men's eyes immediately filled with terror. Manhwa glided over to Hanvu. Now you know I'm not someone to be messed with. Panvu immediately understood. No wonder she's so flirtatious. Manhwa rushed toward him. You're still not being good. Panvu immediately reached out and grabbed the mist. And if I'm not? You. Manhwa shouted angrily when she saw Hanvu holding the pink smoke. Let go. Panvu chuckled softly. If you don't behave, your tail will be gone. Manhwa's face turned pale when she saw what was in his hand. What are you carrying that can even suppress my charm arts? Panvu replied. I have a superior talent, so mental attacks are ineffective against me. Both of them looked into the distance at the same time. The pack of wolves with a command token stood watching them. Panvu repeated. I have a superior talent, so mental attacks are ineffective against me. Manhwa showed her disbelief. Just you. If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you. Once the wolves bite you to death, I'll take the title from you. Panvu grabbed his weapon and flew toward the wolves. Beasts will be beasts, actively seeking their own deaths. Immediately, the lead wolf bowed its head. Panvu spoke. I only need the command token. If you behave, I'll spare your lives. The wolves still stood silently watching him, their eyes darting around continuously, scrutinizing him. Suddenly, the giant claw lunged toward Hanvu. He was astonished, wondering how a wolf could be this large. Manhwa felt satisfied, wanting to see how he would handle it. Panvu thought to himself, you think that's enough to stop me? He immediately chuckled softly and clapped his palms together lightly. His body instantly swapped places with another wolf. Hanvu lunged forward, aiming for the card on the giant wolf's head, and exclaimed, behave yourself and hand it over. However, the wolf roared, and streams of red light instantly surrounded them. Panvu immediately sensed danger, an alarm bell ringing in his heart. He quickly grabbed the fur on the wolf's body and vaulted onto its head. Bive, someone who has worked straight into their own death. Panvu swung his weapon and uttered, then I'll cut you down. As a spray of blood splattered into the air, the giant wolf's head fell to the ground. Panvu coldly scanned his surroundings. Who else dares to approach? The swallow wolves immediately fled toward the forest. Panvu looked satisfied. At least you know when to be sensible. Manhwa spoke up hastily when Hanvu returned. Alright, I get it. You are truly formidable. I don't need the Soul Scholar title anymore. This kid was hiding his strength. I never expected him to kill a date wolf so easily. Panvu chuckled. I told you, I had already absorbed the Soul Scholar title, but you wouldn't believe me. She replied hurriedly. I truly believe you now. His strength far exceeds a gold rank, and he is fully capable of absorbing it. Panvu threw the card toward her and said, it's good that you believe me. Take it. We are teammates. As long as you don't get in my way, I won't treat you poorly. Manhwa immediately replied, rest assured, from now on I will absolutely not cause you any trouble. Asterisk he has great strength but isn't greedy for credit. This kid is alright. Asterisk. Suddenly, 2 dark figures dashed toward them from afar. Panvu immediately stepped forward and asked, who are you? Tide did not answer. Kid, your space movement ability is top-notch. Hand over the title, and I will consider sparing your life. The leader of the dark underworld, Tide.